I was born in a quaint mountain village, home to merely a few dozen families, where all the villagers share the surname Wu. It is said that our hamlet is, in fact, a grave-keeping village, aptly named Wujia Village. The bonds among us villagers are deeply intertwined by blood relations. However, the identity of the tomb we guard remains a mystery to us all. Not even the location of the grave's entrance is known. Nestled deep within the mountains, our village is almost entirely isolated from the outside world, engaging in minimal communication with it. The ancient patriarchal system has been upheld throughout the generations. Most children born in the village are female, with males being a rare occurrence, which accounts for our dwindling population. My grandfather serves as the village head. He has never left Wujia village in his entire life, rarely stepping beyond its confines. Due to the scarcity of males, marriages often involve exchanging sisters or daughters with neighboring villages to procure brides, a custom that has been established since childhood, with the women remaining in the household as child brides. This tradition has perpetuated through the ages. Yet, as time has progressed, surrounding villages have gradually ceased to accept such practices. In response, my grandfather devised a solution. Boys in the village would start living as sons-in-law at the age of 10. Consequently, those who ventured out rarely returned, leaving our village populated predominantly by middle-aged and elderly individuals. One year, my mother, heavily pregnant and unable to move easily, was soon to give birth. The responsibilities of our household fell upon my father, a robust hunter who made a living by foraging in the wild. He frequently ventured into the mountains behind our village, equipped with a bow and arrows. Our back mountain teemed with delightful creatures, such as wild rabbits and pheasants, which often emerged in flocks to forage for food. Each time, my father would return with an abundant harvest, sharing his catch with the villagers so they too could savor fresh meat. However, one fateful day, an unforeseen calamity struck. On that day, my father and several other hunters agreed to ascend the mountain together. They traversed their familiar path, yet, oddly enough, not a single creature was in sight. Under normal circumstances, the small animals would frolic and scurry through the woods. But today, an eerie silence enveloped the area, as if the world itself had lost its vitality. Suddenly, ominous thunder rumbled in the sky, growing increasingly louder and deafening, as though it could shatter eardrums. The hunters looked up to see dark clouds gathering above, resembling a colossal black curtain that enveloped the earth. The thunder intensified, giving the impression that the heavens were about to collapse. Realizing the dire situation, the hunters understood that a torrential downpour was imminent. They hastily gathered their belongings, preparing to return to the village for shelter. Yet, as they advanced a few steps, they were astonished to witness the clouds overhead darkening into an inky mass, thick as ink. The clouds were laced with an intricate web of lightning, flickering with an eerie blue glow, sending shivers down their spines. Faced with such a terrifying spectacle, fear gripped the hunters, who worried about the risk of being struck by lightning. They decided to seek refuge in a cave. But before they could move far, the earth trembled violently, and a blinding flash illuminated the entire sky. A bolt of lightning struck directly ahead, instantly igniting the surrounding forest in flames. My father and his companions stood frozen in shock, momentarily forgetting to flee, their eyes transfixed on the scene before them. Soon after, another bolt of lightning struck, even more brilliant than the first. One after another, the lightning bolts grew in intensity until 9 strikes had flashed down, finally ceasing. In the aftermath of the 9th strike, the clouds gradually dispersed, the thunder faded away, and the familiar sights and sounds of small animals returned. As smoke billowed in the distance, my father and the others grew concerned about potential fires in the mountains and decided to investigate. Upon approaching, they discovered that the 9 bolts of lightning had carved a deep crater into the ground, where a bloodied, battered white fox lay. Seeing it on the brink of death, my father's heart ached with compassion. Ignoring the protests of those around him, he resolutely leaped into the pit and gently cradled the white fox in his arms. The onlookers remained silent, watching the unfolding scene with bated breath. Some even began to help, carefully extinguishing the remaining embers with their feet to prevent a larger blaze. My father brought the injured white fox back to our home, where my grandfather's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the creature cradled in his son's arms. Furrowing his brow, he anxiously inquired, "My son, How did you come to hunt a fox today? Did I not instruct you against hunting foxes? My father, meeting his gaze, earnestly explained, Father, I did not hunt this fox, I saved it. He then recounted the events of the day on the mountain in detail. Upon hearing this, my grandfather's expression turned grave. He quickly rose, uttering not a word as he hurried out the door. My father tenderly carried the white fox into the house, cautious not to cause it further pain. He rummaged through a chest, retrieving an old shirt and tearing it into strips. He meticulously examined the fox's wounds, selecting the most severe ones and gently bandaging them to alleviate its suffering. Just then, my grandfather hurried back inside, clutching several herbs in his hand. Breathing heavily, he urgently instructed my father, quickly, mash these herbs and apply them to the fox. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, my grandfather would tread the path to the mountains in search of precious herbs. Meanwhile, my father busied himself with hunting to sustain our family, while also providing attentive care for my mother, ensuring her peace as she carried me. Though these days were filled with toil, they brimmed with warmth and hope. Under the dedicated care of my father and grandfather, the white fox's condition gradually improved. However, it remained gravely injured, unable to even stand. Strangely, since the day my father brought the fox home, hundreds of white foxes began to follow it each morning. My father had never witnessed such a multitude of white foxes and was filled with bewilderment. Even more astonishingly, each morning, wild chickens and rabbits appeared at our doorstep, their wounds clearly inflicted by fox bites. My grandfather silently cleaned these creatures and patiently fed them to the injured white fox. Regarding these mysterious occurrences, my grandfather said little, quietly accepting and tending to the unfolding events. During this time, eerie sounds often echoed through the nearby forests, as if countless eyes were watching our every move from the shadows. When night fell and moonlight bathed the woods, an inexplicable dread enveloped the village, sending chills down our spines. I was born in a quaint mountain village, home to merely a few dozen households, where all the villagers share the surname Wu. It is said that our village is, in fact, a gravekeeping community known as Wu Family Village. Among us villagers, there exists a profound blood relation that binds us closely together. Yet, the identity of the tombs we safeguard remains a mystery to us all. We are even oblivious to the location of the graves themselves. Nestled deep within the mountains, our village is almost entirely isolated from the outside world, engaging in minimal communication with it. The village has long adhered to an ancient patriarchal system. The majority of children born here are female, with males being a rare occurrence, which accounts for our village's dwindling population. My grandfather serves as the patriarch, having spent his entire life in Wu Family Village, seldom stepping beyond its boundaries. Due to the dearth of men in the village, marriages often necessitate the exchange of one's sisters or daughters for brides from nearby villages, a custom that has been established since childhood, whereby the brides are retained as child brides. This tradition has perpetuated through generations. However, with the passage of time, neighboring villages have gradually ceased to accept such customs. In response, my grandfather devised a plan. Boys in the village would begin to serve as sons-in-law starting from the age of 10, and those who ventured out seldom returned, leaving behind a community comprised mainly of middle-aged and elderly individuals. One year, my mother, heavily pregnant and struggling to move about, entrusted the household matters to my father. My robust and mighty father, a hunter by trade, frequently ventured into the mountains behind the village armed with his bow and arrows. Our backyard mountain teemed with delightful creatures, such as wild rabbits and pheasants, which often roamed in flocks in search of sustenance. Each time, my father would return with bountiful catches, sharing the fresh meat with the villagers to ensure they too could savor the delights of the hunt. However, one fateful day, an unforeseen calamity struck. That day, my father had arranged to hunt with several other hunters. They traversed the familiar mountain paths, but curiously, they encountered not a single creature along the way. Typically, the woodland would be alive with the scurrying of small animals. Yet today, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the world itself had lost its vitality. The sky rumbled with ominous thunder, its volume escalating to a deafening crescendo, threatening to shatter the eardrums of those who heard it. The hunters gazed upward and beheld the sky, shrouded in dark, heavy clouds that resembled an immense black curtain draping over the earth. The thunder grew louder, as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, the hunters understood that a torrential downpour was imminent. They hurriedly gathered their belongings, preparing to return to the village to seek refuge from the rain. Yet, as they took but a few steps, they were astonished to find the clouds above had thickened to an inky blackness, as dense as liquid ink. The clouds were laced with intricate threads of lightning, flickering with an eerie blue glow that sent shivers down their spines. Faced with such a terrifying spectacle, fear gripped the hunters, who worried that they might be struck by a lightning bolt. They resolved to seek shelter in a nearby cave. Before they could make much progress, the ground quaked violently, and a blinding flash illuminated the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down before them, instantly igniting the surrounding woods in a fierce blaze. My father and his companions stood frozen in shock, momentarily forgetting the instinct to flee, their eyes fixated on the unfolding chaos. Shortly thereafter, another bolt of lightning descended, even more brilliant than the first. Thus, with each subsequent strike, the intensity increased, ceasing only after 9 bolts had illuminated the landscape. Once the 9th bolt had struck, the clouds began to dissipate, the thunder receded, and the familiar sights and sounds of small animals returned to the surroundings. As black smoke billowed forth, my father and his companions feared a fire had ignited in the mountains, prompting them to investigate the situation. As they approached, they discovered that the 9 bolts had carved a deep pit into the ground, within which lay a white-furred fox, blood trickling from its mouth and its body covered in wounds. My father, seeing the creature on the brink of death, felt a surge of compassion and, disregarding the protests of those around him, leapt into the pit and gently cradled the injured fox in his arms. The onlookers remained silent, their eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before them. Some even began to assist, carefully extinguishing the flickering embers nearby, lest they ignite a more significant blaze. My father brought the white fox home, and upon seeing it cradled in his son's arms, my grandfather's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He furrowed his brow and anxiously questioned, "Son, how is it that you have brought home a fox today? Did I not instruct you against hunting them?" My father, meeting his gaze, earnestly replied, "Father, this is not a creature I hunted, it is one I rescued." He then recounted the events that had transpired in the mountains that day. Upon hearing the tale, my grandfather's demeanor grew serious, and without uttering a word, he hastily departed. My father, with utmost care, brought the white fox inside, handling it gently to avoid causing further pain. He rummaged through a chest, retrieving an old garment, which he tore into strips to tend to the fox's wounds, meticulously bandaging the more severe injuries in an effort to alleviate its suffering. At that moment, my grandfather returned in haste, firmly clutching several sprigs of medicinal herbs. Breathing heavily, he urgently instructed my father, "Quickly, crush these herbs and apply them to the fox's wounds." Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, my grandfather would embark on a journey to the mountains in search of these precious herbs. Meanwhile, my father was not only preoccupied with hunting to sustain our family, but also devoted himself to caring for my mother, ensuring her peace of mind during her pregnancy. Though these days were filled with busyness, they radiated warmth and hope. Under the tender care of my father and grandfather, the white fox gradually began to heal. Yet, it remained gravely injured, unable to rise from its resting place. Strangely, ever since the white fox's return, it was followed each morning by hundreds of other white foxes. My father had never witnessed such a multitude of foxes and was filled with bewilderment. Even more astonishing was the sight that greeted us at our doorstep each morning: wild chickens and rabbits, their wounds unmistakably inflicted by foxes. My grandfather silently cleaned the creatures and patiently fed them to our injured white fox. He offered no explanations for these mysterious occurrences, merely accepting and caring for them as they unfolded. During this time, peculiar sounds often echoed through the nearby mountains, as if countless eyes were watching our every move from the shadows. As night fell and moonlight bathed the forest, an inexplicable dread enveloped the village, sending chills through the hearts of its inhabitants. Chapter 2. Birth's strange occurrences unfolded one after another, and on the day I was destined to enter this world, my mother's belly remained eerily still, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Thus, I lingered in the womb for a full 16 months before finally making my entrance into the realm of the living. Even more astonishing was the fact that in the 3 months leading up to my birth, a magnificent rainbow cloud graced the skies above my home every evening. Its resplendent hues enveloped the courtyard in a dreamlike glow, imparting an air of mystery and sanctity. On the very night of my birth, an assortment of small creatures gathered around my home, reverently kneeling at the threshold, as if awaiting some momentous event. Even as darkness descended, the vibrant rainbow cloud remained, casting its kaleidoscopic light across the courtyard. Illuminating it as brightly as day at that moment, my mother was in the throes of labor, her anguished cries echoing through the night, while my father attended to her with utmost care, his eyes brimming with concern and compassion. Yet, amidst this tension, my grandfather sat quietly on a stone bench in the yard, his expression grave, brows furrowed, as if he had foreseen that something extraordinary was about to transpire. His gaze was filled with worry and unease. Silently observing the happenings around him, time ticked away, and before long, it was well past midnight, yet my mother had yet to deliver. The small animals upon entering my dwelling, I opened the cabinet door to reveal a rusted, formidable cleaver nestled within. I carried it into the courtyard and took a seat upon the stone bench, silently honing the blade. Soon, the night descended, with only wisps of moonlight struggling to break through the shroud of clouds, casting a faint glow upon the earth. Yet, in that moonlit glow, I found myself surrounded by a throng of yellow weasels. My grandfather and father stood resolute in the courtyard, their gazes fixed intently upon the threshold. Suddenly, a weasel appeared, clutching a pipe, exhaling plumes of white smoke, and seated upon a lavish, crimson palanquin, borne aloft by 8 other weasels, exuding an air of regality. Beside me, a little fox lay languidly, gazing at me with an almost infatuated expression. I found myself restless, leaning against the window, my eyes fixated on the unfolding scene outside, my body trembling involuntarily. Although my father and grandfather, as men, faced the weasels with bravado, inwardly they were gripped by fear. Stifling their breaths in the face of such peril, as the saying goes, a man stands tall, yet at this moment, they were prepared for death, astonished by the sheer number of weasels before them. The majority of the weasels were mere ordinary ones, not particularly fearsome, but the one seated in the palanquin was evidently not to be trifled with. That weasel emitted a strange, mocking laughter, its lips curling into a sinister smile. "Old man, quickly bring forth your grandson, for I, the great yellow weasel, shall spare your lives. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise here tonight." My father was the first to speak, his voice laced with fury. "You wretched beasts! How dare you utter such insolence before me? I shall annihilate your entire lineage." The great yellow weasel dismissed him with a wave of its hand, and the smaller weasels surged into our courtyard. My father and grandfather immediately seized their knives, charging at the advancing horde of weasels. Unfazed by the multitude, they wielded their blades with determination, striking down one weasel after another. Soon, the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Their bodies marred by scratches and bites. My mother, witnessing the chaos from within, trembled uncontrollably, yet resolutely retrieved a kitchen knife from beneath her pillow and dashed outside. The little fox, remaining languidly by my side, continued to stroke my cheek with its fluffy paw. As my mother flung open the door, she beheld my grandfather on his knees, my father drenched in blood, while the courtyard lay strewn with the lifeless forms of weasels. Upon seeing my mother emerge brandishing a knife, my father turned to her, admonishing, "What are you doing out here? Did I not instruct you to remain inside?" Tears welled in my mother's eyes, yet she stood steadfast beside my father, knife in hand, ready to vanquish the creatures threatening their family. Together, the 3 of them stood defiantly in the courtyard, their gazes fierce and unwavering, vowing to protect their son from the clutches of these beasts. The weasel reclining in the palanquin stretched lazily, inhaling deeply, releasing a smoke ring, and then berated its companions. A bunch of useless wretches, unable to deal with a few feeble humans. What good are you to me? The weasels behind trembled in fear, their fur standing on end, and they promptly knelt, bowing their heads repeatedly, pleading, "Please, great ancestor, have mercy. We shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation." Chapter 4. Capture the leader first in an instant. The previously fierce weasel's eyes turned a furious crimson. They charged forward, Seemingly frenzied, my father and grandfather, already battered and bruised, faced the onslaught without a hint of retreat. Armed with their weapons, they fought valiantly against the relentless tide of weasels. Each strike infused with lethal resolve, my father let out a thunderous roar, his cleaver raised high as he trudged toward the entrance. His gaze was sharp and unwavering, fixated on the weasel in the palanquin. For he understood that only by vanquishing this foe could there be a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, they would be worn down and consumed by this ferocious horde. Capture the leader first. My father silently vowed. This was the only way he could hope to survive and safeguard his beloved son. Even if he were to perish, he would ensure his son remained unharmed. Just as he was about to reach the threshold, a massive weasel suddenly lunged from the shadows, delivering a powerful kick to my father's chest. The force sent him sprawling backward, pain coursing through him as he crashed against the stone table in the center of the yard. Blood spilling from his lips as he succumbed to unconsciousness, my mother, witnessing her husband fall, surged forth with fierce determination, her hair disheveled as she wielded her knife against the relentless onslaught of weasels. A woman's voice echoed from within the house, cold and commanding. Huang Ernyang, do you not know how to write the word death? How dare you attack my benefactor? Though the voice was soft, it brimmed with authority, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Upon hearing this, Huang Ernyang's face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes wide with terror as she glanced toward the source of the voice. As if confronted by a specter, suddenly, as if struck by an unseen force, she tumbled from her palanquin, landing in a heap on the ground, her mouth coated in dirt, utterly humiliated. Yet she paid no heed. Scrambling to her knees, forehead pressed firmly to the earth, too fearful to look up. The once arrogant weasels, upon hearing the voice, were instantly struck with dread. Without a moment's thought, they knelt, repeatedly bowing their heads. Uttering pleas for mercy, their heads thudded against the ground, blood flowing freely, yet they dared not cease, fearful of incurring the wrath of the mysterious woman. At that moment, the courtyard fell silent, broken only by the sound of weasels bowing in supplication. Huang Ernyang muttered, "She has not perished during the tribulation. How can she still be alive?" Her tone betrayed her terror and disbelief at the woman's unexpected appearance. Just as she finished speaking, a chilling voice resonated from the house. "You seek death." A terrifying pressure emanated from within, causing the weasels to bleed from their mouths, collapsing one by one. Huang Ernyang was sent flying, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. Her body mangled and gasping for breath. Ignoring her pain, she fell to her knees, her head bobbing frantically like a chick pecking at grains. Then, the gentle voice returned. "I have heard you desire my husband's blood. Would you care to sample my blood first? What do you think?" At these words, Huang Ernyang trembled violently, her head bowing repeatedly as she pleaded, "Your Grace, I was wrong. Please spare my life." With that, she knocked her head against the ground with such force that the earth was stained crimson with her blood. The voice rang out once more, "Take your ancestors and leave. You know precisely what to do next." The weasels, supporting one another, hurriedly fled my home, as if pursued by some dreadful specter. However, they had scarcely taken a step when the voice echoed again, "And tell the great beasts in the mountains not to seek trouble with me, lest they discover the consequences." After the weasels departed, the courtyard was thick with the stench of blood, the ground littered with the bodies of countless weasels. At that moment, my mother could bear it no longer. Collapsing to the ground in a faint, my grandfather, deeply wounded, plunged his knife into the earth and knelt, blood trickling from his lips. Yet he persevered, slowly inching toward my father, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Finally, through sheer will, my grandfather reached my father, gently patting his shoulder, his voice weak yet resolute. "Son, awaken." My father slowly opened his eyes, bloodshot and fierce. Upon seeing his father, he urgently exclaimed, "Father, are you all right? Hold on a little longer. I will slay these vile creatures and take you to the hospital." Gripping his knife tightly, he suppressed the agony in his back and struggled to rise, preparing to charge at the weasels once more. But as he surveyed the scene before him, shock washed over him, and he blurted out, "Father, what on earth has happened? Where have the weasels gone?" My grandfather, clutching the knife embedded in the ground, raised a trembling hand. Pointing toward the house, there is a woman inside. She saved us. Upon hearing my grandfather's words, my father was utterly bewildered, his face clouded with confusion as he exclaimed, "How could there possibly be a woman in the house? Isn't it just my son here?" Alarmed, he rushed inside, only to find me nestled against the little fox, both of us peacefully asleep. The wave of relief washed over him, knowing I was unharmed, and he hurriedly made his way to the courtyard. Lifting my grandfather and mother into the house, at that moment, my father was already gravely injured, yet he continued to grit his teeth and persevere. Once he had settled both my grandfather and mother, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, just then, blood suddenly seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his body swayed before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 5. Leaving home the next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as my mother was the first to awaken. She gently opened her eyes to see my father lying quietly beside her, and my grandfather asleep next to him. As for me, I was tightly nestled in the embrace of the little fox, which cared for me as tenderly as a mother would her child. My mother gazed out the window, noticing that everything in the courtyard appeared unchanged, serene and peaceful, as if nothing extraordinary had transpired the previous night. Yet, when she turned back to the room, she discovered that my father and grandfather were gradually waking up. To her astonishment, there were no signs of injury on either of them, and they felt an unusual vitality coursing through their bodies, making them stronger than ever before. At that moment, the little fox slowly opened its eyes, drawing everyone's attention. However, it appeared exceedingly weak, struggling to rise. It attempted to stand but collapsed again due to its frail condition. My grandfather, seeing this, rushed over to lift the little fox, which glanced at him with weary eyes before losing consciousness in a state of desperation. My grandfather shouted, "Son, quickly fetch our old hen." Without hesitation, my father dashed out and soon returned with the hen in hand, and my grandfather swiftly took the little fox from my father and, drawing a sharp knife from his waist, swiftly slit the hen's throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, and my grandfather carefully positioned the hen near the little fox's mouth. The blood was immediately drawn in by the little fox, and my grandfather then urged my father, "Hurry, go catch a few more hens. Be quick." Thus, the little fox drained the blood from 7 hens before gradually opening its eyes. A look of joy spread across my grandfather's face. As the tension he had held began to dissipate, his eyes sparkling with gratitude and relief, it was only later that I came to understand that it was that adorable little fox that had saved our entire family. At that moment, the little fox had just endured a heavenly tribulation, its magical powers not yet fully restored, barely a fraction of what they had once been. Had Huang Ernyang truly attacked that night, the little fox would have been no match for her. Yet, to protect my family, the little fox had bravely confronted Huang Ernyang, exhausting its strength. Furthermore, it had selflessly expended its own demon core to heal our wounds. As time passed, the little fox gradually recovered, and our family's life slowly returned to normal. The little fox remained steadfastly by our side, unwavering in its loyalty. As the years slipped by, I reached the age for primary school. Our home was nestled deep within the mountains, almost entirely cut off from the outside world, but there was a small school in the village. Every day, as I headed to class, the little fox would follow closely behind. Akin to a devoted shadow, when I entered the classroom, it would quietly lie on the stone slab at the door, basking in the warm sunlight. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before I knew it, I was 10 years old. One night, the moonlight cascaded down like water, illuminating the entire village. My grandfather sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, his expression grave as he said to me, "Wu Hao, in a few days, I will take you to the capital to become a son-in-law." Upon hearing this, I instinctively looked up at this usually kind and gentle elder. My grandfather's face bore a seriousness I had never seen before, as if he were shouldering an immense burden. In my memory, he had always been an optimistic, cheerful man, but now he appeared so solemn, I could not help but glance at the little fox lying on the ground. Its round eyes glistened with tears, and its once adorable face now bore a hint of sorrow. The little fox seemed to sense my gaze, turning its head to look at me with its clear eyes, as if imploring me not to leave. Faced with such a scene, I was at a loss for how to respond, merely shaking my head vigorously in refusal. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face as I cried. "Grandfather, can't we not go? I don't want to leave you all. I truly cannot bear it." Before I could finish, I broke down sobbing while grandfather looked at me, his eyes shimmering with tears as well. Yet he remained silent, gently stroking my forehead in an attempt to soothe my emotions. In truth, I understood that his decision was made out of necessity. After all, he too did not wish to see me depart from my family and friends. But reality can be cruel, forcing us to make difficult choices. From that day forward, the atmosphere in our home grew heavy with sorrow. Upon learning the news, my mother wept endlessly, while my father remained silent, retreating to the woodshed to chop firewood vigorously. Each swing of the axe seemed to echo his inner turmoil and helplessness. That morning, before dawn, my grandfather rose early to pack his belongings. I sat on the bed, watching as my parents stealthily slipped into the room and then hid in the wardrobe. I knew they did not want my grandfather to discover their intentions, for they could not bear to see me go. I gently caressed the little fox's head. It lay quietly by the window, its big, innocent eyes fixed on me as if it could read my thoughts. Looking at it, tears overwhelmed me once more, my heart filled with reluctance and sorrow. After a while, my grandfather entered the room, grasped my small hand firmly, and led me out of the house. With each step I took, I turned back, hoping for one last glimpse of that warm home. I felt as though a pair of eyes were watching me intently, yet every time I looked back, there was nothing there. This unsettling sensation filled me with anxiety and fear. I did not know whose eyes they were or why they seemed to follow me relentlessly. Soon, we arrived at the station. I gazed at the bustling city, unable to suppress a sigh, silently vowing, once I earn enough money, I will bring my parents to the city and ensure they live well. Lost in thought, I clenched my fists, a flicker of determination crossing my eyes. After several hours of travel, we finally reached the capital. The splendor here exceeded my wildest imagination. The towering buildings left me utterly astonished. Standing on the street, I watched the throngs of people and vehicles, my heart brimming with anticipation and hope for the future. Chapter 6. The son-in-law. I followed my grandfather to a courtyard, lifting my gaze to see a sign above the door inscribed with the elegant characters, Wang Fu. Two imposing figures stood at the entrance, their expressions menacing, exuding an aura of intimidation. My grandfather, maintaining his kind smile, calmly approached them and said, "Young men, could you kindly do me a favor and announce our arrival? Just say that members of the Wu family are here." However, upon hearing my grandfather's words, the two men not only refused to inform anyone but also stepped forward, blocking our path, their faces contorted with rage as they shouted, "Never heard of it! You two better scram! What a couple of filthy beggars! Don't you know where you are? How dare you cause a ruckus here?" Before they could finish speaking, they lunged at us. My grandfather, quick as a flash, stepped in front of me. I widened my eyes, watching in horror as a fist, the size of a sandbag, came hurtling toward my grandfather's face like a storm. Yet, my grandfather's deep and resolute gaze held no hint of fear, as if he had foreseen this sudden turn of events. With remarkable composure, he extended his weathered hand, worn by time, to firmly grasp the furious fist, channeling years of experience and strength. Then, like a tiger ready to pounce, he unleashed a powerful kick, striking the assailant's abdomen with a force that seemed to channel all his anger and dignity into that single blow. The man emitted a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground like a limp ragdoll, writhing in agony. At that moment, the second assailant, seeing his companion fall, was ignited with fury and charged at us like an arrow, eyes gleaming with vengeance. Just as tension reached its peak, the heavy door, which had been firmly shut, swung open slowly, a faint light spilling forth and illuminating the astonished faces of all present. Immediately following, an elderly man, hunched yet exuding an extraordinary aura, ambled forth at a slow but resolute pace. His hair was as white as snow, and his face was etched with deep wrinkles. However, within his eyes shone a glimmer of resilience forged through the trials of life. Beside him stood several tall and imposing young men, resembling mighty warriors, their expressions serious and their gazes alert as they scanned their surroundings. Accompanying the old man was a little girl, seemingly of a similar age to mine, with large, bright eyes filled with unease and fear as she clutched the hem of his garment tightly. Upon sighting the old man, My grandfather's face instantaneously lit up with an unmistakable joy. His smile akin to the warm sun in winter, radiant and comforting. Wang Laowu, it has been too long. How have you been? He exclaimed. Wang Laowu, wearing a gentle smile, nodded slightly in response. Elder brother, I remain the same as ever. What about you? Then, Wang Laowu's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening as he forcefully gestured to the men behind him, a fierce fire igniting in his eyes. Take them away and feed them to the dogs. How dare they disrespect my elder brother? Such insolence is utterly unforgivable. The two men, now thoroughly flustered, knelt upon the ground, their minds blank as they repeatedly pleaded for mercy. My grandfather, who had initially worn a calm expression, now revealed a subtle tremor in his gaze, as if a tempest of unspeakable emotions surged within him. He stood quietly to the side, his presence unwavering, exuding an aura of calm that seemed capable of soothing the chaos around him. He watched the departing figures with a hint of resignation and a sigh, as if he had long grown accustomed to such scenes yet remained unable to find true solace. I observed silently from the sidelines, a swell of admiration blossoming within me. My grandfather, typically so warm and approachable, exhibited such a commanding presence in this critical moment, deepening my understanding and respect for him. After welcoming my grandfather and me into the living room, Wang Laowu maintained his gentle smile, though a flicker of cunning briefly danced in his eyes. He gestured for us to sit and then busied himself with brewing tea. His deft movements suggested that such tasks were part of his daily routine. Reflecting his love for life and respect for guests, the atmosphere in the living room gradually became harmonious, the fragrance of tea wafting through the air, dissipating the earlier tension. My grandfather reclined on the sofa, slightly tilting his head back, eyes closed, seemingly savoring the recent events. I sat beside him, my mind swirling with thoughts, reflecting on the transience of life and the capriciousness of worldly affairs. Eventually, my grandfather opened his eyes, gazing at Wang Laowu, and said, Old Wu, I owe you my gratitude for helping to defuse the situation. Otherwise, we could have faced a far greater uproar. Wang Laowu promptly waved his hand dismissively and smiled. Elder brother, do we need to say such things? You will always be the person I respect the most. I could never stand idly by when you are in need. This, a glimmer of emotion flickered in my grandfather's eyes as he patted Wang Laowu's shoulder and replied, Good brother, your words reassure me. The two men exchanged smiles, their expressions imbued with trust and camaraderie, as if time had momentarily frozen in that instant. After dinner, my grandfather and I were assigned to the same guest room. But he uttered not a single word to me, merely brushed my head gently, his eyes reddened yet betraying no tears. The following morning, upon awakening, I found my grandfather absent and sat dazedly on the edge of my bed. Suddenly, I heard hurried footsteps approaching, followed by a polite knock on my door. Young Master Wu, the master requests your presence. Rising, I opened the door to find a robust man, reminiscent of my father, standing there. Upon seeing me, he gestured courteously for me to follow, to which I nodded slightly. He led me to a seemingly unremarkable room, starkly contrasting with the lavishness of the surrounding chambers. The door, peeling and worn, appeared almost dilapidated. Chapter 7. Our first encounter, I paid little heed to the surroundings, pushing open the ancient door with a sense of nonchalance and stepping inside. Before me sat Wang Laowu, perched upon a chair that bore the marks of time and seemed to harbor countless stories. As I entered, he moved slightly, raising a hand in a gentle wave, inviting me to sit beside him. The burly man beside him silently turned and exited, closing the door behind him with a resounding thud that echoed my sinking spirits. Wang Laowu studied my youthful face with an expression of deep concern and affection, and slowly spoke. Xiao Hao, your grandfather has quietly departed. He feared that his leaving would cause you sorrow, thus he chose to leave before dawn. From now on, you are on your own. Upon hearing Wang Laowu's words, a wave of profound sadness surged within me, and tears streamed down my cheeks uncontrollably. Wang Laowu, witnessing my distress, extended a hand much like my grandfather would have, gently stroking my head, offering a semblance of warmth and comfort. Once my emotions settled somewhat, he continued, Xiao Hao, I shall henceforth be your grandfather in this household. No one shall dare to bully you. When you turn 18 and come of age, you shall marry my granddaughter and live a good life. With that, he absent-mindedly tapped his head as if pondering something, before gently suggesting, "Xiao Hao, let me introduce you to my granddaughter, Iran. She is a sweet and understanding child." Following behind him, I entered a room filled with a delicate fragrance, where a slender little girl was diligently completing her homework. Wang Laowu, somewhat hunched and weathered, stepped into the room. The girl sprang up like a joyful bird, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wang Laowu beamed down at her, saying, "Iran, this is Wu Hao. He will be your companion for life. Come now, introduce yourselves." With that, Wang Laowu stepped aside with a hint of hesitation, quietly exiting, the door closing with a soft thud behind him. Iran immediately extended her chubby hand, her face aglow with a radiant smile as she chirped, "Hello. My name is Wang Iran. As for me." I felt as if I had been struck dumb, my shyness akin to a ripened apple, my head instinctively bowing in embarrassment, my throat constricted and unable to voice a word. Meanwhile, Iran remained oblivious to my discomfort, cheerfully grasping my hand, her large, glimmering eyes fixed upon me with curiosity and anticipation. As a country bumpkin from a remote village, I yearned to find a crevice to hide within, to escape this sudden awkwardness. Yet, Iran seemed entirely unaware of my plight, babbling enthusiastically about various people and things. "This is so-and-so, and that is such and such." I listened quietly, not uttering a single word, not from a lack of desire to engage, but from my utter unfamiliarity with this new world. Her expansive knowledge felt like an ocean, vast beyond my comprehension. It was through her continuous introductions that I began to grasp the complexities of this intricate world, illuminating my understanding as though I had emerged from darkness into light. I learned that these so-called wealthy individuals paled in comparison to the powerful families, geomancers, and ancient clans. They were mere ants, mere pawns in the hands of these families. To put it bluntly, they were akin to livestock raised by these clans. Unless matters escalated to such a degree that the authorities intervened, there existed a clandestine organization dedicated to managing these special individuals, shrouded in mystery and rarely seen. Iran and I conversed for the entire afternoon until a stunning woman, moving with an alluring grace, appeared at the door. Her figure was curvaceous, and her long legs seemed to stretch far beyond my own life. Upon seeing her, Iran exclaimed, "Nanny!" The woman glanced at me and said, "Iran, your grandfather calls for you both to come for dinner." With that, she turned and departed. Iran, watching her retreating figure, asked, "Nanny, aren't you going?" She waved her hand dismissively, and Iran, looking somewhat embarrassed, took my hand in her chubby one, flashing an adorable smile as she said, "Wu Hao, don't mind her. She's just a strange woman, but she treats me well." With that, we exited the room hand in hand. At that moment, I had completely shed my earlier shyness and restraint. The dining table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, creatures from the sky, land, and sea, including ingredients I had never encountered before. At first, I appeared somewhat restrained, but as time passed, my hunger grew increasingly intense. Eventually, I abandoned all inhibitions and devoured my meal voraciously, like a famished specter. After dinner, I accompanied Edian to the courtyard where Grandpa Wang sat leisurely, savoring his tea. Suddenly, the imposing entrance of the grand mansion was forcefully kicked open by a mysterious man clad in a Taoist robe. As though it were a decayed wooden door, he sported a goat-like beard, and his face was marred with unsightly lumps, resembling the cruel marks that time had etched upon him. Beside him stood an exceedingly ugly little boy, diminutive in stature, with hands that resembled desiccated chicken claws, and eyes devoid of any sparkle, as if drained of all vitality. The two burly bodyguards stationed at the entrance, swift and alert, instantly positioned themselves like sentinels before the man with the goat beard and the boy. A flicker of wariness flashed in the guards' eyes as they scrutinized the two figures before them. The goat-bearded man slightly raised his hands, and an inexplicable force surged forth, yanking the two bodyguards toward us with an alarming swiftness, as if they were drawn by an invisible hand. Chapter 8. The nanny strikes. A surge of panic coursed through me, and I yearned to pull Edian away and flee, but it was already too late. Everything transpired too swiftly for any reaction. "Oh no!" I silently exclaimed, helplessly watching as the formidable bodies of the guards hurtled toward us. In that critical moment, a gentle breeze, seemingly from nowhere, swept in, tender as a mother's hand, and caught the two guards, gently placing them upon the ground. Lying there, they gasped for breath, their faces as pale as snow, as if all color had drained from their bodies. Fresh blood still lingered at the corners of their mouths. A gruesome sight. Their bodies lay limp, as though bereft of bones, sprawled on the ground, having lost all ability to resist. Meanwhile, the goat-bearded man and the boy stood silently, their eyes glimmering with a barely perceptible, sinister light, as if they awaited something. A soft voice, reminiscent of a gentle stream, suddenly emerged from behind. "Oh, who is this audacious fool that dares to intrude upon the Wang family with such impudence? My, what a sight to behold, akin to a small knife at the rear. What an eye-opener!" Edian slowly turned around and softly called out, "Nanny." I followed suit, directing my gaze in that direction. To my surprise, the woman was no longer regarding me with her previous cold demeanor. A hint of gentle warmth flickered across her face, though it was fleeting, as if a rare flower blooming for just a moment. Upon hearing this, Edian's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and she immediately felt a wave of shame, wishing to bury her head in the ground, her demeanor resembling that of a child caught in wrongdoing. I stood there, frozen in place, feeling an overwhelming embarrassment, as if my feet might burrow a spacious three-bedroom apartment into the earth. The awkwardness washed over me like a tide, burning fiercely upon my cheeks. Beside us, the exceedingly ugly little boy stomped his feet in frustration, his eyes filled with fury. "Edian is mine. Who is this bumpkin that dares to covet her? Such audacity!" He tugged at the goat-bearded man's clothing, his voice tinged with a whimper. "Father, you must kill that little brat. He dares to compete with me for Edian." The goat-bearded man, however, gazed at the boy with a look of indulgence, his eyes brimming with infinite affection. His rough hand moved slowly over his sparse beard, as if seeking solace for the restless desires within. His gaze, akin to that of a ravenous beast, skimmed over me before locking onto Edian's nanny. As if she had transformed into a captivating masterpiece in his eyes, her bosom rising and falling like majestic peaks, evoking an unmistakable glint of desire within him. His throat involuntarily bobbed, as if trying to contain the salacious thoughts brewing within, and his tongue slipped out, unconsciously licking his dry lips, as if savoring some forbidden taste. Perhaps sensing the goat-bearded man's unusual gaze, the nanny unexpectedly cast a glance at him, one that could stir any man's heart. The allure embedded within her gaze seemed to possess an enchanting power, igniting the goat-bearded man's already fraying composure. Saliva dripped uncontrollably from his mouth, forming a glistening line in the sunlight. He appeared entranced by this sudden temptation. Hastily wiping his mouth with his hand, yet his fingers bore the unmistakable trace of moisture, accompanied by a slurping sound, as if his innermost desires were shamelessly spilling forth. I stood to the side, witnessing this unbearable scene, feeling as though a tumult of ferocious beasts churned within my stomach, the nauseating sensation threatening to consume me. I fought to suppress the urge to vomit, desperately striving to maintain my composure. The little boy, upon witnessing his father's disgraceful demeanor, was overtaken by shock and fury. He vehemently grasped his father's clothing, attempting to pull him back to reality. However, the goat-bearded man, oblivious to his son's turmoil, was crimson with rage, as if his innermost secrets had been exposed. Without a word, he delivered a resounding slap to the boy's face, the sharp crack echoing through the air. The boy's tender cheeks bore the clear imprint of four fin as the yellow talisman traced a peculiar arc through the air. It suddenly ignited into flames, roaring like an enraged fire dragon that instantaneously engulfed the entire space. The young boy, upon witnessing this spectacle, exhibited a fleeting spark of madness in his eyes. He immediately began to chant incoherently at the burning talisman, his words muddled yet brimming with boundless resentment and unwillingness. I stood by, feeling as though I were a spectator to an exceedingly absurd farce, helplessly observing the unfolding events centered around the boy. The nursemaid, noticing the commotion, transformed from her previously serene demeanor into one of grave concern. Like a phantom, she swiftly materialized before the boy, her slender fingers curling slightly, exuding an irresistible force as she attempted to grasp the blazing talisman in a bid to halt its fiery destruction. Yet, the talisman seemed propelled by some mysterious force, burning ever more fiercely until it was consumed entirely in a mere moment. Upon witnessing this, the nursemaid's eyes flashed with a fierce determination. Without uttering a word, she extended her alabaster palm and, with remarkable precision, lightly struck the nape of the boy's neck. In that instant, his eyes widened in terror, as if he beheld the most horrifying sight imaginable. He then rolled his eyes back and collapsed heavily to the ground. Unconscious, the sound echoing like a drumbeat. In a swift motion, the nursemaid darted behind the goat-bearded man, employing the same technique to render him unconscious. After a glance at the goat-bearded man, she turned to me. Wu Hao, instructing, bind them up, and you all must retreat into the house. Regardless of what transpires, do not emerge. Then, with deft expertise, she tossed a shimmering golden rope towards me, which sparkled with countless minuscule runes resembling fine strands of hair. These runes pulsated like living entities under the moonlight, emitting a potent energy that seemed to envelop the air around you. My heart leapt with joy at the sight, and drawing upon the experience I had amassed from watching my father ensnare prey, I swiftly and securely bound the two little rascals together. Yet, feeling a mischievous impulse, I playfully kicked the boy lightly on his rounded backside, relishing in the sight of him jiggling, a mischievous delight blooming within me. Subsequently, I trailed closely behind Grandpa Wong, and we hurriedly took refuge inside the house. The boy, his eyes ablaze with fury, glared at me, as if blaming me for his predicament. Before long, an eerie sensation enveloped the entire house. I distinctly felt the temperature plummet abruptly, as if a cooling button had been pressed. The previously ordinary walls began to frost over as if enchanted, thick layers of frost rapidly forming. This frost sparkled with a crystalline beauty, resembling exquisite artwork, yet it plunged the house into an oppressive chill. The small frame nestled tightly in Grandpa's embrace trembled incessantly, as if it were on the verge of being devoured by the cold. I could not help but lean against the window, eyes wide with trepidation, gazing outside. Though it was the height of summer, snowflakes bizarrely drifted down, swirling in the air like a wintry celebration that ought not to occur. In the courtyard not far away stood a woman draped in a crimson robe, her complexion as pale as a specter that had just emerged from a world of ice and snow. Her eyes radiated an intense chill, as if capable of freezing souls, and her red robe was encrusted with layers of frost. Like a wraith, she extended her slender fingers, pointing directly at the anxious father-son pair in the courtyard. A flicker of wrath and confusion crossing her features. Who dared to assault the Long family and employ that forbidden binding cord? Such an affront demanded a severe reckoning. The nursemaid, witnessing this, instantly shed her previously amiable facade. Standing resolutely in the yard like a statue guarding her clan, her usually gentle gaze now fixed intensely upon the mysterious woman in red, exuding unwavering resolve. How audacious of this uninvited spirit to behave so insolently within my home, she declared, her voice laced with barely concealed ire and disdain. Hearing her words, an indescribable terror surged within me. This seemingly ordinary woman in red was, in fact, a fearsome specter. I vaguely recalled tales from my childhood when Grandpa spoke of spirits. But my youthful mind dismissed them as mere fables. Now, confronted with this horrific scene, a deep-seated dread washed over me, causing my body to shudder involuntarily. This was the first time in my life I had encountered a true ghost, appearing so much like a living person yet exuding an aura of icy malevolence. Chapter 10. The four-tailed white fox. The red-robed specteress eyes flashed with a fierce intensity. Without hesitation, she raised her frost-covered fist and struck with the speed of a released arrow directly toward the nursemaid. The fist, seemingly controlled by some arcane force, was encrusted with glistening frost, as though sculpted from ice. As she unleashed this blow, a wave of terror surged forth, distorting the air around us as if it had been magically altered. The snowflakes, once dancing gracefully, froze in midair, as if time itself had halted. The nursemaid, undaunted, mirrored the action, launching her own fist forward. At first glance, her punch appeared soft and lacking in power, seemingly devoid of any lethality. However, when their fists collided, a thunderous sound erupted, echoing like a clap of thunder through the air. Surprisingly, the nursemaid's seemingly feeble punch concealed an unfathomable strength, akin to a dormant volcano erupting, striking the red-robed specter with tremendous force. The specter staggered back, her face etched with unprecedented shock, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at the nursemaid. Murmuring, "Who are you? How can you possess such profound demonic power?" The nursemaid remained calm, as if the unfolding drama stirred no tempest within her. "I am but an unnamed nobody, of little consequence. Merely an incidental acquisition of some power," she replied with a tone of indifference, as though her display of strength bore little significance. The red-robed spectre's heart brimmed with rage, the humiliation igniting a fire within her that twisted her once beautiful features into a grotesque mask. Each line of her face appeared etched by fury, her delicate features contorted into something monstrous. The crimson robe seemed to pulse with dark energy, transforming into a vibrant, hellish red, as if the flames of the inferno had taken hold. From her mouth, elongated fangs began to emerge, sharp and glistening with an ominous sheen. With a deafening roar that pierced the soul, filled with unrelenting malice and resentment, she lunged viciously at the nursemaid. The nursemaid, though surprised, did not falter. She unleashed another powerful punch, her fist carving an arc through the air as it struck the red-robed spectre. Alas, this blow appeared to have no effect, striking her as if hitting solid stone. The spectre remained unscathed, her frenzy intensifying as she continued her relentless assault on the nursemaid, her eyes ablaze with madness and fury. The once terrifying visage of the spectre now brimmed with ferocity. Driven by an unholy force, her hands gripping the nursemaid's frail arms with the strength of iron, as though intent on shattering them, she delivered a merciless kick to the nursemaid's abdomen, the force behind it formidable enough to shatter stone. The nursemaid, caught off guard, was forced to stagger back, her footing unsteadied. In that fleeting moment, gaping wounds appeared on her pristine arms, icy tendrils seeping from the gashes, as if hell itself had unleashed its chill upon her. The nursemaid gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with pain and fury, yet her composure began to wane as time elapsed. Her body began to swell in an unnatural manner, reminiscent of a balloon on the verge of bursting. Her skin stretched taut. Soon, white fur sprouted across her form, thick and soft, blanketing her skin like a heavy snowfall, starkly contrasting her previous fragile appearance. The woman in the crimson robe stood frozen in place. Her eyes, once brimming with murderous intent, now flickered with a hint of trepidation. That fleeting expression of fear was sufficient to convey the turmoil within her heart. The nurse's body continued to swell, as if a tremendous force were wreaking havoc within her. Ultimately, she transformed into a colossal white-furred fox, its fur as pristine as snow, soft and lustrous, with 4 bushy tails trailing behind, each one robust and powerful. Resembling whips, the sheer size of the creature was comparable to that of a room, its commanding presence overwhelming everything around it. In that moment, I stood by, utterly astonished, my mouth agape as if I could fit an egg inside. My mind swirling in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before my eyes, feeling as though the world I knew was being irrevocably upended. Before me, the 4-tailed fox, born of the nurse's transformation, had tails that danced like ethereal ribbons, entwining the woman in red with a strange yet exquisite rhythm. The binding force was impenetrable, as if it had woven an unyielding net to ensnare the crimson-clad spectre. The tails, tightly interwoven, continued to constrict, as though an invisible power compelled them to subdue the woman completely. The once menacing figure of the red-robed ghost now resembled a bird grasped by the throat, thrashing desperately, her rapid breaths echoing throughout the space. Terror painted her features, her eyes flickering with despair as she stammered, "Please, Lady Fox Immortal, spare my life, I implore you. Show mercy and let me go this once." Yet, amidst the tension, the 4 tails, previously constricting with fierce intent, began to loosen slowly, as if the Lady Fox Immortal had suddenly felt compassion. The red-robed ghost, released from her binds, gasped for breath, her previously taut body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 11. Saving the 4-tailed white fox, her gaze remained filled with profound fear as her legs quaked beneath her, causing her to kneel on the ground, her voice laden with endless gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Fox Immortal, for granting me a reprieve. Your immense kindness I shall forever remember, and should the opportunity arise, I will repay you." Observing this, the nurse nodded slightly, then reverted to her former self, waving her hand dismissively, her tone laced with indifference. "Take your companions and leave at once. Do not ever return here, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind." As she spoke, The rope that had bound the father and son seemed to possess a will of its own, returning to the nurse's side before quietly slipping into her pocket. The red-robed ghost regarded the scene with mixed emotions. Casting a silent glance at the father and son lying on the ground, her eyes betraying a complex sentiment. Then, she gently parted her lips and exhaled towards them. The two, previously unconscious, slowly opened their eyes. Confusion evident within them. Upon seeing the red-robed ghost, they seemed to awaken instantly, pleading, "Sister Qing, swiftly eliminate them and ensure their souls are shattered, never to reincarnate. The enmity between us cannot simply be dismissed." Yet, the red-robed ghost appeared to be entirely oblivious to their words, merely casting a cold glance in their direction, her expression devoid of emotion, before dissipating into a wisp of frost, vanishing from sight. Only the father and son remained, staring blankly in the direction she had departed, their hearts filled with bewilderment and dread. From the air, her voice echoed, "You two incompetent fools, how dare you utter such words? Depart swiftly, or you shall miss your chance." Her words, the father and son, like startled birds, hastily fled, dragging their injured limbs as they limped towards the exit. Each step was excruciating, yet they dared not pause. Hastening out of the courtyard. After their departure, the nurse's eyes glimmered with resolve. She waved her hand gently, and the previously ajar courtyard door slammed shut with a resounding thud. She exhaled a long sigh. Mingled with fatigue and concern, her body collapsing to the ground, as if all strength had been drained from her in that instant, I was consumed by urgency, throwing open the door and rushing outside like an arrow. Upon seeing her crumpled form on the ground, an indescribable anguish surged within me. She cast a slow glance in my direction, her gaze filled with profound weakness and helplessness, before gently closing her eyes and slipping into unconsciousness. As if falling into a deep slumber, Grandpa Wong and Iran, both wearing expressions of anxiety, rushed to the nurse's side. Iran's eyes were red, tears brimming as she clearly had just endured a tumultuous emotional upheaval. Grandpa Wong immediately exhibited the steadiness and decisiveness expected of an elder, instructing two servants to carefully carry the nurse inside, their movements tender and swift, fearing to cause her any pain. Simultaneously, he dispatched someone to urgently seek out Dr. Lin. However, as I hurried into the room, a strange sensation washed over me, and I was astonished to discover something peculiar. On the wall hung a vividly lifelike portrait of a fox, its features exquisitely detailed. As if it might leap off the canvas at any moment, I stared at the painting, an inexplicable familiarity stirring within me, a peculiar sense of warmth enveloping my heart. Strangely, from the moment I entered the room, the fox's eyes had been fixed intently upon me, exuding a mysterious aura that sent shivers down my spine. Just as I stood there, bewildered and at a loss, a servant hurriedly entered, leading a hunched old man. The elderly figure appeared quite advanced in age, his face etched with wrinkles, and his murky eyes glimmering with a hint of cunning. He moved slowly, and upon seeing him, Grandpa Wong quickly approached. "Long time no see. Old Lin, come and see how my little girl is faring." Old Lin ambled forward, each step seeming to tread upon the collective hearts of those present. When he finally reached the nurse's side, his furrowed brow weighed heavily upon us, our hearts rising to our throats in fear of her potential peril. The saying goes, one fears not the laughter of a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but rather the frown of one, a sentiment universally acknowledged. The air was thick with tension, and anxiety filled our hearts. Old Lin slowly approached the nurse, gently grasping her wrist, his touch so delicate it seemed he feared to disturb even a trace of vitality. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently on the pulse within her, his focused demeanor evoking deep respect. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of relief illuminating his expression. "There's still hope." These words rang like a celestial melody, instantly dispelling the gloom that had enveloped us. Without hesitation, Old Lin produced a set of gleaming silver needles from his robe, their sharpness glinting in the sunlight. With expert precision, he began to insert the needles into the nurse's body at a dizzying pace. Before long, her form was adorned with a multitude of needles, creating a mysterious lattice that safeguarded her life. As the needles pierced her skin, her complexion shifted from ashen to a rosy hue, her previously labored breaths gradually stabilizing. Watching this unfold, The weight of anxiety lifted from old Lin's heart. He gently wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a long sigh, exhausted yet content as he settled onto a nearby stool. At this moment, Grandpa Wang sprang into action, loudly instructing the servants to prepare tea and food. Eager to properly host their life-saving benefactor, his tone brimming with gratitude. Seeing the nurse's breathing stabilize, Grandpa Wang's joy was ineffable. He warmly grasped old Lin's hand, leading him out of the tense room, leaving Iran and me to continue our vigil by the nurse's side. Iran's tears flowed unabated, the glistening droplets cascading like pearls, dampening her cheeks. I watched her with a heavy heart, yearning to comfort her yet at a loss for how. I could only hold her hand tightly, gently wiping away her tears. Chapter 12. Awakening. The nurse remained in slumber until dawn, her eyes still tightly shut, showing no sign of awakening. My heart was fraught with anxiety and concern as I kept a watchful vigil by her side, with Iran steadfastly remaining as well, both of us tending to her throughout the lengthy night. Finally, as the sun rose, Iran, weary from the night's trials, succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Her breathing gentle yet indicative of fatigue, as if she had never experienced a moment of restful slumber. Last night, Iran had opened up to me, sharing numerous secrets from the depths of her heart. Through her revelations, I gradually learned of the multitude of stories hidden behind her facade. It turned out that from the moment she entered the world, her destiny was marked by the extraordinary. Her mother had departed on the very day of her birth, leaving her behind. On that fateful day, the sky was illuminated by flashes of lightning, akin to an enraged dragon galloping across the horizon. As 9 bolts of heavenly thunder struck directly upon the roof of her home, the terrifying spectacle remains indelibly etched in Iran's memory. She pondered the inexplicable nature of her recollections surrounding her own birth and the events that transpired. With remarkable clarity, she remembered how her mother, in a selfless act of devotion, sacrificed her own life to shield her from a fatal blow, thus departing from this world. The following day after Iran's birth, a wet nurse arrived at their doorstep. Initially, her grandfather suspected her to be a fraud and unceremoniously dismissed her. However, the wet nurse's unwavering determination compelled her to remain, waiting at their door without food or drink. Her steadfast resolve eventually elicited compassion from Iran's grandfather, leading to her acceptance into the royal household, where she gradually became Iran's surrogate mother. As for her father, he tirelessly traversed the land in pursuit of familial business, yet inadvertently offended individuals from a prominent geomancer clan. Those with ulterior motives ensnared him in a web of sinister traps, ultimately leading to his demise. When Iran recounted these events, her eyes shimmered with a complex array of emotions, a blend of nostalgia for her father and indignation at the injustices of fate. Then there was the pair who visited that evening, a father and son surnamedly, with the father named Guang. The elder was a towering figure, exuding an aura of calm authority, as if he possessed the power to subdue all that existed. His son, Li Tiniu, though young, was diminutive and seemingly drained of vitality. Both hailed from a prestigious geomancer family in the capital. Their purpose was to negotiate a marriage proposal with Iran, a venture they had undertaken numerous times before, each time met with her grandfather's unyielding refusal. To everyone's astonishment, this time they resorted to violence. The wet nurse, typically reclusive, astonishingly intervened for the first time. Iran had come to regard the wet nurse as her own mother, confiding in her joys and sorrows. The wet nurse, in turn, patiently listened and provided comforting explanations, akin to the warm sun in winter that soothed Iran's tender heart. Days ago, Iran's grandfather had thoroughly briefed the wet nurse about the situation, igniting Iran's worries for several days as she struggled to find sleep at night. From the very first moment she laid eyes on me upon my arrival, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if reuniting with a long-lost kin, a sensation that brought her solace during her restless nights. At that moment, listening to Iran's ethereal breathing, I sat quietly beside her, unable to contain my tears, which cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. I gently reached out to caress her peaceful face, savoring her warmth and tranquility. My heart brimming with emotion, I vowed silently to protect Iran at all costs, ensuring she would never endure harm again, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Suddenly, the wet nurse's frail hand, resembling a withered branch, stirred slightly from its state of unconsciousness. Iran, who had been anxiously leaning at the bedside, was jolted as if struck by lightning, rising abruptly from her chair. Instinctively, she rubbed her weary, reddened eyes, and her gaze sparkled with unrestrained concern and anxiety. She hastily grasped the wet nurse's icy hand. At that moment, the wet nurse's long-closed eyes fluttered open as if awakened by the gentle warmth of spring sunlight, revealing a gaze filled with complexity as she fixed her eyes upon Iran's anxious face, tears streaming down her haggard cheeks. Those tears, warm and poignant, fell onto the pillow. With the last remnants of her strength, she laboriously lifted her seemingly leaden hand, trembling as she caressed Iran's slightly gaunt cheek. Her voice barely a whisper. "Child, do not worry. The wet nurse is fine." Iran's eyes glistened with crystalline tears, as pure and radiant as dewdrops upon morning leaves. She rose slowly and bestowed a tender, heartfelt kiss upon the wet nurse's weathered forehead. Then, her voice tinged with urgency and anxiety, she called to me, "Quick, fetch Elder Lin to examine the wet nurse's health again." Hearing this, my heart raced with trepidation, and I dashed towards the door as if propelled by a gust of wind. Navigating through the long corridor, I entered the spacious parlor, where Grandfather Wang and Elder Lin leisurely sat upon ancient stools. Savoring steaming cups of tea, upon noticing my hurried entrance, Grandfather Wang paused momentarily before gesturing for me to sit. After a brief hesitation, my heart waged a battle of courage, and I finally mustered the strength to speak. "Grandfather Wang, the wet nurse has awakened. You must come see her." And no sooner had I uttered these words than both Grandfather Wang and Elder Lin sprang to their feet, their movements swift as arrows loosed from a bow. Hastening towards the wet nurse's chamber, upon entering, Elder Lin was met with the astonishing sight of the once unconscious figure now conscious, his expression shifting from disbelief to a blend of astonishment, curiosity, and concern. He hesitated not long, approaching the bed with a trembling hand to take the wet nurse's pulse, his face immediately betraying his astonishment. In all my years of practice, I have never encountered someone with such a unique constitution. Chapter 13. The first encounter with the madman. Elder Lin's heart surged with an uncontrollable excitement, akin to a raging fire within his breast, artfully suppressed to maintain the tranquility of the moment. Satisfied with the wet nurse's stable condition, he stooped to bid farewell to Grandfather Wang before departing the royal residence. For several days, Iran was tethered by an invisible thread, her heart perpetually concerned for the wet nurse's well-being. Thus neglecting her studies, she remained devotedly by the wet nurse's side, meticulously attending to her every need, serving tea, wiping her brow, and tending to all manner of details with unwavering care, driven solely by the desire for the wet nurse's swift recovery. The wet nurse's recovery was nothing short of miraculous. Within a few short days, she regained her usual vitality, her complexion gradually returning to a rosy hue. After all, she was of a mystical lineage, possessing an enigmatic strength and unique constitution that allowed her to heal at an extraordinary rate. The once frail body now radiated vitality, as if it had never known the torment of illness. Observing the wet nurse's gradual recovery, Grandfather Wang felt a swell of joy, well aware of her significance to Iran. He earnestly urged Iran to accompany me to school, assuring her that arrangements had been made, including seating us together. This seemingly casual gesture was laden with Grandfather Wang's affection and hopes, a wish for us to support one another and grow together in our educational journey. As I first crossed the threshold of the school, an exhilarating sense of novelty enveloped me, akin to Lu Lao Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden. Surrounded by unfamiliar yet fascinating sights, I gazed around in wonder, scrutinizing every object in the classroom and every facility in the courtyard. Iran, ever the attentive guide, maintained a cheerful demeanor, patiently introducing me to the school's rules, faculty, classmates, and the distinct characteristics of various subjects, her voice a soothing melody that gradually eased my anxiety and shyness, allowing me to immerse myself in this new chapter of learning. Nearly a month into my stay at the Wang residence, one day, sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting brilliant patches of light upon the path home from school. Iran and I walked side by side, animatedly discussing the day's amusing events. Suddenly, a figure emerged ahead. An old madman. He was a lecherous figure, leering at my female classmates with an unsettling gaze, a disheveled old man who seemed both mad and lascivious. His tattered garments bore the marks of countless years, having long lost their former splendor. His hair was a wild tangle, resembling a bird's nest, swaying in the breeze. Witnessing this sight stirred an indescribable feeling within me. A sense that this man was more than just blind. Perhaps there was an element of madness about him. Yet, Iran remained unfazed, her composure unwavering as she gently tugged at my sleeve, signaling me not to fear. Before leading me onward, we attempted to hasten our departure, but the blind man obstructed our path, scrutinizing us with his profound gaze. Summoning the protective instincts inherent in a man, I straightened my posture in front of Iran, feeling a surge of confidence as I imagined how striking I must appear in her eyes. A glance at Iran revealed admiration on her face, as if she were silently expressing her awe at my bravery. Turning back, I noticed the madman pointing his gnarled stick at us. Instinctively, I reached for Iran's hand, preparing to flee, for who would engage in conflict with a blind man? Even if we were to suffer blows, it would be in vain, and calling for help would yield no results. I tugged Iran's hand, urging her to retreat, yet it felt as if a weight bore down upon me, rendering my body immobile. As we were frozen in place, the old lunatic chuckled at the two of us and remarked, "You truly are a pair of golden boys and jade maidens. What a pity, though. The man is unworthy, doomed to be a short-lived ghost once he marries." My heart surged with fury. How dare he say he is unworthy? What does he know? No wonder he is a madman. I found myself helpless in the face of this old fool, who approached us with a wicked grin plastered on his face. I was still so frightened that I could have cried. There was no way to escape. I could only watch as he drew nearer, scrutinizing me from top to bottom. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped my wrist. His expression shifted, revealing shock, as he muttered, "Truly, heaven has sent a remarkable talent. Such a fortunate encounter for me to meet the child of destiny in my lifetime. What joy! Ha ha!" The old lunatic laughed heartily, his whole body quivering with excitement. The gnarled black wooden staff he carried thumping against the ground with a resounding thud, drawing the attention of our classmates, who watched us from a distance. "Old lunatic, let go of my student, or I shall call the police." Our homeroom teacher rushed over in a flurry. Upon reaching us, he gasped for breath, asking, "Wu Hao, are you both unharmed?" We chorused in reply, "Teacher, we are fine." The homeroom teacher, maintaining his composure, reached into his pants pocket and after a brief fumble, produced his somewhat outdated mobile phone. Without hesitation, he swiftly pressed a series of numbers and dialed a number. At that moment, the old lunatic's face broke into a peculiar smile, as if he hid some secret within his eyes. Yet, despite the smile on his lips, his feet told a different story as he hastily departed, seemingly eager to avoid any trouble. Meanwhile, our teacher remained unfazed by the old man's exit and dialed another number. This time, the call was almost instantly answered, and the familiar, warm voice of Grandpa Wong came through the receiver. The teacher promptly and succinctly explained the current situation to Grandpa Wong, his tone urgent yet orderly as time ticked by, filled with anxious anticipation. A pristine white luxury car gradually came into view. Elegant in its design, it glided towards us like a noble white swan, finally coming to a steady stop beside me, and he ran. The driver swiftly opened the door, then jogged to the back. Respectfully pulling open the door, Grandpa Wong emerged from the vehicle, his kind face radiating warmth. Before I could react, he enveloped both Iran and me in a tight embrace, his broad, strong hands gently stroking our backs as if to soothe our inner fears and anxieties, offering us boundless comfort. Once we had calmed down somewhat, we climbed into the car, and as we rolled down the window, we waved goodbye to our teacher. Through the window, I caught sight of my classmates' envious glances as we drove away. Upon arriving at the Wong residence, Grandpa Wong instructed the butler to prepare a lavish feast, and Iran and I indulged heartily. Chapter 14. A dream encounter. After our satisfying meal, Iran and I ambled back to our respective rooms to tackle the day's homework. Iran, renowned as the top student in our class, tackled her assignments with remarkable ease. Before long, she breezed into my room, declaring her intent to supervise my homework, which filled me with trepidation. Prior to her arrival, I had not been idle. I had been exuberantly showcasing my artistic talents on the pages of my textbook. One moment I was sketching a fearsome machine gun in the hands of a character, and the next I adorned them with a gleaming, formidable blade, thoroughly engrossed in my play. Suddenly, I heard soft footsteps at the door, sending a jolt of panic through me. I hastily closed my textbook and feigned deep concentration. Iran quietly entered, her crystal-clear eyes scrutinizing me for a moment before she gently asked, "Wu Hao, are you struggling with this problem? No worries, I can help you." She then approached my side, bent down, and picked up a pen, patiently explaining the problem. Meanwhile, I sat there like a wooden puppet, mechanically nodding my head while my mind was utterly blank, completely unaware of my own thoughts. It was rather embarrassing. Whenever class began, I felt as if a slumbering bug had possessed me, my eyelids drooping, my head growing heavier, almost wishing to collapse into a deep slumber. Yet, the moment the bell rang for dismissal, I sprang to life, invigorated as if I had been electrified. On a sunny afternoon, both Iran and I found ourselves rather bored, so we decided to venture to the park to pass the time. After entering a cozy little CAF, we each ordered a cup of our favorite milk tea and began to wander aimlessly through the park. That moment, the park was sparsely populated, exuding an unusual tranquility. As we turned a corner, a familiar figure caught my eye. It was that eccentric old lunatic once more. The last time we encountered him, his mad ramblings had instilled fear in us, and this time, without a second thought, we turned and fled. Fortunately, we did not hear the sound of his footsteps pursuing us. However, as we ran desperately, a peculiar sensation began to creep over me. The surroundings fell silent. Even the bird songs vanished without a trace. Strangely, I could distinctly hear the old lunatic's voice echoing from a distance. "Hey, wait up, young man. I have a few words to share with you." This sudden proclamation sent chills down my spine, and I found myself frozen in place, as if my legs were nailed to the ground. Seeing me stop, Iran anxiously urged, "Wu Hao, run. The old lunatic is about to catch up." She tugged at my hand, trying to pull me away from this terrifying place. Yet, at that moment, it felt as though I had lost control of my body. I stood there, dazed, utterly unwilling to budge. As the seconds ticked by, the old lunatic drew ever closer, yet I remained unresponsive. In desperation, Iran stepped in front of me, her body trembling slightly but her determination unwavering as she kept her gaze fixed on the advancing figure. At last, the old lunatic reached us, leisurely grooming his disheveled beard before fixing his murky eyes upon me. He slowly spoke, "The moon is bright, and the stars are few. We shall meet again in dreams tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly raised his arm, his hand resembling a withered branch, devoid of life. He gently placed that hand upon my shoulder, as if a leaf had quietly drifted down. After a moment, he slightly hunched over, his step slow and heavy as he turned and began to walk away. His figure gradually receded until he completely vanished from our sight. Iran and I returned to the Wang residence, and after dinner, we joined Grandpa Wang in the courtyard for a while. The night sky was dotted with stars, and a gentle breeze caressed our faces, bringing a refreshing chill. After chatting with Grandpa Wang for a bit, we each retreated to our rooms to prepare for bed. As I lay on the soft, comfortable bed, sleep eluded me. The old lunatic's words from the afternoon echoed in my mind, and I pondered their meaning, yet remained perplexed. Thus, I tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. After an indeterminate time, a wave of drowsiness washed over me, and my consciousness began to blur. In a hazy state, I found myself in a tranquil forest, surrounded by lush trees, the cheerful songs of birds filling the air, and a crystal-clear stream flowing gently by. I followed the winding path ahead and soon spotted a small hut built of thatch. The structure appeared somewhat dilapidated, and weeds thrived around it. Driven by curiosity, I quickened my pace towards the hut. As I reached the entrance, I gently pushed the slightly weathered wooden door open. The interior was dim, filled with a faint musty odor. Upon closer inspection, I noticed the furnishings were exceedingly simple, consisting of a rough wooden table and two equally humble stools. Just as I was surveying my surroundings, I suddenly caught sight of a familiar silhouette standing in the corner, facing away from me. I pondered, why does this figure seem so familiar? Yet, no matter how hard I tried to recall, I could not immediately recognize the individual. At that moment, the figure slowly turned around. In an instant, I was startled to my core, nearly screaming in fright. It turned out that this elderly man was none other than the old lunatic I had encountered during the day. At this moment, he appeared haggard, and his eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light. I was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of terror, yearning to turn and flee. Yet, no matter how fervently I struggled, my body seemed to betray me. As though ensnared by an immobilizing spell, leaving me rooted to the spot, helplessly watching the old madman approach me step by step. The old madman, now devoid of his usual disheveled appearance, walked towards me. His hair elegantly gathered with a hairpin, his face impeccably clean. Chapter 15. Refusal. Clad in a robe as white as snow, he appeared ethereal, his stature regal, resembling a celestial being transcending the mundane world. However, as my gaze fell upon him, I was rendered speechless, an indescribable bewilderment swelling within me. This seemingly extraordinary old madman was, at that moment, scratching his foot with his left hand while his right hand shamelessly excavated his nostrils. The juxtaposition of such an indecorous act against his previously lofty and refined persona was jarring and repulsive. In an instant, my stomach churned violently, and bile surged upward, threatening to expel the meager dinner I had managed to consume that evening. Perhaps sensing my extreme discomfort, the old madman finally ceased his repugnant actions. He then nonchalantly extended his recently dirted hand, beckoning me to sit on the rickety stool opposite him, suppressing my inner dread and revulsion. I gritted my teeth, mustered my courage, and cautiously maneuvered my leaden body, slowly taking a seat. As I settled down, I felt two piercing gazes, sharp as swords, fixated on me. I lacked the courage to meet those terrifying eyes and hastily lowered my head, not daring to breathe audibly. Simultaneously, an overwhelming fear caused my body to tremble involuntarily, reminiscent of leaves quaking in an autumn breeze. Suddenly, the old madman rose, pacing heavily around the dust-laden wooden table. He kept his lips tightly sealed, not uttering a word, and the room fell into a suffocating silence, punctuated only by the sound of his footsteps. As seconds dragged on, the oppressive atmosphere threatened to suffocate me. Finally, unable to contain myself any longer, I summoned my courage and stammered, "Old madman, what do you seek from me?" His lithe form abruptly halted, as if struck by an immobilizing spell. He slowly turned to face me, a knowing smile gracing his lips. His penetrating gaze seemingly capable of seeing right through me. "Young one, would you care to become my disciple?" His voice, tinged with a mix of mockery and anticipation, echoed in the vast emptiness. Faced with his unexpected proposition, I resolutely shook my head, firmly declining. The old madman appeared momentarily taken aback by my reaction, before exhaling a soft sigh, disappointment flickering in his eyes. "Do you know how many individuals chase after me like a shadow, weeping and pleading to be accepted as my apprentices? Their adoration for me flows like an unending river. Follow me in cultivating the Tao and nurturing one's spirit not only enhances one's own cultivation, but also allows one to uphold righteousness and safeguard the peace of the world. Such a rare opportunity lies before you, and yet you fail to appreciate it," the old madman earnestly implored, attempting to sway my decision. However, regardless of his persuasion, I remained steadfast, resolutely shaking my head and replying, "I am unwilling." Upon witnessing my unwavering stance, the old madman's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a shadowy scowl. His previously amiable demeanor transformed into one of stern severity, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Instilling a sense of dread, with a grim expression, he pointed a finger directly at my head, mercilessly rebuking, "You ungrateful wretch, a true epitome of taking up space without contributing. If you are so obstinate, then be gone, and take your leave as far as you can." With that, the old madman trembled with rage, his chest heaving violently, akin to a bellows in relentless motion. Suddenly, he raised his right foot and stomped forcefully to the ground. With a resounding crash, the hard stone beneath him shattered into a cloud of dust. I jolted awake from this nightmare, drenched in cold sweat, as if I had just emerged from water, gasping for breath. My heart raced, and it took me a while to regain my composure. Once I steadied myself, I instinctively turned to glance out the window, where I beheld the sun ascendant, casting its golden rays across the land. A warm beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating my face, and that warmth felt like a gentle spring breeze, instantly dispelling the chill that had enveloped me. As I reveled in this rare warmth, my spirits gradually lifted. Yet at that moment, a cacophony of irate shouts erupted from the thatched hut. "Damnable wretch, how dare you reject me?" The voice, thunderous and ear-splitting, belonged to the irascible old madman. As he raged, he snorted disdainfully, crossing his legs and settling himself firmly on the ground. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, drawing in air as if he were a whale gulping water, continuously replenishing himself. Following that, he slowly raised his hands, methodically circulating the energy he had just absorbed. With each gesture, the surrounding air seemed to shimmer with subtle fluctuations. Time ticked by, and after what felt like half an hour, the old madman finally opened his eyes. A smirk played on his lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction, and then he snapped his fingers with a crisp sound. In an instant, a woman clad in a flowing white gown appeared beside him. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful, her delicate features reminiscent of a blossoming peach, her white dress billowing gently, accentuating her graceful form and alluring curves that drew the eye. The old madman's eyes gleamed mischievously as he leered at the maiden, his expression laden with unspoken intentions. The girl, already shy, blushed profusely at his antics, her cheeks resembling ripe apples, evoking a sense of tenderness. At that moment, she began to shed her garments, revealing her flawless, snow-white skin, which seemed to glimmer with an enchanting sheen. Yet, amidst such a tantalizing spectacle, the old madman maintained his composure, though the corner of his mouth quivered ever so slightly. He then languidly licked his dry lips, muttering incantations under his breath. Chapter 16. Brewing Medicine. After reciting the arcane incantation, the old madman exhaled a long breath, as if relieved of a great burden. His murky yet piercing eyes shot a fierce glare at the ethereal maiden beside him. His tone irritable. Linger, come here and massage my feet. I really wonder what nonsense occupies your mind all day. Hearing his call, Linger paused momentarily but swiftly approached him. With her delicate, jade-like hands, she gently began to knead his feet. The old madman reclined in his chair, a look of contentment washing over his face, his eyes half closed, betraying a trace of drowsiness. As time slipped by, the tranquil thatched hut soon resonated with the rhythmic sounds of his slumber. The old madman had fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep. Linger, noticing this, gently shook her arms, which had grown weary, and stood quietly beside the old man, her gaze tenderly fixed on the seemingly mad yet profoundly enigmatic elder. As the sun climbed higher, nearing midday, the old madman abruptly stretched languidly in his sleep, then slowly opened his eyes, stretching his stiff limbs from remaining in one position for too long. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he leaned closer to Linger, whispering a few words to her. No sooner had he spoken than Linger's figure transformed into a flash of white light, vanishing without a trace. After her departure, the old madman ambled over to the wardrobe beside the bed. Rummaging through it until he procured a tattered, patched-up garment, he donned the ragged clothing haphazardly, then vigorously ruffled his disheveled hair, which resembled a bird's nest. In the blink of an eye, the old man, who had just appeared somewhat ethereal, reverted to the disheveled image of a beggar. Moreover, seemingly unsatisfied, he retrieved a grimy stick from a corner behind the door, clutching it contentedly before stepping out of the thatched hut with a leisurely gait. I sat side by side with Iran on that weathered wooden bench, our hands clasped together tightly. Sunlight cascaded upon us, illuminating Iran's face, which radiated with a blissful smile, as vibrant and captivating as blossoms in the spring. Yet, at that moment, my gaze appeared somewhat vacant, as if I had lost my focus entirely. My thoughts surged like untamed wild horses, relentlessly galloping through my mind, replaying the scenes from the previous night in vivid detail. Even though Iran stood quietly before me, softly calling my name, I remained oblivious to her presence, wholly immersed in my reverie. Wu Hao, what on earth are you thinking? Iran asked, her brow slightly furrowed, gazing at my lifeless countenance with concern and confusion. She gently shook my arm, attempting to draw me back to the realm of reality. Gradually, I returned to myself, meeting her worried eyes. A warm current surged through my heart, filling me with immense comfort. A faint smile crept onto my lips as I softly replied, Iran, it's really nothing significant. Just a few questions I can't seem to figure out at the moment. However, Iran gazed at me with incredulity, as if witnessing the most astonishing event on earth, exclaiming in surprise, Oh my! My Hauer is actually starting to study earnestly. Come, don't fret. Sister will teach you right away. With that, she beamed and took my hand, leading me toward my room. Once inside, Iran found a comfortable spot to settle and began patiently explaining the challenging problems to me. Her voice was soft and melodious, each word resonating like a dancing note. Clearly reaching my ears, I feigned deep concentration, nodding and furrowing my brow intermittently, striving to keep up with her train of thought. Time slipped away unnoticed in this exchange of questions and answers. And before I realized it, the afternoon had swiftly passed, as night fell, enveloping the world in silence. I lay quietly in bed, my thoughts swirling chaotically, unable to find slumber. For some reason, an unsettling feeling of being watched lingered over me, as if a pair of mysterious eyes were fixated on me from outside the window. Unable to resist, I rose to open the window, yet all I found was an expanse of darkness and the occasional whisper of a breeze, no sign of any presence. This unsettling feeling had persisted for several days, leaving me restless and listless. The lack of sleep had left dark circles under my eyes, and whether in class or out, I was perpetually yawning, teetering on the verge of slumber. Iran quickly noticed my unusual demeanor. Concerned that I might be unwell, she frequently turned to glance my way during class, her eyes filled with worry. That evening, after much insistence from Iran, we headed to the nearby hospital together. After a brief examination, the doctor reassured us that there was nothing serious, merely advising me to rest more and prescribing a few herbal remedies to help restore my health. Dragging my weary body through the door, I was greeted by Iran, who rushed toward me like a jubilant little bird. She hastily set down her backpack, barely pausing to change her shoes before darting into the kitchen. The sound of clattering echoed from the kitchen, and without a doubt, Iran was diligently preparing a medicinal soup for me. As time ticked by, a rich aroma of herbs began to fill the air. Soon after, Iran emerged, carefully holding a steaming bowl of medicine. She tiptoed to my side and gently placed the bowl on the table. Then, with a small spoon in hand, she scooped up a spoonful of the dark liquid, blowing softly on it to ensure it wouldn't burn me. Once it had cooled slightly, she tenderly brought the spoon to my lips, softly saying, "Here, open your mouth, be careful. It's hot." One spoonful after another. Iran patiently and meticulously fed me the entire bowl of medicine. For reasons unknown, the once bitter concoction now tasted less unpleasant, even revealing a hint of sweetness that spread through my heart. Perhaps this was the sweetness that love is meant to embody. After administering the medicine, Iran thoughtfully tucked me in, gently reminding me, "You must rest well, and try to recover quickly." With that, she quietly closed the door behind her as she left the room. However, it wasn't long before the door swung open abruptly, and Iran rushed back in like a gust of wind. This time, she held a delicate teacup in her hand. She hurried to my bedside, offering me the cup with a look of concern, as if urging me to drink. Bewildered, I accepted the cup and slowly lifted the lid, only to be astounded by the sight within. Various nourishing ingredients steeped in the cup. There were vibrant red goji berries, robust ginseng, and the cup was nearly overflowing. Gazing at this luxurious concoction, my face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing I could disappear into a crack in the ground. I lowered my head, stammering, Where did you learn to make these?" Iran, noticing my astonishment, blushed as well, speaking softly, "I learned it from my grandfather, a few years ago, while accompanying him to the hospital. He encountered a Taoist priest. The priest immediately recognized my grandfather's chronic ailments and prescribed this remedy. I have a good memory. I remembered it after just one glance. I never expected to use it today." Her initial embarrassment gradually shifted to disappointment. Yet, she timidly inquired, "Wu Hao, don't you like it?" "I'm sorry," I quickly waved my hands, assuring her, "Not at all. Every single thing you've given me is something I truly cherish." Upon hearing this, her previously disappointed expression blossomed into a radiant smile, as lovely as a blooming flower. She joyfully skipped out of the room, resembling a cheerful little bird. I lifted the cup of warm water Iran had prepared for me and took a small sip. To my surprise, the water was exceedingly sweet, almost cloyingly so. Nevertheless, I steeled myself and drank it all. After all, it was a heartfelt gesture from her. As night fell, I felt as if a fierce flame burned within me. An unbearable heat died in desperation. I dashed into the bathroom, turning on the cold tap, allowing the icy water to cascade over me. However, to my dismay, this remedy yielded no effect. Instead, my body reacted in defiance, resolutely refusing to relent throughout the night. Just hours earlier, I had been boastful, shamelessly flaunting my vitality, yet now I was acutely aware of the bitter taste of love. I couldn't help but curse silently, wondering which unreliable Taoist had brought such tribulation upon me. Just then, far off in the park, a hunched old man ambled leisurely. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous sneeze, his body jolting as if he might topple over. He took a deep drag from the cigarette in his hand, muttering to himself, "Which blind fool dares to insult me behind my back? Humph, I shall teach you a lesson soon enough." I'll draw a circle to curse you before he could finish. He waved his dark stick in the air, and a faintly glowing golden circle materialized before swiftly vanishing into the ground. The so-called old man seemed utterly at ease after completing his antics, strolling leisurely along the winding paths of the park, as if the world held no relevance to him. Meanwhile, when I awoke that morning, I found myself utterly drained, as if all my strength had been sapped away. Even the simple act of getting out of bed felt like an insurmountable challenge. When I finally gathered the courage to move my legs, I suddenly felt them give way beneath me, and I fell forward uncontrollably. After a struggle, I managed to stand, but I was panting heavily, sweat beads dotting my forehead. I was astonished, for just moments before, I had been brimming with vitality, seemingly full of boundless energy. Yet now, I felt like a frail patient on the brink of collapse. The entire day unfolded as a series of misfortunes. Just moments after stepping outside, I stumbled and fell clumsily. Then, while in the restroom, I embarrassingly experienced a split stream, and to top it off, a bird unexpectedly dropped its droppings right on my head. Even drinking water felt uncomfortable, as if something was lodged between my teeth. Meanwhile, the old madman wandered back to his dilapidated, thatched cottage. Upon entering, he casually found a stool to sit on, then pulled out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, skillfully placing it at the corner of his mouth. Almost immediately, he extended his bony fingers, gently rubbing them together, and, astonishingly, the cigarette ignited. The old madman took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled a perfectly round smoke ring as he indulged in the swirling clouds. He murmured incantations under his breath, his hands continuously forming intricate gestures. Suddenly, he shouted out a word of release, and with a sway of his body, he collapsed onto the stool, closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. Strangely, after the old madman completed this series of actions, I felt an overwhelming pressure that had weighed upon me like a mountain vanish without a trace. At that moment, I felt as if I had shed an immense burden, my entire being filled with an unparalleled lightness. Thus, I dragged my weary body back to bed, softly humming an unknown melody, and before I knew it, I had slipped into a sweet dream. When the first rays of dawn's light streamed through the window and kissed my face, I awoke languidly that I felt as if I had been cleansed by a pure spring. My spirits lifted to the utmost, for that night of deep slumber had granted me unparalleled comfort. I stretched my arms wide, yawned deeply, and then, like a lazy kitten, I leisurely emerged from the warm cocoon of my blankets. After gently moving my somewhat stiff body, I rose to freshen up. Once I had completed my morning rituals, I wandered to the front of the house, gently leaning against the window to peek inside. To my astonishment, the interior was utterly deserted. The areas that should have housed tables, chairs, and beds appeared particularly desolate. With a heart full of confusion, I turned and made my way to the kitchen. Along the way, my steps unconsciously quickened, as I secretly hoped to see familiar figures there. However, upon entering the kitchen, I found it equally empty, devoid of any presence. At that moment, an ominous premonition began to seep into my heart. It was well known that the Wang household, usually bustling with life, was now eerily silent. This was decidedly abnormal. Chapter 18. The accident undeterred, I hurried to Grandpa Wang's room, instinctively reaching out to push open the door. Yet, what met my gaze was still an empty room. Even Grandpa Wang's beloved recliner stood lonely in the corner. My heart raced, and I felt beads of sweat forming on my brow. Without a moment's hesitation, I turned and dashed towards the wet nurse's room. But once again, disappointment awaited me. She was not there. At this point, all hope had been extinguished, and the unsettling premonition intensified, overwhelming me like a surging tide. Just then, I sensed that my stomach, which had been growling with hunger, abruptly quieted, as if it too had sensed the strange atmosphere surrounding me. Finally, in a daze, I slowly made my way to the entrance of the Wong residence, plopping down on the cold stone steps, my vacant gaze fixated on the vehicles passing by on the road. My mind swirling with countless thoughts, emotions intricately tangled, I furrowed my brow, pondering deeply, yet my mind remained shrouded in a thick fog, devoid of clarity or answers. Time ticked away, and before I knew it, noon had arrived. The sun bathed me in warmth, yet it could not dispel the gloom lingering in my heart. At that moment, I continued to sit alone at the grand and imposing entrance of the Wong residence, my gaze fixated on the horizon, longing for a familiar silhouette to appear. However, fate seemed to delight in playing cruel tricks, as what I awaited was not the familiar faces, but two police cars. Their lights flashing, racing towards me. Accompanied by the shrill sound of screeching brakes, one of the police cars came to a steady halt before the entrance of the Wong residence. I stared wide-eyed, transfixed by the vehicle as the doors swung open, revealing two young police officers, one male and one female, both tall and stern in demeanor. As they exited the car, they immediately noticed me sitting alone at the entrance. The female officer took the initiative, striding towards me, each step laden with gravity. When she finally stood before me, she let out a gentle sigh, expressing an air of helplessness. Sigh. She lowered her gaze to my still somewhat youthful face, her eyes betraying a flicker of compassion. Subsequently, she reached out, tenderly ruffling my hair, and asked in a serious tone, "Little brother, do you have any other relatives at home?" I shook my head in confusion, my voice trembling as I replied, "No, sister. They all vanished after I woke up this morning." I then lifted my gaze, bravely meeting the female officer's eyes, and pressed, "Sister, do you know something? If you do, please tell me." Despite the turmoil churning within me, I forced myself to maintain a facade of strength, taking a deep breath as I stated, "No matter what has happened, I can bear it." In truth, the moment the two officers appeared, a nagging sense of foreboding had begun to brew within me. Yet, I gritted my teeth, desperately holding back the tears that threatened to spill. The female officer gently patted my shoulder, her beautiful, resolute eyes reddening, tears glistening in the corners. She quivered as she spoke, "Little brother, it's truly unfortunate. They all met with a terrible accident." She hesitated momentarily, as if reluctant to continue, but after a brief pause, she pressed on. "However, there is one little girl receiving emergency treatment in the hospital. Unfortunately, her condition is extremely critical, and her vital signs have been unstable. The doctors fear she may not last much longer." Upon hearing this news, my heart clenched painfully, tears uncontrollably welling in my eyes. I gazed pleadingly at the female officer, imploring, "Sister, please, can you take me to see that little girl? Even just a glimpse would suffice." The officer, unable to contain her own surging emotions upon witnessing my pitiful state, let the tears cascade down her cheeks like a flood breaking through a dam. She sobbed as she reached out, gently lifting me into the police yard. At that moment, the male officer had already settled firmly into the driver's seat, his foot pressing heavily on the accelerator, causing the car to emit a deep, powerful rumble. Then, with a commanding voice, he released the brake, and the police car surged forward like a wild stallion, its front end lifting high. With sirens blaring and lights flashing, all private vehicles hastily yielded to make way. What would ordinarily take an hour to traverse was accomplished in a mere 15 minutes, thanks to the officer's desperate haste. We arrived at the hospital, and I trudged towards the entrance, each step feeling as though I were bearing an immense weight, my legs heavy as if filled with lead. The kind and gentle female officer supported me carefully, guiding me toward the heart-wrenching entrance of the intensive care unit. When I finally stood at the window, the sight that met my gaze was of a figure still lying quietly on the hospital bed, surrounded by an array of complex medical instruments. The cold tubes and flickering data evoked a profound fear within me. The rhythmic beeping of the machines echoed, resembling the slow approach of death itself. A group of doctors surrounded the bed, their expressions grave as they busily tended to their work with urgent precision. At that moment, the emotions I had long suppressed surged forth like a flood. Uncontrollable, I opened my mouth and wept aloud, my heart-wrenching cries reverberating through the silent corridor, lingering in the air. The female officer, witnessing this, quickly enveloped me in her arms, her warm hands gently stroking my back, murmuring soothing words in an attempt to ease my anguish. Yet my thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the time spent in the Wong residence. Scenes flashed through my mind, our laughter echoing in the courtyard, the satisfaction on our faces as we savored delicious meals, and the trusting glances exchanged as we confided in one another. All these beautiful memories now felt like daggers piercing my soul, intensifying my sorrow. Chapter 19. Kanji. I could not ascertain how long I had been crying, only that my eyes had grown dry and painful, the tears seemingly exhausted. I trembled as I extended my right hand, gently wiping away the remnants of tears from my cheeks, then lifted my head, a newfound determination gleaming in my eyes. I struggled to free myself from the female officer's embrace, turning once more to look into the ward. At that moment, I suddenly noticed a single crystalline tear glistening at the corner of her eye. In an instant, my heart twisted in agony, a profound sense of helplessness washing over me. Yet I understood that I could not afford to be weak any longer. So I silently prayed to the divine, hoping that she would remain safe and recover swiftly. I stood silently before the tightly shut door of the intensive care unit, resembling a sculpture, my legs trembling slightly from the prolonged stillness. There were no benches available for respite, and in desperation, I resorted to half-squatting, pressing my back against the cold wall for some semblance of support. That moment, the gentle and kind policewoman squatted beside me, silently accompanying me, offering a flicker of warmth and solace through her unspoken concern. Just then, the male officer who had been keeping vigil with us quietly departed, seemingly unnoticed. After a considerable interval, he reappeared before us, holding 2 steaming boxes of food. He hurriedly approached the policewoman and gently extended one of the boxes towards her. She quickly reached out, accepting it with steady hands. Subsequently, she cautiously opened one of the boxes and delicately offered it to me, softly inquiring, "Little brother, would you like to eat something?" However, in response to her kindness, I slowly shook my head and replied quietly, "Sister, I truly am not hungry. Please, you enjoy it." With that, I lowered my head once more, my gaze fixated on the floor. Upon hearing my reply, the policewoman appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and thanked me. Instead of immediately beginning her meal, she continued to gaze at me, her eyes filled with compassion and tenderness. For reasons unknown, her beautiful eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, which swirled in their sockets, seemingly poised to spill over at any moment. Just as this solemn atmosphere deepened, a sudden loud thud echoed through the air. The door of the intensive care unit was abruptly thrust open from within. Moments later, 2 doctors clad in white coats emerged briskly, their faces betraying an unmistakable weariness. I focused intently and recognized one of them as the venerable Lin, who had previously labored to save the nurse. Lin glanced at me swiftly, then sighed deeply, slowly articulating, "Howard, rest assured, she has escaped danger. She is out of peril." And no sooner had he spoken than he seemed unable to contain the torrent of emotions within. Swiftly turning away from me, raising a hand to wipe away the tears that had begun to flow, he walked away slowly. Upon hearing that everything was all right, the weight that had been pressing heavily upon my heart began to lift slightly, the oppressive emotions that had nearly overwhelmed me gradually easing into a more manageable state. Feeling a sense of relief, I waved vigorously at the gentle and kind policewoman, then turned and dashed out of the hospital like a gust of wind. In the midst of my sprint, I called out loudly, "Sister, please be sure to take care of Iran. Wait for me. I will return shortly." I exerted every ounce of strength, racing breathlessly to Wong Fu. Upon entering, I rushed to the kitchen, my hands flailing as I began to prepare millet porridge for Iran. Concerned about her weakness and need for nourishment, I carefully selected some red dates and longan to add. This was my first experience cooking, and although my movements were clumsy and unpracticed, my heart was filled with genuine care for Iran. However, things did not unfold as smoothly as I had envisioned. Time and again, I attempted to cook the porridge, yet each effort ended in failure. Either I added too much water, rendering the porridge excessively thin, or I mismanaged the heat, burning the bottom of the pot. Yet I did not succumb to despair. I persevered, repeating the same steps over and over. Ultimately, after a lengthy period of trial and error, I triumphantly produced a pot of fragrant, suitably thick millet porridge. Overcome with joy, I eagerly took a spoonful to taste, and to my delight, I found it quite palatable. At that moment, I scarcely noticed my disheveled appearance. My hair was a tangled mess, my face smeared with dust, and my clothing stained. But none of that mattered. My only thought was to deliver the warm porridge to Iran. With a hasty swipe of my hand across my face, I tucked the food container securely under my arm and sprinted back to the hospital. Upon my return, I discovered that Iran had been moved from the intensive care unit to a general ward. The kind policewoman was quietly seated by her bedside, gently and meticulously wiping the remnants of blood from Iran's pale cheek with a soft towel. I gently pushed open the door and stepped into the room. The policewoman, focused on caring for Iran, noticed my entrance and looked up. Her gaze immediately fell upon the bulging container in my arms. And with curiosity, she asked, "Little brother, what do you have there? May I take a look?" I carefully retrieved the container I had been holding close to my chest, at which point the policewoman's previously somber expression transformed into one of deep envy. I approached the bedside with heavy steps, casting a heartfelt glance at the unconscious Iran, then gently placed the container on the table beside the bed. I extended my hand, tenderly caressing Iran's pale and cold little hand. And my eyes instantly filled with tears, cascading down like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Witnessing this, the policewoman quickly stepped forward, bending slightly to gently wipe away the tears streaming from my eyes, softly reassuring me, "Child, do not be too sorrowful. Iran will recover. Come, sit down and rest for a while." With that, she guided me to a nearby chair. Chapter 20. The half-hearted truth. I sat silently on the chair, my gaze hollow and expressionless, fixed upon the kind and gentle policewoman. However, she regarded me with a look filled with concern and tenderness, as if wishing to impart warmth and strength through her silent gaze. Suddenly, I seemed to awaken from my stupor, rising abruptly and seizing the food container from the table, unhesitatingly lifting the lid, then scooped a steaming bowl of porridge from within and turned to present it to the policewoman. Initially, she shook her head repeatedly, insisting she was not hungry and urging me to save it for Iran. Yet, I remained resolute, persistently insisting that she accept my gesture. Ultimately, the policewoman could not withstand my insistence and reluctantly accepted the bowl of porridge, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. Observing this, I quickly handed her a spoon, signaling her to eat while it was still warm. The policewoman glanced at me gratefully before slowly savoring the porridge in small bites, perhaps truly famished, as she made soft, smacking sounds with each mouthful. This scene stirred a pang of sadness within me, for I realized that the policewoman had not eaten anything throughout the day while caring for us and protecting Iran. When she finally finished the bowl of porridge, I swiftly reached for the empty bowl, hurrying to the sink to wash it meticulously until it was spotless. Upon returning to the ward, I found that the policewoman had already departed, leaving behind a note that read, "Little brother, I have urgent matters to attend to and must leave. I will come to see you once I am done." I quietly sat by Iran's bedside, my gaze fixed on her tranquil form. Filled with reflection and reminiscence, I began to murmur about the joyful moments we had shared during our time together. From the shyness and curiosity of our first encounter to the laughter and playful banter that followed as we grew closer. From strolling hand in hand along the park paths, admiring the beautiful blossoms, to sitting side by side on a mountaintop, gazing down at the twinkling city lights. Each fleeting moment replayed in my mind like scenes from a film, and as I spoke, I became increasingly engrossed, as if transported back to those cherished times. Unbeknownst to me, fatigue gradually washed over me, my voice dwindling until I succumbed to a deep slumber in my dreams. I faintly sensed a gentle hand brushing against my face, a touch both unfamiliar and familiar. I jolted awake, my heart racing. When I opened my eyes, I was overjoyed to discover that Iran had awakened. Her tender little hands caressing my cheek, in that instant, joy surged through me like a tidal wave, and I could not help but weep tears of happiness. I quickly extended my arms, carefully embracing Iran, who nestled into my embrace, sobbing as if she had found the warmest sanctuary. Her tears cascaded down like a flood, quickly soaking my collar, yet I paid no mind, continually patting her back gently, comforting this fragile little angel. After a considerable time, Iran's sobs began to subside, and she looked up, her eyes filled with worry and fear, weakly asking, "Wu, how are Grandpa and the others?" Upon hearing this, my throat felt as though it were constricted, rendering me voiceless. After much effort to collect myself, I hoarsely replied, "Iran, Grandpa, and the others." Before I could finish, Iran lost control of her emotions once more. bursting into tears, gazing upon her, still so sorrowful and despondent. My heart felt as though it were pierced by a multitude of needles. Throbbing with unbearable pain, I could only incessantly wipe away the tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Hoping to offer her a modicum of solace, at that moment, a sudden and urgent knocking resounded at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The unexpected sound startled both myself and Iran, who had been steeped in grief. I turned my head towards the entrance and beheld the very police officer who had been handling the case standing outside. She waved at me, signaling me to step out, gently reassuring Iran. I rose slowly to my feet and walked towards the door with a heavy heart. As I reached the threshold, I hesitated for a brief moment, longing to cast one last glance back into the room. But ultimately, I extended my hand and closed the door. Just then, the kind-hearted police officer approached, gently taking hold of my hand and guiding me to a nearby long bench, indicating for me to sit down. Once I was settled, she regarded me with eyes filled with concern and compassion, softly saying, "Dear brother, after our thorough investigation, we have ascertained the cause of the unfortunate accident that befell your grandfather and the others. It turns out that the detestable driver was under the influence of alcohol when he took to the road, resulting in this grievous calamity. Such news is truly heart-wrenching, however. The deceased are gone, and the living must carry on. I hope you can find the strength to emerge from this sorrow. If you encounter any difficulties or require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek out your sister." With that, she produced a neatly folded piece of paper from her pocket, inscribed with a string of phone numbers, and carefully handed it to me. I silently accepted the note, clenching it tightly in my palm. At that moment, my gaze became vacant, staring blankly ahead as my mind replayed the officer's words, unable to regain my composure. Observing my state, the compassionate officer reached out, gently caressing my cheek, and soothingly advised, "Do not be too disheartened, dear brother. Remember to visit the police station in a few days to complete the necessary formalities." As her words faded, she gradually rose, a hint of sadness gracing her expression before she turned and glided away, her footsteps fading down the long corridor. Watching her retreating figure, a torrent of complex emotions surged within me. After a moment of introspection, I drew a deep breath, slowly rising, and pushed open the hospital room door. Upon entering, I found Iran quietly seated on the hospital bed, tears streaming down her face like pearls unstrung. Her swollen eyes fixated on the television screen, which displayed a detailed report on the accident, outlining its causes and the casualties involved. Chapter 21. The funeral. Under my gentle reassurances, Iran's trembling form gradually relaxed, her breathing becoming steady and deep, ultimately drifting into slumber. Observing her peaceful repose, I sighed softly and quietly made my way to the window. Outside, the moonlight shone as white as snow, casting a serene glow over the earth, resembling a silken veil draped across the world. I gazed dreamily at the luminous orb, my mind racing with the recent events that had transpired. Yet, despite my fervent contemplation, I could not unearth any valuable clues or insights to unravel the enigma before me. Reluctantly, I abandoned my futile musings and returned to Iran's side, nestling beside her and closing my eyes. Gradually surrendering to sleep, to my relief, Iran's recovery progressed swiftly. Within just a few days, the doctor informed us that we could proceed with the discharge formalities. Elated, I took Iran's hand and led her out of the hospital towards Wangfu. As we pushed open the grand gates, a chilling sense of desolation enveloped us. Within the expansive courtyard, weeds thrived, painting a picture of neglect. However, after enduring such trials and tribulations, Iran seemed to have grown considerably stronger. No longer did she weep ceaselessly, but rather began to accept the harsh reality and strive to adapt to her new circumstances. By afternoon, Iran and I made our way to the police station to retrieve the bodies of the unfortunate victims. Throughout our journey, the benevolent police officer escorted us with utmost care, ensuring our safe arrival at the Wang residence. Upon our return, we wasted no time in preparing for Grandpa Wang's funeral. Though it was a simple and unadorned ceremony, a host of kind-hearted neighbors flocked to offer their assistance. Some helped arrange the memorial hall, while others lent a hand with various tasks. Sorrowful tears adorned every face. After several days of diligent yet mournful efforts, we finally laid Grandpa Wang to rest. As I gazed upon the old home, once filled with warm memories, a longing surged within me to return there with Iran. After all, It was a place where we had shared joyous moments with Grandpa, perhaps offering Iran a semblance of comfort. Yet, reason dictated otherwise. I understood that for Iran's future, remaining in this bustling metropolis would provide greater opportunities. Nevertheless, the thought of two 10-year-old children navigating life alone amidst the throngs and chaos of the city was daunting beyond measure. As the saying goes, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. The following day, as Iran and I returned home from school, the sight before us left us utterly astonished. The courtyard gates stood wide open, and upon entering, we were met with the imposing presence of dozens of burly men. They stood in rigid formation, each clutching a stout club, their faces contorted into menacing grimaces as they fixated on us. In response to this alarming scene, I instinctively shielded Iran behind me, my legs trembling as I cautiously advanced. It was then that I noticed two figures seated in the center of the courtyard, a man and a child. Upon closer inspection, I recognized them as none other than the notorious Li Guang and his son, Li Tiniu. They wore triumphant expressions, their smug demeanor eliciting a sense of revulsion. Li Guang bellowed, "Ha ha! Wang family's little brats, I bring you unfortunate news. This Wang Fu now belongs to the Li family. If you know what's good for you, gather your worthless belongings and scram." Following his proclamation, Li Tiniu joined in with a cacophony of mocking laughter. I retorted vehemently, "You're talking nonsense. This place belongs to Iran, so why don't you take your arrogance elsewhere?" After uttering my protest, I pressed the note from the kind police officer into Iran's hand. Gesturing for her to call, however, just as she retrieved her phone, Li Guang flicked his middle finger, sending the device crashing to the ground. In that instant, two hulking figures lunged forward like ravenous wolves. Without a moment's hesitation, they raised their clubs, mercilessly swinging them down towards Iran. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, I acted without a second thought, launching myself toward Iran and shielding her with my frail body. A resounding thud echoed as one of the clubs struck me with tremendous force, akin to a mountain collapsing. In that moment, an agonizing wave of pain enveloped me, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing my heart. A scorching heat surged in my throat, followed by a torrent of blood erupting from my mouth, splattering onto the cold ground in gruesome crimson BL continuing. My lips seemed to be enchanted, moving of their own accord as they pressed against her once more. In that moment, I resembled a parched soul discovering a long-sought oasis, eagerly drawing forth the crimson nectar that flowed from her wound. My visage a portrait of rapture and contentment. Chapter 22. The enigma before me stood a brawny figure, brandishing a hefty club, its descent accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that struck my body with ferocity. Yet, astonishingly, this seemingly fearsome blow felt little more than a mere tickle, inflicting no pain whatsoever. Instead, an odd sense of comfort enveloped me. A smirk graced my lips as I murmured softly, "Is that all you've got? Haven't you had your fill today?" Upon hearing my words, the two initially menacing giants froze, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at me. The clubs they wielded seemed to lose their heft, falling helplessly to the ground with a dull thud. Meanwhile, the woman in my embrace remained as pale as a ghost, her fragile form teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, I continued to greedily savor her blood. Drawing it from her lips, she, however, offered no resistance, simply gazing at me with a faint smile that resembled the gentle bloom of flowers in spring. Though I was acutely aware that if I persisted, she would surely perish, my body had long since slipped beyond my control, the insatiable desire in my mind roaring like a ferocious beast, wreaking havoc till last, summoning the last vestiges of my will. I clenched my teeth and bit down fiercely on my tongue. In that instant, a searing pain shot through me, causing my tongue to retract sharply. Simultaneously, the woman I held seemed to sense my shift. Her once upright neck softened, and she fell backward like a kite severed from its string. At that moment, my eyes blazed crimson, my mouth filled with the metallic sweetness of blood, my consciousness began to fade, and my breaths quickened, each gasp accompanied by a guttural roar from deep within. "You shall all perish. None shall escape." Dark energy swirled around me, and I felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through my being, as if it were poised to rupture my very form, tearing me asunder. Yet, alongside this intoxicating strength came waves of excruciating pain. as though countless razor-sharp blades were mercilessly slicing through my flesh and bones. Despite the agony, I pressed forward with a reckless abandon, striding towards the two hulking figures who stood petrified in fear. Drawing a deep breath, I swung my right arm with tremendous force, my fist launching forth like a cannonball. To my astonishment, this seemingly insignificant fist was enveloped in a thick shroud of dark energy, exuding a chilling aura as my fist collided with the burly man. A resounding thud echoed, and his body bent as if struck by a mighty hammer. Flying backward with astonishing speed, the other giant, witnessing this incredible spectacle, an adolescent effortlessly sending a formidable warrior soaring, was engulfed by an indescribable dread. In a state of utter panic, he lost all control over his body. At some point, an unidentifiable liquid gushed forth from his pant legs like a breached dam. The pungent stench permeated the air, invading my nostrils and prompting a wave of nausea to wash over me. Despite my revulsion, I forced myself to approach the terrified man, who shouted in a frantic plea, "Monster! Run!" Yet, his body remained rooted in place, paralyzed by fear, legs trembling as if afflicted by some strange ailment. Finally, I stood before the giant, who gazed up at me with terror and disbelief, my face contorted with rage, revealing sharp fangs as my teeth ground together with a menacing crackle, ready to rend him limb from limb. Just as I raised my hand to deliver a resounding slap to this coward, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The giant's eyes rolled back, revealing the whites, and his body slumped forward, collapsing to the ground in a faint. Witnessing this, I shook my head in resignation, casually shaking out my aching hand while muttering, "What a useless wretch. I haven't even begun to play yet." And he's already down. With a disdainful glance at the unconscious figure, I turned and strode away, my eyes burned with intensity as I licked my lips, savoring the anticipation of the chaos to come. "Now, it's your turn," I declared, relishing the prospect of the impending mayhem. I laughed heartily, moving slowly, my gaze predatory as I fixed it upon them. Except for Li Guang and his son, the rest of the gathered crowd appeared pallid. Their lips pressed tightly together as they fought to suppress the terror churning within. Their hands gripped the flimsy clubs, their only lifeline. All eyes, as if magnetically drawn, were fixed on me, the creature that seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell. Trembling with fear, Li Guang's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Ah, so you are a deranged fiend. I shall enact justice today and eradicate your wickedness. I, Li Guang, have lived honorably, and I shall not tolerate even a grain of sand in my eyes." With that, he whirled around, commanding those beside him, "What are you waiting for? Charge! Slay this monster." Yet, unexpectedly, despite his command, the others remained paralyzed, like lifeless statues, offering no response. Their gazes darted nervously, avoiding mine, terrified of becoming the next target. Some attempted to feign calmness by whistling, while others fumbled with their phones, pretending to be on a call, absurdly failing to even unlock the screens. Chapter 23. An itchy back. I observed all of this with keen eyes. And as I beheld these once arrogant figures now reduced to quivering wretches, a wave of contempt surged within me. At that moment, I was utterly consumed by a tide of murderous intent. My reason eclipsed. I cared not for their cowardice. Anyone who dared obstruct my path was doomed. Without hesitation, I charged into the throng. My fists flew like a tempest, each strike imbued with boundless strength and fury. These pitiful souls crumbled beneath my blows, akin to fragile straw figures, collapsing without resistance. The courtyard echoed with their anguished cries, a symphony of terror that sent chills down the spine, and of course, a few foolish souls attempted to fight back. But their efforts were laughably futile against me. Those who dared to strike at me were left battered and bruised, their suffering a gruesome sight. As the battle raged on, my fists became a bloody mess, crimson droplets cascading from my fingers to pool on the ground, forming a gruesome puddle. Yet, even amid this carnage, I pressed on, relentless in my pursuit of destruction. Having dealt with the throngs surrounding me, my next target was Li Guang and his son. I extended my tongue, slowly licking the blood from my hands, the metallic scent filling the air. Li Guang's gaze was as fierce as a ravenous wolf. Yet devoid of any fear, he swiftly unsheathed a dagger from his waist, charging at me like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, The blade gleamed with a deadly light, carving gruesome gashes across my body, blood spilling forth. Yet, I felt no pain, as if my nerves had been severed, allowing the wounds to bleed freely without a shred of discomfort. My thoughts were consumed by a singular drive, to fight with every ounce of strength I possessed. Thus, I rained down blows upon Li Guang like a torrential storm. Regrettably, none of my wild punches managed to land on him. Gradually, I sensed that my punching power was waning little by little, and the speed of my strikes was becoming increasingly sluggish. Simultaneously, the intense murderous intent within my heart began to diminish as well, and my previously muddled consciousness slowly started to clarify. Nevertheless, even in such a state, I refused to retreat even a single step. I gritted my teeth and pressed forward against the razor-sharp blade, continuing my desperate struggle with Li Guang. In the blink of an eye, several deep and shallow knife wounds appeared on my body, these scars crisscrossing and nearly covering me entirely. Witnessing this scene, a triumphant expression blossomed on Li Guang's face. "Humph, so this is all you are capable of. Today, I shall slay you here to prevent any future troubles, lest you seek vengeance upon me in days to come." With that, a mocking smile danced in his eyes, and he suddenly thrust the dagger in his hand forward, piercing it straight into my abdomen. As the blade sank into my flesh, a searing pain coursed through my body, and blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain. My complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and I felt myself teetering on the brink of collapse. Finally, my consciousness could no longer endure. Everything faded to black, and my body crumpled to the ground. When I awoke, I found myself lying in a dilapidated room that felt oddly familiar. Struggling to my feet, I fought through my weakness and slowly made my way to the door. Outside, a little girl was busy in the vegetable garden with a small shovel. In the courtyard, an old man reclined in a chair. It was the old madman. Startled, I exclaimed, and both he and the little girl turned to look at me. The girl's face came into full view, revealing none other than Wang Iran. I clenched my teeth, beads of sweat rolling down my forehead. Yet I persevered against the excruciating pain that felt as if it could tear me apart. Stumbling towards Iran, last, like a puddle of mud, I fell into her warm, gentle embrace. Just then, a hoarse yet resonant voice suddenly echoed from behind me. "Oh, you little rascal, so preoccupied with your wife that you've forgotten your benefactor who saved your life." The words were laced with palpable disappointment. Upon hearing this, my face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. And even the usually gentle and gracious Iran could not help but blush. We both felt as if we had been electrocuted, hastily pulling away from each other, standing awkwardly apart. Regaining my composure, I quickly turned to face the old madman, bowing deeply as I respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue. I am eternally grateful. Had it not been for your assistance, I would have surely perished today." My eyes were filled with reverence. The old madman, seeing this, chuckled and waved me closer. Thus, I hurriedly approached him and squatted down, gazing at him with confusion. In his hand, he held a worn-out fan, rhythmically waving it up and down. Meanwhile, his other hand was incessantly picking at something on his foot, occasionally bringing his fingers to his nose to sniff. Witnessing this scene made my stomach churn, nearly prompting me to vomit. However, despite my overwhelming discomfort, I managed to suppress my reaction. The old madman continued to leisurely wave the fan, and a refreshing breeze swept past my ears. Strangely, this breeze carried a faint, alluring fragrance that lifted my spirits. As the gentle wind persisted, my previously tumultuous body began to regain its calm. Not only that, but I could distinctly feel soft currents of energy gliding through my body like ethereal serpents. The weakness that had plagued me moments ago was replaced by a surge of newfound strength. I slowly stood up, stretching my somewhat stiff limbs, attempting to alleviate the peculiar sensations coursing through me. Yet, regardless of my movements, that strange feeling lingered, particularly on my back, which itched intolerably, as if countless tiny insects were crawling and biting at my skin. I even felt something burrowing beneath my flesh. Chapter 24. The black Qilin. I kept shrugging my shoulders, hoping to ease the relentless itch, but this minuscule action proved utterly ineffective against the unbearable sensation. With no other choice, I extended my right hand awkwardly towards my back, exerting all my strength to scratch. Even as I broke the skin and drew blood, the maddening itch showed no signs of abating. That moment, both Iran and the old madman, who had been quietly observing, seemed to sense something amiss and turned in unison to look at me. Iran hurriedly approached my side, concern etched on her face as she asked, "Wu Hao, what's wrong?" At that moment, I had no time for anything else. My hand still frantically clawing at the unbearably itchy area on my back, and I replied urgently, "Iran, I don't know. My back itches terribly, as if some strange thing is hidden inside." Upon hearing this, Iran's expression turned perplexed, and she gently said, "Don't panic. Let me take a look with that." She gestured for me to lift my shirt. I complied, cautiously rolling up my top to reveal my entire back. The moment Iran caught sight of it, she could not help but exclaim, "Heavens! How do you have a tattoo? And it's black?" Upon hearing the word tattoo, I froze, my mind swirling in confusion. I had never gotten a tattoo. What on earth was going on? Filled with questions, I turned to Iran, who was staring wide-eyed at my back, her face a mask of shock and bewilderment. Meanwhile, the old madman, who had been quietly observing, was now visibly shaken. He sprang up from his chair, causing the fan in his hand to drop to the ground. His lips trembled as he muttered, "How is this possible? Ts actually the Black Qilin." My confusion deepened. What tattoo? What Black Qilin? These unfamiliar terms enveloped me in a fog of bewilderment. At that moment, the old madman seemed lost in his own thoughts, murmuring, "I, Zhang Bufan, have waited so many years for the Qilin fate, only to find it is the Black Qilin. Could this be my fate and karma?" Then, he slowly turned to us, beckoning Iran and me to follow him inside. Once we entered the room, he pointed to two rickety benches and softly said, "Come, sit down for a moment. I imagine you both have a myriad of questions on your minds. Let me explain things thoroughly." With that, the old madman took out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket. To my astonishment, he merely rubbed it between two fingers, and the seemingly lifeless cigarette instantly ignited. Iran and I gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what we were witnessing, our mouths agape for a long while. The old madman seemed unfazed by our astonishment, inhaled deeply from the cigarette, and then exhaled, the smoke mingling with his icy words. "Wu Hao, from the very first time I laid eyes on you, I sensed that your fate was exceptionally unique, a rare talent waiting to be shaped." After pausing for a moment, he took another deep drag, his expression growing increasingly grave and sorrowful as he continued. "However, the signs I've witnessed today suggest that if you continue down this path, you may one day bring endless calamities upon the world. Thus, I should have eradicated you here and now while you were still in your cradle. Yet, my conscience would not allow me to slay you, for you are the child of destiny, the Qilin fate. Legend has it that the Qilin fate corresponds to the 5 elements, manifesting in gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, among these many Qilin fates exists a particularly rare and peculiar variant, the Black Qilin. Those who possess this fate often exhibit exceedingly violent temperaments, their actions ruthless and decisive, devoid of mercy. They are easily swayed by external temptations, leading them astray into dark paths. For this reason, such individuals become the public's enemy, and everyone desires to eliminate them swiftly. Just yesterday, in order to protect Iran from harm, you inadvertently awakened the dormant bloodline power within you. Yet, this power is no ordinary gift. It brings not only an enhancement of strength, but also hidden dangers. From this moment forth, each time you awaken this bloodline power, the murderous intent deep within you will escalate, like a raging inferno, consuming your reason and conscience. If this continues, you will inevitably lose control, plunging headlong into a bottomless abyss of darkness. Fortunately, I possess a miraculous method capable of curtailing the occurrence of this predicament, the suppression technique. With this art, I can temporarily subdue the restless power coursing through your veins, rendering it dormant. However, heed this warning. Should those formidable beings from the Tao realm detect any anomaly within you, a dire fate awaits. Henceforth, you must engage in virtuous deeds, accumulate merit, and cultivate your character, striving to restrain the malevolent thoughts within your heart. Should you, in the future, find yourself ensnared by the path of darkness, do not blame me for severing our past ties and personally putting an end to you." The old lunatic spoke with a stern voice, his gaze piercing as 2 bolts of cold lightning directed at my face. Observing his grave expression, my heart tightened, and I quickly turned away. I watched as he muttered incantations, his hands swiftly forming seals. With each motion, radiant golden light surged from his palms, coiling around his arms like ethereal serpents before plunging directly into my back. Strangely, despite this immense power flooding into me, I felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, a warm current flowed through my meridians, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze caressing my skin. At that moment, I suddenly realized that my consciousness could delve deep within my being. There, I vividly beheld the golden light transforming into a majestic golden dragon. It writhed and roared, emanating a dazzling brilliance, fiercely battling the latent black Qilin within me. Chapter 25. The Three Provisions. Initially, the golden dragon appeared to be at a slight disadvantage. Yet I could sense that the black Qilin within me was visibly fatigued after the fierce struggle, with bared fangs and a low growl. The black Qilin lunged at the golden dragon. In response, the golden dragon did not yield. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of blazing dragon flames that instantly enveloped the black Qilin. The black Qilin struggled desperately within the inferno, its surrounding dark aura gradually dissipating under the searing flames. Ultimately, the black Qilin could no longer resist. It slowly succumbed to the ground, emitting a reluctant growl, signifying its submission to the towering golden dragon. The golden dragon, meanwhile, raised its head high, releasing a thunderous roar that proclaimed its supremacy. I felt a refreshing sensation coursing down my back as the once vibrant Qilin mark visibly faded. As if an invisible force were erasing it in mere moments, it vanished without a trace. This juncture, the old lunatic regarded me with a broad smile and inquired, "Wu Hao, do you wish to take me as your master?" His voice carried a hint of expectation. Upon hearing this, I found myself hesitating, contemplating deeply. Just when I was at a loss, my gaze involuntarily shifted to Yiran beside me. She nodded encouragingly, her eyes brimming with support. Fortified by her encouragement, I bit my lip, touched my head, and stammered, "I am willing." The old lunatic's face immediately lit up with joy as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent! In that case, we shall hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow." With that, he plopped down on a nearby stool, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing, entering a state of meditative tranquility. Witnessing this, Yiran eagerly grasped my hand and led me towards the kitchen. Once inside, we busied ourselves preparing a sumptuous meal to celebrate this momentous occasion. However, as both Yiran and I were unaccustomed to cooking, it took considerable effort before we finally managed to concoct 3 dishes and a pot of fragrant rice. Once everything was prepared, we cautiously placed the food on the dining table. At that moment, the old lunatic remained in deep meditation, his eyes still closed. Yiran swiftly gestured for me to awaken him. I approached the old lunatic, my heart racing with uncertainty on how to proceed. Just as I faltered, Yiran quietly leaned in and whispered, "Call him master." Taking a deep breath and summoning my courage, I leaned close to the old lunatic's ear and softly called, "Master, it's time to eat." The old lunatic gradually opened his murky eyes, casting a casual glance in my direction before shifting his gaze to the spread on the table. Upon seeing the dishes, a look of utter disdain flickered across his face. Nevertheless, he refrained from uttering a single complaint, silently lifting a bowl of rice and carelessly scooping a few pieces of vegetable into his mouth, devouring them ravenously. Curiosity piqued, I picked up my chopsticks and sampled a small bite of the dish. The flavor was indescribable. A rich burnt taste mingled with a hint of bitterness flooded my mouth, rendering it nearly inedible, even causing my throat to sting from the pungent flavor. I could hardly fathom how the old lunatic could relish it so thoroughly, unable to endure the peculiar taste any longer. I spat the food from my mouth. However, the old lunatic remained unfazed, continuing to shovel rice into his bowl with increasing enthusiasm, the sounds of his eating echoing around him. Once he had finished devouring the meal, he wiped his greasy hands casually across his mouth and, with a satisfied belch, called out to Yiran and me, "Wu Hao, you and Yiran hurry up and clean this place, then go to bed. Tomorrow morning, we have important matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, I promptly replied, "All right, master, please rest." With that, Yiran and I swiftly began tidying the dining table. Once everything was in order, we both retreated to the adjacent room. Inside, I thoughtfully allowed Iran to take the bed while I intended to make do with a makeshift bedroll beside her. Iran, noticing this, quickly grasped my arm, saying, "Wu Hao, it's so cold outside, and the ground is chilly too. You should come up to the bed and sleep with me. Otherwise, you might catch a cold." In the face of Iran's concern, I resolutely shook my head, refusing, and stated, "No, Iran, there are distinctions between men and women. I am a proper gentleman and must not indulge in such impropriety." Despite Iran's repeated pleas, I remained steadfast in my principles, ultimately leading her to relent and allow me to make a bedroll by the side of the bed. That night seemed to pass in the blink of an eye as I sank into a sweet slumber, sleeping soundly and peacefully. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window and graced my face, I languidly opened my eyes. Oh, my surprise! I found that Iran had risen early and had placed an additional thick quilt over me. I quickly got up, deftly dressed, and meticulously folded the slightly disheveled quilt. Then, I hurried out to the courtyard. From a distance, I spotted Iran smiling and waving at me to come over. In the center of the room sat a figure clad in a purple robe, gently swaying a fan, eyes tightly shut, murmuring incantations. Upon closer inspection, I realized this person was none other than my master, Zhang Bufan. Today, my master appeared markedly different from before. The usual eccentricity that characterized him was absent, replaced by an air of solemnity and gravity. Approaching this revered master with a heart full of reverence, I knelt before him without hesitation. That moment, the old lunatic slowly opened his eyes, surveying me from head to toe before speaking in a deep voice. "Wu Hao, having resolved to take me as your master, I have a few heartfelt words to impart. It is the will of the heavens that I accept you as my disciple. This is destiny and must not be defied. Moreover, your fate is rather unique, so I must establish 3 provisions for you. First, you must never employ the magical arts you learn for nefarious purposes. Second, in your dealings with others, you must understand gratitude and reciprocity, conducting yourself with decorum and propriety, akin to a lamb kneeling to nurse. Third, and most crucially, you must first cultivate your character and then delve into the study of the Tao, while consistently engaging in good deeds and accumulating virtue." Chapter 26. The apprenticeship ceremony. Upon hearing these words, I was momentarily taken aback, yet I nodded without hesitation. The old lunatic then declared, "Excellent. Now we shall commence the apprenticeship ceremony." With that, he gradually closed his all-seeing eyes. Standing beside him, I felt a twinge of nervousness, for this was a momentous occasion in my life, and I had never participated in such a solemn ritual. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to compose myself. Recalling the intricate etiquette taught by my instructors at school, I stammered, "Disciple. Disciple is fortunate to be accepted under Master's guidance. Henceforth, I shall diligently adhere to your teachings, honor my master, and strive to study earnestly, living up to your expectations." As I spoke, my voice trembled slightly, a challenge indeed for a student who consistently ranked among the top 3. Once I finished my bow, I was handed a bowl of tea, which I offered with both hands to the old madman. He accepted it, took a sip, and declared that I was now his disciple. With a smile and a nod, he proclaimed, "Wu Hao, henceforth you shall be my first disciple, Zhang Bufan, making you the eldest brother among us." His words left me feeling somewhat disheartened. What was this about being the eldest brother? I was his only disciple. Who else could I possibly serve in that capacity? Did he expect me to be my own eldest brother? What a splendid role that would be. After the formalities of apprenticeship were concluded, with nothing else to attend to, Iran and I ventured into the courtyard to gather some vegetables, preparing to cook lunch. Suddenly, the old madman appeared beside us, swiftly taking the vegetables from our hands and insisting that we rest while he handled the cooking. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, rivaling that of a 5-star hotel. The old man called me into the kitchen to help serve the dishes. I must admit, his culinary skills were exceptional, rich in color, fragrance, and taste. After our meal, he directed me to wash the dishes while he and Iran lounged in the courtyard, chatting and laughing. This hardly felt like an apprenticeship. It was more akin to employing a child laborer and a caretaker. I could only swallow my grievances in silence, as I hummed a cheerful tune. Content after washing the last dish, I turned to find the old madman had vanished. Iran lay quietly on the old chair, deep in slumber. I approached her gently, careful not to disturb her sweet dreams, and delicately retrieved a soft blanket from the cupboard to cover her petite form. Then, I lay down beside her, listening to the rhythm of her steady breathing. Suddenly, a thunderous snoring erupted from within the house. Echoing incessantly that I furrowed my brow, muttering to myself, "That old rascal has gone inside to sleep, and he sleeps soundly." Truth be told, there were times I yearned to rebel against him, but each time I considered my meager skills. I could only shake my head and sigh. Ah, better not. With my limited abilities, how could I even dare? Thus, amidst the cacophony of snores, I gradually closed my eyes, my consciousness fading into a blur. I know not how long I slumbered. But a clamor soon roused me from my dreams. Blinking in confusion, I saw Iran and the old madman bustling about in the kitchen. Before long, a sumptuous meal was laid out on the table. After hastily finishing my meal, Iran, as usual, assigned me the task of washing the dishes. What could I do? I was the eldest disciple. After all, upon completing my chore and returning to the living room, I found Iran had already dashed off to the next room, engrossed in her studies. Meanwhile, the old madman gestured to me with an air of mystery, beckoning me to follow him into the adjacent room. With curiosity swirling in my mind, I approached. As I entered, he spoke to me with a grave expression. "Disciple, tomorrow morning, I shall take you and Iran down the mountain. You both will return to school. But every night, I will personally impart the ways of the craft to you, though not dare to be lazy, for if you do, I shall not be lenient." After delivering this message, he urged me to rest early to gather strength for the days to come. At dawn the following morning, as the first light broke, the three of us set off down the mountain. Before long, we arrived at the Wang residence. Upon pushing open the heavy door, we were greeted by an empty sight. The vast estate remained eerily quiet. Iran and I swiftly began to assist the old madman in tidying the house, hoping to create a comfortable and warm environment for him to share with us. However, he repeatedly declined our goodwill, insisting, "I am accustomed to a simple life. Residing in this lavish manor feels quite uncomfortable. Why, humble straw hut suits me far better. But rest assured, I shall come every night to teach you. This is not a matter of concern." Before we could protest further, he hurriedly departed, leaving behind a sum of 30,000 yuan, intended for our monthly expenses. Time flew by, and before I knew it, 8 years had slipped through my fingers. The once naive child had grown into a genuine high school student. It is worth noting that my opportunity to attend this prestigious school was entirely due to the mysterious old madman's covert efforts and meticulous arrangements. To my astonishment, Iran and I not only attended the same school but also shared the same class, remaining inseparable desk mates throughout. This twist of fate felt like sheer luck, though the reasons behind it were clear to those in the know. Despite my academic performance being far from commendable, consistently languishing at the bottom of my middle school class, I barely managed to secure second-to-last place upon entering high school. As for the prospect of attending university, I dared not harbor even the slightest hope. In stark contrast, Iran transformed remarkably, blossoming into a radiant young woman and earning the title of the school beauty, unanimously recognized by both students and faculty alike. Furthermore, her academic achievements were outstanding, culminating in her acceptance to the illustrious Kyoto University. As time sped by, we found ourselves at the precipice of graduation. Faced with the impending college entrance examination, I resolutely chose to forego it, a decision that had, in truth, received my master's approval. Given my actual capabilities at the time, participating in the exam would likely yield only disappointment, wasting both time and energy. Shortly after the exams concluded, my usually stern master approached me with a grave demeanor, announcing, "After years of diligent teaching, you have now learned sufficient skills to officially graduate as my disciple." He then revealed that he would soon embark on a journey across the land to admire the beautiful scenery of our homeland. As he prepared to leave, his steps appeared hurried, yet he took a moment to impart 2 crucial pieces of advice. First, with piercing eyes fixed upon me, he solemnly cautioned, "Disciple, the skills you have acquired are a treasure I have bestowed upon you. Do not misuse them for nefarious deeds or actions that defy morality. Should I learn of any such transgressions upon my return, I shall not show mercy." Second, he inhaled deeply and continued, "There is one more thing you must remember. You must earn a total of 10 million within 6 months. This is no trifling amount, and I have granted you ample time to strive for it. 6 months hence, I shall return to assess your progress. Fail to meet this goal, and he paused, letting a chilling silence linger. His eyes narrowing ominously, stunned. I stood frozen in disbelief. In my entire life, the most money I had ever encountered was the modest sum of 5,000 yuan the old madman allocated monthly for Iran and me. The weight of his demand bore down on me, and I could only manage a wry smile, exclaiming, "Master, you truly put me in a difficult position. I have never even glimpsed what 10,000 yuan looks like, let alone 1,000,000. Surely, you jest." Yet, the old man paid no heed to my complaints, his head drooping with disinterest as he suddenly raised it, his cloudy eyes widening in fury. "You little brat, do you think I jest with you? If you fail to amass that 10 million in 6 months, I will personally sever your tendons and cast you out as my disciple." His voice thundered, shaking the very walls of the room. Faced with such a stern warning, I panicked, hastily pleading, "Oh no, master, please don't. Even if I had a mountain of courage, I would never dare defy your orders. But 10 million is an insurmountable figure. Even if I attempted to rob a bank, I doubt I could gather that sum. That is of no concern to me. You must achieve this goal, regardless of the means," he retorted, completely unfazed, as he absent-mindedly picked at his nose with one hand while the other scratched his foot. With a casual flick, he sent a clump of dark, sticky dirt flying from between his toes, as if it were a bullet. Immediately following this, he carelessly wiped his hands on the tattered garment, then leisurely rose to his feet, muttering, "It is time for me to take my leave. As for the remaining matters, you shall handle them on your own. If you fail, I shall not be lenient with you." "Young one," I stood there, watching his retreating figure, as a sudden surge of rebellious impulse welled up within me, leading me to silently curse, "You better get as far away as possible and, ideally, never let me see you again in this lifetime." Just then, as the old madman stepped over the threshold, he suddenly seemed to recall something, and without hesitation, tossed a dark cloth bag in my direction. The bag appeared to be quite full, though its contents were a mystery to me. Swiftly, I caught the black bag and gestured for Iran to come over to see what treasures it contained. With great caution, Iran opened the bag and gasped in astonishment. Inside, there are actually 3 shimmering talismans and a total of 5,000 yuan. However, when I turned around with elation to ask the old madman for more money, I found that he had already vanished without a trace, leaving no shadow behind. Iran, with a worried expression, turned to me and said, "Even with this 5,000 yuan, it will only last us for at most 3 months. Moreover, what about my tuition for next semester? Earning 1,000,000 in 6 months is an impossible task. And the meager amount left for myself is hardly sufficient for survival. Most importantly, Iran's tuition and living expenses are at stake. I could endure hunger for 3 days, but Iran cannot, as the saying goes. A poor upbringing for a son, a wealthy upbringing for a daughter. Furthermore, I am to be Iran's future husband, bearing the responsibilities that come with that role, devotedly caring for her and cherishing her for a lifetime." Thus, Iran and I began to meticulously plan every expenditure in our daily lives. After careful calculations, we discovered that even if we lived frugally, our current savings would barely sustain us for 2 months. Coincidentally, after these 2 months, Iran would be facing the start of the school term. The absence of any income for tuition and living expenses is the source of my distress. Reflecting on the past few years, numerous renowned tycoons had sought my master's assistance with various challenging matters. Yet, most of the time, these requests were met with my master's firm refusals. Although outsiders perceived him as eccentric and disheveled, those wealthy individuals treated him with the utmost respect, flattering him in every possible way. Even when my master made it clear that he was unwilling to assist, visitors would continuously arrive. Each time they paid a visit, they would bring lavish gifts, including expensive cigarettes and fine wines, yet my master could hardly be bothered to glance at them. The gifts accumulated to such an extent that my master himself could not recall the exact number he had received. Iran and I would often take advantage of my master's inattention to discreetly pilfer some of the finest wines and spirits to sell for cash. Truth be told, there were still numerous exquisite wines hidden deep within the cellar. I genuinely wished to sell them all immediately to alleviate our pressing financial predicament. Alas, just before the old man departed, he had secretly cast a spell. Otherwise, I could have sold everything without hesitation, even if it meant enduring a little pain myself. With my current meager abilities, Breaking such a spell would be an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 28. Class reunion, however, in recent years, the number of people seeking my master's counsel gradually dwindled, to the point where months would pass without a single visitor. When my master left, he told me, in 3 days, Yang Wei will host a graduation banquet and has cordially invited all his classmates to attend. To be honest, I was not particularly eager to go to this banquet, as my relationship with Yang Wei could be likened to that of rivals in love. There was a certain animosity between us. Nevertheless, under Iran's persistent persuasion, I ultimately decided to attend, for we had shared our school days together. Speaking of Yang Wei, his name might seem ordinary, perhaps even leading to some unfavorable assumptions about his character. However, in truth, he is a well-known wealthy heir at our school. It is said that the grand sports field was donated and constructed by his father. Consequently, the teachers at our school treated him with special regard. Even the principal often showed him favoritism. Once, he had a fierce altercation with a fellow student, initiating the conflict himself and even breaking the student's arm. Yet, the final announcement from the school was astonishing. It was that the other student faced expulsion. Since that incident, classmates have kept their distance from Yang Wei, eager to avoid any trouble. Yang Wei's academic performance is on par with mine, but he has been infatuated with Iran since childhood. However, Iran has never reciprocated his feelings, often treating him with indifference. Were it not for the bond of classmates, Iran might not even spare Yang Wei a glance. Time flies, and 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, Iran and I made our way to the illustrious and opulent Qingfeng Pavilion. The most luxurious hotel in the capital. It is reputed that those without assets exceeding tens of millions would not even dare to step foot through its doors. Surprisingly, this hotel belongs to Yang Wei's family. Upon our arrival, we noticed that the road in front of the hotel was lined with an array of high-end luxury vehicles, glamorous Rolls-Royces, stylish Ferraris, and more. A dazzling display that left one awestruck. Two impeccably polite doormen stood at the entrance, beaming with smiles and repeatedly exclaiming, "Welcome!" Their obsequious demeanor was almost disarming. Just as Iran and I prepared to enter the hotel, the 2 doormen abruptly blocked our path like ferocious hounds, barking, "You 2 ignorant beggars, get out of here! Today is our young master's graduation banquet, and people like you are not welcome to intrude." Hearing such insulting words nearly caused my blood to boil in a fit of rage. I took Iran's hand and turned to leave this wretched place. I had no desire to remain. Gripping Iran's hand, I turned to walk away, but just then, 2 crisp slaps echoed behind us. Smack, smack. The familiar voice followed. "You 2 fools, she is to be your future young mistress." Yang Wei exclaimed angrily. Yang Wei bit his lip, muttering under his breath, "How did Wu Hao end up here? I certainly didn't invite him. This complicates things. How am I supposed to win Iran over with him around?" Although Yang Wei's voice was low, I caught every word clearly. My expression darkened, and I thought to myself, what on earth is Yang Wei scheming? Beside me, Iran evidently sensed my agitation. She furrowed her brows and pinched me hard in the side, whispering in my ear, "What are you thinking?" The sudden pain made me wince, almost letting out a C or wide at a T that moment. Yang Wei approached us with a facade of cheerfulness, quickly running over and smiling at Iran. "Oh dear, Iran, why haven't you explained? This is all just a misunderstanding." After a brief pause, Yang Wei waved to a nearby servant, beckoning him over. When the servant approached, Yang Wei quietly instructed, "Quickly, take this young lady to the banquet hall." However, Iran firmly shook her head, insisting she would not leave without me. Faced with this situation, Yang Wei sighed in resignation and nodded in agreement, leading us both upstairs. Upon finally reaching the banquet hall, we found it filled to capacity with guests. Yet amidst the crowd, one figure stood out distinctly, a Taoist priest clad in a long green robe. He sat alone at a table, eyes closed in meditation. I curiously glanced in that direction, only to find the Taoist suddenly aware, abruptly opening his eyes and looking straight at me. In that instant, our gazes locked, and I distinctly felt a palpable wave of hostility emanating from him. However, rather than feeling intimidated by his menacing glare, I smiled faintly and casually averted my gaze. This Taoist had evidently reached the late stage of mortal cultivation, his meridians wide enough to effortlessly absorb the free-flowing spiritual energy of the world, transforming it into his own true energy. With his current strength, dealing with me would be a trivial matter, exceedingly simple. Just then, My attention was drawn to a familiar figure in the distance. It was my dear brother. Xiaopeng, energetically waving his arms and beckoning me, clearly desperate to capture my attention. I hurriedly approached Xiaopeng and took a seat beside him, while Yiyuan remained quietly seated on my other side. As soon as I settled down, Xiaopeng lowered his voice and, with a concerned expression, inquired, "Why aren't you participating in the college entrance examination? Even if your results are slightly lacking, at least you could obtain a university diploma. It would serve as a stepping stone when looking for a job in the future." I smiled faintly at his words and replied nonchalantly, "With my abilities, taking the exam would be futile. I would undoubtedly fail. Rather than squander time and energy, it would be far more practical to seek employment and earn some money." Upon hearing this, Xiaopeng sighed in resignation but refrained from saying more. After all, everyone has their own choices and thoughts. Although he felt a tinge of regret, he could not impose his views on me. At that moment, the other classmates were engaged in hushed conversations, whispering about what kind of gift to prepare for Yang Wei. However, the three of us sat quietly in the corner, appearing out of place amidst the lively atmosphere surrounding us. It was understandable. Individuals like us, hailing from humble backgrounds, had neither the spare funds nor the inclination to prepare any gifts, leaving us to sit idly. Nonetheless, although Xiaopeng's family circumstances were not particularly favorable, he diligently pursued his studies and achieved excellent results, matching Yiyuan's academic prowess. Fortuitously, they both managed to gain admission to the same school. This thought provided me with a measure of solace, knowing that should I not be by Yiyuan's side in the future, Xiaopeng would likely look after her. Chapter 29. The sycophant. Just as I was about to converse further with Xiaopeng, the class monitor, Wang Rong, suddenly beckoned to him, signaling for him to swap seats with her. Xiaopeng obediently rose and exchanged places with Wang Rong, who then gracefully settled beside me. Her large, glistening eyes were fixed intently upon me, revealing an unmistakable depth of affection. A faint blush, reminiscent of a ripe apple, adorned her fair cheeks, rendering her quite charming. She lowered her gaze slightly, parted her lips delicately, and spoke softly, "Wu Hao, it has been quite a while. I wonder how you have been lately. Perhaps we could find a time to have a meal together?" Hearing this, my heart sank and I inwardly lamented, "Wang Rong, this is not affection. It feels more like a predicament." Simultaneously, I furtively cast glances at Yiyuan, who was glaring at us, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet Wang Rong seemed entirely oblivious to Yiyuan's wrath. Completely unaware that her actions had incited discontent, she continued to hold my arm gently, playfully shaking it, and sweetly cooed, "Brother Hao, please, I truly have so much I wish to share with you. Besides, I am quite affluent. Anything you desire, I shall procure for you." Unlike certain individuals, who have nothing at that moment, I felt a rush of anxiety as if countless ants were gnawing at my scalp. In a panic, I forcefully extricated myself from Wang Rong's grasp and swiftly moved closer to Yiyuan, stammering, No, as long as I have Yiyuan, that is sufficient." Upon hearing my words, Yiyuan's previously tumultuous emotions began to calm. Though her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Wang Rong, glaring as if they could pierce through her very being, I knew that if it weren't for the numerous onlookers present, Yiyuan's fiery temperament would undoubtedly compel her to confront Wang Rong directly, resulting in a fierce altercation that would leave Wang Rong in utter disarray. Xiaopeng, sensing the escalating tension, realized he needed to intervene and quickly stood up, nervously suggesting to Wang Rong that they switch seats again. However, Wang Rong remained obstinate and refused to comply. In desperation, Xiaopeng leaned closer to her ear and quietly urged, "Why don't you return for now? I'll find a way to persuade Wu Hao. But how things unfold next will depend entirely on your capabilities." Wang Rong nodded slightly, then elegantly raised her right hand to signal an OK gesture before gracefully returning to her original seat. Meanwhile, I was in dire straits. Yiyuan's anger was evidently far from quelled. Suddenly, she reached out with her delicate hand and pinched me sharply at my waist. The sudden pain caused me to involuntarily gasp, though I dared not voice my discomfort. Subsequently, Yiyuan leaned in close, her cherry-red lips brushing against my ear as she hissed, "Wu Hao, just wait until we return. You will be in for a surprise. Do not mistake my usual calm demeanor for weakness. I am no pushover." As soon as she finished speaking, her charming face turned frigid, resembling frost in the depths of winter. Her eyes widened as she glared at me, her gaze seemingly capable of igniting flames. Finally, the highly anticipated banquet commenced, with exquisite dishes being served one after another, filling the table to the brim. Xiaopeng and I could no longer contain our hunger. We disregarded any semblance of decorum and lunged at the food, devouring it voraciously like famished wolves. Our manner of eating could only be described as ravenous, completely oblivious to the curious stares of our peers. Yet, the other students regarded us with strange expressions. As though we were extraterrestrial beings, however, I remained unfazed, continuing to indulge in the delightful feast. At tea that moment, a commotion drew our attention. Yang Wei swaggered in, trailed by a group of robust individuals clad in matching attire. Clearly martial artists. Upon Yang Wei's arrival, the seated students sprang up like springs, their faces adorned with smiles as they fawned over him with exaggerated praise. A torrent of compliments filled the air, and Yang Wei basked in the flattery, laughing heartily. However, when his gaze landed on Xiaopeng and me, his smile vanished, replaced by a sullen expression. Upon noticing Yuan's cold demeanor beside me, his face darkened further. He glared and coldly demanded, "Who is so blind as to provoke my goddess, Yuan?" At this, silence enveloped the room. None dared to respond. Meanwhile, I inwardly cursed, "Your goddess? Truly a quintessential sycophant." Just then, Yuan's gaze shifted towards Wang Rong, who was seated in the corner. Yang Wei, catching on, turned his attention to her as well. The tea that moment. Wang Rong appeared utterly petrified, her complexion as pale as a sheet, trembling uncontrollably, causing the table before her to quiver slightly. Yang Wei approached her with heavy, deliberate steps, and just as he was mere steps away, something unexpected occurred. Wang Rong suddenly collapsed to her knees, as if all strength had drained from her. Her already pallid face turned ghostly, her lips quivering as she repeatedly muttered, I'm sorry, in a voice filled with terror. Yang Wei, however, showed no signs of compassion. With clenched teeth and glaring eyes, he raised his hand, poised to strike Wang Rong's face. The onlooking classmates turned pale with fear, instinctively closing their eyes. Chapter 30. Keep a low profile. The anticipated scream from Wang Rong never came. Instead, a piercing cry erupted from Yang Wei. Everyone opened their eyes in astonishment to find him clutching his right wrist. Groaning in agony, a searing pain radiated from his wrist, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Meanwhile, we all noticed a Taoist priest had appeared beside Yang Wei. Tall and clad in a green robe, his face was gaunt. Yet his eyes were sharp, like two bolts of lightning streaking across the night sky. At tea that moment, his deep-set eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, as if capable of piercing through any veil of obscurity to detect even the slightest movement hidden in the shadows. What had transpired in that fleeting moment was astonishingly swift. It was as if a flash of lightning had illuminated the night, vanishing before anyone could blink, leaving everyone bewildered and stunned. Who possessed such extraordinary skill to thwart Yang Wei's brutal intentions in the blink of an eye? At this moment, I found myself utterly immersed in the delectable delight of roasted duck legs, indulging heartily without a care in the world. I must confess, the aroma of the roasted duck legs was simply irresistible. A single bite revealed its juicy tenderness, with a crispy exterior and succulent interior that provided immense satisfaction to my taste buds. Beside me, the chubby companion was even more exaggerated, engrossed in his meal. His head lowered and not once lifting it, only occasionally casting furtive glances around him. Turning to Yang Wei, he was valiantly suppressing the excruciating pain radiating from his wound, struggling to turn his head. His face contorted in agony as he addressed the old Taoist beside him, asking urgently, Uncle San, did you recognize who attacked us just now? The old Taoist shook his head helplessly, letting out a sigh before responding slowly. Alas, I have no idea. Clearly, he too was at a loss regarding the identity of this mysterious master. At tea that moment, Wang Rong began to regain her composure, emerging from her initial panic and chaos, and casting a hurried glance in my direction before scanning the surroundings in search of the gallant figure who had intervened. Finally, after relishing the last morsel of the fragrant roasted duck meat and letting out a satisfied belch, I leisurely stood up, casually wiping my greasy hands, and boldly declared, It was I who did it. You ruffians, how dare you bully a weaker woman? Is this how a man should behave? If you have the guts, come forward and have a go at me. At that instant, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. as though they had witnessed something utterly astonishing. Yang Wei's face darkened as he gestured to the bodyguards beside him to charge at me without delay. However, in the face of this tense situation, I remained remarkably calm, hardly glancing at the fierce bodyguards, instead directing my gaze towards Iran, who stood nearby. Her expression was one of deep distress, her once beautiful features twisted with anger. Her eyes glinting with a fierce intensity, as if she truly wished to see me harmed. In a flash, the burly, muscular men lunged at me like hungry wolves. As they drew closer, a slight smile crept onto my lips. And I suddenly shouted, "Stop!" My voice resonated like a bell, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Seizing the moment, I nonchalantly retrieved a cigarette from my pocket, followed by a refined lighter, and with a gentle press, a flame flickered to life. I leisurely lit the cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling a cloud of smoke before casually stating, "Gentlemen, I shall allow you one hand. If I take a single step back, I concede defeat." And no sooner had I finished speaking than the bodyguards, seething with rage, charged at me once more, their teeth clenched in fury. They swung their powerful fists like a torrential downpour, raining blows upon me. Yet, astonishingly, I exhibited no signs of panic despite being in such perilous circumstances. With a swift movement, I adopted a stance that combined offense and defense, my feet firmly planted on the ground, utilizing both hands and feet with agile finesse to counter the attacks coming from all directions. To further demonstrate my confidence, I deliberately placed one hand behind my back, engaging the bodyguards with only one hand. Although these bodyguards appeared formidable, in reality, their strikes were nothing more than mere showmanship, posing no real threat to me. Within a mere 5 minutes, chilling cries of despair began to resonate around us. The once ferocious bodyguards, who had charged at me like wolves, now lay sprawled on the ground, some clutching their stomachs and groaning, while others writhed in pain, cradling their legs. Yet, Yang Wei seemed unwilling to concede defeat, his eyes bulging with rage, his face flushed crimson as he cursed and continued to lunge toward me. But at that moment, Uncle San, who had been silently observing, suddenly intervened. Grabbing Yang Wei's arm with force, he yanked him back while glaring at me, teeth gritted as he shouted, "You insolent brat, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. If you know what's good for you, you'd better tone it down, or you'll be in for it." Faced with this menacing old man, I couldn't be bothered to respond. Instead, I focused my gaze past them, striding confidently toward Iran, a solicitous smile on my face as I explained, "My dear, you are the only goddess in my heart. There is no woman in this world more beautiful than you. For my entire life, having you is more than enough." Upon hearing my overly sentimental confession, Iran turned away with a playful huff, her cheeks reddening like ripe apples as she bashfully murmured, "Humph, I'll deal with you properly when we get home." Just then, the furious old Taoist, realizing he had been completely ignored, resorted to unscrupulous tactics. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew a peachwood sword from his robe and lunged at my lower back with lightning speed. I felt a chill at my waist, and my body involuntarily toppled forward, releasing a piercing wail. Chapter 31. The Disguised Taoist. Just then, Iran, still brimming with anger, swiftly darted to my side like a ghost, bending down with a worried expression as she anxiously asked, "Wu Hao, are you all right? Where are you hurt? Let me see." However, at that moment, I was too busy wailing in agony to respond to her concerns. Seeing my distress, Iran became increasingly flustered, hastily tugging at my clothing to inspect the injury. When she discovered that my shirt had merely torn at a small hole without any injury to my flesh, her heart finally began to settle. But just when she sighed in relief, she unexpectedly pinched my waist hard. I let out a genuine cry of pain, this time not feigned, as I truly felt a stabbing agony. After pinching me, Iran slowly stood upright, falling silent. Meanwhile, class leader Wang Rong stepped forward, charging at the old Taoist like an enraged lioness, pointing a finger at him as she berated, "You despicable old Taoist. How dare you harm my man? Today, I will make you pay." Before she could finish her words, the impulsive Wang Rong had already launched herself at the old Taoist like an arrow. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the old Taoist's strength. He remained unfazed, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap that struck Wang Rong's fair, delicate cheek with a resounding cracked eye in an instant. A bright red handprint appeared, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Staggering back from such a heavy blow, Wang Rong showed no signs of retreat. Instead, the old Taoist, seething with rage, bellowed, "You impudent harpy! How dare you act so brazenly before me?" In a flash, the old Taoist dashed forward with lightning speed. His peachwood sword aimed directly at Iran's waist, the fatal strike poised to land. Just as the moment of impact seemed inevitable, I wasted no time executing my ultimate move, the Hawk-S somersault. Darting in front of the old Taoist like a swift eagle, my movements flowed seamlessly, my right hand shooting out with blinding speed, securely grasping the rapidly approaching peachwood sword. Following that, I pushed off with my left leg, launching my right foot forward to deliver a powerful kick to the old Taoist's chest. The resounding impact echoed as he soared backward like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby round table. That sturdy table could not withstand such tremendous force. In an instant, it shattered into splinters, wooden shards scattering across the floor. Surprisingly, despite the violent blow, the old Taoist's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a peculiar expression. Moreover, he even extended his tongue, savoring the trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this scene, I stared wide-eyed, aghast, as I thought to myself, what on earth is wrong with this guy? Has he lost his mind? Yet, at that moment, the seemingly defeated old Taoist underwent an astonishing transformation. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, mumbling incantations as the intensity of his shakes increased. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and a dazzling stream of white light shot from the top of his head like a lightning bolt. Then, even more astonishingly, the old Taoist's previously coarse and deep voice transformed into a gentle, melodious tone, akin to the sweet song of a yellow oriole, causing my heart to flutter. A woman's voice emerged from his lips, asking, "Young man, from which sect do you hail?" This immortal does not kill nameless individuals. Undaunted, I proclaimed boldly, "Stop with the prattle. If you have the ability, defeat me first before saying anything else." My words landed with authority, radiating an indomitable spirit. Yang Wei's third uncle appears to be a Taoist priest. Yet in truth, he is far from a legitimate practitioner. He is merely a disciple of a spirit medium. The title of Taoist is but a facade he employs to obscure his true nature. A glance at his countenance reveals a malevolent spirit, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent, undoubtedly responsible for numerous malevolent deeds. Suddenly, the old Taoist's expression darkens, and without uttering a word, he charges at me like a tempest. Sensing the imminent danger, I do not hesitate. I swiftly adopt a fighting stance, gathering my internal energy and concentrating it into my right fist. In an instant, my fist feels enveloped by an invisible force, radiating a faint glow. At that moment, the old Taoist closes the distance and strikes out with a punch, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind aimed at my face. Unflinching, I meet his attack with a punch of my own. The air is rent with a resounding crack as our fists collide violently. Following this, a chilling crack reverberates. It turns out the old Taoist's arm has been shattered in the exchange. The recoil from the impact forces him to stumble backwards several paces. Clutching his severed arm with his left hand, a look of agony etched on his face. However, I afford him no respite. Seizing the moment, I launch a powerful kick that connects squarely with his chest. The force sends him hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string. In midair, he traces a perfect arc before crashing down to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a muffled thud, he coughs up a copious amount of blood, staining the earth before him. Concurrently, a blinding white light suddenly bursts forth from within the old Taoist, soaring skyward. Quick-witted, I whip out a talisman I had prepared earlier, reciting incantations as I hurl the charm with force. "What malevolent entity dares to run rampant before me?" I exclaim in fury. The yellow talisman strikes the fleeing white light like a bolt of lightning. Another thunderous explosion ensues, accompanied by a piercing wail that echoes through the heavens. Subsequently, a large yellow weasel plummets from the sky, landing awkwardly on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. It is merely an undeveloped yellow weasel. I remark, my expression calm. The weasel, covered in a network of jagged, varying scars, trembles as it cowers on the ground, stammering in a plea for mercy. "I beg you, spare my life. If you ever require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to face any peril, without a hint of complaint." Chapter 32. Winning hearts with virtue. At this moment, the onlookers who had gathered to witness the spectacle were struck with terror upon seeing the talking weasel crash to the ground, scattering in panic. Truly, it is said that while many are bold when merely spectating, when confronted with peril, they flee faster than rabbits. Meanwhile, I found myself engulfed in uncertainty, pondering whether I should take the weasel's life. My right hand instinctively rested upon the weighty gold ingot at my waist, a precious item left to me by the old madman before his departure, intricately inscribed with the powerful characters, "Winning hearts with virtue." This ingot not only possesses the ability to ward off evil, but also has the power to inspire benevolence in others, leading them to willingly submit. Just then, Iran, who had been standing beside me, suddenly grasped my arm tightly and chided, "Wu Hao, do not act impulsively. Did Master not repeatedly remind you to be cautious with your words and actions, to avoid unnecessary troubles? Have you completely forgotten his words?" Stepping forward with resolute strides, I approached the weasel, gazing at it coldly for a moment before lifting my foot and delivering a sharp kick to its rear, bellowing, "Get out of my sight. If I ever see you in this guise again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The weasel, clearly intimidated by my demeanor, shuddered and let out a terrified shriek before darting away like a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. After dealing with the weasel, I turned my attention to the old Taoist, who lay on the ground, his complexion as pale as paper, lips tinged with a bluish hue. Appearing exceedingly frail, I retrieved my silver needles from my pocket, skillfully inserting them into the various acupoints on the old Taoist's body. As the needles penetrated, color gradually returned to his face, and his lips lost their pallor. Moments later, with assistance from bystanders, he managed to rise, albeit unsteadily, his weakness evident. Gazing at me with a look of reverence, he trembled as he spoke, "Master, your powers are truly extraordinary. I was blind to your greatness and offended you. Please do not hold it against me." Bowing deeply, he expressed his contrition and respect. I waved my hand dismissively, signaling him not to be so formal. Then, I surveyed the fallen bodyguards scattered across the ground. After a thorough examination, I discovered they were merely unconscious and in no mortal danger. In truth, I had shown restraint during the confrontation. Had I exerted my full strength, they would likely have met a far graver fate. Confirming that everyone was safe, I took Iran's still soft hand, beckoning Xiaopeng and Wang Rong, signaling them to follow. With that, I prepared to depart from this place of chaos. However, just as I took a few steps, hurried footsteps echoed behind me. Turning around, I saw the old Taoist hastily approaching, blocking our path. With a face full of smiles and an exceedingly respectful demeanor, he addressed me, "Master, please hold on for a moment. Today, we have fought without enmity, and I humbly seek your assistance." In response to the old Taoist's request, I regarded him with a stoic expression and replied coldly, as a member of the mystic sect, "Do you not understand the rules? Seeking help from others without consideration may entangle you in a web of karmic retribution. Think carefully." The old Taoist nodded repeatedly, "I understand." Despite his immense pain, he bowed deeply, bidding me farewell. Without hesitation, I strode out of the hotel, not even glancing back, resolutely leaving that place behind. Upon reaching the entrance, I found Wang Rong and Xiaopeng beaming with smiles, waving goodbye to me and Iran. Just moments ago, Iran had been engaging warmly with everyone, her face radiant with joy, but in an instant, her demeanor shifted. Her expression darkened, and she abruptly released my hand. With a tone laden with jealousy, she remarked, "The class monitor truly has a way with people. Not only did they invite you to dinner, but they also spoke of wanting to support you." After uttering this, she began to repeat the phrase incessantly, as though it had imprinted itself on her mind. We walked in silence, the air between us thick with unspoken words. Soon, we arrived at Wang Fu. However, as soon as we entered, Iran headed straight for her room without a word. Slamming the door shut behind her, from within, I could hear the muffled sounds of her sobbing. Standing at the doorway, I felt an overwhelming heaviness in my heart, filled with regret and guilt. Listening to her cries, my nose tinged with a bittersweet ache, and my eyes began to moisten. With no other recourse, I quietly entered the kitchen to prepare Iran's favorite dish, braised carp, hoping it might alleviate her distress. After a flurry of activity, the fragrant braised carp was finally ready. However, When I approached her door with the dish in hand, I found it still firmly shut, indicating she remained locked inside, unwilling to emerge. With no other option, I began to softly apologize at the door, repeating my words with unwavering persistence. Yet, no response came from within, just as my anxiety reached a peak, unable to contain myself any longer. The door was suddenly opened without warning. Before me stood Iran, her eyes swollen and red like ripe peaches, streaks of tears marking her cheeks, a sight that tugged at my heartstrings. Gently, I took her delicate hand, leading her into the kitchen. As soon as Iran stepped into the kitchen, her gaze was drawn to the beautifully presented braised carp on the table. Her previously tense expression began to soften. A slight smile gracing her lips, and her demeanor became noticeably brighter. Filled with joy, I picked up chopsticks, eagerly serving her food while sweetly murmuring, "Wife, this is specially made for you. Do try it and let me know how it tastes." Thus, as I continued to serve her and spoke tenderly, I endeavored to help her forget the earlier discomfort. As time passed, an hour slipped away unnoticed, yet my patience remained unwavering, continuously seeking ways to bring her joy. Chapter 33. A $10,000 offer. My efforts bore fruit. Eventually, Iran's radiant smile emerged, dispelling the shadows that had clouded her heart. As I beheld her regaining her joyful demeanor, an indescribable happiness surged within me. At that moment, she playfully exclaimed, "I want to drink milk tea." I promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, my dear, just let me tidy up these dishes, and I will take you to buy some right away." In no time, I swiftly cleared the dining table, then took her hand, leading her out of the house. We strolled down the bustling street, instantly becoming the center of attention. The reason was simple. Iran was simply too beautiful. Resembling a modern-day she-sure, her graceful figure and exquisitely delicate features captivated all who laid eyes upon her. Passers-by cast astonished glances, with some so entranced that they nearly collided with nearby lampposts. Such fervent gazes caused the usually poised Iran to feel a tinge of shyness, her cheeks flushing a soft pink, reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom. I gently held her soft little hand as we made our way to a cozy milk tea shop. Upon pushing open the elegant glass door, the previously raucous chatter within the shop fell silent, as if all eyes had been drawn to us by an invisible magnet. A surge of pride welled up within me. Yet my foremost concern remained for Iran. Today, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed us. I planned to take Iran to explore the lively street after we finished our milk tea, and perhaps treat her to some sweet and tangy candied hawthorns. The thought brought an involuntary smile to my face. Just as we placed our order for milk tea and were about to find a comfortable seat to rest, a man and a woman entered the shop. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, robust and imposing, while the woman at his side looked significantly younger, perhaps in her early 20s, with heavy makeup and striking red lipstick. She wore a short JK skirt that swayed as she walked, speaking in a flirtatious tone while casting sultry glances at the middle-aged man, her demeanor shamelessly provocative. Witnessing this scene, I furrowed my brow, inwardly muttering about the inappropriateness of their behavior. However, a more infuriating incident soon unfolded. Just as Iran and I were preparing to leave the milk tea shop, the burly man suddenly stepped forward. Blocking our path like a wall, a sinister smile played on his lips as his gaze roamed over Iran, and he lewdly proposed, "Beautiful girl, why not keep this brother company tonight? If you agree, I'll give you 10,000 yuan, as he regrettably, alas, what a tremendous pity it is, as they shook their heads and sighed. Their eyes were filled with sorrow as they gazed at the young man. However, at that moment, another voice lowered in tone remarked, "Not only that, but I have heard that soon this woman will also suffer, and it is likely that the young man himself will not escape unscathed, perhaps even paying with his life." Upon hearing this, the murmurs within the crowd grew increasingly raucous, yet I paid no heed to their idle chatter. Before long, a deafening roar of engines erupted from the far end of the road, followed swiftly by several luxury cars racing towards us like lightning. With a screech of tires that pierced the air, a black sports car came to a halt nearby. The door was flung open, and a young man with a shock of yellow hair charged out with an aggressive demeanor. Following him was a large group of oddly dressed men with bizarre hairstyles. Each of them gripped a heavy baseball bat, the cold metallic sheen glinting ominously in the sunlight. Their faces were as dark as storm clouds, especially the yellow-haired leader, whose expression was one of fury, eyes wide as he shouted. Who has the audacity to harm my elder brother? Step forward if you dare. Today, I am in a generous mood and may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, suddenly, a pained and furious roar erupted like thunder. Yellow hair, are you blind? You just stepped on my hand. Following the voice, I beheld the yellow-haired youth looking down in confusion to assess the situation. To his shock, he discovered that the only intact hand of Dog Brother was firmly beneath his foot. Upon realizing this, the yellow-haired man hastily removed his foot, bending low with a fawning smile, his tone dripping with servility as he said, "My apologies, elder brother. I was just too eager and accidentally stepped on you. Please, have mercy and do not hold this against me." At that moment, a raucous laughter erupted. It was I who found the situation utterly hilarious, and even the previously pale-faced Iran could not help but chuckle softly. Laughter filled the milk tea shop, echoing joyfully. Witnessing this, the yellow-haired youth became enraged, glaring at me and shouting, "You little brat, are you tired of living? How dare you mock me in public? Do you believe I want to bash your head in?" With that, he raised his stout baseball bat and charged towards me menacingly. Yet, I merely smiled faintly, rising calmly and delivering a swift kick that struck him with lightning speed. The unfortunate yellow-haired youth had no time to react, and like a cannonball, he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. Seeing their leader fall, the group of thugs behind him erupted into chaos, all rushing towards me with wild shouts. But how could they be my match? With a flicker of movement, I dodged left and right, using both fists and feet. In no time, they lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony, creating quite a ruckus. At that moment, the gaze of the onlookers was entirely fixed on me, their faces etched with shock, mouths agape as if one could fit an egg inside. Some murmured in disbelief, "This guy. He is not human. He is clearly a monster." I approached Dog Brother, lowering myself with a smile and said, "You still dare call yourself the emperor of the black market, Dog Brother? From now on, you shall be known as Habadok. It suits you perfectly. In the future, if dragons come, you will coil. If tigers come, you will lie down. Should anyone challenge this, they may seek me out. I am Wu Haoxing, unchanging in name, unwavering in lineage." Chapter 35. Business approaches. Dog Brother and his associates gaped, mouth wide enough to hold an egg, as if they had encountered a truly terrifying monster, their eyes fixed on me. Meanwhile, I remained as calm as still water, tightly holding Iran's soft hand as we hurriedly exited the door. We hailed a taxi and sped homeward. Originally, I had planned to enjoy a leisurely day shopping to lighten my spirits. But after the earlier commotion, my enthusiasm evaporated, and I abandoned the thought. Iran and I merely prepared a light supper to satisfy our hunger before retreating to our respective rooms for rest. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, I had already awakened from my slumber and swiftly got up to prepare breakfast. Before long, a lavish spread was set upon the dining table. Just then, Iran, rubbing her sleepy eyes, descended the stairs. We happily enjoyed the delightful breakfast while chatting and laughing together. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the house. Bang, bang, bang. This unexpected sound shattered the tranquility within. I set down my utensils, rose, and walked towards the door. Upon slowly opening it, I found Yang Wei and his third uncle standing outside, both laden with bags of gifts. At that moment, Yang Wei appeared transformed, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, bending at a 90-degree angle as he respectfully bowed deeply to me. Seeing this, his third uncle quickly interjected, "Young Master Wu, last night was truly a monumental misunderstanding. It was all my nephew's fault for being thoughtless and offending you. I hope you can forgive him." Yang Wei quickly chimed in, Yes, young Master Wu, please consider last night as a mere fleeting moment and do not take it to heart." I gently shook my head, smiling in response. We can consider this a case of not having met under better circumstances. Let bygones be bygones," I then curiously inquired. "However, may I ask what brings you both here today? Please, do share." Yang Wei and his third uncle exchanged glances, pausing for a moment before he took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. "Young Master Wu, to be frank, I was originally a disciple of the outer sect of Longhu Mountain, and my Dao name is Qingfeng. My studies revolved around the arts of feng shui and divination. 3 years ago, I was employed to assist with a grave relocation in Wu family village. Unexpectedly, during that endeavor, I inadvertently offended a mysterious and powerful Huang Daxian. This Huang Daxian possessed formidable powers, compelling me to become a disciple of her cult. You must understand, I am a proud disciple of Longhu Mountain. How could I easily defect and become a mere shaman? Thus, I resolutely refused to yield, preferring death over submission. However, that Huang Daxian was cunning and insidious, using my family as leverage against me. Faced with such dire straits, I had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. The weasel you encountered yesterday was merely one of her many descendants, and its abilities are quite limited. Yet even so, after I returned home yesterday, due to that weasel suffering a minor setback at your hands, it began to torment me relentlessly from evening until the dead of night without respite. At this point, Qingfeng trembled as he gently lifted his garment to reveal his back to everyone. There, a multitude of intersecting lash marks marred his broad back, deep and shallow, a sight both shocking and grim, with hardly a patch of unblemished skin remaining. Yang Wei watched in horror as this unfolded before him. A wave of acute anguish piercing his heart as if thousands of knives were twisting within. His already moist eyes could no longer bear the weight of the tears, and with a cry, the floodgates opened, tears cascading down his pale cheeks, releasing the pent-up agony within. In that moment, Yang Wei's throat felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering his voice hoarse and choked. I am truly sorry, uncle. It is the fault of your useless nephew that you have suffered such great torment. Each word seemed to be forced out with great difficulty, laden with boundless regret and self-reproach. Standing nearby, Qingfeng gazed at the heartbroken Yang Wei, tears welling in his eyes. He slowly extended his hands, gently supporting Yang Wei. Like a marionette deprived of its strings, Yang Wei slumped into Qingfeng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. The sound of his cries was heart-wrenching, stirring deep sympathy. Qingfeng stood silently, permitting Yang Wei to release his inner turmoil, gently stroking his back in a vain attempt to provide comfort. Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity, Yang Wei's sobs gradually subsided, his emotions stabilizing. Once he had somewhat regained his composure, Qingfeng took a deep breath and spoke again. I can endure the torment, but what I find most intolerable is that the wicked woman requires the blood of a young boy every month to cultivate her nefarious sorcery. As a dignified Taoist priest of the illustrious Longhu Mountain, how could I possibly tolerate such disgraceful and morally reprehensible acts that tarnish the reputation of my sect? Thus, in recent days, I have been offering my own blood as a tribute to her. However, her appetite has grown insatiable, and my solitary efforts are becoming increasingly insufficient. Indeed, I have contemplated the thought of ending my own life to escape this torment. Yet, should I perish, my family would undoubtedly fall victim to dire consequences, their bodies left to rot in the streets. Consequently, I am compelled to endure this suffering, biding my time in the hope that one day I may eradicate this demon entirely. At this juncture, Qingfeng's fists clenched involuntarily, his eyes shimmering with fury and resolution. 3 days prior, I fortuitously encountered an elderly beggar. His clothing was tattered, as if weathered by countless storms. Upon witnessing his wretched plight, a wave of compassion surged within me, prompting me to generously bestow some money upon him. To my astonishment, this old beggar granted me a rare opportunity. Chapter 36. Encountering class leader Wang Rong, he mysteriously informed me, in 3 days, at a banquet, you shall encounter a young man accompanied by a little girl. Remember, this person is your destined benefactor. Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, a flicker of doubt arose in my heart. After all, Wu Village is my hometown. Could there be some hidden truth I am unaware of? Furthermore, the image of the beggar described by Qingfeng increasingly reminded me of my eccentric master. At that moment, Qingfeng suddenly raised his foot and gently nudged Yang Wei, who promptly understood and respectfully handed over a bank card with both hands. Qingfeng, seeing this, quickly smiled and added, "Young Master Wu, this card contains a sum of 100,000 yuan, serving as a deposit for this task. Should you successfully complete what we have entrusted to you, we shall reward you with an additional 400,000 yuan." After delivering this proposition, Qingfeng fixed his gaze upon me, eagerly awaiting my response. Yet, I remained lost in contemplation, unresponsive to his words. Observing my silence, Qingfeng appeared somewhat anxious, hastily reiterating, "Young Master Wu, if you find this offer unsatisfactory, I am willing to add an extra 100,000 yuan. Surely that would suffice." Only upon hearing this did I awaken from my reverie. After a moment's reflection, I nodded slightly and replied, "Very well, you may return for now. I require some time to make preparations. Please leave the specific address with me. I shall arrive there tonight as agreed." Once Qing Feng and Yang Wei departed, the afternoon had quietly slipped away. By this time, I had already prepared a sumptuous meal. The fragrant dishes laid out enticingly upon the table. I hastily consumed a few bites before anxiously gathering my belongings. While organizing my items, I deliberately retrieved the golden talisman left to me by my master and carefully tucked it away. This mysterious talisman is my protective charm for unforeseen circumstances. After bidding farewell to Yi, I reassured her not to worry while remaining home alone. After all, my master had meticulously established a formidable protective array before his departure, ensuring that no ordinary person could easily intrude. Thus, even in my absence, she would remain safe and sound. Subsequently, I hailed a taxi, heading straight for the most opulent villa district in the capital. It is well known that those residing there possess assets exceeding 100 million yuan. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, the security guard scrutinized my plainly attired appearance, unceremoniously blocking my way and resolutely refusing to grant me entry. To make matters worse, I had forgotten my mobile phone, leaving me with no choice but to wait impatiently at the gate. Just as my anxiety peaked, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. I instinctively turned my head, immediately captivated by the scene. A brand new, dazzling red Ferrari sped towards me like a bolt of lightning, hurtling forward at an astonishing pace. Alarmed by its rapid approach, I frantically sidestepped, fearful that even a moment's delay would result in a collision with the speeding luxury Seat. At that moment, a group of security guards lined up in perfect formation, their faces beaming with sycophantic smiles, collectively exclaiming, "Welcome home, Miss Wang." Their voices resonated warmly, echoing throughout the entrance of the community. As the clamor subsided, the window of the red Ferrari began to descend. The first sight that met my eyes was the stunning visage of class leader Wang Rong. Her beauty breathtaking. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate and smooth like mutton fat jade. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with intelligence and vivacity. Beneath her high nose, her lips curved slightly upward, revealing a charming smile. At that moment, she was smiling radiantly, gently waving at me as if inviting me to join her in the car. However, upon receiving her invitation, a wave of unease washed over me. The thought of my girlfriend, waiting at home filled me with dread. I worried that if I were to ride with Wang Rong, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings and displeasure on Yi's part. Thus, I hurriedly shook my head, politely declining her kind offer. Yet, to my surprise, Wang Rong was undeterred. With grace, she opened the car door and stepped out. Clad in a seductive low-cut dress, the hem danced in the wind, accentuating her alluring curves. The guards' gazes were riveted upon her, their expressions one of sheer astonishment. Oblivious to the attention, Wang Rong approached me with a light and enchanting gait. With each step, her slender waist swayed, and her voluptuous figure moved subtly, exuding a unique allure. Before she reached me, a faint, ethereal fragrance wafted into my nostrils. Soon, her enchanting silhouette stood beside me. She gently grasped my arm, her cheeks flushed, and shyly inquired, "Wu Hao, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Upon hearing her question, I quickly responded, "Indeed, I have an urgent matter at hand. Would you be so kind as to speak with the security guard and help me gain entry? If all goes well, I shall treat you to a grand meal another day." My tone was imbued with sincerity and supplication. Wang Rong's lips curled into a smile, and she teasingly replied, "Very well. But you must agree to one condition. This time, it must be just the two of us, no one else. Otherwise, you'll have to find another way in." Faced with such a stipulation, I dared not hesitate. Eagerly nodding in agreement, repeatedly assuring her, of course, no problem. After receiving my affirmation, Wang Rong turned to the security guard with a smile, stating, "This gentleman is my fiancé, here to visit today. Please, could you allow him to enter?" With that, she discreetly produced 200 yuan notes from her bag and nonchalantly handed them to the guard. Witnessing this, I inwardly chided myself. Had I known this would suffice, I could have done the same. And now I found myself indebted to Wang Rong. However, it was too late for regrets. and I quickly settled into the car. I must say, the comfort of this vehicle far surpassed that of a taxi. Chapter 37. Mysteries unfold as we drove. Wang Rong suddenly turned her head towards me, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. So, where are you headed? Without hesitation, I revealed the address. However, upon hearing it, a flicker of confusion crossed Wang Rong's face. She furrowed her brow and remarked, "Isn't that Yang Wei's house? Why are you going there so late? Are you planning something sinister?" I nearly lost my temper, hastily retorting, "Hey, what on earth is going through your mind? He genuinely invited me over. If she didn't believe me, I thought, she could drop me off at the door and witness their cordiality for herself." As soon as I finished speaking, Wang Rong pressed down sharply on the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The force of acceleration slammed me back into my seat, compelling me to grip the armrest tightly. Time seemed to fly as, within mere minutes, Wang Rong had brought the car to a smooth halt at Yang Wei's doorstep. Playfully, she honked the horn twice, producing a crisp sound. Almost simultaneously, two burly, well-trained bodyguards emerged swiftly from within the gate. They marched in perfect unison, stepping left and right until they reached the car door, their movements both deft and elegant as they simultaneously opened the door. Each extended a hand above the roof to prevent us from inadvertently striking our heads. Upon witnessing this, Wang Rong and I slowly descended from the vehicle. The moment I stepped out, I spotted Yang Wei and Qing Feng standing by the entrance. Upon seeing me emerge from the car, their faces broke into broad smiles as they hurried over, their enthusiasm surpassing that of a reunion with a long-lost father. Upon reaching me, they both slightly bowed and gestured invitingly, exclaiming in unison, "Welcome to our humble abode. Please come in." Wang Rong, observing this scene, was rendered utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropping. Her eyes, which were not small to begin with, widened to an almost spherical state, her mouth agape in disbelief, leaving her momentarily frozen in place, devoid of any reaction. After what felt like an eternity, I gently called her name and waved her over, prompting her to snap back to reality, albeit with a dazed and bewildered expression as she slowly approached me. Yang Wei muttered under his breath, "Oh dear, I truly cannot comprehend this. How can the two most beautiful girls in our class harbor feelings for him? What on earth could it possibly be?" He continued to mutter, shaking his head in confusion. Just then, Qing Feng, who had overheard his comments, was incensed. Without warning, he delivered a swift kick to Yang Wei's backside, causing him to stumble precariously, nearly falling to the ground. Qing Feng shot an admonishing glare at Yang Wei before quickly smiling and gesturing for me to enter the house, warmly inviting me inside. I turned to Wang Rong, waving my hand with a smile, saying, "Wang Rong, you should head back for now. Once I finish my business here, I'll treat you to a meal." Upon hearing my words, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. She bit her lip gently, turned away, and muttered under her breath, "Humph, that scoundrel. Yet, I can't help but like this kind of guy." With that, she flashed a mischievous smile, turned, and hopped back into the car. With a swift press of the accelerator, the vehicle sped away like an arrow loosed from a bow, quickly vanishing from my sight. Following Qing Feng inside, I was utterly astonished by the scene that unfolded before me. Wow, the interior could only be described as resplendent. The lavish decorations were nothing short of opulent, with an abundance of various items, nearly all of which were fully automated. A mere press of a button or a spoken command would set them into motion. Witnessing all of this left me in silent awe, pondering to myself, such luxurious arrangements are beyond my wildest imaginings. Subsequently, Qing Feng led me to the living room, where a gigantic dining table was laden with a dazzling array of delicacies, exquisite pastries, delectable fruits, and sumptuous dishes, all of which made my mouth water. Out of courtesy, I picked up a pair of chopsticks and sampled a few morsels, finding them to be exceptionally delicious. Then, we settled on the sofa and began to engage in casual conversation. During our chat, Qing Feng revealed that he had sought assistance from many individuals to resolve the current matter, but the outcomes were far from satisfactory. Those he approached either met with grim fates or mysteriously vanished without a trace, leaving no word behind. Reflecting on this, Qing Feng wore an expression of helplessness and distress. Just then, I caught a whiff of an intense, foul odor emanating from a corner of the room. Alarmed, I thought to myself, it seems this place is not free from weasels. Cautiously, I circumnavigated the room, scrutinizing every nook and cranny, leaving no detail overlooked. However, to my surprise, everything appeared normal, devoid of any unusual signs. I couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It seems this villa community is certainly guided by someone of great wisdom. Just look at the layout and location of these villas, each meticulously chosen, with every building resting firmly upon a site of auspicious feng shui. As for the Yang family's villa, its feng shui is nothing short of exquisite. Said to be situated upon the legendary fortune spot, it is rumored that such locations can bless their inhabitants with a lifetime of wealth and abundance. And no wonder the Yang family is so affluent. They are truly fortunate to have such an unparalleled advantage in feng shui. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted through, seemingly guiding my steps. I followed the cool air until I arrived before a small room on the second floor. Gently pushing open the door, I beheld an ancient wooden table, adorned with a plethora of offerings. At the center of the table stood a finely crafted plaque inscribed with the words Xianwei of Huang Ernyang. The instant I laid eyes on that name, my heart jolted, a wave of familiarity washing over me. Memories surged forth, recalling tales I had heard from my grandfather about this very name. Could it be such a coincidence? Is it possible that this Huang Ernyang, whom they venerate here, is the same one my grandfather spoke of? With this thought, my curiosity and confusion deepened, compelling me to uncover the truth behind it all. Chapter 38. The Demon Ceiling Formation. Just as I was engulfed in suspicion and bewilderment, an overwhelmingly pungent and nauseating stench permeated the room, rushing in like a flood unleashed. The odor was so potent it seemed capable of penetrating walls and windows, invading the very air I breathed. Alarmed, I shouted for everyone nearby to cover their mouths and noses, urging them to carefully retreat outside. Just as we exited the room, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Yang Wei suddenly turned as pale as a ghost. Trembling violently, then, with a gasp, he spewed forth a torrent of white foam, clearly afflicted by some malevolent poison. Seeing this, my heart leapt into my throat. Fortunately, both Qing Feng and I possessed genuine energy within us, encased in an invisible protective barrier that rendered us resistant to the toxic miasma. However, for an ordinary person like Yang Wei, who lacked any martial foundation, this toxin was akin to a death sentence. And a moment's negligence could cost him his life. In this dire situation, I dared not delay. I swiftly retrieved a silver needle from my pocket, employing my skills with deft precision to seal the meridians on Yang Wei's body, preventing the poison from spreading further. Next, I hastily took out a golden brick and placed it gently on his chest, closing my eyes and murmuring incantations to activate it. The golden brick, which had previously shone with a dazzling brilliance, began to dim as I chanted the spell, losing its former luster. Before long, a miracle occurred. Yang Wei's previously erratic breathing began to stabilize, and his complexion no longer appeared as ghastly as before. Witnessing this, I let out a sigh of relief, retrieving the golden brick while simultaneously pulling out a prepared breath-holding talisman, placing it close to my body before launching a powerful kick against the door. With a resounding crash, the door flew open, revealing a scene that left me utterly astounded. There, sitting nonchalantly on the offering table, was an enormous weasel, casually propping its legs up, blissfully munching on a resplendent ruby-red apple. Seemingly oblivious to my furious presence at the doorway, my anger ignited in, and immediately, my hands danced gracefully like agile butterflies, weaving intricate gestures and incantations. Mysterious beams of light emanated from my fingertips, intertwining to form a complex and exquisite pattern. A formidable demon-binding array was thus completed in the blink of an eye. Having accomplished this, I dared not linger for a moment. With a swift movement, I exited the room. My gaze urgently sought out Qing Feng's figure, and I waved my hand vigorously, calling out, "Qing Feng, quickly fetch me some fresh goose droppings, hurry!" Upon hearing my call, Qing Feng wasted no time, immediately turning and dashing out like an arrow released from a bow. I settled onto a rickety bench, my eyes fixed intently on the interior of the room. Though I had successfully set the demon-binding array, capable of temporarily restraining the cunning yellow weasel, I remained vigilant, wary of any unforeseen circumstances that could lead to its escape. That moment, the weasel, trapped within the array, displayed an air of leisure, indifferent to its surroundings, even nonchalantly seizing a roast chicken from the table. devouring it with abandon, grease dripping from its mouth. As time ticked by, my anxious waiting was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Qing Feng burst into the room, panting heavily, clutching a black plastic bag tightly. The bag bulged ominously, nearly bursting at the seams, clearly filled with something substantial. A pungent, nauseating stench surged forth like a tidal wave, rapidly permeating the entire room. Upon closer inspection, I realized the bag contained an ample supply of fresh goose droppings. The odor was utterly unbearable. At this moment, the once self-satisfied yellow weasel within the array suddenly caught a whiff of the horrendous stench. Instantly, its expression shifted to one of sheer horror, reminiscent of autumn leaves struck by frost, paling to an alarming degree. Simultaneously, a flicker of undeniable panic crossed its eyes, as if it had encountered a divine apparition. Witnessing this, I seized a handful of goose droppings without hesitation and hurled them forcefully towards the barrier. A resounding crash echoed as the droppings struck the barrier like cannonballs. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The barrier erupted in thick, black smoke, trembling violently, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds, as the seemingly indestructible barrier slowly began to shatter. Ultimately dispersing into countless fragments, as the barrier crumbled, the trapped yellow weasel was thrown into a state of utter panic. It cast aside all semblance of composure and dignity, fleeing like a startled rabbit. Yet my meticulously arranged array would not permit such an easy escape. With hands flying through intricate gestures and incantations spilling from my lips, beams of mysterious light shot forth from my fingertips, weaving into an impenetrable net, descending upon the fleeing weasel. Chapter 39. Shattering the divine position before me loomed a vast net woven from countless golden threads, descending upon the yellow weasel with lightning speed. At the moment of contact, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, and the weasel's body was instantly engulfed in dazzling blue and purple electric sparks as if struck by a powerful jolt. In the blink of an eye, the once lustrous yellow weasel was rendered charred black, as though scorched by fierce flames. Without a moment's hesitation, I grasped the heavy golden brick that had just served as the array's focal point and swung it down with all my strength towards the weasel's head. With a dull thud, the impact split open its skull, blood splattering everywhere, leaving its formerly fluffy head a pitiful, bald mess. The once arrogant yellow weasel, now bereft of its former bravado, was replaced by an expression of sheer terror and supplication. It mumbled incoherently, seemingly begging for mercy. I scoffed, tightening my grip around its slender neck, lifting its entire body off the ground. The weasel's 4 small paws flailed helplessly in the air, attempting to escape my grasp. But to no avail. Fueled by this defiance, a surge of anger welled within me. I raised my palm and delivered 2 sharp slaps to its face, barking, "Be quiet for a moment, if you dare move again. I swear these slaps will be your end." Overwhelmed by my imposing presence, or perhaps chastened by the blows, the weasel's struggles gradually subsided. I fixed my gaze on the disheveled creature in my grip, my voice icy as I demanded, "Speak. From whence do you come? And how can the poison you unleashed be dispelled?" The weasel trembled, its once sharp, piercing voice now hoarse, each word seemingly demanding monumental effort. It stammered, I hail from Wujia village. The so-called poison is not demon venom, but rather a form of corpse poison. Moreover, this poison does not originate from our demon clan. I have no idea why the ancestral spirit's position contains such a poison." My heart raced at this revelation, and without hesitation, I seized a nearby golden brick, channeling all my strength as I hurled it towards the plaque. A deafening crash echoed as the plaque shattered into countless splinters, scattering debris across the floor. At that moment, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. A cloud of pure, snow-white smoke began to rise from the fragments of the shattered spirit plaque, gradually coalescing into the form of a graceful woman clad in a flowing azure silk robe. She floated ethereally in the air, casually holding an old smoking pipe. Taking a deep drag, she exhaled a perfect smoke ring that drifted lazily toward me. Realizing the urgency of the situation, I wasted no time. I quickly shut my eyes and recited a protective incantation. "Heaven and earth shield me, spirits and demons retreat. My body is like adamant, fearless and undaunted." As I chanted, a radiant golden light enveloped me, intertwining to form an indestructible shield that encased me entirely. However, the white smoke, seemingly imbued with boundless power, surged toward the golden light with relentless force. A deafening crack shattered the air as the seemingly invincible golden shield disintegrated into countless shimmering particles. Vanishing into thin air, clutching the golden brick tightly against my chest, I stared wide-eyed at the approaching smoke, my heart raced with every passing moment. Finally, the enigmatic and formidable smoke collided with the brick. A resounding thud reverberated as the brick was sent flying far away, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Dust billowed everywhere, obscuring my vision. Yet, astonishingly, despite the protective incantation and the solid brick, the terrifying smoke effortlessly pierced through, hurtling directly toward my chest. In an instant, I felt as if struck head-on by a powerful cannonball. My body involuntarily propelled backward. With a dull thud, I crashed against the hard wall. The once smooth and even surface of the wall was marred by terrifying cracks that spread like a spider's web. I fell to the ground like a rag doll, helpless and weak. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through my chest, and a metallic taste filled my throat. I coughed violently, dark crimson blood spewing from my mouth. Interlaced with strands of blackened I-cord, I struggled to rise. But every muscle and bone in my body felt as if pierced by countless needles, excruciatingly painful, rendering me utterly powerless. Just then, the woman with flowing black hair, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Humph, I recognize you, do not overreach. This matter is of no concern to you. If you insist on meddling, even the one behind you may not be able to save your life." With that, her figure began to blur, gradually transforming into a wisp of faint green smoke before vanishing into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Watching her departure, I gritted my teeth, suppressing the agony coursing through my body. Trembling as I reached into my robe, thankfully, I still had the medicinal pills left by the old madman before his departure. They might just save my life in this crucial moment. Shakily, I retrieved a blood-replenishing pill. Fragrant and potent, and without hesitation, swallowed it as the pill slid down my throat. A warm, healing energy began to flow through my body. Gradually, I felt my breath stabilize, and the pallor of my face returned slightly to a healthier hue. Though the pain persisted, I had regained some measure of strength. I took a deep breath, gritted my teeth, and summoned all my strength to rise to my feet. The gentle breeze and the surrounding bodyguards had evidently not yet recovered from the harrowing scene that had just unfolded. As they stared at me with their mouths agape, their faces awash with astonishment, I paid them no heed, bending down to retrieve the gold ingot that lay a short distance away, clutching it tightly in my hand. Chapter 40. The trapped Qingfeng darted to my side like an arrow released from a bow, a look of deep concern etched on his face as he extended his hands to steady my unsteady frame. With his support, I staggered forward, making my way to the charred figure of the yellow-skinned creature that lay nearby, now entirely blackened from the flames. Without hesitation, I bent down to grasp the creature and swiftly stuffed it into the ragged bag I always carried. At that moment, Qingfeng, who had been supporting me, suddenly appeared flustered. He stammered, "Young Master Wu, you truly need not trouble yourself with dealing with that vile yellow-skinned creature. Though I am but a humble man, I possess some understanding of the mystical arts. I implore you, allow me to handle this matter, so that I may have the opportunity to avenge this blood feud." Upon hearing these words, doubt crept into my mind, and I fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Qingfeng, unwilling to relinquish the yellow-skinned creature to him. Ever since I was injured, I had harbored suspicions about him and his ulterior motives. At that moment, Qingfeng's previously composed eyes began to dart around anxiously. Avoiding my gaze, in the turmoil of his restless and nervous expression, I realized this man was undoubtedly lying to me. Ever since I had stuffed the yellow-skinned creature into my bag, a subtle glimmer of malice had surfaced in the depths of Qingfeng's eyes. Though this animosity was not overtly pronounced, my keen instincts quickly sensed the lurking danger. An intuition surged within me. There were certainly many hidden truths surrounding this situation, all of which I was utterly oblivious to. Furthermore, I was acutely aware that Qingfeng's earlier words were nothing but blatant lies. Undoubtedly, this seemingly innocuous scenario was, in fact, a meticulously crafted trap designed to draw me in step by step, rendering me a mere pawn. I feigned calmness, ever vigilant of Qingfeng's movements. He paid no mind to his nephew, who had been poisoned, his gaze frequently fixated on my bag, fearing he might betray me from behind. I forced a smile through my pain and said, "Brother Qing Feng, I have nearly recovered, so you need not trouble yourself further." Qing Feng tightened his grip on my arm, his face brightening with a smile as he softly replied, "Young Master Wu, you are my esteemed benefactor. Your injury was incurred while resolving my issues. It is only right that I take utmost care of you." I was momentarily at a loss for words. Anxiety gnawing at my heart, I instinctively leaned slightly forward, my eyes darting warily over my shoulder. Apprehensive of a potential betrayal, I trudged past Yang Wei, who lay on the ground, my heavy body moving slowly. I couldn't help but sneak a glance at him from the corner of my eye. After all, we were classmates. Little did I know that seeing him in this state would be such a shock. One of his arms had taken on a bizarre bluish-black hue, and his head was swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. I had only ever seen such sights in films, and a chill crept through me as the thought crossed my mind. Qing Feng is a formidable character. He cares not for the life or death of his own nephew to achieve his goals. I remained oblivious to Qing Feng's true intentions, only wishing to escape this place unharmed. Despite being fully aware of Qing Feng's ruthless nature, I still held onto a flicker of benevolence. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to assist Yang Wei in alleviating some of the poison. I gently placed the gold ingot on his chest. As I recited the incantation, golden runes shimmered upon the ingot, and a stream of black corpse energy was continuously drawn from Yang Wei's body. Swiftly consumed by the ingot as the ingot absorbed more of the corpse energy. Its once resplendent glow began to fade. Yang Wei's arm gradually returned to its normal state, and his swollen head returned to its former shape. I tucked the ingot away and, feeling a sense of satisfaction, said, "Brother Qing Feng, I will be returning to my hometown tomorrow, as this matter is related to my home. Perhaps I can resolve it upon my return." I turned to leave the villa, and to my surprise, Qing Feng did not attempt to stop me. Just as I was about to exit the villa door, Qing Feng hurried over, slipping a bank card into my hand with a smile, saying, "Young Master Wu, regardless of whether this matter can be resolved, I will first settle the fee with you." I quickly declined, my tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Brother Qing Feng, I have my principles. I will accept this money only after I have resolved the matter." Seeing my refusal, Qing Feng did not press the issue. As I exited the villa, I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead and exhaled deeply, swiftly navigating through the villa district. Inside the villa, as I had just left, a figure clad in black, with not a hint of skin exposed, appeared behind Qing Feng. The black-clad individual first bowed to Qing Feng, reporting, "Master, the operation failed. The Wang residence is protected by an array set by that old man, and with my current cultivation, I cannot approach." Qing Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "No matter. I want this young man's life to save my son's life. For now, do not take any action." I sensed that he has become aware. The black-clad figure nodded, "Understood, Master." Qing Feng gestured toward Yang Wei, who lay on the ground. "Drag this useless fool away. I may still need him in the future." Though I had consumed the elixir, the energy within me was still tumultuous. It was the dead of night, and the streets were desolate, devoid of any soul. I walked cautiously, attentive to my surroundings, and fortunately, I encountered no abnormalities. By the time I reached home, it was already 3 in the morning. I tiptoed to the window where Yuan was still asleep and peered in. Relieved to see her sleeping soundly, I entered my room, opened the ragged bag, and placed the charred yellow-skinned creature beside my bed. Applying ointment to its wounds, I began to meditate to heal myself. Whether it was due to my bloodline or the effects of the old man's elixir, after only half an hour of sitting, my injuries had nearly healed. I even felt my cultivation had made some progress, but I chose to dismiss these thoughts. Closing my eyes, I began to recall the events of the past few days. A wave of dread washing over me, leaving me drenched in cold sweat. From the moment the banquet began, Qing Feng must have recognized me. This was not our first meeting. Furthermore, Qing Feng's strength was at least at the golden core stage. At this level, he could easily perceive others' realms and conceal his own aura, making it undetectable. His previous demeanor had been an act. Chapter 41. Returning home, Qing Feng's strength was unfathomable, far surpassing my own. From his words, I keenly sensed that he seemed to know all the details of my daily life. This realization filled me with doubt, and my mind was flooded with various speculations. Could it be that he had been secretly watching me all along? And this scrutiny had likely persisted for quite some time. What could possibly motivate him to be so fixated on me? Could it be that he had discovered my extraordinary fate and harbored ill intentions? After all, a unique fate such as mine would be considered a rare gem indeed for those with nefarious ambitions. Reflecting on my experiences in recent years, I realized that due to the old man's strict oversight, I had hardly engaged in any real confrontations. The only exception was when I first arrived in the capital, and that detestable Li family attempted to forcibly seize the Wang residence in a moment of impulse. I had acted rashly, blinded by my emotions. Perhaps it was that incident that had led the Li family and the Yang family to discuss matters concerning me in their dealings. There was also the possibility that the Li family was merely a puppet of the Yang family. As my thoughts spiraled, I suddenly recalled a phrase my master had once imparted to me. If a problem can be resolved with money, then do not resort to other means. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and confusion, as if I were bearing the weight of two heavy heads, making it difficult to endure. Yet, I remained utterly lost, unsure of whom to approach for information. Even if I had money now, it would be of no use, as it could not provide me with any tangible assistance. I vacantly turned my gaze toward the window, where I noticed the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon, gradually dispelling the shadows of the night. Suddenly, I heard a faint sound from the window, drawing my attention. To my astonishment, a pair of large, watery eyes slowly materialized on the glass. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a Yuan. She stood quietly outside the window, peering inside at me as I sat in meditation. Then, she gently pushed the door open and staggered into the room. I noticed her dark circles were so pronounced they resembled ink stains, and a strange black aura flickered ominously above her forehead. In that instant, I understood. Last night, when I was summoned to the Yang family, Qing Feng must have already poisoned Yuan. Thankfully, the protective array laid by the old man safeguarded her. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yuan struggled to part her lips, her voice coming out in a stutter. Wu Hao, what time did you come back? Last night. Was the matter resolved? Observing her frail appearance, I felt an overwhelming sense of compassion, prompting me to step forward and gently support her as she teetered on the brink of collapse. However, at that moment, I did not rush to respond to her inquiries. Instead, I swiftly summoned the vital energy within me, preparing to mend her wounds. It is worth noting that this vital energy is meticulously refined from the spiritual essence of nature, capable not only of significantly enhancing one's own cultivation, but also possessing miraculous healing properties. As I cautiously infused a strand of pure vital energy into Iran's body, a miracle unfolded before my eyes. Her complexion, once as pale as parchment, gradually regained its rosy hue, and even the pronounced dark circles under her eyes began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace. Once Iran's condition stabilized somewhat, I gazed at her, a hint of hesitation crossing my features as I gravely remarked, "The situation is far from resolved. It exceeds our wildest imaginations. I sense it is a trap. And this matter likely bears some connection to my hometown." I contemplated a return to my roots, a journey I had long neglected. Iran promptly interjected, "I wish to accompany you, to meet my future in-laws." A blush crept across her cheeks as I playfully teased, "What did you say?" I didn't quite catch that my prompting. Her face flushed deeply, and she clenched her delicate fist, playfully striking my chest. The sound of her playful blows echoed dully against me, yet this seemingly fierce gesture did not evoke any pain. Rather, an indescribable joy surged within me, filling my heart to the brim. Iran continued to deliver several playful hits, each accompanied by a muffled thud, yet my heart was only filled with delight. After she paused, her gaze locked onto mine as she declared earnestly, "I will go buy the train tickets right now, and we shall set off immediately." Upon hearing this, I nodded vigorously, tears of excitement streaming uncontrollably down my cheeks like pearls released from a broken string. Observing my tears, Iran quickly extended her hand, gently wiping the moisture from the corners of my eyes with her soft sleeve. At that moment, my emotions were a tumultuous blend. Having been away from home for a full 8 years, my longing for my parents, grandfather, and the adorable little fox was an incessant gnawing at my heart. Finally, the opportunity to return to that cherished place and reunite with those I had missed so dearly filled me with uncontainable joy. Initially, Our plan was to embark on our journey at dawn. However, Iran insisted on detouring to a shopping mall first, claiming she wanted to select some beautiful new clothes as gifts for my family. With no reason to decline, I readily agreed. Thus, we spent a considerable amount of time in the mall, meticulously selecting each garment. I even chose a charming little dress for the little fox, bright and soft in color, adorned with exquisite embroidery that beautifully complemented the fox's snowy fur. As I closed my eyes, I could vividly picture her delightful appearance in the new attire. Her fluffy tail swaying gently, her bright eyes sparkling with joy, and her mouth occasionally emitting cheerful sounds. This thought brought a blissful smile to my lips, allowing me to completely forget the troubles of the previous night. Although my home was not far from the capital, the convenience of modern transportation, especially with the rapid trains, meant we could reach the high-speed rail station in just 2 short hours. Throughout the journey, my emotions surged like tumultuous waves, filled with nostalgia for my hometown and anticipation for our imminent reunion. At last, the train slowly pulled into the station, and I eagerly gathered my belongings, my heart racing with excitement as I strode out of the station. Standing at the exit, I paused, gazing toward the direction of my hometown. Though the distance remained considerable, the familiar yet strange sights before me ignited an uncontrollable thrill within. Taking a deep breath, I summoned all my strength to shout, my voice echoing across the vast square. However, this sudden outburst drew curious glances from those nearby. Some looked astonished, while others wore expressions of confusion. Yet, at that moment, I was oblivious to their reactions, my focus entirely on the long-lost land. Eagerly absorbing the monumental changes that had transpired in my hometown over the years. Chapter 42. Encountering the little fox, Iran and I stood anxiously by the roadside, awaiting a taxi to take us to the foot of the mountain where my home resided. This mountain, known as Dakingshan, seemed an easy destination for a taxi ride, yet reality dealt us a heavy blow. After inquiring with several passing taxis, I received the same response. Drivers were unwilling to go there due to recent unrest on the mountain. This puzzled me greatly, as I had lived here my entire life without encountering any significant issues. Just then, a taxi sped toward us, coming to a smooth halt before us. The window rolled down. A kindly-faced uncle greeted us with a smile, asking, "Young fellows, where are you headed?" Without hesitation, I tossed over 1,000 yuan in cash, scattering the bills across the seat. The driver's eyes lit up, clearly captivated by the sum. I quickly stated our destination, Dakingshan. Upon hearing the name, the driver hesitated for a moment, a flicker of unease crossing his face, but ultimately gritted his teeth and replied, "All right, let's go." Iran and I hastily entered the car. Once the vehicle started, the driver fell silent, fully focused on the road, his speed astonishing. The scenery outside blurred past, and before long, we arrived at the foot of Dakingshan. Looking up from the base, I could see a winding path, resembling a long snake, coiling up the mountain. Verdant trees lined both sides of the trail, their lush leaves intertwining to form a dense green curtain. Just as Iran and I were about to exit the car, the driver turned to us, perplexed, and asked, "Youngsters, what brings you here?" "Looking for thrills. I heard there was a death here just a few days ago. I know what kids like to do for fun. But this place isn't safe. I advise you to turn back," offered the driver a radiant smile, and waved goodbye before stepping out with Iran. Yet, before we could find our footing, the uncle sped away in his taxi. Leaving us enveloped in a cloud of exhaust fumes, I gazed at the winding path stretching into the distance, a wave of nervousness rising within me, quickening my heartbeat. Together, Iran and I slowly ascended the path. By the time we reached the halfway point up the mountain, the sky had turned a gloomy gray, and everything around us appeared hazy and indistinct. For some reason, ever since leaving the station, I had felt an odd sensation, as if something were stealthily following us. Yet I could not ascertain whether this mysterious pursuer was human or ghostly. To be frank, I was not particularly afraid of supernatural entities like ghosts. In my view, they were merely ephemeral illusions. What truly instilled fear in me were those with ulterior motives, as the ancient saying goes. Ghosts are not to be feared. It is the human heart that is truly terrifying. Walking side by side with Iran, although we were still some distance from the village entrance, I spotted a figure that was unmistakably familiar, quietly crouched on an ancient stone pedestal at the village's edge. That silhouette was fixated on our direction, and as soon as my figure came into view, it suddenly raised its head and let out a joyous howl. With that howl, a shadow darted past like lightning, instantly appearing at my side. Upon closer inspection, it was the adorably charming little fox. At that moment, it was exceedingly excited, rubbing its soft body against my pant leg, expressing its profound longing for me. Seeing this, I quickly knelt down, carefully cradling it in my arms. Unable to contain my joy, I showered its furry little head with kisses. Just then, a delicate voice echoed in my mind, "Little husband, you've finally returned. I've missed you so much." With that, it playfully stuck out its tiny pink tongue, gently licking my cheek several times. Iran, witnessing this enchanting scene, was utterly stunned, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. For Iran, this was the first time she had witnessed such a miraculous sight. A talking fox. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with curiosity as she gazed up and down at the little fox nestled in my arms. Perhaps sensing Iran's intense gaze, the little fox lifted its dainty head to look at her. In the fleeting moment when our gazes locked, the little fox's eyes sparkled with an unmistakable joy that was hard to conceal. Moments later, it gracefully leaped from my embrace, springing towards Iran, who was utterly unprepared and instinctively let out a startled cry, her face paling in shock. Simultaneously, overwhelmed by fright, the gift she had been holding slipped from her grasp, scattering across the ground. To make matters worse, she stumbled and fell to the earth. The mischievous little fox, however, seemed to revel in the excitement, happily nestling itself against Iran's chest, playfully rubbing its small head back and forth. Suddenly, a familiar and melodious voice echoed in my mind. The little fox exclaimed, "Beloved, have you secretly mastered some formidable spell during these past few years? I can distinctly sense the surging energy within you. By the way, who is this young lady beside you? I feel as though I have encountered her before, and the unique aura she exudes inexplicably captivates me." Upon hearing the little fox's inquiries, I hastily responded through thought transmission. To be frank, after descending the mountain, I was fortunate enough to become a disciple of a remarkable master who graciously imparted numerous exquisite techniques to me. As for this girl, she is the fiancée my grandfather mentioned. I added with a chuckle, "Just look at her. She is truly as radiant as a flower, a beauty akin to a celestial being. Wouldn't you agree?" However, no sooner had I spoken than the little fox let out a huff, falling silent. Observing this, I could only shake my head in resignation, gently assisting Iran to her feet and carefully brushing off the dust from her clothes. Subsequently, I bent down to gather the scattered gifts, holding them in my hands. The sky had darkened considerably, and nightfall crept in silently. On the winding rural path, we hurried along, soon arriving at the threshold of our home. I paused, gazing into the courtyard, where I found my grandfather still seated at the old stone table, leisurely savoring his tea. Compared to before, he appeared significantly older, with deeper wrinkles etched upon his face and his hair increasingly grayed. He murmured to himself, "Oh dear, where has that little girl run off to? It's so dark already. Why hasn't she returned?" Chapter 43. Reunion. The adorable little girl my grandfather often mentioned was none other than the clever and perceptive little fox. The little fox was extraordinary. It had become our family's great savior, an indispensable member of our household. In a flash, the little fox darted into the house, with Iran and I closely trailing behind. Upon seeing me, my grandfather was overwhelmed with emotion, his words stumbling forth. "Son, daughter-in-law, you must see who has returned." Before he could finish, he eagerly opened his arms and enveloped me in a warm embrace. I could feel his body trembling, and the tears brimming with affection streamed down his face, falling like pearls, first soaking my clothes and then silently hitting the ground. My parents also sauntered out of the house. One after the other, when their eyes met mine, time seemed to freeze momentarily as they stood there in disbelief. Suddenly, as if regaining their senses, they rushed towards me, quickly forming a tight circle around me. Each of them embraced me with all their might, as if fearing I would vanish if they loosened their hold at that moment. Tears glistened on everyone's faces, a beautiful blend of joy and longing. Even the usually lively little fox couldn't contain its excitement, joyfully joining our affectionate embrace. However, despite its exhilaration, the little fox, lacking the ability to cry, could only express its indescribable happiness through a series of jubilant howls. I casually glanced at Iran from the corner of my eye, noticing her frozen in place, gazing at us with her beautiful eyes glistening with tears that seemed poised to fall at any moment. Recognizing her thoughts, I deliberately cleared my throat. This sudden sound brought silence to the weeping crowd. I then began to exchange knowing glances with my family, and my father and grandfather looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion, clearly not understanding my intent. Yet, my mother quickly grasped my meaning. Without hesitation, she released her embrace and swiftly walked towards Iran. Upon reaching her, my mother gently wiped away the tears on Iran's cheeks, then took her slightly trembling hand with a warm smile, saying tenderly, "Oh my, look at how lovely this girl is. She truly is a treasure for our family. Come, dear, let us go inside, and I will prepare some of my best dishes for you to taste." And with that, she led Iran into the house. I stood there, watching their retreating figures, unable to suppress my jealousy, teasingly murmuring, "Oh dear mother, look at you, having just met your daughter-in-law, and you've completely forgotten about your own son." Before I could finish, my mother shot me a fierce glare, warning me to hold my tongue. Without turning back, she continued to guide Iran into the house. Just as they stepped inside, a loud and urgent call from my mother echoed through the room. "Head of the household, why aren't you getting a chicken to slaughter? Where is your sense of urgency?" Her voice rang out like a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the courtyard. That moment, my father, busy with various chores, felt compelled to act at once upon hearing my mother's command. Like an arrow released from a bow, he dashed towards the chicken coop with remarkable speed. In an instant, he successfully captured a large, plump rooster, its feathers full and its meat rich. He grasped the rooster tightly in his hands and hurriedly made his way to the kitchen. Meanwhile, I sat leisurely on the old stone bench with my grandfather, enjoying a relaxed conversation. With a kind expression, he inquired, "My child, how have you been faring these days? Have you encountered any difficulties?" In response to my grandfather's concerned inquiry, I chose to report only good news, quickly replying that everything was going well. However, when the topic shifted to the Wang family, my expression grew somber, momentarily rendering me speechless. After a prolonged internal struggle, I finally mustered the courage to recount the entire situation to my grandfather. Upon hearing my account, his face displayed profound shock, his once gentle eyes widening in disbelief. And after a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "Wu Hao, I sense there is something amiss here. You must thoroughly investigate this matter to uncover the truth and to seek justice for my wronged brother." Upon hearing my grandfather's words, my heart grew heavy, yet simultaneously filled with resolve and determination. Thus, I nodded emphatically, responding with conviction. "Rest assured, grandfather, I will take charge of this matter and will do everything in my power to uncover the truth." After a brief moment of hesitation, contemplating potential leads, I looked up at my grandfather and asked, "Grandfather, have there been any unfamiliar faces or suspicious individuals in our village in recent years?" My grandfather squinted slightly, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Child, your question reminds me of an incident. About 3 years ago, our ancestral grave was inexplicably disturbed and looted. I was extremely worried at the time, and in desperation, I had to descend the mountain to seek assistance from a Taoist priest to relocate our family grave for peace of mind. To my surprise, when I finally reached the station, the priest seemed to have anticipated my arrival, stopping me and mysteriously stating that I would soon encounter a terrible calamity." Chapter 44. In the grasp of sorcery, grandfather respectfully invited the Taoist priest to our village. The priest, clad in a blue Taoist robe and wielding a whisk, exuded an otherworldly aura, possessing an air of transcendence. He wandered through the village at a leisurely pace, occasionally stopping to ponder, nodding slightly at times. After a while, he turned to us with a serious expression and said, "Master Wu, there is a significant amount of malevolent energy in this village. If these ominous forces are not dispelled soon, dire misfortunes may befall us." With that, he proceeded alongside my grandfather towards our home. As soon as he stepped inside, the priest furrowed his brow, his nostrils flaring as if he had caught a whiff of something unusual. Immediately, he let out a deep sigh, shaking his head as he exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could this be? There is such a dense aura of malevolence here. Truly bizarre." No sooner had he spoken than a dainty white fox suddenly darted forth from an unseen corner. Leaping towards the Taoist like a bolt of lightning, its mouth agape as it fiercely sank its teeth into the Taoist's calf. The little fox emitted a low growl, as if warning the Taoist to stay away. Upon witnessing this, my grandfather was taken aback, rushing forward in haste to seize the little fox in his arms. Yet, the captured fox remained unyielding, struggling fiercely, its paws flailing wildly, brandishing its sharp claws in a menacing display. At that moment, its originally clear and lively eyes turned a fiery red, resembling two blazing flames, instilling a sense of dread. Fearing that the little fox might break free and attack the Taoist again, my grandfather hurriedly carried it into the room, closing the door behind him and locking it securely with a heavy iron bolt. Despite being confined, the little fox refused to settle down, relentlessly scratching at the door with its sharp claws, producing a cacophony of scratching sounds, seemingly intent on breaking free to confront the Taoist once more. Meanwhile, the old Taoist in the courtyard appeared somewhat disheveled, limping painfully as he moved about, each step causing him to grimace. After a considerable time, he paused, raised his head to survey the surroundings, and when all the black threads had turned to ashes, the little fox nodded, signaling that I could safely open the box. I slowly lifted the lid in an instant. A chill swept over me. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to find a lifelike figurine lying within the box. The figure's face was contorted, as if enduring immense suffering. And what was particularly chilling was the long iron nail, measuring 7 inches, protruding from the center of its forehead. Witnessing this scene, I was taken aback, and a thought flashed through my mind. Could this be the head-severing nail spoken of by the old madman? Realizing the gravity of the situation, I dared not delay for a moment. I quickly retrieved a prepared fire talisman from my pocket, reciting incantations as I hurled it towards the figurine. With a whoosh, the fire talisman transformed into a roaring flame in midair, instantly engulfing the figurine. In the blink of an eye, the figure was reduced to a pile of ashes, vanishing without a trace. This formation was meticulously arranged, its complexity far beyond that of ordinary arrays, and to dismantle it easily was nothing short of a fool's dream. Furrowing my brow, I recognized the seriousness of the matter. Thus, I began to carefully examine my surroundings. With years of research into formations and keen intuition, I finally discovered 4 wooden boxes buried deep underground at different positions. These 4 boxes corresponded to the 5 elemental positions of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth, and surely contained crucial clues to unraveling this array. I cautiously excavated these wooden boxes and piled them together. Next, I took out another fire talisman from my pocket, reciting incantations as I ignited it. Incinerating the stack of wooden boxes into ashes, as the flames gradually extinguished, I exhaled a long sigh of relief. Although the troublesome formation before me appeared to have been resolved, the underlying hazards had not been entirely eliminated. The feng shui of this place had been severely disrupted, rendering it unsuitable for further use. If someone insisted on conducting affairs here, they would likely face the peril of death. The only viable course of action was to relocate the grave to another site. However, given the urgent circumstances, there was no time to implement this plan, and reluctantly, I had to set this matter aside for the moment. Fortunately, it should not pose significant harm in the short term. Just as I was lost in contemplation, I suddenly sensed unusual movements in the forest across from me. My heart tightened. Without hesitation, I swiftly retrieved a gold brick from my backpack and hurled it toward the direction of the sound. Then, I swiftly darted towards it like an arrow released from its bow. Upon my arrival, however, I found no trace of anyone, only a shocking pool of blood on the ground, and even the gold brick I had thrown was smeared with a considerable amount of blood. I dared not delay for an instant and immediately followed the direction in which the blood led. The little fox accompanying me displayed remarkable alertness, dashing ahead like a streak of white lightning. After all, the fox's sense of smell far surpassed that of a human, and having it guide me would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. Thus, we raced along the trail of blood for quite a distance. However, unexpectedly, the little fox soon vanished without a trace. Chapter 46. Law of Heaven and Earth. I exerted all my strength, running a long distance, when the sounds of a fierce battle reached my ears. My heart tightened instantly, and I anxiously dashed toward the direction of the noise. At last, a breathtaking scene unfolded before me. The little fox was locked in a life-and-death struggle with a Taoist priest. The priest was drenched in blood and covered in wounds, evidently having suffered severe injuries. Meanwhile, The little fox's once pristine white fur was now stained with patches of blood, though not excessively so. Observing this dire situation, I raised the heavy gold brick in my hand without hesitation and swung it forcefully towards the priest. However, the priest was exceedingly agile, evading my attack with a slight sidestep, causing me to stumble and miss my target. At that moment, the priest caught sight of the gold brick shimmering in my hand, his eyes widening in astonishment, and his movements involuntarily slowed. After a moment's hesitation, he fixed his gaze upon me, demanding in a fierce tone, "Who are you? How did this gold brick come into your possession?" "This brick has always been safeguarded by the head of our sect." As the priest murmured to himself, he pondered, "Could it be that the head has met with misfortune? No, no, that is impossible. The head's powers are profound and unfathomable. How could he fall so easily?" With this thought, the priest's expression suddenly turned fierce as he brandished the peachwood sword in his hand, which instantly radiated a faint blue glow. Then, with a single hand gesture, he chanted, "5 Thunder Spell." As he recited the incantation, the once clear sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. Blue lightning flickered within the clouds, swiftly converging toward the center in the blink of an eye. The lightning intensified, expanding continuously. Simultaneously, a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky. When the priest chanted the 5 Thunder Spell, I felt a familiar surge of power. This spell was identical to the lethal technique taught to me by my master. In an instant, countless questions flooded my mind. Could this priest be from the same lineage as my master? Yet my master had never mentioned anything regarding sect matters. Moreover, moments ago, the priest's reaction upon seeing the gold brick was exceedingly peculiar. He referred to it as the head's magical artifact. What on earth was happening? Just as I was filled with doubt, an impulse surged within me. I wanted to perform the same 5 Thunder Spell and compete with the priest before me to see who was more powerful. However, just as I was about to recite the incantation, something unexpected occurred. The little fox, which had been silent behind me, suddenly sprang into action, unhesitatingly employing the law of heaven and earth in an instant. A jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded. The little fox's diminutive form began to visibly swell at an astonishing rate, while its tail rapidly split apart. What began as one tail transformed into 3, and then continued to divide, ultimately becoming 6 gigantic, snow-white fox tails. As its body grew larger, the little fox became as magnificent as a mountain. I stared in awe, utterly shocked by this display. It was the first time I had witnessed the little fox wield such formidable magic, and the impact was beyond description. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the little fox's display of the law of heaven and earth, the priest's face turned as pale as a sheet, his lips quivering uncontrollably as he murmured in terror, "The 6-tailed white fox. Who on earth is this youth?" Before my eyes, the priest's cultivation level appeared to exceed mine. After careful observation and sensing, I realized he was at the mid-stage of foundation building. Although we both appeared to be in the foundation building phase, the difference in true strength was glaring. He was far superior to me. This priest had already mastered the skill of gathering spiritual energy and true chi within his dantian, preparing thoroughly for alchemical refinement. In contrast, I, on the other hand, struggled to mobilize true chi and gather it within my dantian. The gap between us was indeed disheartening. Moreover, the priest had just demonstrated that astonishing thunder spell twice, while I could barely manage to use it once, even at full strength. In fact, this thunder spell had a significant drawback for me. It was too slow to initiate. For this reason, I typically refrained from employing this spell unless faced with life-and-death situations. At that moment, a terrifying bolt of heavenly thunder descended from above, roaring down like a ferocious dragon, accompanied by a deafening crash. In an instant, the previously serene birds and beasts around us were thrown into disarray, fleeing in all directions. Faced with this sudden crisis, I dared not hesitate for a moment. I quickly focused my thoughts, casting the golden light spell to shield my entire body. The little fox, ever by my side, unhesitatingly positioned its grand and formidable form above me, attempting to share the immense pressure of the heavenly thunder. The little fox opened its mouth wide, emitting a roar that could shake mountains and rend the skies, causing the very ground to tremble beneath us. A bolt of heavenly thunder, as thick as a bowl, descended with cataclysmic force upon the little fox. However, what unfolded next was astonishing. The little fox fearlessly extended its sharp claws and effortlessly grasped the terrifying bolt of heavenly thunder. At that moment, the little fox's entire body began to shimmer with dazzling blue lightning threads, resembling lively serpents, swiftly spreading out until the ground was covered in them. Wherever the lightning threads passed, even the hard earth was scorched black. The threads surged toward me like a tidal wave, enveloping me in an instant. When the lightning threads collided with the golden light emanating from my body, a series of crackling sounds erupted. Despite the immense power of the lightning threads, they could not breach the golden light's protection, merely flickering helplessly upon its surface. At that moment, the little fox lowered its head, its blood-red eyes fixated intensely on my diminutive form below. Subsequently, it opened its mouth once more, unleashing a roar that was even more resounding than before. Then, it slowly lifted its immense right foot and brought it down heavily upon the ground. In an instant, an unimaginable force radiated outward from the fox's paw, spreading wildly in all directions. Chapter 47. Devouring the heavenly thunder. With a tremendous crash, the entire ground shook violently, akin to a terrifying earthquake. The surrounding trees were uprooted by this overwhelming force, some even snapping in midair. Even I, cloaked in my golden light, found it difficult to withstand such a fierce impact, my body involuntarily staggering backward. The Taoist beside me, sensing the imminent danger, hastily invoked the same protective golden light. Unfortunately, already severely injured, his power was greatly diminished. Thus, before the onslaught of this potent shockwave, he was utterly defenseless, his form soaring through the air like a kite with its strings severed. After crashing into several sturdy trees along the way, he barely managed to stabilize himself before tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. At that moment, the Taoist was drenched in blood. The wounds that had previously begun to heal reopening, blood gushing forth. Blood flowed relentlessly from his 7 orifices, a sight too gruesome to behold. Yet, fully aware of the dire situation, he knew that if he did not staunch the bleeding promptly, he would soon perish from blood loss. Thus, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he awkwardly extended his fingers to seal several critical acupoints on his body, temporarily halting the flow of blood. Suddenly, the petite and exquisitely delicate fox opened its mouth wide, as if capable of encompassing the heavens and the earth, unhesitatingly swallowing the thunder it had gripped tightly in its claws, accompanied by a crisp, crackling sound emanating from its mouth. It resembled the ignition of a string of firecrackers. Astonishingly, the little fox began to chew on the formidable heavenly thunder as if it were candy, displaying not a trace of fear. I stood by, utterly astonished, rendered speechless, my heart swelling with admiration for the brave little fox that dared to consume the thunder in such a fierce manner. After chewing for merely a few seconds, the fox rolled its throat and swallowed the thunder whole. In an instant, a pale blue lightning coursed down its throat like a flash, illuminating the area with dazzling brilliance, only to quickly fade away until it vanished without a trace. The little fox, which had briefly swelled from devouring the thunder, gradually returned to its original form. The Taoist, who had been watching from beside the tree, was now utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to close it for an extended period. Muttering incomprehensible words, my gaze remained fixed on the little fox, now restored to its former self, its adorable and playful demeanor stirring an uncontrollable affection within me, compelling me to extend my right hand and gently stroke its fluffy little head. The little fox, remarkably docile, squinted its eyes contentedly, adopting a posture of utter adoration, quietly awaiting my gentle caress. In that critical moment, the small, snow-white fox suddenly transmitted a thought to me, imbued with boundless regret and profound apology. Whispering in my heart, "My dear, I inadvertently miscalculated my strength and accidentally harmed you. I implore you, please do not hold it against me." Upon hearing these words, my heart tightened momentarily, but I quickly relaxed and responded, "My dear wife, do not speak so. How could I ever blame you? To be honest, I am filled only with gratitude towards you, and it feels insufficient. Furthermore," I added, "you just swallowed that heavenly thunder. I wonder if you are feeling unwell?" The little fox seemed to sense my concern, its previously melodious voice trembling slightly as it softly replied, "Rest assured, my dear. The power of that heavenly thunder cannot harm me in the slightest. Moreover, after consuming it, Not only am I unharmed, but the lightning is the purest essence of spiritual energy in this realm, bringing me nothing but advantages. Hearing the little fox declare its well-being, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I slowly approached the Taoist, with the little fox trailing behind me, while the Taoist gazed in terror at the little fox behind me. Just moments ago, the Taoist's previously steady vital energy had been sent into turmoil once more by the little fox's sudden appearance. I watched as the Taoist's complexion changed dramatically, his eyes rolling back, and he unexpectedly fainted. Witnessing this, I quickly retrieved a precious pill from my pocket and carefully placed it in the Taoist's mouth. As time ticked by, the miraculous effects of the pill began to manifest, gradually stabilizing the turbulent energy within the Taoist's body. Once his condition had improved slightly, I swiftly took out the binding immortal's rope, meticulously refined by my master. This rope, inscribed with glowing runes, possesses the power to temporarily seal those of the cultivation path, as well as demons and spirits. With practiced skill, I bound the Taoist tightly and effortlessly hoisted him onto my back. As I set out on the journey home, the little fox, unable to contain itself, finally began to recount the multitude of events that had transpired over the years. It turned out that during the first year after my departure, a tremendous upheaval had struck my home. A group of unidentified monks had brazenly come to our door, coercing my grandfather to surrender me, vehemently declaring that I was an exceedingly wicked child who must be executed immediately to prevent future calamity. To make matters worse, these monks had ruthlessly assaulted my grandfather, leaving him gravely injured. Upon hearing this, a raging fire ignited within me, my fists clenching involuntarily. Yet, the little fox's subsequent words offered me a glimmer of solace. Faced with the monk's tyranny, the little fox had been driven to an extreme fury. Without hesitation, it unleashed its formidable powers, obliterating the vile monks in an instant, ensuring they vanished from this world forever. Shortly thereafter, an unkempt, disheveled Taoist appeared before everyone. At first glance, he seemed utterly unremarkable, clad in tattered garments, his hair a chaotic mess resembling a bird's nest, and his face dirty, leading one to suspect he had just crawled out of a garbage heap. His erratic behavior, alternating between talking to himself and gesticulating wildly, gave the impression of a madman. However, unexpectedly, the astute little fox could discern that this seemingly deranged Taoist was, in truth, a master of profound abilities. His aura radiating potent magical energy that even the little fox, in its prime, could not match. Chapter 48. Memories of Li Hu. The Taoist swaggered up to my family, stating directly that he had come to take me as his apprentice and to inform everyone of my well-being. He assured us, "You need not worry. This child is in good health and will return to reunite with you all in a few years." With that, he generously produced a thick stack of bills from his robe and handed them to us. Gazing at the heavy money in my hands and the receding figure of the Taoist, I suddenly felt a strong premonition. The scruffy Taoist spoken of by the little fox was indeed my master. The very old madman I referred to. Grandfather later recounted the events that unfolded. As I looked at the Taoist on my back, curiosity surged within me. Almost instinctively, I reached out to tug at his pant leg, lifting it gently, revealing a shocking bite mark before my eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the mark left by the little fox earlier. Carrying the Taoist on my back, I made my way home, drawing the attention of the villagers along the way. Soon, the news spread throughout the village, with many rushing to our home, surrounding it tightly. Among the crowd, a few braver villagers, upon spotting the Taoist on my back, erupted with fury, hurling curses. "This filthy Taoist deserves a miserable end." They clenched their fists and charged towards the Taoist on my back. I quickly shouted, "Gentlemen, please do not act rashly. This Taoist is still of use to me, and I am not yet clear on what transpired. Let us first clarify the situation before deciding on our course of action." Upon hearing my words, the villagers hesitated somewhat, though their eyes remained filled with anger and skepticism. After a struggle, I finally squeezed into the house, carefully laying the Taoist on the bed inside. At that moment, the little fox suddenly emerged from somewhere, leaping onto the bed and lying quietly beside the Taoist, its eyes fixed on him with a fierce intensity. Once I had settled the Taoist, I hurried to find my grandfather to inquire about the details. It turned out that the reason the villagers had gathered at my house was that their wives were experiencing the same affliction as my mother. In their desperation, They had come to seek my grandfather's counsel. However, in the face of such a perplexing dilemma, even my experienced grandfather found himself utterly at a loss, with all hope resting on my ability to devise a solution. I remained quietly by my mother's side, not daring to relax for even a moment, my face etched with worry as tears streamed from the corners of my eyes. The warm towel in my hand was continually replaced, soaked anew before being gently pressed against my mother's somewhat pallid forehead. Each time I exchanged the towel, I could not help but cast a glance at her. I found her breathing steady and even, which brought me a modicum of solace. Once I confirmed that my mother was temporarily out of danger, I slowly rose and stepped towards the courtyard. By this time, many villagers had already gathered, their faces awash with anxiety and concern. Grandfather and father were tirelessly reassuring the crowd. I extracted a delicate porcelain vial from my pocket, filled with precious cheap blood pills, which my master had painstakingly concocted. I distributed the pills to each villager, solemnly instructing them to personally administer the remedy to their wives. Initially, the villagers regarded the pills in their hands with expressions still clouded by despair. But upon grasping the life-saving elixir, their countenances gradually softened. They then hurriedly turned and dashed towards their homes, as if fearing the loss of even a fleeting moment. At that instant, a melodious voice suddenly reached my ears. "My dear, the Taoist has awakened. Come and see." It was the little fox conveying this message through a telepathic connection. Upon hearing this, I hastily made my way inside. As I entered, I saw the Taoist gasping for breath, greedily inhaling the fresh air surrounding him. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the little fox, he appeared as though struck by lightning, his body trembling violently, and his eyes, once filled with terror, now brimming with profound dread. His lips quivered slightly, seemingly attempting to articulate something, yet the overwhelming tension rendered him mute. Witnessing this, I promptly approached, cautiously offering him a sip of water. Once he had somewhat calmed his emotions, I began to inquire about his origins. "From which sect do you hail? What brings you here, so far from home, to harm my family?" The Taoist coughed violently a few times, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I am a disciple of Longhu Mountain Point 3 years ago, at the behest of my master. I descended the mountain for training. Along the way, I strayed off course, bringing shame to the name of Longhu Mountain." The Taoist lamented, each sigh seemingly laden with a weighty burden, evoking sympathy in all who heard. Gradually, a hint of undeniable regret emerged in his gaze, shrouded in a veil of gloom that dulled the once bright clarity of his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes glistened with tears, which then streamed down his cheeks like a flood breaking through a dam. Before long, he was weeping uncontrollably, a pitiful sight, his sobs echoing through the room. I stood silently beside him, filled with confusion yet refraining from pressing for answers. Instead, I stepped forward to loosen the binding cords that restrained him and brought forth some food and fresh water, gesturing for him to first satiate his gnawing hunger. After a considerable time had elapsed, the Taoist's emotions finally began to stabilize. He lifted his head, his eyes red and swollen like ripe peaches, and slowly opened his mouth to recount the intricate tale of his past. It turned out that this Taoist, namely Hu, harbored no malicious intent. His journeys had always aimed at vanquishing demons and upholding justice, never once accepting compensation for his efforts. Moreover, he often extended a helping hand to those in dire straits, his benevolence unwavering. Yet, everything changed dramatically a year ago. Chapter 49. The Red Spirit Society. On that fateful day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the Li Hu, as was his custom, walked along the path when he suddenly spotted an elderly woman, stooped and shuffling along. Her pallid complexion was overshadowed by a dense aura of malevolence, so thick it sent shivers down his spine. Alarmed, Li Hu realized that if this dark energy was not dispelled soon, the elderly woman would likely not survive much longer. With his kind heart and sense of justice, he approached without hesitation, offering to help her rid herself of the evil spirit free of charge. However, the old woman scoffed at his words, utterly disbelieving that such miraculous occurrences could exist. Faced with her skepticism, Li Hu felt a profound sense of helplessness but could not bear to stand idly by. After much contemplation, he decided to discreetly follow her, seeking the right moment to assist her again. Through some inquiries, Li Hu learned that the old woman resided in a remote village, living alone. Thus, he began to linger near her home, observing her. Days passed without any progress, and as the woman's condition worsened, her once sturdy frame now trembled like a candle in the wind. Anxiety consumed Li Hu, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Realizing the woman could only last a few more days, he could no longer remain idle. One dark and windy night, as silence enveloped the world, Li Hu seized the opportunity to stealthily enter her home. Cautiously navigating through the darkness, he aimed to vanquish the malevolent spirit before it could strike. Time passed, and finally, in the dead of night, he heard eerie sounds echoing through the air. Peering into the shadows, he beheld a grotesque demon lunging towards the elderly woman. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hu bravely charged forward to engage the creature in a fierce battle. The room erupted into chaos, filled with clashing blades and anguished cries. After an intense struggle, Li Hu's extraordinary courage and skill ultimately triumphed, vanquishing the nefarious spirit. However, as he breathed a sigh of relief, the commotion awakened the slumbering woman. Terrified, she opened her eyes to the scene of devastation and the bloodied figure of Li Hu, and her fear sent her into a panic, mistaking him for a burglar. She dialed the authorities without a second thought. Before long, the police arrived, and Li Hu was unwittingly taken away. Despite his earnest explanations that his actions were meant to save the old woman's life, the lack of evidence led the police to imprison him on charges of burglary, a fate he endured for 3 whole. Despite her lingering breath, it was evident that her life hung by a thread. Witnessing this tragic scene before him, Li Hu could not help but feel a surge of compassion. He could not bear to let this elderly woman endure further torment, and thus, with a swift motion, he delivered a merciful end to her brief and suffering existence. For Li Hu understood all too well that the old woman could not escape the clutches of death. Therefore, it was better to grant her a swift release from her agonies. Since joining the Red Spirit Society, Li Hu had spent some time there. Gradually, he became aware that the organization's methods were exceedingly cruel, their actions solely driven by the pursuit of wealth. Faced with such a heartless group, Li Hu felt profound disgust within, nurturing the desire to flee this place. However, when he attempted to leave, he unexpectedly discovered that he had been implanted with a poison, rendering him unable to escape. Reluctantly, he was forced to remain with the Red Spirit Society, continuing to endure this bleak existence. Nevertheless, it was a small consolation that even in such dire circumstances, Li Hu steadfastly upheld his moral principles, never harming any innocent souls, until one day, he received a mission to return to my hometown and rescue my family. Upon arrival, Li Hu covertly tampered with my family's ancestral grave and unleashed a multitude of poisonous insects within the village. Although he was unaware of the ulterior motives behind Qing Feng's actions, he understood that he was merely a pawn executing orders, oblivious to the higher-ups' plans and intentions. When I confronted Li Hu, I demanded the antidote to the poison. However, Li Hu shook his head in resignation, stating that only Qing Feng possessed the means to unravel the poison. At that moment, the situation before us became increasingly intricate. Chapter 50. The poisonous insect. Li Hu's words undeniably corroborated my prior suspicions and conjectures. It turned out that Qing Feng was not a disciple of Lunghu Mountain at all, but rather a member of the Red Spirit Society, and at the very least, a figure of elder status within the organization. Consequently, the wealth of the Yang family was undoubtedly intertwined with this enigmatic Red Spirit Society. I had gleaned some information about the Red Spirit Society from my master. It was the largest cult in the nation, responsible for countless deaths and employing ruthless methods. Despite Yang Hu divulging many details, I remained at a loss regarding how to counteract the poison. After much contemplation, I resolved to seek the elusive old madman for guidance. However, time was of the essence, and regrettably, I had no way of knowing his whereabouts, which left me feeling exceedingly distressed. Thus, I could only pace back and forth in the courtyard, my mind a chaotic tangle of confusion. At that moment, the little fox, who had been closely following me, suddenly darted out of the courtyard, and a soft, melodious voice drifted into my ears. "My dear, I shall step outside for a while to seek someone. When I return, you shall understand the reason." No sooner had she spoken than her petite figure vanished from my sight like a wisp of smoke. With no other option, I slowly approached the cold, hard stone bench and wearily sat down, quietly awaiting the little fox's return. Shortly thereafter, my grandfather strolled out of the house and settled beside me. He extended his weathered hand, which had grown as dry as tree bark, gently rubbing my back, and the warmth from his palm stirred a long-forgotten sense of familiarity within me. It had been many years since I had experienced such a heartwarming scene. After a few light coughs, my grandfather earnestly spoke to me. "Shout Tion, one should let things unfold naturally and not go against the will of heaven and the grand scheme of fate. Everything is already predetermined. One cannot force what is not meant to be." However, deep within, I found myself in disagreement with my grandfather's words. I was determined not only to defy the so-called will of heaven, but also to entertain even bolder thoughts. I would utterly rebel against this sky. Just as I had exchanged a few words with my grandfather, a figure as white as snow suddenly appeared like a specter atop my family's courtyard wall, closely followed by a woman. Upon meeting her gaze, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over me. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the mysterious Huang Ernyang, who had previously visited Qing Feng's home. I watched as the small, adorable fox leaped gracefully, reaching my side in a flash, and then obediently lay down. Subsequently, the little fox communicated with me telepathically. "My dear, this is Huang Ernyang. You have met her before." I nodded slightly to indicate my understanding and turned my gaze towards Huang Ernyang, who was approaching me and my grandfather. She walked gracefully, her demeanor elegant, and respectfully bowed before us, addressing my grandfather with utmost politeness. "Grandfather, I apologize for my youthful recklessness in the past and hope you can overlook my previous rudeness." As she spoke, Huang Ernyang slowly extended her hands, presenting a ginseng radiating abundant spiritual energy to my grandfather. At that moment, her captivating eyes inadvertently glanced at the little fox lying nearby. Upon seeing the little fox nod in acknowledgement, Huang Ernyang's face brightened with an unmistakable smile of joy. Just then, my grandfather, with remarkable speed, attempted to stop me, but I was quicker, seizing the ginseng from Huang Ernyang's hands and scrutinizing it closely. The moment I did, I couldn't help but marvel. This ginseng appeared to be at least 100 years old. Its medicinal properties must be extraordinary, possessing the ability to prolong life. Such a quality ginseng was truly a rare find. An exceptionally precious medicinal herb. If sold on the black market, it could fetch at least 3 million. With this thought in mind, I joyfully offered the ginseng to my grandfather, yet he did not take it. Instead, his expression shifted, his eyes widening in ire as he scolded me. "You little rascal, what have you learned during these years away?" Before he could finish, he raised his hand, poised to strike. Sensing the impending blow, I swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the slap. At that moment, Huang Ernyang sprang in front of me, blocking my grandfather's aggression. Still wearing her cheerful expression, she addressed my grandfather. "Grandfather, please do not be angry. This ginseng was specially brought to honor you. Consider it an apology for my past mistakes." Upon hearing Huang Ernyang's words, my grandfather's expression softened slightly, though remnants of anger lingered as he huffed. After a tense standoff, he ultimately relented and accepted the ginseng. Meanwhile, Huang Ernyang turned her attention to me, softly saying, "Wu Hao, we meet again. I have a general understanding of the recent events in the village. Come, let us first check on your mother." With that, she stepped towards the house. We cautiously entered the inner room, and my gaze fell upon my mother lying on the bed. Her once flat abdomen had swollen to an alarming size, as if it might burst at any moment, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Huang Ernyang approached with a grave expression, examining my mother's condition closely, her brow furrowed as beads of cold sweat formed. Each of us felt a tightening in our hearts, unable to withstand the pressure and breaking into tears. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. "Wu Hao, the poison your mother has contracted is no ordinary matter. Look at her belly. It is filled with eggs. If these eggs all hatch successfully, the larvae will fiercely devour your mother's internal organs. At that point, the afflicted will endure unbearable agony, akin to a living hell. There will be no remedy, only a lingering wait for death." Upon hearing this, my heart sank, and beads of perspiration formed on my forehead. Fortunately, I had previously used a medicinal pill to temporarily suppress the insects within my mother. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Chapter 51. Unraveling the insect poison. At that moment, Huang Ernyang produced an exquisite wolf hair brush from her bosom. The moment the brush revealed itself, It captivated my attention. I gazed at it intently, my eyes sparkling with excitement, for I recognized it as no ordinary brush, but a rare treasure. The talismans drawn with this wolf hair brush wield tremendous power, far surpassing those created with regular brushes. Moreover, it was astonishing to learn that the skill to craft such a brush had long been lost to time. My master had once mentioned that the brush's handle was made from the wood of the nine-turn thunderstruck tree, a substance of utmost yang, while the brush tip was crafted from the hair of a deceased nine-een maiden's forehead, representing the epitome of een. Thus, the fusion of these two extreme materials complemented one another, resulting in this unparalleled treasure. Huang Ernyang, her expression urgent, extended her hand towards me, requesting a piece of talisman paper. She then instructed me to swiftly catch a large rooster. Upon hearing this, my father wasted no time. Darting towards the door like an arrow, in a short while, he returned, cradling a hefty rooster, but in his haste, he nearly tripped over the high threshold. Before my eyes, the majestic rooster in his arms flapped its wings incessantly, emitting a series of loud clucks as if protesting against this sudden predicament. Meanwhile, my father appeared somewhat disheveled, with feathers adorning his hair and his clothes in a crumpled state. Observing this, Huang Ernyang hurried forward to take the struggling rooster from my father's grasp. With deft skill, she lightly sliced the base of the rooster's neck with her fingers, and in an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Quick-witted, Huang Ernyang swiftly obtained a large bowl to catch the flowing blood. Subsequently, she added vermilion and ink from a measuring tool into the bowl, then turned to me, who stood by, and said, "Child, come, let a drop of your fingertip blood fall into it." Without hesitation, I stepped forward and carefully squeezed out a drop of bright red blood, letting it fall into the bowl. Next, Huang Ernyang picked up a chopstick and began to stir rapidly. With each motion, the mixture in the bowl began to emit a strange glow, initially a soft red, deepening in hue until it radiated a blinding crimson light. Steadily, Huang Ernyang grasped the mystical wolf hair brush, which suddenly shone with an intense red light, as if awakened by a formidable force. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and delicately touched the brush tip to the yellowed talisman paper. As the brush glided across the paper, each stroke bore a weighty significance, filled with intricate mystery. Huang Ernyang focused intently on her drawing, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks to the ground. However, as the drawing progressed, her hand that held the brush began to tremble slightly, her breath growing more rapid, her chest heaving as if under immense pressure. The little fox beside her, noticing this, hurriedly channeled its innate spiritual energy, continuously supplying it to Huang Ernyang. Under this nurturing force, her pallid complexion gradually improved, and the speed at which she depicted the talisman increased. Thus, time slipped away, and finally, when the last stroke was made, the talisman was complete. Half an hour had elapsed since she began. Huang Ernyang exhaled a long breath of relief, but immediately afterwards, her body weakened, and she collapsed onto the ground. Simultaneously, she coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, splattering it across the floor, creating a shocking bloom of red. The little fox, which had been tirelessly channeling energy to Huang Ernyang, now lay exhausted, panting heavily on the ground, clearly drained. With a pallid face, Huang Ernyang weakly instructed, "Wu Hao, quickly burn this talisman to ashes. Then mix it with clean water for your mother." After uttering this, she seemed to expend her last ounce of strength, her body trembling slightly. I hastily complied, my hands trembling as I lifted the mysterious talisman. The moment I touched it, I felt a powerful and searing spiritual force surging forth, as if trying to break free from confinement. My heart raced uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, I extended my right index finger and gently pinched it, watching as the talisman ignited into fierce flames, the fire growing stronger until it was entirely reduced to ashes. Quickly, I poured the ashes into a bowl of clear water, stirring it carefully before bringing it to my mother. She lay on the bed, her complexion pale and waxy, her eyes tightly shut, her breathing shallow and weak. I gently propped her up, allowing her to lean against me, and slowly fed her the talisman water. However, the moment the water entered her stomach, she suddenly erupted into a violent cough, accompanied by a retching motion. Alarmed, I tightened my embrace around her while channeling my inner energy through my palms into her body to help ease her breath. As my energy flowed into her, Her coughing gradually subsided, though she still occasionally groaned in agony. Before long, a horrifying scene unfolded. My mother suddenly opened her mouth wide and expelled a large quantity of thick, black blood. The black blood was as viscous as ink, emitting a nauseating stench. Even more chilling was the sight of countless tiny, writhing insects mixed within the black blood. These insects were pitch black, their bodies as thin as hair. Squirming incessantly in a most repulsive manner, and my mother continued to vomit, the black blood and insects pouring forth from her mouth until the garbage bin was nearly full. Witnessing this terrifying sight churned my stomach. But I suppressed my nausea and quickly retrieved a fire talisman from my pocket. Reciting the incantation, I hurled the fire talisman into the garbage bin. With a whoosh, a blaze erupted, instantly engulfing the contents. The insects struggled in the inferno, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds, as if wailing in despair before their demise. Meanwhile, a strong, acrid smell of charred matter filled the entire room, making it almost unbearable to breathe. After the flames subsided, only a heap of blackened remnants remained in the bin. At that moment, my mother, who had been with her eyes shut, slowly opened them. Upon seeing me by her side, a glimmer of surprise and relief flickered in her eyes. Followed by tears streaming down her face, she pulled me tightly into her embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Her cries were heart-wrenching and sorrowful, repeating over and over, "Son, I thought I would never see you again." Hearing this, my eyes also moistened, filled with a profound sense of pain and guilt for my mother. Chapter 52. The brush spirit with the removal of the cursed insects from my mother's body. Our family collectively sighed in relief. Yet, my heart remained heavy, for many villagers awaited my assistance. At this moment, Huang Ernyang, having exhausted her spiritual energy from drawing the talisman, was rendered exceedingly weak, unable to perform the art any further. My little fox companion and I were equally at a loss. Thinking of the villagers, who were suffering and on the brink of despair, I felt a surge of urgency, unsure of what to do. Just then, Huang Ernyang, gasping for breath, strained to lift her hand and beckoned me, softly calling, "Wu Hao, come here quickly." Hearing her summon, I hurriedly leaned in closer to her ear. Huang Ernyang, with a weak yet resolute voice, imparted the mysterious method of drawing talismans to me. Aware of the dire urgency of the situation, I focused intently, striving to recall the fragments of knowledge I had learned from the old madman during my studies in talisman drawing. Although I had only grasped the basics, I possessed some foundational skills. Without hesitation, I seized the wolf hair brush from the table, preparing to attempt drawing the talisman as Huang Ernyang had instructed. Yet, the moment the brush tip touched the paper, an unusual sensation surged within me. Suddenly, a melodious voice, clear and sweet, echoed in my mind. "Master, I have awaited you for many years, and today I finally found you. Do you know that for 3 centuries I have longed for this moment?" Upon hearing these words, I was taken aback, pondering, what is happening? How have I become her master? It seemed utterly unfathomable. The wolf hair brush in my hand glowed with red light, distinctly different from the one Huang Ernyang held, as if it possessed life and could communicate with me. It turned out that this seemingly enigmatic female figure was not a fearsome ghost but a sentient brush spirit. Even more astonishing was that this brush had been the magical tool I had used in my previous life. At this moment, I felt a profound calmness within, unfazed as I retrieved a piece of yellowed talisman paper from my pocket. With my right hand, I gently held the brush, dipped it in vermilion and ink, and began to draw fluidly. The entire process flowed effortlessly, as if it were deeply ingrained in my very being. I didn't even need to exert a hint of spiritual energy. The intricate and complex symbols manifested effortlessly upon the talisman. As I worked with such ease and grace, those gathered around me breathed a collective sigh of relief. The tension in the atmosphere dissipating, my movements were swift and agile, and within a short span, I had successfully drawn over a dozen powerful talismans. With these precious talismans in hand, I, accompanied by the adorable little fox, set off to address the plight of the villagers. Moving from door to door, we diligently traversed the narrow alleys of the village, carefully inspecting each home for traces of the cursed insects. Using the talismans in my possession to eradicate them completely, time passed unnoticed, and when the last cursed insect was successfully banished, the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Upon our return home, Weary yet fulfilled, we found the entire family waiting for us in the spacious, bright living room. They had thoughtfully prepared a sumptuous feast to celebrate our return. Without hesitation, I plopped down at the dining table, grabbed my bowl and chopsticks, and began to devour the food voraciously in no time. I had polished off 2 large bowls of fragrant rice. I gently caressed my round belly, akin to a swollen balloon. I let out a contented burp and lazily leaned back against the chair. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over me like a tide, and my heavy eyelids slowly descended as if weighed down by lead. Thus, I drifted into a hazy slumber in my dreams. I unexpectedly encountered the spirit of the wolf hair brush once more. She appeared before me, adorned in a strikingly vibrant red gown, her figure graceful and delicate. Resembling a blooming flower in full bloom, with a warm smile, she gazed at me with tender affection, her expression as comforting as the gentle sun of spring. She gracefully glided towards me, and as the distance between us diminished, my heart raced, gripped tightly by an invisible hand, beating so rapidly that it felt as if it might burst from my chest. With a slender finger, resembling jade, she delicately lifted my chin, her face revealing an ambiguous expression. Gazing at me with a half-dashed smile in an instant, my heart seemed to be fitted with a powerful motor, beating wildly as if it were about to explode. Instinctively, I stepped back a few paces. Shifting to the side, the once smiling brush spirit instantly withdrew her smile, pouting her lips, her eyes reddening as she burst into tears. Her cries were hoarse and sorrowful, as she lamented, "Master, you have begun to disdain me. Ruyu is truly unfortunate." Upon hearing this, my expression changed dramatically, and I exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh dear, why did you suddenly start crying?" For a moment, I was at a loss, scratching my head in confusion. After hesitating, I began to explain, "Ruyu, it's not that I do not want you. It is simply that I do not know you at all. How could I possibly be your master?" However, Ruyu seemed to pay no heed to my words, her tears flowing even more profusely. Large teardrops cascaded down from her swollen eyes, falling to the ground with a soft patter. She sobbed, "If you do not believe me, then when you awaken, take a drop of your blood and let it fall onto the wolf hair brush. At that time, I shall reveal my true form to you. Moreover, there exists a connection between us. I am aware of all that you think, just as you can clearly sense my thoughts." As soon as she finished speaking, Ruyu dissipated like smoke within my dream. Suddenly, I felt as though my body was caught in a violent tempest, shaking violently. Someone beside me was shaking me with such force that it felt as if my bones might shatter. Struggling, I reached out to wipe the beads of sweat from my forehead, then attempted to pry open my heavy eyelids to survey my surroundings. To my astonishment, I found myself surrounded by a throng of villagers, most of whom were simple folk from the nearby villages. Each held tightly to their own chickens, ducks, and geese, their faces radiating gratitude and joy. Chapter 53. Acknowledgement of mastery. As my long-closed eyes finally fluttered open, the villagers who had been anxiously awaiting my awakening were instantly engulfed by an uncontrollable wave of excitement. They surged towards me like a roaring tide, their rough but warm and powerful hands reaching out to grasp me tightly, lifting me high above their heads in unison. They then carefully and cautiously moved, as if cradling a rare treasure, gently carrying me to the center of the yard. At that moment, a deafening cheer erupted, reverberating through the sky. Accompanied by this exuberant sound, the villagers gathered their strength and tossed me high into the air once more. My ears were filled with the jubilant cheers of the villagers, a continuous symphony echoing throughout the village. After a considerable time of revelry, the crowd gradually quieted down. My grandfather, beaming with joy, warmly invited everyone present to join us for dinner at our home. Upon hearing this, the villagers gently lowered me, then busied themselves with preparations. Some were engaged in slaughtering plump sheep, while others swiftly began processing robust bulls. Even the lively and now much healed Lihu eagerly participated. However, it was worth noting that although Lihu's external wounds had healed significantly, the poison of the goo still lurked within him. He had been afflicted by a particularly dangerous golden silkworm goo, which was notoriously stubborn. Attempting to forcefully remove it could lead to severe backlash, potentially endangering his life. Thus, the only feasible solution was to find a sufficiently powerful innate goo to attempt to resolve the terrifying golden silkworm goo poison. I was filled with eager anticipation to join them, but to my dismay, everyone unanimously declined my request and urged me to rest. Thus, I, along with the adorable little fox and the gracefully aging Huang Ernyang, could only sit idly by, feeling utterly bored. Silently, I retrieved the exquisite wolf hair brush from my belongings and slowly extended it towards Huang Ernyang. However, she did not reach out to take it. Gently shaking her head, her gaze tender yet resolute as she softly said, "Wu Hao, you should keep this wolf hair brush for yourself. Only by your side can it truly unleash its formidable power. As for someone like me, should I recklessly attempt to wield it, I would surely suffer backlash, just as I did last night. The spirit of the brush resides within. Each time I tried to forcefully refine it, I was met with failure. Yet last night, when I witnessed you wielding it to draw symbols, it seemed the brush spirit did not resist you." Upon hearing Huang Ernyang's heartfelt words, I couldn't help but hesitate. And after much contemplation, I finally spoke, somewhat embarrassed. "Huang Ernyang, your kindness towards me is immense. Not only did you save my mother's life, but you have also taken great care of my family. How could I possibly accept such a precious gift from you?" Huang Ernyang hesitated for a moment, then earnestly replied, "Wu Hao, you are now bound in marriage to the Fox Fairy, and our relationship is naturally extraordinary. Furthermore, the deep bond one share with the Fox Fairy cannot be compared to a mere wolf hair brush." Nodding in agreement, I placed the wolf hair brush into my bag. Before long, the fragrant dishes were all prepared. My grandfather cheerfully retrieved a bottle of wine he had treasured for over a decade, carefully uncorked it, and instantly, a rich aroma filled the air. I gazed curiously at the bottle, my heart eager to try it. With my grandfather's consent, I took a few sips, as it was my first experience with alcohol. My face flushed a deep red after just a few cups, as if I were a ripe apple. As night fell, the villagers who had come to celebrate gradually dispersed, leaving the once lively yard in tranquil silence, save for the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. Huang Ernyang too had tidied her things and prepared to leave. I longed to keep her, as I had many questions I wished to ask, but seeing her hurried demeanor and anxious expression, I swallowed the words of persuasion that rose to my lips. As the night deepened, fatigue washed over me, and I retired early to bed. I shared a room with my mother, while my father, Li Hu, and grandfather occupied another. Meanwhile, the little fox sat obediently beside me. Watching intently, I gently took out the exquisite wolf hair brush from my bag, and without hesitation, bit my finger to let a drop of crimson blood fall upon its tip in an instant. The brush emitted a brilliant, vibrant red glow, intensifying until it gradually revealed the figure of a woman before my eyes. Upon closer inspection, I realized this woman was none other than Ruyu. She appeared graceful and stunning, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. However, in that moment, she suddenly knelt before me, reciting, "Ruyu pays her respects to her master, welcoming the reincarnation of her master." I gazed at Ruyu in a daze, momentarily spellbound. Before me, she donned a fiery red gown, her form enchanting and alluring. I suddenly realized that in a moment of impulsiveness, I had completely forgotten an incredibly important matter. Ryue has now recognized her master and possesses the ability to perceive my innermost thoughts. The mere thought of this filled me with a sense of embarrassment, and I awkwardly reached back to scratch my head, my mind conjuring up awkward scenarios in which I might attempt some mischief only to be exposed by Ryue, akin to being broadcast live. Just then, Ryue's gentle voice echoed in my mind. "Master, do not worry. From this moment on, as long as you do not wish for me to know something, I shall not perceive it." Upon hearing these words, my anxious heart finally found a semblance of calm. Chapter 54. 3 rules. There stood the little fox, blinking its lively eyes, as if it could see through everything at that moment. It seemed to sense something unusual, gently shaking its fluffy head, and in a playful tone asked me, "My dear husband, do you think I am merely a little fox, unworthy of your attention? I shall not comment on the matter of your engagement to Iran, as it was arranged personally by her esteemed grandfather, and thus I shall not fuss over it. However, I just witnessed the look you cast towards Ryue. Could it be that you have taken a liking to her?" Upon hearing the little fox's inquiry, my heart tightened, and I hurriedly shook my head like a rattle, feigning ignorance in an attempt to evade the situation. Yet, at that moment, Ryue interjected without mercy, her brows furrowing as she playfully scolded. "Master, how can you be so timid and evasive, daring to act yet shying away from responsibility? You clearly harbored such feelings for me. Yet now you cannot even admit it." After delivering her words, she huffed softly and turned away, choosing to ignore me. The little fox was far from foolish. Despite its adorably naive appearance, it was quite astute. Who knows how many years it had lived, possessing a clarity regarding matters of love and romance akin to a mirror. Observing Ryue's averted gaze, the little fox mimicked her actions, turning its head with an exaggerated pout, intermittently emitting low growls to express its displeasure. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but silently lament and feel relieved that Iran was not present. Otherwise, I would truly be unable to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. With this thought in mind, I hurriedly stashed Ryue back into the exquisite wolf hair brush, then quickly leaned beside the little fox, softening my voice to the utmost degree as I coaxed, "Good wife. It is all my fault. I acknowledge my mistake. Honestly, I was merely momentarily confused, committing the same error that all men inevitably do." I gently scratched the little fox's soft belly, attempting to cheer it up, but it remained indifferent, entirely unresponsive to my efforts. Suddenly, it glared at me with its big, round eyes, baring its sharp teeth, and shouted angrily, "Scoundrel!" Its expression suggested it might devour me whole. Nevertheless, I refused to abandon my attempts to placate it. Throughout the night, I patiently whispered sweet nothings, while my hands busied themselves, one moment gently kneading the little fox's shoulders, the next softly patting its back, engaging in this endeavor for an entire night. By dawn, my hands were sore and nearly incapable of lifting themselves. Fortunately, my efforts bore fruit. After a night of persistence, the little fox's anger had diminished significantly. However, it still solemnly laid down 3 rules for me. The first decree was that I was absolutely forbidden from gazing upon any beautiful woman, enchanting spirit, or alluring demon, not even in thought. Otherwise, it would mercilessly extract my eyeballs to use as marbles. The second rule was even more severe. Should it discover me flirting outside, I would face a gruesome punishment. My little member would be severed, condemning me to a pitiful existence as a eunuch. As for the third and most crucial rule, I was strictly prohibited from having any ambiguous relations with any woman aside from the one named Iran. The consequences of violating this rule were too dreadful to contemplate. In the early morning, as the sun rose, golden rays streamed through the window onto the dining table. After savoring a sumptuous breakfast, I felt a wave of tranquility wash over me. Thus, I strolled alone into the room, cautiously retrieving an exquisite wolf hair brush from the drawer. Sitting at the desk, I gently spread out a sheet of yellow talisman paper, took a deep breath, and began to concentrate on drawing talismans. Initially, I sketched mere ordinary yellow talismans, but to my delight, my speed was noticeably quicker than before. As the brush danced smoothly across the paper, lines gradually emerged, seemingly imbued with life. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained within these yellow talismans was significantly more potent than before. While my own consumption of spiritual energy was comparatively reduced, as I immersed myself in drawing, Ryue, residing within the brush, softly reminded me, "Master, you might want to adjust your grip on the brush and pay attention to the timing of infusing spiritual energy." Upon hearing her guidance, I immediately followed her advice, and indeed, the results were immediate. After considerable effort, when I completed the final stroke, the yellow talisman emitted a rich wave of spiritual energy. This sensation left me in quiet awe. Compared to the previous talismans I had drawn, this one was vastly superior. The earlier talismans now appeared as mere scraps of paper, utterly useless. Just as I was about to take a moment's rest, Ryue suddenly spoke in a serious tone. "Master, now that you have mastered such advanced talisman drawing skills, why not attempt a higher-level purple talisman?" I distinctly recalled that in my past life, even purple talismans had not caught your eye, and golden talismans were drawn effortlessly. Upon hearing Ryue's words, skepticism and disbelief filled my heart. What sort of extraordinary individual could speak of crafting golden talismans with such ease? At that moment, a flame of curiosity ignited within me, urging me to explore further. Simultaneously, a thought quietly surfaced in my mind. Could I reach that coveted high realm? This anticipation felt like a seed, deeply rooted in my heart. For some reason, I sensed Ryue regarding me with a hint of condescension, which stirred a defiant spirit within me. Thus, I resolved to attempt drawing that mysterious and powerful purple talisman. I took a deep breath, focused my spirit, and summoned all my spiritual energy, channeling it into the wolf hair brush like a surging tide. Ryue seemed to understand intuitively, synchronizing with my efforts, as the brush tip gently touched the talisman paper. An unexpected event transpired. The spiritual energy within the brush was instantaneously absorbed by the paper like a flood breaching its dam. Chapter 55. A strange dream. I felt a chill rising up my spine, beads of sweat rolling down my forehead, and my breath quickening. Yet, I did not relent. I gritted my teeth and persevered. With Ryue's full assistance, after an arduous struggle, I finally succeeded in completing my very first purple talisman. Though my body had been utterly drained of energy and spiritual force, my heart brimmed with indescribable joy and excitement. I trembled as I carefully picked up the freshly drawn purple talisman. Examining it closely, this talisman radiated a faint purple glow, its energy far surpassing that of ordinary yellow talismans. The powerful aura it exuded left me in awe. Elated, I meticulously stored the purple talisman. While Ryue emerged from the brush, her face beaming with happiness, as if celebrating my achievement, in that moment, all fatigue vanished, leaving only a profound sense of accomplishment. Yet, I soon felt an insatiable thirst, my throat feeling as if it were on fire, prompting me to head to the living room for a glass of water. Summoning my strength despite my discomfort, I slowly stood up, but just then, a wave of dizziness struck me suddenly, plunging my vision into darkness. I felt myself collapse to the ground, accompanied by a dull, resounding thud, and I completely lost consciousness. I do not know how long it was before I regained awareness, only to find myself in a strange and eerie dream. In this dream, I saw a woman, covered in wounds and streaked with blood, Huang Enyang. She knelt in a pool of blood surrounded by the bodies of numerous weasels, tightly cradling a newborn weasel in her arms. Tears streamed down her haggard face like a flood, and she emitted heart-wrenching cries of despair. I surveyed my surroundings, sensing an inexplicable familiarity, yet no matter how hard I strained to remember, I could not recall where this place was. As I pondered in confusion, suddenly, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe appeared before Huang Enyang like a wraith in his hand. He clutched a weasel of similar size to the one cradled by Huang Enyang. The pitiful creature letting out cries of distress, consumed by fear. Upon seeing the small weasel in the hands of the man in the black robe, Huang Enyang's countenance turned ashen, her lips quivering uncontrollably. She then sank to her knees with a heavy thud, laboriously inching forward on her knees towards the man in the black robe. At last, she found herself at his feet, lifting her tear-filled gaze to him. Pleading desperately, "I implore you, Lord Qingfeng, to show mercy and spare my grandson. If you grant him this reprieve, I shall willingly pay any price, even if it means enduring 1,000 cuts. I shall voice no complaint." The man in the black robe stood like a towering mountain, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority that surged forth like an invisible tide, engulfing the surroundings. Even in my dreamlike state, I felt a tremor of fear stir within me at the sheer force of his presence. Huang Enyang, gritting her teeth, pressed on against the suffocating weight of his intimidating aura. Each step she took felt as if a great burden were being placed upon her, rendering her movements increasingly labored. However, despite her indomitable spirit, after traversing a certain distance, she could no longer withstand the monumental pressure. A muffled groan escaped her lips as she coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. As time dragged on, what felt like mere minutes for me became an eternity for Huang Enyang. She lay there, unmoving, her head never lifting. Witnessing this scene, my heart tightened with dread, a foreboding thought creeping in. Had Huang Enyang succumbed to her fate? Just as despair gripped me, she suddenly seemed to awaken as if summoned by some mysterious force, raising her head with newfound determination, her gaze more resolute than before, as if reborn from the ashes of a near-death experience. Though her body remained frail, she persevered through her pain and slowly rose to her knees, continuing to crawl forward with painstaking slowness. Meanwhile, the man in the black robe observed her from a distance. His expression darkening ominously, his deep-set eyes glinting with a chilling light, he barked, This is the consequence of your betrayal. In an instant, he extended his right hand, curling his index finger slightly, and a stream of dark energy shot forth like lightning, striking the weasel in his other hand with unerring precision. The unfortunate creature could barely emit a cry before it slumped lifelessly, its neck limp. Huang Enyang's eyes reddened, bloodshot and brimming with fury. She unleashed a heart-wrenching scream that seemed to pierce the heavens, reverberating with an excruciating intensity. In a sudden surge, she sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with rage, and lunged at the man in the black robe like a frenzied beast. The man, quick as a flash, leapt aside, delivering a powerful kick that sent her flying several meters through the air, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Upon impact, her eyes rolled back, and she fell unconscious, lying still as time continued its relentless march. I awoke with a start, finding myself in my bed, surrounded by my family, their faces etched with worry. The moment I opened my eyes, the palpable anxiety that had enveloped them dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. However, in stark contrast, my own expression was one of distress, for the vividness of the dream had left me shaken. I sat upright, cradling my head in my hands, ruminating on every detail of that surreal experience. Finally, a chilling realization struck me. It was the desolate graveyard behind my home. Memories surged forth, recalling a time in my youth when I had ventured there with a small, charming fox. The graveyard still exuded an eerie atmosphere that sent shivers down my spine. I wiped the beads of sweat from my forehead and exhaled deeply, attempting to quell the rising tide of fear and anxiety. At that moment, the woman beside me, still firmly grasping my arm, appeared pale as a sheet, visibly weary. Her lips trembled as she softly inquired, "Wu Hao, what happened to you? Why are you sweating so profusely? Could it be that you had a nightmare?" In response to her concern, I endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, replying, "It's nothing, perhaps just the result of recent fatigue. A bit of rest will suffice." Upon hearing my reassurances, those gathered in the room nodded in understanding and gradually filed out. Only the little fox remained, shaking its small head, its expressive eyes filled with worry as it asked, "My dear, what exactly transpired? I can sense that your vitality seems to be waning." Taking a deep breath, I recounted the bizarre and haunting dream to the little fox in detail. After listening intently, its brow furrowed in concern, and it said urgently, "My dear, I cannot help but worry. What if something has befallen Huang Enyang? After all, she has aided us on numerous occasions." Indeed, even as I shared the tale of my dream, the desire to investigate the truth began to take root within me. Without hesitation, I grabbed my tattered bag and, alongside the little fox, hastened towards the courtyard. At that moment, Iran, who had been busy inside, dashed out, breathless and calling, "Wu Hao, where are you going?" I paused, turning to respond, "Oh, Iran, it's nothing serious. The little fox and I just want to take a stroll outside. We'll be back shortly." Iran, however, was not so easily deterred. With wide, glistening eyes that sparkled with determination, she pouted and insisted, "Humph, Wu Hao, I want to go too." Faced with this, I scratched my head in exasperation, offering a wry smile as I explained, "Iran, to be honest, the reason the little fox and I are going out is to check on those villagers who fell victim to the poison. I need to see if they have fully recovered or if any aftereffects linger. It's not that I'm deliberately leaving you behind. We'll be quick." Iran huffed, her voice barely above a whisper, but still clear enough for me to hear, "Humph, ever since you got that little fox, you hardly pay attention to me." Her words, laden with grievance and dissatisfaction, struck a chord in my heart. Recently, the myriad of pressing matters had overwhelmed me, leaving little room for anything else. With this realization, I quickly composed myself, forcing a gentle smile as I replied, "All right, Iran, please don't be upset. I promise to take you out for a proper outing tomorrow, but today, I truly have much to attend to." Iran's sulky demeanor began to soften as she heard my promise, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She waved goodbye to the little fox and me, retreating slowly into the courtyard. Once Iran had left, the little fox and I wasted no time and quickened our pace towards the back mountain. Before long, we arrived at the foreboding graveyard. The scene before me was nothing short of astonishing. Scattered across the ground lay the lifeless bodies of numerous weasels, their blood staining the earth a deep crimson. The once majestic trees now leaned precariously, as if they had endured a fierce battle. Most alarming of all were the several enormous pits, their soil a bizarre charred black. Eerily reminiscent of the visions I had encountered in my dreams a few days prior, the little fox was the first to react, nimbly circling the area to investigate thoroughly. Once it confirmed the absence of others nearby, it cautiously returned to my side. At that moment, the graveyard was swept by a chilling wind, biting and frigid, sending shivers racing up my spine. Yet, consumed by urgency, I paid little heed to the cold and without a word began to sift through the mountain of weasel corpses. The diminutive fox, relying on its remarkably keen sense of smell, diligently searched for the traces of Huang Ernyang. As for me, I frantically pushed aside several heaps of disarrayed bodies, yet Huang Ernyang's figure remained elusive. Nevertheless, I refused to succumb to despair, resolutely continuing my search among the piled corpses, silently vowing that today I would uncover a resolution, either to behold Huang Ernyang's lifeless form or to witness her safe and sound. At this very moment, my entire being was smeared with the weasel's blood, as if I had just emerged from a pool of it, yet I paid it no mind, wholly focused on my relentless search. Suddenly, a frantic voice pierced through my thoughts. It was the little fox, filled with urgency. "My lord, hurry over here. Huang Ernyang is here." Hearing this, I wasted no time, darting forward with astonishing speed, swiftly teleporting several times until I arrived at the spot where the little fox awaited. As I focused my gaze, I beheld Huang Ernyang's battered figure faintly emerging from a dark, deep pit. She was covered in shocking wounds, each gash grotesque, blood oozing from them and staining the ground a vivid red. Her breath was feeble, flickering like a candle in the wind, as if she could extinguish at any moment. Without hesitation, I retrieved the 7 life-saving pills gifted to me by my master at our parting. These were rare and precious elixirs. When one's life faced dire peril, consuming one would ensure survival. However, only 7 existed, and using one meant losing one, as the crafting of such pills was exceedingly complex and the materials required were scarce. Yet in this moment, I had no time to contemplate these things, only a fervent desire to rescue Huang Ernyang. Thus, I carefully placed a life-saving pill into her mouth, watching as she slowly swallowed it. At this juncture, Huang Ernyang had been forced into her original form by a formidable foe. Her once lithe and powerful body now curled helplessly into a small ball, evoking deep sympathy. I gently cradled the pallid Huang Ernyang, my fingers delicately probing her slender wrist to check her pulse. As time passed, her previously erratic and tumultuous pulse gradually steadied, eventually returning to a calm rhythm. Witnessing this, the tension that had gripped me began to ease, and I exhaled a long, heavy breath, my ever-racing heart finally settling back into my chest. Regaining my composure, I produced a few fiery talismans radiating intense heat from my robe. Chanting softly, the talismans ignited into a roaring flame. Sweeping towards the lifeless, grotesque weasel bodies, in an instant, those terrifying corpses were reduced to ashes, without a trace remaining. Just then, a phrase from my dream echoed in my mind, causing my heart to tighten with urgency. Realizing that Qingfeng might take the opportunity to trouble Li Hu and my family in my absence, I could not afford to delay any longer. I turned to the little fox nearby and called out, "Hurry! We must return home at once." With that, I summoned my speed, employing the art of shrinking distance, and dashed homeward with Huang Ernyang in my arms, leaving behind only a vague blur. Before long, the little fox and I arrived at the entrance of my home. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if time had frozen in that very moment. Not even a whisper of sound could be heard. I stood quietly at the door, my heart taut, scanning the courtyard beyond with watchful eyes. A glance revealed the desolate yard, devoid of any presence. A chilling emptiness lingered in the air. According to the usual routine, my grandfather should have been leisurely seated on the ancient stone bench in the center of the courtyard, basking in the gentle sunlight, savoring a sip of fragrant tea, and relishing the tranquil beauty of the moment. Yet now, that familiar stone bench was empty, and my grandfather's figure had vanished without a trace. In an instant, an ominous premonition surged through me, making me acutely aware that matters had surely spiraled beyond the norm. Indeed, as I had suspected, Huang Ernyang was merely a meticulously crafted bait. Her presence was nothing more than a ruse to lure me and the little fox away, providing Qingfeng with the perfect opportunity to easily seize control of my family. Consequently, They could use this leverage to coerce me and the little fox into submission. As this realization struck me, a wave of anxiety washed over, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Together with the little fox, we cautiously stepped into the mysterious courtyard. Night had fallen, the clock silently marking 7 o'clock. We had scarcely taken a few steps when dense fog began to rise, swiftly engulfing the yard in a white sea. Simultaneously, dazzling white light flared at the periphery of the courtyard, intertwining to form a peculiar magical array. As time passed, the mist within the array thickened to the point where I could scarcely discern my outstretched fingers. Faced with this bizarre phenomenon, a sense of panic welled within me. Fortunately, the eccentric yet knowledgeable old madman had once imparted to me some knowledge about magical arrays and how to dismantle them. However, this array had only just activated, and I found it difficult to identify its type at that moment. Gathering my focus, I produced a yellowed guiding talisman from my robe and without hesitation hurled it into the fog before me. The talisman traced an arc through the air, emanating a faint yet warm glow. To my delight, the thick fog ahead parted as if by an invisible hand, dissipating in an instant. Though the path ahead had temporarily cleared, the little fox and I remained vigilant, maintaining our heightened awareness, cautiously observing the slightest movement around us as we advanced step by step. At that moment, the little fox beside me suddenly halted. Its furry ears perked up, a look of concern crossing its face as it whispered, "My lord, I smell the presence of a living being. Be exceedingly cautious." Without hesitation, I reached into the cloth bag and swiftly retrieved a heavy gold ingot. Meanwhile, I spread my feet slightly, lowered my stance, and gripped the gold ingot tightly, adopting a ready position. In an instant, a blinding sword light, as swift as lightning, shot from my left, hurtling directly towards my waist with astonishing speed. Faced with this sudden assault, I reacted swiftly, raising the gold ingot to fiercely block the oncoming blade. There was a resounding clang as the sword met the ingot, sending sparks flying. The once formidable sword shattered into countless fragments upon contact. Emitting a dull thud, the assailant, cloaked in black, staggered from the force of the collision, nearly crashing into my embrace. Yet, I would not grant him a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity, I swung the gold ingot down towards his head with all my might. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the black-clad figure's head received a crushing blow, sending him sprawling backward as if struck by a hammer. At that moment, the little fox, poised to strike, leapt forth, sinking its sharp fangs into the assailant's arm with precision. Seeing this, I lifted the gold ingot once more, exerting every ounce of strength for another strike. This time, the cloaked figure could no longer withstand the relentless assault, collapsing to the ground, motionless. With great caution, I crouched down and gently lifted the mask from the fallen black-clad figure. In an instant, a youthful face came into view, appearing no older than 17 or 18, quite similar to my own age. I could not help but reach out, tentatively probing his nostrils. A faint breath lingered, barely perceptible yet undeniably present, though it seemed exceedingly weak. Gazing upon this youthful visage, a twinge of compassion welled up within me. After all, I have never taken a life with my own hands, and now, being called upon to do so is indeed a most arduous decision. Just as I found myself caught in a web of indecision, the small fox that had been my constant companion suddenly chastised me. "My dear, your compassion today is a grave irresponsibility towards your future self. This person will not show you mercy simply because you have spared him. He will undoubtedly seek a far more brutal vengeance upon you in the days to come." With that, the small fox fixed its sharp gaze upon me, as if it could perceive every flicker of doubt within my heart. Under the stern scrutiny of the small fox, I slowly began to advance, step by step, toward the figure clad in black. As I drew nearer, the youthful visage of the individual became increasingly discernible. Yet, despite this clarity, I ultimately could not summon the resolve to extinguish his life. Observing my hesitance, the small fox appeared quite irked. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of white lightning, launching itself directly at the nape of the black-clad man's neck. Accompanied by a piercing scream, blood erupted like a fountain, splattering in every direction. The black-clad man quivered in agony a few times before falling utterly still. Devoid of all vitality, I stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by a tumult of complex emotions, until the small fox tugged insistently at my pant leg, snapping me back to reality. "My dear, more foes approach. There are quite a few, drawing upon the invaluable experience I had previously amassed and my profound understanding of the principles of formations. I swiftly composed myself and resolved to rely on my formidable memory, persistently using guiding talismans to carve a path forward. After all, the arrangement of this formation was based on the principles of the five elements. And although it could manifest in myriad forms, its core essence would invariably adhere to this fundamental law. As I delved deeper with each step, I gradually approached the location of the first focal point of the formation. From a distance, I beheld three Taoist priests clad in robes, wielding peachwood swords, standing at the focal point. Their gazes were intense, uniformly directed towards me as I closed in. Observing this situation, I hesitated not for a moment. Seizing the hefty gold ingot in my hand and charging towards them like an arrow released from the bowstring, in an instant, a resounding crash echoed as the gold ingot struck one of the priests squarely. He was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a cannonball, blood erupting from his mouth and tracing a horrifying arc in the air. Witnessing this scene, one of the remaining priests could not help but exclaim, "Good heavens, this young man is truly ferocious. He is nothing but an ignorant fledgling." Before he could finish his words, my hand shot forward like a tempest, striking at them with great force. They appeared to be utterly terrified. Instinctively retreating 2 steps, their eyes filled with fear and trepidation. Humph! So now they realize the fear? It's too late. I paid no heed to their plight, swiftly grasping another heavy gold ingot and resolutely hurling it towards them once more. As time ticked by, in less than 3 minutes, I had dispatched these fellows with the swiftness of a gale. Next, I needed to dismantle this accursed focal point. I bent down and cautiously began to clear away the thick layer of earth that covered it. Suddenly, a copper coin exuding an ancient aura caught my eye. I hurriedly retrieved a flame talisman from my pocket, chanting incantations as a blazing fire erupted, soaring towards the copper coin in the blink of an eye. The malevolent energy surrounding the coin was completely incinerated by the flames. I gently picked it up and examined it closely in my palm. To my astonishment and delight, it was none other than the legendary 5 Emperor coins. It is said that these coins can not only be used to set up formations, but also possess formidable powers to ward off evil and suppress malevolence. With this thought, an uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up within me. I quickly stowed the invaluable 5 Emperor coins carefully into my cloth bag. Just then, the anticipated occurred. As the focal point was successfully destroyed, the dense fog that had enveloped the entire formation began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace. As if it had encountered its nemesis, I cautiously made my way towards the second focal point, each step imbued with extreme caution. However, having not ventured far, a sudden cacophony of intense fighting erupted nearby. This unexpected sound heightened my alertness, and without hesitation, I dashed towards the source of the commotion. Chapter 60. Encounter with the bald monk. As I approached, the scene before me left me astounded. A petite and adorable fox was entangled in a fierce struggle with a wizened old Taoist priest, both parties exchanging blows and refusing to yield. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that both combatants bore signs of injury, indicating that this battle had persisted for some time. Surprisingly, despite the old priest's seemingly ethereal presence and formidable aura, he found himself at a disadvantage, while the small fox, with its nimble movements and agile tactics, held a clear edge in the encounter. Witnessing this predicament, I made a decisive choice, swiftly grasping the gold ingot in my hand and launching it towards the old priest with the swiftness of a gale. The old priest, caught off guard by my sudden assault, scrambled to defend himself, yet he underestimated the potency of my gold ingot. It is important to note that this was a top-tier magical artifact, its inherent power far surpassing that of an ordinary weapon. With a dull thud, the old priest, though he exerted all his might to withstand the blow, was ultimately unable to endure the tremendous impact of the gold ingot. Stumbling backward 2 full steps, once he regained his footing, his face flushed with rage, he pointed a trembling finger at me and scolded, "What an arrogant young man, utterly lacking in martial decorum." At that moment, the crafty fox, having been waiting for an opportunity, seized upon the old priest's exposed vulnerability, darting forward like a flash of lightning. Seeing this, I naturally would not lag behind, immediately following suit and launching an intensified assault alongside the fox. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted overwhelmingly in our favor. The old priest, besieged by our coordinated efforts, found himself increasingly unable to cope. Realizing the dire situation, the cunning old priest contemplated retreat. Seizing the moment while the surrounding fog had yet to fully dissipate, he deftly slipped into it, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the old priest's escape, the little fox appeared somewhat reluctant. Poised to pursue him, I quickly intervened, asserting, "Do not chase after a cornered foe. Our primary task now is to dismantle this formation, lest we suffer a greater loss." The little fox, upon hearing my words, nodded thoughtfully, signaling its agreement with my perspective. After a brief respite, we both readied ourselves once more and resumed our journey towards the second focal point. As we drew closer, the familiar yet oppressive pressure surged around us like a tidal wave, enveloping our beings. At this juncture, the little fox, who had been by my side, suddenly spoke up, "Husband, it seems there is an unparalleled master hidden ahead. Based on my perception, their cultivation level is likely at least at the early stage of the golden core." Hearing the little fox's words, my heart tightened, yet my steps did not falter. Thus, we continued inching closer to the second focal point. Finally, upon nearing the focal point, an extraordinary sight met our eyes. A bald monk sat cross-legged above the focal point. His legs folded, hands clasped, and a string of translucent prayer beads in his grasp. At that moment, the monk was deep in meditation, reciting an enigmatic scripture with his eyes closed. Just as we approached, the monk slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, two piercing gazes, as tangible as steel, bore down upon us. Simultaneously, a blinding golden light erupted from the monk's eyes, the pressure it contained far surpassing the familiar weight we had previously felt. In that moment, I felt as if an immense mountain was pressing down upon me, rendering every breath a Herculean task as I gasped for air. Sensing my distress, the little fox quickly extended a finger and gently touched my forehead. Remarkably, this seemingly insignificant gesture dispelled the overwhelming pressure that threatened to crush me. I gazed at the solemn-faced monk, draped in robes, and an involuntary sense of retreat surged within me. His tranquil yet subtly sharp aura instilled an intangible sense of pressure. Meanwhile, the little fox beside me was scrutinizing this unexpected guest with its keen eyes. I noticed its once smooth fur bristling slightly, an aura of pure, snow-white energy emanating from it, seemingly alive and flowing. Gradually, the little fox's pupils took on a startling crimson hue, akin to burning flames, exuding an air of insatiable bloodlust. At this moment, the bald monk, unable to contain his rising fury, abruptly opened his eyes. Anger flashing within them, and bellowed, "What an arrogant little fox demon, daring to behave so insolently before this humble monk. You are courting death, Amitabha." With this outburst, the monk's aura surged dramatically, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Before he could finish speaking, he rapidly closed his mouth, palms pressed together before his chest, reciting incantations. Initially, his recitation was slow, but as time passed, his pace quickened, resembling a torrential storm. However, unexpectedly, despite the monk's fervent efforts to subdue the little fox with his Buddhist teachings, a subtle shift occurred when their gazes met. The monk's expression morphed from fierce intent, as if to devour the little fox whole, to a vacant stare, as though his soul had departed, the once sharp gaze now replaced by an emptiness. Seizing this critical moment, I quickly drew the hefty, resplendent gold ingot from my pocket, steeling myself as I hurled it towards the monk with all my might. However, to my utter astonishment, the monk's previously tranquil eyes suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden light. More astonishingly, amidst that golden light, there were faintly visible dense scriptures. Time seemed to stand still in the face of such an unforeseen turn of events, and I dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Immediately, I invoked the golden light spell. In an instant, a dazzling golden barrier enveloped me like a protective shield. Chapter 61. The deceived monk, Hui Hai. With a resounding bang, the golden radiance interspersed with scriptures crashed upon my golden shield like a torrential wave. Sparks flew, and golden light danced wildly. To my dismay, the golden light spell I had cast was shattered in an instant, transforming into countless shimmering golden specks that dissipated into the air. Following this, an overwhelmingly powerful force surged unimpeded into my body. Instantly, a heart-wrenching agony engulfed me like a tidal wave. as if every inch of my skin and every bone in my body were being ruthlessly torn apart. I felt darkness closing in, and a metallic sweetness surged in my throat. With a sudden burst, a copious amount of crimson blood erupted uncontrollably from my mouth. I felt the world fade to black. My body seemed to lose all support, collapsing limply forward until I landed heavily upon the cold, hard ground. Despite an overwhelming sense of unwillingness flooding my heart, reality struck me like a heavy hammer against my chest. Truly, a golden core cultivator. Compared to him, I was but an insignificant ant, existing on an entirely different dimensional plane. If he wished to take my life, it would be as effortless as slaughtering a defenseless chick. At that moment, I could distinctly sense the blood and energy within me churning violently, akin to wild horses breaking free, crashing wave after wave against my internal organs. As the tumult of energy surged, blood gushed from my mouth in a relentless stream, splattering onto the ground and forming shocking crimson blossoms. The little fox beside me seemed to sense the abnormality, its originally furious red eyes gradually returning to their normal hue. Simultaneously, the monk with the bald head also began to regain focus, his empty gaze slowly sharpening. Upon seeing my miserable state, the little fox's eyes ignited with fiery wrath, filled with a chilling intent to kill. It bared its teeth at the bald monk, emitting a low, muffled growl as if to warn him of impending danger. The bald monk, now fully alert, recalled the close call he had with the little fox's enchanting technique. Causing a flicker of fear to cross his face, he cursed vehemently, "Damn it! This wretched fox demon's enchanting skills are truly formidable. It nearly ensnared me. Fortunately, I have diligently practiced the Buddhist teachings since childhood and strictly adhered to the 5 precepts. Otherwise, I would have surely met my doom today at the hands of such a small fox demon." As he spoke, the bald monk pressed his palms together, closed his eyes, and began to recite a familiar scripture, Amitabha. In a state of urgent anxiety, I swiftly sealed my acupoints, exerting every ounce of strength to suppress the boiling blood that threatened to rise in my throat. At that moment, the metallic tang of blood filled my mouth, inducing a wave of nausea. Though my body was gravely weakened, I still trembled and pointed a shaky finger at the bald monk, unleashing a torrent of furious curses. "O Buddha, you have always taught humanity to nurture life and compassion. Yet this so-called monk dares to commit heinous acts here, bringing calamity to the people. He is nothing but an accomplice to evil, and such behavior is truly heart-wrenching. I feel a deep sorrow for you." "O Buddha!" The bald monk, upon hearing my fervent denunciation, showed no signs of shame, instead responding with a grin, "Humph, what Buddha are you talking about? Have you not heard the saying, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart? I, the monk Huihai, have upheld a kind heart and performed good deeds for many years, diligently practicing the Buddhist teachings. I have never harmed an innocent soul. Yet I shall not easily let any wicked scoundrel escape." Observing the obstinate monk before me, I silently lamented. It was clear that this fool had been deceived and blinded by the insidious and cunning Qingfeng. Such a simpleton was akin to one who, having been sold, still cheerfully helped count the money for the seller. I gritted my teeth, desperately suppressing the discomfort caused by the turbulent energy within me, and suddenly burst into laughter, while laughter echoed through the air, startling and jarring. The monk Huihai looked on with a face full of suspicion, his deep-set eyes fixated on my every move, as if seeking to glean some insight from my expression. Through fits of coughing, I struggled to speak. "You, monk, truly cannot distinguish right from wrong, good from evil, and are utterly oblivious to your own folly. In my view, you are nothing more than an exceedingly foolish monk. You claim to be diligently practicing Buddhism, but I see that your so-called cultivation has likely gone to waste." At that moment, the little fox hidden in the shadows whispered to me, "My lord, why waste breath on this monk? Simply kill him." However, it was evident that my words had incensed Huihai. His expression darkened instantly, resembling the ominous sky before a storm. Without hesitation, he struck first, launching a powerful palm strike toward me, accompanied by a furious shout, "Great strength diamond palm!" A massive golden hand, formed from a multitude of scriptures, hurtled toward me with the force of a mountain, as if intending to crush me into mere pulp. Unfazed by such a fierce attack, the little fox swiftly evaded, Invoking the divine art of manifesting the heavens and the earth, in an instant, she transformed into a towering giant, resembling a majestic mountain peak. She extended a colossal jade hand, effortlessly shattering the gigantic palm composed of scriptures. Seeing this, Hui Hai was taken aback, his face reflecting sheer terror as he instinctively retreated 2 steps. Yet the little fox was relentless. She swiftly maneuvered her 6 fluffy tails like sturdy steel whips, striking fiercely at Hui Hai. He dodged left and right, utterly flustered. Meanwhile, he chanted incantations faster and louder, and as his spell intensified, a faint golden light gradually enveloped him. Golden Bell Shield. In the blink of an eye, Hui Hai's entire form began to radiate a dazzling golden glow. As the little fox's tails struck him, they produced resounding clangs. Chapter 62. Breaking the bewitching array, the little fox. Its fiery red fur shimmering vibrantly, elegantly swayed its fluffy tail. Suddenly, it exerted force, whipping its tail like a lash against Hui Hai. Unexpectedly, this seemingly fierce attack had no effect on Hui Hai. He continued to laugh maniacally, his voice echoing in the air as if to pierce the heavens. Amidst his laughter, he spat out a series of disdainful remarks. Ha ha ha, I have diligently practiced the Golden Bell Shield for years. How could a mere little fox demon hope to contend with me? Utterly delusional. His words dripped with unabashed mockery and scorn. Faced with Hui Hai's arrogance, the little fox's crystalline eyes sparkled with mischief, and a wicked smile crept across its face. It then swung its tail once more, this time targeting a particularly sensitive area, straight for Hui Hai's groin. In an instant, terror washed over Hui Hai's face, but it was too late for him to evade. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and braced himself to endure the blow. In that moment, a deafening wail echoed through the air, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Hui Hai clutched his groin, collapsing to the ground as if his spine had been severed. He curled up like a wounded shrimp, trembling uncontrollably. Beads of sweat poured down his forehead, quickly soaking his garments. His face twisted in agony, once rosy, now pale as a sheet, as the golden aura that had enveloped him gradually faded away. Without hesitation, the little fox lifted its massive paw, preparing to stomp down on Hui Hai with overwhelming force. As its paw approached Hui Hai, the ground trembled violently, as if it were about to split apart. Poor Hui Hai had no time to react before the terrifying paw crushed him beneath its weight. With a resounding thud, Hui Hai expelled a torrent of crimson blood, arcing through the air like a sanguine fountain, splattering across the ground. His face was etched with unwillingness and despair. However, he could not escape the little fox's formidable grip. At that moment, it seemed the little fox was not yet satisfied, and it pressed down even harder with its paw. A sharp crack resounded, sending chills down the spine of everyone present as the horrifying sound of bones shattering echoed clearly in their ears. It was evident that an unknown number of bones within Hui Hai's body had fractured at that very moment. Fortunately, the little fox began gradually returning to its normal size. Otherwise, had it remained in such a colossal form, my not-so-small courtyard would have undoubtedly been reduced to a pitiful ruin. After a fierce battle, my vitality had finally begun to recover to some extent. Although my body still felt incredibly heavy and utterly fatigued, I gritted my teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as I painfully dragged my leaden legs step by step towards the center of the formation. At long last, upon reaching the formation's core, I laboriously bent down and extended my hands to gently clear away the thick layer of soil covering it. Soon, a beautifully crafted wooden box came into view. Gazing at this mysterious box, I hesitated not for a moment, swiftly retrieving a pre-prepared fire talisman from my bosom and hurling it forcefully at the box. In an instant, a roaring flame erupted, completely engulfing the wooden box. In the blink of an eye, what had once been an intact box was reduced to a pile of ashes, vanishing without a trace. Just then, a translucent jade pendant, radiating a faint glow, suddenly appeared in the now vacant pit. I carefully reached down and picked up the pendant, and the moment it touched my fingers, a wave of icy coolness surged through me, causing me to involuntarily shiver. Yet, this chill did not evoke discomfort. Rather, it was exceptionally soothing, as if it could wash away all the fatigue and pain from my body and mind. Even more remarkably, I could distinctly feel that this coolness was continuously replenishing my depleted spiritual energy, gradually stabilizing and strengthening my previously weak aura in a flurry. I gingerly tucked the precious jade pendant into a cloth pouch. Terrified of accidentally damaging it that moment, the dense fog that had enveloped the courtyard began to dissipate, as if compelled by some mysterious force. Observing the scene before me gradually becoming clearer, the tension that had gripped my heart began to ease slightly, allowing me to exhale a long breath of relief. Once I steadied myself, I hastened to Hui Hai, who lay motionless on the ground. My anger reignited in an instant, and without a second thought, I raised my hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps to his cheeks. Hui Hai's once fair face instantly turned red and swollen. Looking utterly disheveled, enraged, I pointed a finger at his now puffed-up face, cursing vehemently, "You ungrateful monk! How can you claim to be devoted to the study of Buddhism while collaborating with that wicked Hongling society? It's as if you've been sold and remain blissfully unaware." Upon hearing my scathing words, Hui Hai showed no signs of remorse. Instead, he retorted defensively, "Hongling society? I have no idea what that is. All I know is that Master Qingfeng once saved my life, so when he asked for my assistance this time, I could not refuse. Besides, he informed me that a ferocious fox demon and a deranged evil cultivator were causing havoc here." Just as he finished speaking, Hui Hai abruptly closed his eyes, as if attempting to shut out the world around him. His face bore an expression of utter indifference, resembling a pig determined to endure any boiling water poured over it. Moreover, he adopted an extremely shameless demeanor, seemingly declaring to everyone, "No matter what you say, I will not heed a word." Chapter 63. Trials. At this moment, the first light of dawn quietly penetrated the night, casting a faint glow across the sky. However, I felt no trace of drowsiness, my heart instead a tumult of anger and anxiety. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted from a distance. I quickly focused my attention, squinting to see a large group of villagers rushing toward my home, wielding various farming tools, hoes, sticks, and the like, each face contorted with fury. Oh, my surprise! Hui Hai wore a barely perceptible smile as he called out to me and the little fox in a mocking tone. "Why aren't you two hurrying to escape? If you dawdle any longer, the police will arrive, and you'll have a front-row seat to the consequences, perhaps even tasting the flavor of peanuts." Exchanging a knowing glance with the little fox, we shared a faint smile, disregarding Hui Hai's provocation. In no time, the irate villagers reached us. Among them, a burly man stepped forward, urgently inquiring, "Wu Hao, where is the old clan leader? And what is this monk doing here?" Faced with their anxious questions, I took a deep breath to compose myself and recounted the entire ordeal to everyone present. Upon hearing that the old clan leader had been kidnapped, the crowd erupted in outrage, their fury palpable. The few hot-headed villagers wasted no time and charged toward Hui Hai, surrounding him menacingly. They raised their hoes high, poised to strike him down on the spot. Seeing the dire situation, Hui Hai panicked, casting a terrified glance in my direction, his eyes pleading for mercy, as if hoping I might save him. Without hesitation, I stepped forward, positioning myself in front of Hui Hai, and raised my voice to calm the impulsive villagers, urging them to remain composed and exercise patience. After all, the matter had yet to be fully unraveled. It was prudent to ascertain all the facts before making any further decisions. The little fox and I exchanged a glance and began to cautiously make our way toward the door of the house. Our steps were light and slow, as if afraid of awakening some dreadful presence from its slumber. Behind us, a group of tense villagers followed closely, their breaths held, not daring to make a sound. My heart raced and beads of sweat formed on my forehead, as I was acutely aware that Qingfeng was a cunning and treacherous individual, likely having set various deadly traps in the corners of my home, waiting for us to walk right into them. Thus, every step I took was filled with caution. Even my breathing felt heavy. We continued on, our hearts pounding, fortunate that nothing untoward occurred along the way. However, when we reached the door, the little fox and I paused, leaning in to scrutinize the tightly shut wooden door for an extended moment. The door appeared somewhat aged, covered in the marks of time, but seemed otherwise unremarkable. Yet, we dared not let our guard down, circling the doorframe several times until we confirmed there were no suspicious signs, before gently reaching for the doorknob with a soft creak. The door slowly swung open, releasing a chill that sent a shiver down my spine. The room inside flickered with uncertain light, alternately bright as day and dark as night, casting an eerie atmosphere over the space. Steeling myself, I mustered the courage to peer inside. I spotted 6 individuals sprawled haphazardly on the floor not far away. My grandfather and several other relatives. Seeing them lying there unharmed, the heavy stone weighing on my heart finally lifted slightly. Yet, my brow furrowed again, for aside from my grandfather and the others, there was not a soul in sight, not even that detestable Qing Feng. Moreover, a nauseating stench filled the room, reminiscent of a multitude of decaying corpses piled together. Overwhelming enough to induce retching, my heart tightened suddenly. A wave of profound unease surged within me, and my instincts screamed that some malevolent force lurked here, since I began studying the arcane arts under that mysterious old madman. My perception had sharpened considerably, particularly regarding demonic and ghostly energies. I could detect their presence even from a distance. At this moment, within my own home, an indistinct aura led me to conclude that a ghostly entity, likely Qing Feng's specter, was concealed within. I could not afford to be complacent. Quickly, I retrieved several meticulously drawn ghost-restraining talismans from my robe. These charms, crafted with considerable effort, held potent magical power capable of temporarily subduing ordinary spirits. I carefully affixed the ghost-restraining talismans to the doors and windows, aiming to prevent the ghost from escaping the room. It was crucial to note that this ghost was no ordinary spirit. My preliminary assessment suggested it possessed strength at least at the level of an evil ghost. Generally, ordinary spirits only roamed at night, as sunlight inflicted significant harm upon them. However, once a ghost ascends to the level of an evil spirit, it no longer fears the brilliance of daylight and can even manifest in broad daylight. In Taoist theory, ghosts are categorized into several ranks, namely, souls, vengeful spirits, evil spirits, and ghost immortals. The chasm between each rank is indeed vast. And breaking through to a higher level is no simple feat. This not only requires the ghost to possess sufficient enlightenment and fortuitous circumstances, but also to endure numerous tribulations and trials. Take, for instance, my ghostly companion, Ruyu, from my treasured pin. After a prolonged period of diligent cultivation, she is now on the verge of breaking into the ranks of evil spirits. The little fox spoke up. My dear, there is an evil spirit in this room. You should hone your skills, and I shall protect you. In truth, even without the little fox's urging, I yearned for a chance to test my abilities. Those I encountered before were undoubtedly far stronger than I, and should I rashly intervene, it would not only jeopardize my resolve, but also leave me with irreparable wounds. I am no mere pretty face. Living off others' goodwill. Chapter 64. The confrontation. I cautiously approached my family, first standing before my father, gently placing my right hand upon his wrist to meticulously feel the pulse. Subsequently, I checked the pulses of my mother, father, and grandfather in turn. To my relief, they appeared unharmed, their breaths steady as if they were slumbering infants, with strong and rhythmic pulses. Witnessing this scene, the anxiety that had hung over me began to ease slightly. However, at that moment, an overwhelming and pungent odor of ghostly decay suddenly invaded my nostrils, reminiscent of countless rotting corpses piled together, eliciting a wave of nausea. I suppressed my discomfort, inhaled deeply, and retrieved a gold ingot from the cloth bag I carried. The ingot shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. Clutching it firmly in my hand, I murmured an incantation under my breath, concentrating fully to unleash my third eye abilities. As the incantation resonated, a faint golden light began to materialize before my eyes. Following the nearly unbearable stench, my gaze settled in a corner of the room. There, a long-haired female ghost clad in a white robe stood quietly, her hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist. Fluttering gently in the breeze, her once enchanting visage now bore a sinister smile, fixated upon me, sending shivers. Thus, I found myself locked in an intense and thrilling battle with the female specter. We engaged in a fierce exchange, neither side willing to yield, making it difficult to discern a victor. During this life-and-death struggle, the little fox anxiously observed from the sidelines, occasionally shouting out to point out the specter's weaknesses and my own shortcomings. Thanks to the little fox's timely reminders, I narrowly avoided the specter's lethal strikes several times, transforming peril into safety. As time passed, the specter's strength only grew. While my body weakened increasingly, I could distinctly feel the once abundant spiritual energy within me rapidly depleting. as if an invisible hand were gradually siphoning it away. If this continued, I would undoubtedly face defeat in my confrontation with the specter. The little fox seemed to sense the urgency of the situation as well, pacing restlessly in place, occasionally emitting anxious whines. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck me. I suddenly recalled the mysterious purple talisman I had meticulously crafted earlier. Perhaps this was the moment to test its power. With that thought, I hesitated not a moment longer, reaching into my bosom to retrieve the talisman, and with all my strength, I threw it high into the air. The talisman arced gracefully, suddenly radiating a dazzling purple light. The specter clearly sensed the formidable aura emanating from the talisman, instinctively retreating a few steps, her face betraying a look of terror. In an instant, she transformed into a stream of black mist, hastily drifting towards the window in an attempt to flee the scene. However, as soon as she touched the window, the ghost-warding talisman that had long been waiting there exploded with a thunderous sound. The specter was forcefully thrust back 2 steps by the impact. In the blink of an eye, the purple talisman shot like lightning into the black mist that was the specter, detonating once more with a resounding blast. The entire room was enveloped in a shroud of purple light and swirling black smoke. The specter suddenly opened her mouth, emitting a piercing wail reminiscent of a night owl's cry. This cry seemed capable of piercing through the clouds, reaching far into the heavens, its volume deafening and enough to instill dread in all who heard it. Accompanied by this horrifying scream, the specter's body appeared to be struck by an unbearable force, causing it to explode into fragments. In an instant, countless translucent orbs, resembling pearls, burst forth from her shattered form, cascading like a brilliant meteor shower, scattering throughout the air. At that moment, I felt an unusual heat radiating from my back, akin to a blazing flame igniting within me, threatening to break free from the confines of my skin. Before I could comprehend what was happening, a black, Qilin phantom erupted from my back with a swift whoosh. This phantom darted through the air like lightning, racing towards the scattered orbs above. In the blink of an eye, it opened its mouth, consuming all the small orbs in a single gulp, before transforming into a streak of black light and vanishing back into my body. I was utterly astonished and instinctively turned to glance at the little fox beside me, only to find her curled up in the corner, trembling with fear. Her once lively and adorable eyes were now filled with terror and unease. Furtively glancing at my back, I hurried to her side, crouching down to gently stroke her head, attempting to soothe her frightened heart. The little fox lifted her head slightly, her voice quivering as she said, "My lord, I am afraid." Swiftly, I pulled her into my embrace, her small frame still shaking from the immense fright she had experienced. I tenderly caressed her fur, feeling her weak heartbeat gradually stabilize. In the wake of the harrowing scene that had just unfolded, I found myself equally bewildered, entirely unsure of what had transpired. Once I regained my composure, I hastened to my family members who lay unconscious on the ground. They appeared pale and lifeless, devoid of any vitality. Steeling myself, I took a deep breath and began to channel my spiritual energy into each of them. As the energy flowed in, their tightly shut eyes gradually began to open. However, upon realizing it was me standing before them, they immediately rushed towards me without hesitation, enveloping me in a tight embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Among them, one person cried the loudest, her voice choked as she said, "Wu Hao, I was truly terrified at that moment. I almost thought I would never see you again." Upon hearing this, a wave of emotion and heartache surged within me. I gently reached out to wipe away her tears, softly reassuring her, "Do not fear. Everything will be all right. I am here, and with this adorable little fox, we will surely protect you." Chapter 66. A brilliant idea. Seeing my family safe and sound, the villagers gradually felt at ease and departed. At that moment, I stood alone beside Monk Huihai. In truth, I had stealthily sealed the acupoints on Monk Huihai's body before entering the room, rendering him incapable of employing any of his spells. With a grim expression, I approached him step by step, then suddenly halted, fixing him with a gaze filled with coldness and lethal intent. I asked in a deep voice, "Do you know where Qing Feng went?" As I spoke, my eyes bore an unmistakably fierce glint. Faced with my relentless questioning, Monk Huihai appeared visibly shaken, his face paling, body trembling involuntarily, his head shaking rapidly like a bobblehead, stammering, I don't know, Wu Xiaoyu, please spare me." "Do not kill me." Yet, I believed not a word of his protestations. Thus, I narrowed my eyes further, my gaze intensifying as I pressed, "Do you truly not know, or are you feigning ignorance?" My piercing glare seemed capable of penetrating his very soul. At that moment, the little fox, hidden in the shadows, communicated with me through telepathy, saying, "My lord, I believe this wretched monk is certainly lying. Why don't we devise a plan to make him reveal the truth?" Upon hearing the little fox's suggestion, my heart stirred, and an ingenious idea flashed through my mind. I swiftly turned my eyes, my right hand delving into my bosom to rummage around. Moments later, I produced a small, exquisitely crafted red vial. Gently, I opened the cap and carefully poured out a single vividly colored red pill, resembling a cherry. Monk Huihai regarded me with suspicion, and seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, I shoved the pill into his mouth. He immediately erupted in furious protest. "What in the world did you just make me swallow?" His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his manner suggesting he wished to devour me whole. Meanwhile, I casually paced before him, adopting an expression of utmost seriousness. I began, "This pill is a soul-devouring pill. Anyone who ingests it and fails to find an antidote within 3 days will gradually decay from the 4th day onward, ultimately leading to the complete dissolution of their soul, preventing them from ever entering the cycle of reincarnation." As I spoke, my tone was exceedingly grave, and my words were nothing short of the truth. Sure enough, upon hearing my proclamation, I keenly observed his gaze becoming increasingly erratic, akin to a startled rabbit filled with trepidation. It was evident that my words had instilled considerable fear within him. Yet, not long after, merely a few minutes had passed, when Monk Huihai unexpectedly began to sob uncontrollably. With tears streaming down his face, he lamented, "Wu Xiaoyu, I truly do not want to die like this. If you would only be merciful and spare my life, I swear to reveal everything I know to you. Just please grant me the antidote." At that moment, the once arrogant monk was stripped of his bravado, replaced by sheer terror and desperation. In the face of such a scene, I remained impassive, not even lifting my eyelids, merely casting a cold glance his way before resuming my leisurely pacing. In truth, my heart was brimming with joy, for I had never intended to give him any so-called soul-devouring pill. What I had fed him was merely an ordinary candy pill. Who would have thought that this seemingly tough monk would be so fragile, crumbling at the mere mention of my fabricated threats, leading him to reveal the truth without hesitation? Through his tears, Monk Huihai confessed, "In truth, Qing Feng is a protector of the Hongling Society. I am merely a captain under his command. This operation was instructed by him to find a vessel for his son, and he promised me that if this mission succeeded, he would appoint me as the leader of this region." Upon hearing Huihai utter those words, a tempest of emotions surged within me. I initially believed him to be merely an ordinary monk, yet I could scarcely have anticipated the sinister reality that lay beneath his facade. Observe the monk's countenance. Though it appeared benevolent and kind, who could have foreseen that such a seemingly gentle exterior concealed a heart so foul and grotesque? I shudder to think of how many innocent lives he may have cruelly tormented in secret. Steeling myself, I pressed Huihai further. "Pray tell, am I the vessel he has been relentlessly seeking?" Without hesitation, Huihai nodded, affirming my suspicion. This revelation weighed heavily upon my heart. Nevertheless, my foremost concern remained the whereabouts of my dear friend Qing Feng, prompting me to inquire once more, "Where, exactly, is Qing Feng now?" This time, Huihai hesitated noticeably, taking several minutes before he slowly opened his mouth to reply. "Qing Feng left this place before your arrival. As for his precise destination, I truly do not know." To that moment, the little fox beside me suddenly arched its back and emitted a low growl. In an instant, it lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Huihai's palm. The monk's piercing scream echoed through the valley, sending chills down my spine. Witnessing this, I rushed forward, swiftly delivering a powerful kick to Huihai's waist. His face turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his garments. His body trembled in agony, as if every nerve had been wrenched apart. However, under the relentless pressure from both myself and the little fox, he could no longer bear it and divulged everything he knew in detail. It turned out that Huihai's knowledge of the enigmatic Hongling Society was quite limited. He was merely a captain with scant information. Astonishingly, when it came to the plot to eliminate me, he possessed extensive details. The little fox incapacitated his powers and set him free. Chapter 67. A great surprise. With a grave expression, Hui Hai addressed the group. Qingfeng's son was frail and plagued by illness from a young age. When he turned 10, his condition, which had shown signs of improvement, suddenly deteriorated once more, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. Unable to reconcile with this cruel reality, Qingfeng committed an unspeakable act. He imprisoned his son's soul within the jade pendant he never parted with. In the years that followed, Qingfeng descended into madness, resembling a feral beast, mercilessly harming those under 18. Yet, despite his frenzied search, he never found a soul that resonated with his son's. Until one fateful day, a turning point emerged. By chance, Qingfeng learned of me through Li Guang. From that moment on, he fixated on me like a ghost, but knowing my master was powerful and renowned, he wisely bided his time. Awaiting the perfect opportunity to strike at last, fortune favored the bold. When my master temporarily departed for reasons unknown, Qingfeng believed his long-awaited moment had arrived. Thus, he schemed and laid treacherous traps, seeking to lure me into his sinister designs. Upon unraveling the truth behind these events, clarity washed over me, illuminating many previously murky connections. It became evident that the seemingly generous 10,000 yuan he had bestowed upon me was, in fact, my ransom. In hindsight, I felt a wave of dread. Had I not fortuitously encountered Huang Ernyang that night, I might have already lost my life, becoming another innocent victim of Qingfeng's machinations. As for Qingfeng, he had intended to exploit my vulnerability and eliminate me in my hometown, but he could never have anticipated that my home concealed a six-tailed fox spirit. Faced with such a formidable adversary, even Qingfeng's arrogance could not prevent his hasty retreat. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting golden rays upon the bed. I lazily turned over, resolved to fully embrace the tranquility of this serene morning with a leisurely slumber. As time ticked by, I eventually opened my eyes again, revealing that it was nearly noon. After rising and freshening up, I descended to enjoy lunch. The delicious meal satisfied my hunger, leaving me with a profound sense of contentment. After finishing my meal, I contemplated taking a stroll and invited Yuan to join me. Initially, I had planned to bring along the adorable little fox, but upon hearing this news, Yuan's expression darkened, her lips pouting in displeasure. Observing her demeanor, I reluctantly changed my mind. Returning to my room, I quietly explained the situation to the little fox. Expecting it to sulk over the missed outing, I was pleasantly surprised when the little fox merely smiled and gently said, "You two enjoy yourselves?" It then happily scampered over to Grandpa, obediently lying at his feet, stretching its soft body under the warm sunlight, blissfully yawning. Hand in hand, Yuan and I strolled towards the back mountain. Along the way, a gentle breeze kissed our cheeks, bringing with it the invigorating scent of nature. Before long, we reached the summit of the back mountain. Here stood a quaint earth temple, modest yet exuding an air of ancient dignity. In front of the temple was a delicate pavilion, akin to a jewel set upon the mountainside. Entering the pavilion, Yuan and I sat side by side, leaning against one another. Yuan tilted her head, gazing at the surrounding beauty, and could not help but exclaim in genuine admiration, "Wow, this place is truly magnificent. Once I graduate, I must escape the clamor of the city and come live here." As she spoke, she playfully nudged me with her elbow, teasingly asking, "Wu Hao, you'll always be by my side, won't you?" Without hesitation, I nodded, my gaze resolute as I earnestly replied, "Of course, I will always be here for you." At that moment, the sun shone brightly, the breeze was gentle, and everything felt so beautifully warm and inviting. In an unexpected moment, Yuan suddenly opened her arms wide, enveloping me in a tight embrace, akin to a swift gust of wind. Caught off guard, I felt completely dazed, rendered momentarily speechless. My hands, unsure of where to go, hung limply at my sides, as though stripped of all strength and direction. My face flushed as if scorched by fire. The heat radiating to my ears. Yuan's sparkling eyes held a depth of affection as she gazed at me tenderly, softly saying, "Wu Hao, close your eyes. I want to give you a big surprise." Faced with the enchanting and gentle Yuan, I was filled with curiosity, yet I obediently closed my eyes, eagerly awaiting this so-called surprise. However, in the next instant, I felt a sweet sensation on my lips, followed by a warm breath enveloping me. Instinctively, I opened my eyes to find Yuan's face mere inches from mine, her soft pink lips pressed firmly against my own. For a moment, I felt as if struck by lightning. My mind blank, yet soon after, an indescribable happiness surged within me, prompting me to wrap my arms around Yuan, wishing to freeze this moment in time. Minutes passed, though it felt like an eternity, before we reluctantly released each other. Glancing at one another, we both bore a faint blush, akin to the radiant hues of a sunset, shy yet captivating. Hand in hand, we strolled down the tranquil path. The cobblestone road beneath our feet echoed with a crisp sound, as if accompanying our love with a melody. The flowers and trees swayed in the breeze, seemingly casting blessings upon us. As we walked, Yuan abruptly halted, turning to me with a gaze devoid of the previous tenderness, replaced by a hint of fierce determination. Locking her eyes onto mine, she declared, "Wu Hao, in a few days, I will be heading off to university. You, on the other hand, must stay home and behave. No wandering off to court trouble. If I find out you're misbehaving, I won't let you off easily when I return." Although her tone was stern, it carried an undercurrent of concern and care for me. Chapter 68. The Qilin appears. She gently raised her soft, cotton-like fist and lightly tapped my chest a few times, as delicate as a breeze caressing a flower. I felt a warm current surge within me at this tender touch as we made our way home. Our pace fluctuated, sometimes quickening, sometimes slowing, as if time itself had leisurely aligned with our steps as we journeyed along. The scenery unfolded like a picturesque painting, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows reminiscent of a dreamlike realm. She, on the other hand, resembled a joyful little bird, occasionally pausing to capture those beautiful moments with her phone. One moment, she would snap a photo of the wildflowers blooming by the roadside, and the next, she would direct her lens towards the drifting white clouds in the sky, amassing a plethora of enchanting photographs. As the sun began its descent, painting the horizon with a vibrant sunset, we finally arrived home. By this time, the night had quietly descended, and the house was ablaze with light, with the family having already prepared a sumptuous feast, patiently awaiting our return. Upon seeing me enter, Mother immediately greeted me with a beaming smile, her eyes brimming with love and concern. With a joyful expression, she took my hand and asked with genuine care, "Did you have a wonderful time today, Iran? Did anything interesting happen?" Iran, upon hearing this, nodded enthusiastically, her excitement akin to that of a child receiving candy, as she eagerly recounted the day's delightful happenings. After dinner, as night enveloped us, the family dispersed to their respective rooms to prepare for rest. I tiptoed into my bedroom, gently closing the door behind me. As usual, I made my way to the bedside, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and after adjusting my breathing and posture, I commenced my meditative practice. At that moment, a little fox silently leaped through the open window. Its lively eyes immediately caught sight of me in meditation, yet it remained remarkably well-behaved, not making a sound to disturb me. Instead, it quietly settled not far away, its gaze fixed on me with an enchanting fascination. I slowly closed my eyes, beginning to breathe rhythmically, attempting to absorb the ethereal energy lingering in the surrounding air. However, only a few minutes passed before an unusual sensation surged within me. My entire being gradually became unbearably heated. Simultaneously, a mysterious image began to unfold deep within my mind. A majestic Qilin materialized, its massive form cloaked in an array of dense black scales, shimmering with a chilling light. Its long tail whipped through the air like a streak of black lightning, leaving trails of profound darkness in its wake. Unable to resist the pull of curiosity, I slowly approached the Qilin. When I finally stood before it, I could no longer contain my impulse and gently reached out to stroke its hard, smooth scales. To my astonishment, the once proud and imposing black Qilin immediately lowered its body to the ground, gazing up at me with its round, pleading eyes while emitting soft whimpers, as if seeking my affection. It even nuzzled my pant leg with its furry head, expressing its fondness for me. Alas, this delightful moment was fleeting, for within mere seconds, the extraordinary Qilin vanished like smoke, leaving no trace behind. Faced with this sudden turn of events, I found myself in a state of panic, calling out loudly in hopes of summoning its presence back. Yet, no matter how desperately I cried out, the surroundings remained eerily silent, offering no response. Just as I was about to delve deeper into this mystery, a melodious voice suddenly reached my ears. "My lord, please awaken." Hearing that familiar call, I slowly opened my eyes, and there was the little fox, anxiously pacing beside me. Upon seeing me regain consciousness, it let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly approached, asking with concern, "My lord, what happened to you? You frightened me terribly." I took a moment to collect myself and recounted the strange vision I had witnessed to the little fox. It tilted its head, its bright eyes spinning in contemplation before it softly remarked, "My lord, if I am not mistaken, within your body lies a beast of auspicious omen, a Qilin. It must have found its way into you after losing its original form. This is why your destiny has undergone such a monumental shift. As for why it manifested today, I suspect it might be due to your recent absorption of the ghost's power, which has nourished it, allowing it to regain some vitality, thus enabling its appearance. My lord, close your eyes and carefully sense the changes within your body." Heeding the little fox's words, I promptly shut my eyes, holding my breath in concentration, fully focused on perceiving my internal state. Before long, I distinctly felt a powerful force coursing through my limbs, relentless like a surging river. Simultaneously, a rich and dense energy gathered in my dantian, far exceeding any previous amount. When I shared these sensations with the little fox, it leaped with joy, its petite form bouncing like a jubilant rabbit, a radiant smile lighting up its exquisite face, exclaiming, "Wonderful, truly wonderful, fortune favors my lord. It won't be long before you become a great power." I found myself lost in thought, repeatedly pondering the mysterious black Qilin within me. Given its current rate of absorption, if this continued, my cultivation would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Strengthening it would inherently strengthen myself, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. However, I could not overlook the potential drawbacks, and my deepest concern was whether, when the black Qilin's power reached a certain pinnacle, it might harbor intentions of usurping my body. After all, I housed a formidable and enigmatic black Qilin within me. Thus, I pondered for quite some time but found no perfect solution to quell my anxieties. Ultimately, I resolved to relinquish my worries and face the unknown with an open heart, for as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Since I had come this far, I might as well embrace the journey ahead with courage and curiosity, eager to discover what awaited me. Perhaps, along the path, I would gradually uncover strategies to navigate this situation. Or maybe, fate had its own designs, and everything would resolve itself in due course. Chapter 69. Antique Street. The following days passed quietly, and under the diligent care of the little fox and myself, Huang Ernyang's health gradually improved. During this time, I continually urged my grandfather and others to join me in traveling to the capital. Initially, they harbored reservations, but eventually, I succeeded in persuading them. I also inquired about Iran's thoughts on the matter, and to my relief, she nodded without hesitation in agreement. To be honest, I harbored a twinge of concern, fearing that Qing Feng might lose control and extend his malevolent reach toward my family. After all, they were my only vulnerability in this world. One sunny afternoon, our family began to pack our belongings, preparing to bid farewell to our familiar homeland and journey to the capital. Once everything was ready, we slowly opened the door, only to be met with a sight that left us all astonished. Numerous villagers stood neatly at the entrance, tears glistening in their eyes. These kind-hearted villagers silently gazed at us, their expressions filled with reluctance and concern. They followed us all the way to the village entrance. Seeing those familiar faces, my grandfather could no longer contain his overwhelming emotions, tears streaming down his face as he waved his trembling hand to the crowd. Choked with gratitude, "Thank you all for your care over the years." Before he could finish, he was overcome with sobs. Just a few steps out, my grandfather suddenly halted, turning back to gaze tenderly at the village that had nurtured him. He then knelt down, solemnly bowing 3 times towards the village, each bow a testament to his deep affection and gratitude for the land. Struggling to rise, he walked slowly, glancing back with a heavy heart. Upon reaching the county town, Su Hu, who had accompanied us thus far, parted ways with us. Huang Ernyang, now recovered, decided to return to the mountains to continue her cultivation. Before she left, She spoke with determination. I must devote myself to training and personally eliminate that villain Qing Feng to avenge my fallen disciples. With that, she resolutely turned and walked deeper into the forest, her figure gradually disappearing among the dense trees. We hurriedly hailed a taxi and quickly climbed inside, instructing the driver to take us to the capital. I had been contemplating taking my parents on a high-speed train experience, as it would be a novel adventure for them, something they had never tried before. Imagining them seated in a spacious, brightly lit carriage, racing forward at great speed, their expressions of surprise and excitement must have been particularly delightful. However, just as I was about to take action, a sudden thought flashed through my mind. Oh dear! Hidden within my cloth bag is a little fox. If I were to bring it to the high-speed train station, what if the security personnel discovered it? That would certainly lead to a great deal of trouble. Thus, after weighing the situation, I ultimately decided to take a taxi to the capital. Although the fare might be slightly higher, it would at least ensure the little fox's safety. The high-speed train station has strict security. Live animals are not permitted, and besides, a fox is a nationally protected species. I certainly do not wish to find myself in a predicament. Having not stepped foot in this royal courtyard for several days, I was taken aback to find it overrun with untamed, wild grasses. Upon witnessing this, my grandfather could not help but let out a long sigh, seemingly lamenting the swift passage of time. He slowly made his way to his ancestral altar, solemnly lighting a stick of incense, the curling smoke rising as if it were carrying infinite memories and reminiscences. Afterwards, he gently pulled over an old wooden chair and sat down peacefully, beginning to murmur softly to himself. Whether expressing his sorrows to departed loved ones or reminiscing about cherished moments from the past, I could not tell. In the afternoon, with the sun shining just right and a gentle breeze blowing, I joyfully led my family out for a stroll in the streets. Laughter and cheer accompanied us, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon reaching the bustling marketplace, I generously purchased new mobile phones for everyone and selected several beautiful garments. However, when I returned home and calculated the day's expenses, I was astonished to realize that in just a single day, I had already spent over half of my funds. Gazing at my thinning wallet, I could not help but exclaim, truly, spending money flows like water, while earning it is an arduous endeavor. As night fell and the lights began to twinkle, after enjoying a sumptuous dinner, the family retired early to bed. The little fox and I wandered through the streets, arriving at the uninhabited Qing Feng villa, only to return home in disappointment. The following morning, as dawn broke and birds chirped merrily, I eagerly proposed taking my grandfather and others to explore the famous sights of the city. After breakfast, they could hardly contain their excitement as they set off, their faces beaming with anticipation. Meanwhile, I, burdened with the responsibility of earning a living, could not accompany them. Alone, I roamed aimlessly through the alleys with the little fox nestled in my arms, its curious head occasionally peeking out from the cloth bag, its bright eyes darting about as if filled with wonder at the world around it. With hearts full of hope, the little fox and I ventured into the antique market, silently praying for a fortunate discovery that might increase our household income. We strolled along the street, our eyes keenly scanning the display of stalls and shops flanking us, but to our disappointment, after making a complete circuit, we found not a single item worthy of being called a treasure. Before us lay only shoddy replicas that failed to pique our interest. However, it is worth mentioning that this quaint, old-fashioned street was not solely composed of antique shops. Several feng shui establishments were also scattered throughout. At that moment, my gaze was suddenly drawn to a shop on the street that was available for rent. Coincidentally, I had been contemplating opening my own feng shui establishment. Without hesitation, I pulled out my phone and swiftly dialed the number affixed to the door. After a few rings, the call was finally answered. A crisp, melodious female voice came through the receiver. Hello? Hearing this voice, my heart raced with excitement, and I quickly cleared my throat to express my intentions. The woman on the other end asked me to hold for a moment. Assuring me she would be right over, I sat alone at the entrance, lighting a cigarette and indulging in my own thoughts. Just then, a beautiful and enchanting woman emerged from the adjacent antique shop. Dressed in exquisitely tailored, high-end attire, her elegant stature and noble demeanor were utterly captivating. A charming smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a flower blooming in spring. She gently lifted her hand and warmly waved at me from a distance. Embarrassed by her friendliness, I shyly waved back in response. The moment our eyes met, I was irresistibly drawn to her striking features. Upon closer inspection, I noticed her complexion was as radiant as a peach blossom. Her brows reminiscent of distant mountains, her forehead full and her chin square, exuding an air of innate nobility. With a graceful gait, she approached me like a butterfly alighting upon a flower and softly said, "Little brother, since you are passing by, why not come in and have a seat at my shop?" Upon hearing this, my cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and I quickly shook my head in refusal. However, the beautiful woman seemed undeterred, persistently extending her sincere invitation. Ultimately, under her relentless hospitality, I reluctantly followed her into the shop. Once inside, she thoughtfully served me a steaming cup of tea, gently placing the cup on the table while saying, "Little brother, please try this tea and tell me how it tastes." I gazed into the cup, where the tea presented a deep and enticing reddish-brown hue, and I could tell at a glance that it was undoubtedly a high-quality purity. I cautiously lifted the cup and took a small sip. Instantly, a rich, robust flavor flooded my mouth, enveloping my taste buds in a delightful banquet. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I looked at the lovely woman and candidly stated my intention. "Hello? I would like to rent this space to open a feng shui establishment." As soon as I finished speaking, her expression turned pale, her eyes widening in terror as she let out a sharp gasp. A sound so piercing it felt as though it could shatter eardrums. Startled by her sudden reaction, I quickly regained my composure and asked with concern, "Sister, what's wrong? Is there something amiss?" At that moment, her lips trembled slightly, as if it took great effort to utter her words. "Little brother, this place is haunted. You must not rent it. You are still so young. What a pity it would be to lose your life here." Seeing her earnest and worried demeanor, I could not help but chuckle, then confidently replied, "Sister, rest assured, I will be fine. I am well versed in this field. What kind of spirits have I not encountered? How could I fear a few minor ghosts?" However, she clearly did not believe my words, hesitating for several moments before slowly responding, "Little brother, it's not that I do not trust you, but you appear so youthful. How could you possibly be a master? Perhaps you should heed my advice and not rent this place. I will help you inquire about other suitable locations, and then I can contact you. May I have your contact information?" At that moment, upon learning that this space was indeed a haunted house, a wave of excitement surged within me. How perfectly aligned this was with my expertise. I was eager to uncover the peculiar happenings within, perhaps even showcase my skills. With that thought, my resolve to rent the place only grew stronger. I assured the beautiful woman, "Thank you for your concern, but trust me, I can handle it's just a minor ghost. If it dares to disturb me, I shall deal with it. Sister, I will come back to be your neighbor." Before my words could fully dissipate, a low and steady engine sound approached. Soon after, a brand new pink Mercedes-Benz elegantly pulled up to the shop entrance. The door opened gently, and a middle-aged woman, dressed in luxurious attire and exuding an air of grace, stepped out. Her meticulously styled hair and exquisite makeup made her stand out remarkably. She squinted slightly, her piercing gaze scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. At that moment, I strolled out of the shop at a leisurely pace. When our eyes met, I politely smiled and raised my right hand in a gentle wave as a friendly greeting. The middle-aged woman responded with a warm and amiable smile. After a brief silence, she broke the ice, speaking to me in a mysteriously low tone, "Young man, I must inform you of something beforehand. This house is not very peaceful. At night, spirits often roam about. The previous tenant met a tragic end here for this very reason. I have even invited several highly skilled practitioners to exorcise the spirits, but to no avail." Upon hearing those words, rather than being intimidated into retreat, I resolutely nodded, conveying my unwavering courage. Witnessing my steadfast demeanor, the middle-aged woman was momentarily taken aback, but quickly cleared her throat and continued, "Since you are so determined to rent this room, I shall no longer stand in your way. However, regarding the rent, you may decide the amount yourself, provided it is reasonable. But let me be clear. Should any unforeseen circumstances or accidents arise, I shall bear no responsibility whatsoever." As her words faded, she retrieved a rental contract from her handbag, which had evidently been prepared in advance, and presented it to me. Upon closer inspection, I noted that the terms were fairly clear, with one particularly conspicuous clause: should any incidents or issues occur, the landlord would bear no liability. Nevertheless, I paid little heed to such stipulations, reassuring myself, even if ghosts do exist, I am unafraid. The beautiful sister standing nearby, observing my unwavering resolve, hastily advised me to reconsider my decision. Yet, at that moment, my mind was made up and I was impervious to others' counsel. Without hesitation, I took the pen and elegantly inscribed my name at the end of the contract. Chapter 71. Possessed by spirits, the lovely sister shook her head gently, her face betraying a hint of regret and helplessness. Murmuring, "What a handsome young man! Such a pity!" With that, she turned and slowly walked into her own shop. At that instant, I acted swiftly, extracting my phone from my pocket and scanning the QR code the middle-aged woman had offered. With a crisp notification chime, a sum of 10,000 yuan was instantly transferred to her account. The woman nodded in satisfaction before handing me an old, somewhat worn key, then departed without a backward glance. Clutching the key tightly, I hurried to the shop door, cautiously inserting it into the lock and turning it gently. With a soft click, the door unlocked. I inhaled deeply and pushed open the heavy door. A musty air rushing forth to greet me upon entering, I was immediately struck by the sight of numerous antique replicas, all sizes and shapes, yet uniformly cloaked in a thick layer of dust, as if they had been in slumber for an eternity. Despite the rumors of hauntings, I detected not a trace of the supernatural. That moment, the little fox, hidden within its fabric pouch, seemed to sense the change in atmosphere. It sprang forth agilely, its lively eyes scanning the surroundings with evident wariness, as if on guard against this unfamiliar environment. I circumnavigated the shop, meticulously inspecting every corner, yet uncovered nothing particularly unusual. Thus, I resolved to clean the room thoroughly. After a flurry of activity, the once dusty space transformed into a pristine haven, utterly immaculate. Glancing at the time, I noted that dusk was still some way off. I settled cross-legged on a chair, adjusted my breathing, and closed my eyes to enter a meditative state. The little fox lay quietly beside me, occasionally lifting its head to gaze at me with its big, watery eyes before obediently lowering it again. However, just as I had barely closed my eyes, an uncanny sensation swept over me. Something seemed to be tugging insistently at the chair beneath me. The moment I opened my eyes, that peculiar feeling receded like the tide, vanishing without a trace. Puzzled and reluctant to abandon my exploration, I repeated the action time and again, attempting to capture that fleeting sensation. Yet, each time, the same sequence unfolded. The feeling would manifest, only to abruptly dissipate. A sudden, soft thud broke the silence from the doorway. Startled, I sprang to my feet and cautiously approached the entrance. I grasped the doorknob and turned it gently. The door opened to reveal the enchanting sister from the neighboring shop. She appeared alert, her eyes darting around the room in search of something menacing. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto a corner, where a diminutive fox was curled up. Startled, she instinctively took 2 steps back, her body trembling slightly. Observing her reaction, I quickly stepped forward to steady her wavering form. She raised a trembling hand, pointing toward the small fox, her lips quivering in fear as she stammered, Why is there a fox here?" Noting her panic, I leaned closer to her ear and whispered soothingly, "Sister, do not fear. It is merely my pet, quite gentle, and it poses no threat to you." Upon hearing my explanation, the beautiful sister appeared somewhat relieved, though she continued to watch the little fox with lingering trepidation for several seconds. After a moment, she mustered the courage to ask, "It looks so adorable. May I pet it?" Seeing her fondness for the little fox, I smiled and nodded in agreement. Although still somewhat hesitant, she cautiously approached the fox, gently stroking its fluffy head, her face radiating delight. However, as she continued to pet it, an unsettling sensation began to rise within me. Initially faint, it grew increasingly intense with time. Finally, when I glanced back at her, I noticed a gradual shift in her once soft gaze. Her beautiful eyes began to glimmer with a fierce light, as if harboring boundless malice. Simultaneously, the clever little fox seemed to sense the change in atmosphere. With a sudden movement, it dashed to my side, snuggling close to me, its body trembling with evident fear towards the transformed beauty before us. In stark contrast to her earlier demeanor, the lovely sister now pointed a finger at us, her voice dripping with venom as she spat, "You insufferable creatures! Wherever you crawled from, return there at once. I am in a good mood today and have no desire to take lives. If you know what is good for you, disappear from my sight, lest I become ruthless and claim yours." Her tone was a stark departure from before, now laced with a chilling ferocity. In an instant, realization struck me. She had undoubtedly become possessed by a spirit. My heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on my brow. My mind raced, contemplating how to navigate this precarious situation. If I hastily produced the ingot to subdue her, the potent force could inadvertently harm the beautiful sister. I understood that I must tread carefully and avoid any rash actions. After much deliberation, I devised a seemingly viable plan. First, I needed to stabilize her, then gradually seek the best solution to this predicament. Upon hearing her inquiry, I quickly assumed a serious demeanor and earnestly explained, "Sister, you may have suddenly fainted due to low blood sugar. Fortunately, I have previously learned some medical skills, which enabled me to assist you in a timely manner. However, despite my sincere display, I keenly sensed the subtle, barely perceptible shift in the lovely sister's expression. Clearly, she did not fully believe my words. Nonetheless, at that moment, I had no time to dwell on her doubts. My mind was solely focused on extricating myself from the awkward situation at hand. I hastily bid her farewell, saying, "Sister, I apologize, but I have some urgent matters to attend to. Let us meet again tomorrow." Without waiting for her response, I dashed out of the antique shop like a startled rabbit. Dragging my somewhat weary body, I slowly pushed open the door to the recently rented room. A faint, dust-laden air enveloped the space, and sunlight streamed through the mottled windows, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow upon the floor. As I gently set down the cloth bag I was carrying, a small, adorable fox suddenly darted out from within the bag like a flash of lightning, its lively eyes blinking with curiosity. Observing its playful demeanor, a smile involuntarily crept upon my lips. I then turned to close the shop's door behind me and made my way homeward. Raising my gaze to the sky, I noticed the sun had begun its descent, the day fading into evening, and night was soon to arrive. I contemplated. Once the darkness enveloped the world, I would thoroughly investigate what peculiarities lay within that shop. Upon returning home with the little fox, I discovered Edian had already arrived. From a distance, I could see her approaching us with light, hurried steps, her face radiant with a joyful smile, reminiscent of a flower blooming vibrantly in spring. However, before I could react, Edian suddenly spread her arms wide and enveloped me in a tight embrace. The unexpected hug rendered me momentarily speechless, leaving me in a daze. Following this, Edian pouted her delicate lips and began to pout. "Wu Hao, why do you smell of perfume? Confess, have you been secretly going out on dates with other pretty ladies behind my back?" At that moment, my mind went blank, completely caught off guard. Yet, I quickly regained my composure, my thoughts racing to concoct a plausible explanation. After a brief pause, I feigned calmness and replied, "No, how could that be? Who would be interested in a poor fellow like me? Don't overthink it. I encountered a woman on the street who suddenly suffered from low blood sugar. It was an urgent situation, and having studied medicine, I couldn't just stand idly by, so I provided her with some basic treatment. Perhaps that's when I picked up a hint of perfume." Upon hearing my explanation, although Edian still pouted in disbelief, her tone softened noticeably. "Humph, I will temporarily accept your explanation. However, do not forget what I previously told you. If I catch you in a similar situation again, the consequences will be severe." With that, she flashed a mischievous smile before gracefully turning and gliding into the kitchen. After dinner, Edian engaged in lively conversation with her mother and others. After a while, as the discussion became animated, I quietly rose and made my way into my room. Upon entering, I walked straight to my desk and picked up the ghostly pin. Holding the pin in my hand, I could feel an invisible force pulsing within. Taking a deep breath to center myself, I began to draw mystical talismans. Every stroke was infused with my heart's energy and spiritual power. And as the pen danced across the yellow paper, intricate and exquisite runes gradually emerged. It is worth mentioning that this time, I was not alone in my endeavor, thanks to Sister Rui's guidance. My speed in drawing talismans significantly increased, and the entire process became much more effortless. Under her careful instruction, the once obscure runes flowed smoothly and naturally from my fingertips. Before long, several beautifully crafted talismans were complete. I gently set down the ghostly pin, exhaling a sigh of relief, and then moved to the bedside cabinet. Opening the drawer, I carefully retrieved a small, exquisite wooden box designated for storing precious items. Lifting the lid, my gaze fell upon a smooth, lustrous jade pendant I contemplated silently. My funds were dwindling. Perhaps I could sell this pendant to procure some necessary money. With this thought, I took the jade pendant in hand, rubbing it thoughtfully. Just then, a white figure suddenly flashed before my eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was the little fox, having appeared from an unknown location. Its lively eyes were fixed intently on the jade pendant in my hand, and it exclaimed excitedly, "My dear, where did this jade pendant come from?" Faced with the little fox's sudden question, I felt a surge of curiosity but quickly responded, "What is the matter? Is there something wrong with this pendant?" The little fox hesitated for a few moments before declaring, "My dear, this is a Bagua Yin Yang pendant, capable of warding off evil and restoring spiritual power. Most importantly, it can nurture ghostly servants. It is a rare treasure indeed." I recalled hearing the old madman mention that jade could house spirits at the time. I had dismissed it as mere folklore. Yet who could have anticipated that today the wheels of fate would turn, bringing me unexpectedly into contact with such a jade artifact? At one point, I had nearly sold it. Had I done so, I would have regretted it immensely, perhaps even to the point of despair. Thankfully, at a crucial moment, the little fox discerned its value. I must also express gratitude to Qingfeng. Not only did he provide me with funds, albeit my life's earnings, but he also gifted me the treasure, the Bagua Yin Yang pendant. With this thought, I could not help but laugh joyously. With a heart full of delight, I handed the Yin Yang pendant to the little fox beside me. She took the pendant and examined it closely from top to bottom. After a moment, she parted her red lips, saying, "My dear, please wait a moment while I break this seal." With that, she slowly closed her enchanting eyes and began to form seals with her hands. This was the first time I had witnessed the little fox casting a spell. The scene before me was vastly different from my own spellcasting experiences. When I cast spells, I often relied on incantations to channel the power. However, the little fox was entirely different. An aura of terrifying spiritual energy radiated from her, her overwhelming presence seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. In comparison, my own spiritual power was a mere fraction of hers. Leaving me feeling utterly inadequate, I observed as the little fox did not rely on any incantations. Instead, she harnessed her unparalleled spiritual strength to strike forcefully at the Yin Yang pendant. In an instant, brilliant white light, akin to lightning, struck the pendant, sending ripples cascading outward. As the white light continued to surge, the once dim pendant began to emit a delicate green glow, sparkling like stars twinkling in the night sky. Thus, the little fox remained fully focused, casting her spell for nearly half an hour. During this prolonged period, everything around us seemed to freeze in time. Even the air appeared to have come to a standstill, devoid of any movement. Yet within this stillness, only the dazzling white light and the gentle green glow intertwined in a mesmerizing display. Finally, the little fox gradually withdrew her formidable spiritual energy, her once luminous form settling into tranquility. She gently turned to me, her lively eyes meeting mine, and softly said, "My dear, I require a drop of your fingertip blood." Before I could respond, the little fox swiftly opened her mouth and lightly bit down on my middle finger. Strangely enough, despite the bite, I felt no pain. Instead, a warm sensation emanated from the wound. Following this, the little fox ingeniously merged my blood with her spiritual energy, continuously infusing it into the mysterious Yin Yang pendant. At that moment, a wondrous sensation welled up within me. I could distinctly sense the pendant's location and its intricate internal structure. In my mind's eye, a scene unfolded as if it were reality. A series of identical rooms lined up neatly on either side, stretching endlessly into the horizon. After completing this series of actions, the little fox released my finger, gently instructing, "My dear, hang this pendant at your waist. It will be more convenient for use in the future." As midnight approached, the surroundings were enveloped in silence, broken only by the occasional bark of a dog. Yet, at that moment, the little fox and I could hardly contain our excitement. I swiftly gathered the various items needed for the evening and stuffed them into the somewhat worn cloth bag. The little fox waited anxiously by my side. Once everything was ready, we darted through the deserted streets like two bolts of lightning. The moonlight spilled onto the ground like water, illuminating our hurried figures. Before long, the shop came into view. Eagerly rubbing my hands together, I could hardly wait to push open the door. The interior of the shop remained unchanged, exuding the same ambience as during the daylight, devoid of any sinister presence. However, this seemingly tranquil atmosphere only served to heighten my heartbeat. We cautiously entered the room, finding 2 stools to sit on, gazing at each other intently, as seconds turned into minutes. Approximately half an hour passed, when suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The stool opposite us began to move inexplicably. My heart raced, and I promptly recited the incantation I had long mastered, swiftly opening my third eye to scrutinize the space before me. To my astonishment, despite exerting all my efforts, I could see nothing apart from that slightly swaying stool. At that moment, without hesitation, I retrieved a talisman meant to suppress malevolent spirits and hurled it forward with great force. I distinctly felt as though the talisman had struck an object, yet strangely, the piece of paper exhibited no expected reaction. Alarmed, I quickly took out a more potent talisman designed to annihilate souls and cast it once more. But the outcome remained unchanged. It sank into silence as if cast into the depths of the ocean. At this juncture, my mind was a blank canvas, utterly at a loss. What manner of creature was this? Even the talisman seemed ineffective against it. A profound sense of dread began to envelop me. Suddenly, an eerie, tinkling laughter emerged from the dilapidated stool. This bizarre laughter made my heart constrict, and a chill coursed through my scalp. I swiftly drew forth a gold brick, channeling all my strength to slam it down towards the front. With a resounding crash, the stool splintered under the tremendous impact of the gold brick, wooden shards flying in every direction. Oh, my dismay! Despite the stool being reduced to a pile of debris, it had no effect on the entity that had laughed. I stood there, frozen in shock, clutching the gold brick tightly, my gaze vacant as I surveyed the wreckage before me. As I inadvertently looked down at the scattered wooden fragments, an unsettling sensation crept over me, as if a pair of eyes were fixated on me from behind. Slowly, I turned my head, my heartbeat quickening, only to behold a pale-faced girl with hollow eyes quietly perched upon my shoulder. She extended her tongue while forcefully tugging at her eyelids, making a grotesque face. My body involuntarily recoiled several steps back. As I retreated, the girl vanished into thin air. Gasping for breath, I struggled to regain composure amidst the overwhelming terror. Yet, before I could fully steady my nerves, I felt a sharp pain in my rear. I had been kicked with considerable force. I barely had time to react before I toppled forward like a cannonball, landing face first in the dust. I was left in a state of disarray, while the little fox sat quietly nearby, its slightly upturned mouth hinting at mockery, as if ridiculing my helplessness. Just as I was struggling to rise, a figure of a young girl began to materialize on the table before me. Her face wore a chilling smile, her slender legs dangling limply, swaying gently in the air. Chapter 74. The 3-break ghost. My chest felt as though it was ablaze with fierce flames, fury surging within me like a tidal wave. Gripping the gold brick tightly, my arm trembled slightly from the intensity of my rage. With eyes wide open, I lunged at her like a frenzied beast, raising the gold brick high to strike her down with all my pent-up wrath. Yet, in the face of my fierce assault, she appeared indifferent, even displaying a hint of disdain on her face. Just as I was about to reach her, her form inexplicably vanished like a wraith, leaving no trace behind. I hastily halted my advance, steadying my leaning body, and quickly scanned the surroundings in search of her whereabouts. However, no matter how meticulously I searched, the only sounds to be heard were my own heavy breaths, devoid of any other sounds. Reluctant to let her slip away, I continued to scour every corner and behind every piece of furniture. Yet the results remained disheartening. I found nothing. The room fell silent once more, the kind of silence that gnawed at my nerves. As time ticked by, approximately another half-hour passed, and I stood there, my brow furrowed, pondering what steps I should take next to subdue this ghostly apparition. Just as I was racking my brain, a sudden, melodious laughter rang out from behind me, recalling my previous encounter. I had learned my lesson this time. I refrained from turning around impulsively as I had before. Instead, I clutched the gold brick tightly, fully alert to my surroundings, fearful that any lapse in vigilance would allow her to escape once more. Yet, Despite my heightened state of awareness and prolonged waiting, I detected no signs of anomaly. Gradually, my patience began to wane, and unable to contain my growing agitation, I slowly turned my head. Even with all the mental preparations I had made, when my gaze finally met hers, I was still startled, my body shivering involuntarily. Before me stood not the previously indifferent figure, but a grotesque visage, baring her teeth in a menacing grin, embodying the essence of a terrifying specter. What was even more unsettling was the sight of her leisurely toying with one of her legs, an utterly bizarre scene. Terror gripped me, and I found myself muttering curses under my breath. Damn it! What kind of demon is this? After frightening me, she vanished into thin air, leaving only a strange laughter echoing throughout the room. The little fox gently reminded me, "My lord, it is getting late. We should return home." I grunted in response, irritated, and then strode out of the door as I walked. My mind was consumed with thoughts of that perplexing entity, internally lamenting. What on earth was that? I cannot fathom it. No matter how hard I strained my mind, I could not decipher the enigma. The following morning, just as dawn broke, a sudden, loud knocking on the door jolted me awake from my slumber. Groggily, I reluctantly opened my eyes and dragged my weary body to the door. To my surprise, upon opening it, I was met with the furious visage of my mother, her face twisted in anger. She shouted, "Look at you, you lazybones. What time is it? Still lying in bed? The whole family is waiting for you. You super sloth." As I rubbed my sleepy eyes and yawned, I planned to stretch luxuriously before leisurely heading out. Suddenly, my keen eyes caught sight of my mother wielding a broom, which appeared to morph into a fierce serpent. Lunging directly at my thigh, in an instant, I was wide awake, darting to the side like a startled rabbit, narrowly evading the sudden attack. Realizing her strike had missed, my mother did not relent. She continued to swing the broom at me. Thus ensued a heart-pounding chase. My mother pursued relentlessly, while I sprinted for my life. The commotion was lively, a cacophony of chaos. It was only when I burst into the kitchen, panting heavily, that my mother finally halted. Breathless at that moment, my father witnessed this comical scene and could not help but interject, "Dear, the child is already grown. Why do you still treat him like a little one, always resorting to physical punishment?" Little did he know, before he could finish, my mother turned sharply, glaring daggers at him, and scolded, "Shut your mouth. Mind your own business." Upon hearing this, my father immediately shrank back like a deflated balloon, obediently falling silent. Not daring to utter another word, I stood aside, discreetly observing the expressions of everyone present. My father appeared as though he had encountered a predator, hunched over and silent, while the others either stifled their laughter or wore amused expressions. Even my usually stern grandfather displayed a faint smile. After a hasty meal, I hurriedly locked myself in my room, as if isolating myself from the outside world. Eagerly, I retrieved the books left to me by the old madman, carefully laying them open on the table before me. Taking a deep breath, I slowly turned to the first page and began to meticulously read the densely packed text and illustrations. As seconds turned into minutes, I switched from one book to another, and before I knew it, the entire morning had slipped away unnoticed. After extensive reading and research, I finally unraveled the mystery. The creature was known as the Three-Break Ghost. It bore no outward signs of malevolence, and had it not been for these ancient texts, it would have been challenging for anyone to discern its true identity. However, one must not underestimate its seemingly mundane exterior, for its powers were indeed profound and inscrutable. The text revealed that the Three-Break Ghost often met its demise on the Day of the Three Breaks, a day that only occurs once every 60 years. Shrouded in ominous foreboding on this day, the energy in the world reaches its zenith, and the resentment soars to the heavens, instilling a sense of dread. To encounter such a rare apparition by mere coincidence left me pondering whether I should consider myself fortunate or unfortunate. Even more astonishingly, this book chronicles that the notorious San Pague frequently haunts antique shops, harboring a particular fondness for embroidered shoes, especially relishing the opportunity to inhabit them. The consequences are utterly unimaginable if an unsuspecting individual were to don a pair of embroidered shoes manipulated by the San Pague. It is said that the suffering inflicted is akin to a desperate struggle for survival, yet an inability to perish, far more brutal and terrifying than the legendary 10 tortures, rendering it a truly fearsome artifact. Chapter 75. Confronting the Sanpague. The Sanpague has always taken delight in tormenting humans, and due to its utter lack of malevolent aura, all the spells, talismans, incantations, and various treasures typically employed to subdue spirits become utterly ineffective at this juncture. To inflict harm upon it, there exists but one unique method. One must locate the embroidered shoes in which it resides and pour the urine of a young boy into them to achieve any effect. Even then, such an act would only harm its essence. Annihilating it entirely is an impossibility, and the most one can hope for is to seal it away. It is no wonder that the proprietress, having summoned numerous reputed experts, failed to resolve this troublesome predicament. It seems that the majority of people in this world have likely never heard of such extraordinary tales. As the afternoon waned, I began to prepare the necessary items for the night. Of course, the most crucial among them was a large vial of young boy's urine. Fortunately, acquiring this was not a challenge for me, as it was readily accessible, with ample quantity at my disposal. As night descended and the clock silently struck midnight, the little fox and I set forth once more, heading towards that mysterious shop. Upon entering, we dared not let our guard down for an instant. We immediately commenced an exhaustive search of our surroundings. We turned the entire room upside down, yet regrettably, no trace of the fabled embroidered shoes could be found. No matter how fervently we sought, anxiously rummaging through every nook and cranny, I sought that vital object but was met with nothing but disappointment. Just then, a chilling presence suddenly permeated the air, engulfing the once silent room in terror. Turning around, we beheld the lowly Sanpague standing at the entrance, her appearance drastically altered from her usual self. It seemed that our frantic search had alerted her to our intentions. This time, she appeared intent on being merciless, her face contorting into a grotesque visage, transforming from adorable to fearsome. Her once clear eyes had turned blood red, exuding a chilling menace, while her lustrous black hair writhed like a serpent. Swiftly advancing towards the little fox and me, faced with such peril, the little fox bristled, growling lowly in readiness. The Sanpague's assault was relentless. Countless strands of hair surged toward us like bolts of lightning. Obliterating furniture and walls in their wake, I darted left and right, desperately attempting to evade these lethal strands, but the confined space made my efforts increasingly futile. Ultimately, I found myself cornered, with no escape in sight. Just as the hair threatened to ensnare me, I suddenly recalled the vial of young boy's urine I carried. Without hesitation, I produced the bottle and hurled its contents forward with all my might. The moment the urine met those strands, a hissing sound erupted, accompanied by a noxious cloud of white smoke. To my astonishment, the once menacing hair recoiled as though confronted by its nemesis. Enraged, the lowly Sanpague bellowed, "I have given you a chance, yet you foolishly squandered it. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." No sooner had she spoken than her form surged, transforming into a towering figure, shedding her lowly guise entirely. An overwhelming wave of ghostly energy enveloped her, a powerful and malevolent aura surging forth like a tidal wave. I felt as if I were a mere leaf caught in a tempest, utterly powerless against this terrifying force, and I was violently propelled backward. The little fox, reacting swiftly, dodged the onslaught, but even so, it was not entirely unscathed. Before I could rise from the ground, the lowly Sanpague appeared beside me like a flash of lightning, striking me with a force akin to a mountain crashing down on an egg. I was rendered helpless, collapsing to the ground and unable to move for an extended moment. Yet the assault did not end there. She raised a foot and mercilessly brought it down upon me. In that critical moment, the little fox dashed in front of me, using its diminutive frame to shield me from the lethal blow. Despite its valiant effort, the sheer force sent the little fox hurtling away, crashing to the ground. Gritting my teeth against the excruciating pain, I struggled to rise. Blood trickled from my lips, filling my mouth with a metallic sweetness. A chilling sense of impending doom washed over me, and I could feel my bones creaking ominously, as though they might shatter at any moment. My vision blurred, shrouded by a veil of darkness, and an intense heat radiated from my back, as if flames were consuming me. In this life-or-death moment, I seized a gold brick, summoning all my strength to hurl it at the Sanpague. Upon seeing this, she retreated a couple of steps, a look of surprise crossing her face. Then, She erupted into gleeful laughter. Ha ha ha! I have lived for 300 years and have never felt such exhilaration as today. You possess some skill to force me back. If you can continue to entertain me, perhaps I will spare your life. As her words faded, her aura surged once more, a torrent of dark energy crashing toward me with overwhelming force. Without hesitation, she unleashed a flurry of punches, each one imbued with a heart-stopping power, aimed directly at me. Recognizing the imminent danger, I swiftly raised my fists to meet the onslaught. In an instant, our fists collided with a thunderous roar that seemed to threaten to tear the very room asunder. A violent shockwave erupted, wreaking havoc upon everything in the vicinity. Even from this singular clash, my arms erupted in pain, as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Yet, within me, the desire for retribution ignited fiercely. A raging fire that only intensified. In that moment, I felt as though I had become an embodiment of war, a conqueror destined to reign supreme. I pressed forward, unyielding, launching myself at her like a released arrow. As I approached, I channeled every ounce of energy into my right fist and unleashed a powerful strike. To my astonishment, the seemingly formidable blow was effortlessly deflected by the Sanpague, who merely extended a hand to neutralize my attack. It was as though her palm possessed an insatiable pull, absorbing the immense force of my punch and rendering my efforts futile. Chapter 76. The Battle with the Sanpague. Part 2. My strike had been effortlessly neutralized by the enigmatic Sanpague. Alarmed, I instinctively recoiled. Yet, she granted me no respite, dashing forward like a tempest. Her fist, imbued with fierce gusts, struck my chest with tremendous force, sending me soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Before I could gather my wits from the pain, the Sanpague spun around, racing towards the little fox. Realizing the imminent danger, the little fox wasted no time, unleashing its full power, emanating a terrifying spiritual energy. A fierce confrontation ensued, resonating with explosive sounds that reverberated throughout the space. Struggling to rise despite the pain coursing through my body, I scanned my surroundings and clenched my teeth. Seizing the gold brick once more, with unwavering resolve, I charged at the detestable Sanpague. Though grievously injured, the fury within me overshadowed all fear. Regrettably, the Sanpague seemed entirely oblivious to my presence, fixated solely on her fierce battle with the little fox. Seizing this opportunity, I raised the gold brick high, channeling my remaining strength to strike her from behind. However, to my utter disbelief, the Sanpague appeared to possess eyes in the back of her head, just as the brick was about to make contact. Her once submissive hair writhed like a serpent, swiftly ensnaring me. In the blink of an eye, the strands tightened around me, and with a powerful flick, I was sent soaring once more into the air. Unanchored, those strands of hair pursued me like shadows, ensnaring me in midair, rendering me utterly immobile. I struggled desperately, attempting to break free from this terrifying confinement, but the more I fought, the tighter those strands entwined around me. Gradually, even breathing became an arduous task, and I felt as though I was on the brink of asphyxiation. Deprived of oxygen, my face began to contort grotesquely, taking on an exceedingly fearsome appearance. Yet, no matter how fervently I exerted myself, I could not escape the grip of those strands. At that moment, the little fox noticed my anguished state. Consumed by anxiety, she yearned to come to my rescue. However, the Sanpague remained fixated on her, denying her any opportunity to intervene, and my breaths grew increasingly labored, each inhalation feeling as if a tremendous weight pressed upon my chest, nearly suffocating me. My head felt as though it were filled with lead, heavy and painful, akin to being stung by countless bees. Amidst the swirling dizziness, a wave of vertigo surged over me. My eyelids drooped like a curtain stripped of its support, slowly descending, as the world before me blurred into obscurity. However, just as I was about to fully close my eyes, a sudden searing pain shot through my back, as though I were engulfed in raging flames, mercilessly scorching me. The strands that had ensnared me began to yield to this terrifying force, tearing apart and transforming into wisps that danced in the eye. At that moment, the little fox, observing the situation nearby, shouted loudly, "Hurry! Use the Bagua Inyang pendant to seal her away." Upon hearing the little fox's cry, I snapped back to reality as if awakening from a dream. I hastily reached for the yin yang pendant at my waist and quickly began to chant the incantation. As I recited the spell, the Bagua yin yang pendant gradually emanated a verdant glow. This luminescence grew increasingly intense, ultimately forming a beam of green light that shot straight towards the Sanpa Gue. Before the Sanpa Gue could react, the green light accurately struck her Dian the next moment. I watched as the Sanpa Gue's figure was slowly enveloped by the green light, being drawn into the Bagua yin yang pendant. When the last glimmer of light vanished, the Sanpa Gue was entirely sealed within the jade pendant. I immediately felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the ground with a sense of relief. I took out a pill and swallowed it, while the little fox approached me, fuming, emitting a soft growl. "What did you just say? I'm right in front of you. Go ahead and try to kill me." She bit my arm lightly, but I fainted, my vision fading to black. The next morning, I slowly awakened from my slumber. As I gradually opened my eyes, I found myself comfortably lying on a soft bed. With the little fox quietly curled up beside me, I was filled with curiosity about how the little fox had brought me back home. A casual glance revealed the embroidered shoe placed on the other side of the bed. I gently shifted my body in an attempt to sit up as I moved. The little fox, who had been with its eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them. To my surprise, I noticed a hint of anger in its gaze. Seeing the little fox's irate expression made my heart tighten, prompting me to hastily explain, "Dearest little fox, it truly wasn't my fault last night." That sudden surge of power overwhelmed me, rendering me incapable of acting on my own, leaving me utterly oblivious to everything that transpired. After delivering this explanation, I cautiously observed the little fox's reaction. It continued to glare at me, though the anger in its eyes seemed to diminish slightly. Thus, I continued to softly coax it, expressing my apologies and concern. After a considerable time, perhaps sensing my sincerity, the little fox finally ceased its anger. I gently wagged its tail and licked my hand, signaling that it had forgiven me. Witnessing the little fox's understanding nature, I couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Chapter 78. The grand opening of the shop. I stood in silence, my eyes fixated on the exquisite embroidered shoe beside me, momentarily lost in thought. Gradually, my mind began to wander like a wild stallion, drifting towards the Bagua pendant. I in the first chamber of the Bagua pendant. The troublesome little Sanpa Gue was imprisoned. Her face was contorted with rage, and her large, watery eyes seemed to burn with fury, conveying an unmistakable expression of defiance. Nonetheless, faced with such a powerful and obstinate presence, I found myself utterly helpless, for my current strength was far from sufficient to defeat her. Initially, I had harbored a flicker of hope, believing that I could persuade her to willingly become my ghostly servant with my silver tongue. However, at this moment, that notion shattered like a bubble. Reluctantly, I had to abandon this unrealistic idea. After all, to subdue such a formidable character, one must possess the requisite strength. Thus, I let out a profound sigh and turned away from the Bagua pendant. Subsequently, I entered the shop alongside the adorable little fox. We began to clean up the remnants of the items shattered the previous night, meticulously sweeping away the debris from the floor. Next, we proceeded to the dark corner of the shop, carefully reorganizing the disarrayed jars and bottles. In the blink of an eye, afternoon arrived. After a flurry of chaotic activity, my lovingly tended little shop finally approached the long-awaited moment of its opening. Just as I was filled with joy, an unexpected event occurred. The enchanting and graceful sister from the adjacent antique shop personally came to congratulate me. Not only that, but she also held a vibrant string of firecrackers, her smile radiant as she ignited them. In an instant, the streets echoed with the crackling sounds of celebration, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the joyous occasion was short-lived. In the following days, reality dealt me a heavy blow. Despite my eager anticipation of a steady stream of customers, the shop remained eerily quiet, devoid of even a single visitor. Each day, as I watched my dwindling wallet, my heart grew heavier as the start of the school term drew nearer. The exorbitant tuition fees loomed over me like a daunting mountain, pressing down on my spirits and casting a persistent shadow of worry over my mind. Just as I felt lost and uncertain, fate seemed to finally smile upon me. Business arrived at my doorstep. A young woman gracefully entered my little shop. She wore striking red high heels and a pristine white dress, her skin as pale as snow. resembling a delicate lotus emerging from the water. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the heavy dark circles beneath her beautiful eyes, revealing a sense of fatigue. When I cast my gaze upon her, I was taken aback. A sinister aura swirled around her forehead, and her complexion was as pale as parchment. Based on my experience, I surmised that within 3 days, she would undoubtedly face a calamity. The young lady, her face as white as a sheet and her body seemingly frail, spoke to me in a trembling, weak voice. "Master, please, I beg you to help me. My home is haunted." No sooner had she finished speaking than tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrent, soaking her garment. Faced with this scene, I struggled to maintain my composure and calmness, softly reassuring her, "Sister, please don't panic. Take your time to tell me what happened." Upon hearing my words, the young lady managed to steady her emotions somewhat, yet her sobs continued unabated as she recounted her harrowing experience. "Master, ever since a few days ago, I've been plagued by the same nightmare every night in my dreams. A mysterious man forces me to do unspeakable things. At first, I didn't think much of it, assuming it was just an ordinary dream. However, as the days passed, the situation grew increasingly bizarre and terrifying. Each time I woke from the nightmare, I felt utterly exhausted. As though I hadn't slept at all during the day at work, I was listless and drained, and upon returning home, I simply wanted to collapse into bed. But every time I closed my eyes, that dreadful man would appear before me, frightening me into sleeplessness. Now, I realize it has been 3 whole days since I've had a proper rest." After sharing this, the young lady could no longer contain her fear and anguish. Bursting into tears once more, witnessing her pitiable and helpless state stirred my compassion, prompting me to slowly rise and walk to her side, gently patting her shoulder and offering soothing words as her cries began to subside. I asked, "Sister, if it isn't too much trouble, could you take me to your home for a look? Perhaps we can uncover the source of the issue and resolve this predicament." The young lady, still sobbing, nodded in agreement. Seeing this, I quickly tidied my belongings and prepared to head to her residence. Considering that this endeavor might frighten the timid girl, I decided to leave the ever-present little fox behind in the shop. Thus, filled with curiosity, we hurriedly hailed a taxi and swiftly climbed inside. As the vehicle drove steadily, she finally broke the silence, slowly recounting the series of strange events she had experienced over the past few days. The girl, namely Jia, was just an ordinary child from the countryside, much like many others. Through her relentless efforts, she had successfully completed her university studies and secured a decent job, prompting her to remain in this bustling city to forge her future. However, all the upheaval began after what appeared to be an ordinary class reunion last month. Initially, whenever she returned home after a long day at work, she would feel an unusual chill in her house, as if someone had turned on the air conditioning in advance. Yet, in reality, her home had no air conditioning. At first, she dismissed this strange phenomenon, attributing it to weather changes or natural ventilation due to the structure of the house. However, as time passed, the situation grew increasingly unsettling. Especially at night, as she prepared to sleep, a feeling of being watched would envelop her like a shadow. Even with her eyes tightly closed, she could still distinctly sense a pair of icy eyes outside the window, fixated on her. Chapter 79. The black jade stone. Due to her long-standing habit of waking in the middle of the night, one night last week, as she groggily got out of bed to head to the bathroom, an indistinct figure suddenly flashed before her eyes. The sudden fright jolted her out of the lingering drowsiness, leaving her nerves taut and alert. In that instant, fear surged like a tidal wave, quickening her heartbeat and awakening her mind with startling clarity. Her first instinct was that their home had been invaded. With this thought racing through her mind, she cast aside her trepidation and hurriedly illuminated every light in the house, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. However, to her astonishment, despite having scoured the entire residence, she found no trace of any suspicious individual. Ever since that night, nightmares had begun to plague her sleep, each one more terrifying than the last, to the point where she eventually found herself too frightened to close her eyes and drift into slumber. As we arrived at Lu Jia's doorstep, my heart began to race uncontrollably. Lu Jia slowly opened the door, and in that moment, a suffocating aura of malevolence surged forth, overwhelming you with it was a sweltering 30-degree day outside. Yet upon crossing the threshold into her home, We felt as if we had plunged into a frigid abyss, the chill penetrating our very bones, leaving goosebumps in its wake. Instinctively, she let out a shriek and swiftly sought refuge behind me, trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing her state, I wasted no time in reciting an incantation, channeling my energy to scrutinize the surroundings with my third eye. However, after a thorough examination, I was disheartened to find no signs of anything amiss. Unwilling to relent, I meticulously inspected each room. An inexplicable atmosphere pervaded every space, but none was as eerie and frigid as Lu Jia's room, where the oppressive aura was nearly suffocating. Time ticked by, and darkness enveloped the sky. Yet I still uncovered no clues to elucidate the mystery of what had transpired here. Lu Jia, meanwhile, was clearly battling fatigue, yawning repeatedly. Observing her terrified and exhausted demeanor, I felt a surge of compassion and gently suggested, "Perhaps you should rest for a while. Fear not, for I shall protect you." Yet, Lu Jia was utterly consumed by terror, shaking her head vigorously, her voice trembling as she replied, "No, I can't. I'm scared. I truly cannot sleep." Reluctantly, I retrieved a meticulously crafted talisman from my pocket and handed it to her, reassuring her, "Do not fear. Hold this talisman, and it shall safeguard you." Perhaps sensing a glimmer of security from the talisman, Lu Jia hesitated momentarily before ultimately nodding in agreement to rest. Once Lu Jia retreated to her bedroom, I found myself alone in the living room. I sat quietly on the sofa, my eyes never leaving the surroundings, my nerves taut to the extreme. To be on the safe side, I even took out my phone to send a brief message to E. Before I could finish my report, a chilling aura began to seep through the house like a creeping tide, growing ever more intense, as if it sought to devour everything in its path. My heart leaped into my throat, an instinct warned me that something was amiss. Reflexively, I glanced toward Lu Jia's room, and indeed, the malevolent energy emanated from there. Drawing a deep breath, I suppressed my fear. Tiptoeing closer to the door, when I was but a few steps away, I paused, slowly extending a trembling finger to gently push the door open, creating a narrow gap. Through this slit, I peered inside, and my heart raced as I beheld a sight that quickened my pulse. Standing by Lu Jia's bedside was an exceedingly. I straightened my posture, gazing resolutely into her eyes, and replied in an exceedingly serious and solemn tone, "This matter is far more intricate than you can possibly imagine. To fundamentally and permanently resolve this vexing conundrum, we must first locate the individual named Wang Tao and thoroughly investigate the truth and origins concealed behind this mysterious jade pendant." Without hesitation, I turned to Lu Jia, my voice tinged with urgency as I inquired, "Do you happen to know Wang Tao's contact information? Even the slightest clue would suffice." However, to my utter dismay, Lu Jia shook her head, a look of disdain crossing her face as she replied, "Although Wang Tao and I were once classmates, I am completely unaware of his contact details. Go be frank, I find him utterly abhorrent." Upon hearing Lu Jia's words, I felt as though I were engulfed in a dense fog, utterly lost. The inability to even catch a glimpse of Wang Tao undoubtedly exacerbated the complexity of this situation. The prospect of successfully resolving this matter seemed uncertain. Even if I managed to expel the malevolent spirit from the jade, who could guarantee that no other sinister entities would continue to harm Lu Jia? The thought stirred a profound sense of anxiety within me. Even more troubling was my growing suspicion that Wang Tao might not be an ordinary person, but rather a concealed practitioner of the arcane arts. If that were the case, this confrontation would likely become increasingly arduous. With no other options, I cautiously stowed away the chilling black jade, mindful that the protective talisman I had previously given to Lu Jia had lost its efficacy. To ensure her safety, I quickly crafted and bestowed upon her a new talisman. Having completed these tasks, I turned away, my heart heavy with worry and unease. The following morning, as the little fox and I arrived at the shop's entrance, we found Lu Jia sitting alone, forlornly at the door. Concerned, I asked, "Sister Lu, did something happen after I left last night?" Lu Jia nodded slightly, a deep worry etched across her face as she slowly began to speak. "Not long after you departed, Wang Tao came to find me." My heart tightened at her words, and I hurriedly asked, "Sister Lu, are you all right?" Lu Jia bit her lip, continuing with indignation, "He came to my house last night, feigning concern, inquiring if there were any unusual occurrences at home and if he could offer assistance." Humph. I was infuriated, and without a moment's thought, I expelled him from my door. But that insufferable wretch lingered around my home, prowling like a shadow, before finally leaving after a long while. She recounted her terrifying experience from the previous night. Anger flickered in Lu Jia's eyes. Turned out that shortly after Wang Tao's departure, an eerie atmosphere enveloped her room. Lu Jia, sensing that someone might be lurking within, was too frightened to sleep. As time passed, the overwhelming urge to slumber overcame her, and despite her fear, she slowly closed her eyes. Just as she drifted into sleep, the horrifying male spirit re-entered her dreams. It lunged at her with claws bared, poised to inflict harm. In a moment of desperation, a brilliant golden light erupted from Lu Jia's chest, striking the male spirit with the ferocity of lightning. The spirit shrieked in agony before dissipating into the mist, leaving no trace behind. Startled, Lu Jia woke with a start, trembling as if caught in a tempest. Instinct at this moment, I find myself devoid of any surplus energy to contemplate other matters. The pressing priority is to deftly resolve the situation at hand, after which I shall meticulously investigate the intricate web of events that lie beneath. Seizing a gold brick, I swung it forcefully towards the fearsome male specter before me. Accompanied by a howling gust of wind, a dull thud echoed as the male ghost was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. In an instant, I vanished like a wraith and reappeared beside the red-clad female ghost. Raising the gold brick, I brought it down with great force upon her head. In that fleeting moment, the brick glimmered with resplendent golden runes, akin to a blazing sun that had suddenly ascended. Struck by this formidable force, the red-clad ghost emitted a piercing wail, her entire form trembling uncontrollably. The dense aura of malevolence that had surrounded her began to wane, dimmed by the injury. Remarkably, the male ghost I had just dispatched with a forceful blow managed to endure his pain and struggled to rise, swiftly returning to the side of the red-clad ghost. His eyes wide with fury, he hoarsely implored her, "Miss, please consume me at once, and then eliminate this detestable man. That way, we can provide an explanation to our master. Otherwise, he will not show you mercy and you will suffer unimaginable torment." Faced with the male ghost's frenzied urging, the red-clad ghost's gaze was filled with reluctance and despair. She fixed her eyes on him, her lips trembling slightly as if she wished to utter something, yet ultimately could not find the words. The male ghost grew increasingly frantic, fully aware of the urgency of their situation. If action was not taken soon, the consequences would be dire. Thus, without further hesitation, he plunged himself into the mouth of the red-clad ghost. His laughter echoed hauntingly in my ears. Chapter 82. The mastermind behind the scenes. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, the red-clad ghost was suddenly besieged by a wave of excruciating pain. She clutched her head with both hands, emitting heart-wrenching cries. "Uncle Zhang, I am so sorry, it is all my fault." Almost immediately, her expression sharpened, and her malevolent aura surged, her red attire becoming increasingly radiant as her powers transcended into that of a fierce spirit. With her brows furrowed and eyes wide with fury, she bellowed, "Prepare to meet your end." Before her words could fully dissipate, she lunged toward me like a ferocious leopard. As she approached, she unleashed a powerful kick against the resplendent barrier of golden light. A series of sharp cracks resounded, and the once impenetrable golden barrier exhibited startling fissures, threatening to shatter at any moment. I dared not linger, swiftly channeling all my spiritual energy into my clenched right fist. My fist radiated a blinding brilliance as I unleashed a tremendous blow, aimed squarely at her form. With a resounding thud, my punch struck her, sending her reeling backward to the ground. Yet, she was far from defeated. Quickly rising despite the pain, poised to retaliate. But I would not grant her that opportunity. Seizing the moment while she struggled to regain her footing, I once again brought the gold brick crashing down upon her with blinding speed. Faced with such an onslaught, she hastily raised her hands in a desperate attempt to defend herself. At that moment, my thoughts surged. I retrieved now. In a moment of unexpected mercy, I grant you a chance at survival. If you humbly bow your head and offer an apology, while promising to refrain from further involvement in this matter, I may consider sparing your life." Upon hearing these words, despite the overwhelming dizziness that assailed me, I mustered every ounce of strength to shake my leaden head and spat defiantly onto the ground. As time elapsed, the white powder gradually dispersed, revealing the ghostly silhouette of Wang Tao, who slowly emerged from the shadows. Rubbing my eyes, blurred by tears and sweat, I focused intently and beheld two glinting shadows darting towards me with alarming speed. Two razor-sharp black daggers. Without a moment's hesitation, I swiftly dodged to the side. I heard two dull thuds as the deadly daggers plunged directly into the hard wall, their hilts embedded deep within, while wisps of white smoke billowed from the site of the violent impact. Gazing at this heart-stopping scene, my heart raced to its zenith, and an unprecedented sense of panic and unease overwhelmed me. I mused to myself. Though that wretched Wang Tao may not possess profound skills, his mastery of poison is remarkably sinister and ruthless. It seems I have indeed encountered a grave predicament. I tightly shut my eyes and summoned all the internal energy within me in an attempt to expel the rampant toxins from my body. Yet, no matter how hard I tried, those vile toxins seemed to have taken root, firmly entrenched within me with no signs of retreat. Moreover, as I circulated my internal energy, the dizziness intensified, as if swarms of bees buzzed incessantly in my ears. Suddenly, I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, as if it were no longer stable. My body swayed uncontrollably, struggling to maintain balance. Then, a searing liquid surged from the depths of my throat. I opened my mouth, and a foul black blood erupted forth like an arrow, splattering onto the ground in a pool of crimson. Upon witnessing this, Wang Tao erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha! I warned you long ago. Offered you a chance to surrender, yet you, foolishly oblivious to your own peril, failed to seize it. Now look at you, the poison deepening. I wonder how long you can endure, despite my dizziness and excruciating pain." I gritted my teeth and spat defiantly at Wang Tao, signaling my unwavering resolve to never submit. Enraged by my defiance, his eyes, already filled with malice, blazed like flames as he glared at me. With a fierce roar, he swung his powerful fist towards my chest with a whooshing sound. Acting decisively, I bit down hard on my right index finger. In an instant, a piercing pain surged through my body like a jolt of electricity, electrifying every nerve. This intense agony miraculously sharpened my awareness. Just then, that massive fist was mere inches away, and I realized it was too late to evade. With a resounding thud, the colossal fist struck my chest. In that moment, a heart-wrenching pain engulfed me, as if my body were being torn asunder. My insides felt as though they had been pummeled mercilessly, rendering me nearly breathless. Yet, astonishingly, after enduring this tremendous blow, my consciousness did not fade. Rather, it became crystal clear. The prior overwhelming dizziness receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. However, what followed was an indescribable heat that surged from my core, swiftly spreading throughout my body. My skin began to burn, my heart raced uncontrollably, adrenaline coursed wildly through my veins, and my eyes, inflamed with fury and pain, glowed like two blazing orbs. My gaze, now fierce and fiery, locked onto Wang Tao, who appeared momentarily unnerved, his face paling in terror as he instinctively recoiled several steps. Seizing the moment, I swung my fist without hesitation, channeling an inexhaustible force and rage, creating a chilling gust of wind. The sheer pressure of my attack distorted the air around us. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Wang Tao dared not falter. He swiftly adopted a defensive stance, bracing himself to withstand my thunderous strike. Yet, when my terrifying fist collided with his forearms, a deafening boom resonated in the air, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Despite his utmost effort to resist, he was unable to withstand the ferocity of the blow. He staggered backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the firm ground. Simultaneously, he felt his arms grow numb, trembling uncontrollably. In this fleeting moment, Wang Tao desperately flailed his numb arms, attempting to regain some sensation and strength. But before he could catch his breath, I had no intention of granting him respite. I unleashed a flurry of punches in rapid succession. These blows rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, too fast for him to adequately respond. At this juncture, Wang Tao found himself utterly on the defensive, flailing his arms aimlessly in a futile attempt to block my relentless assault. Just when the battle reached its peak, who could have anticipated that I would suddenly alter my tactics, executing a devious and vicious move, the childless leg? In an instant, My right leg shot towards Wang Tao's lower body with astonishing speed. A jarring sensation coursed through my leg, yet the psychological impact of the strike sent a shock of pain coursing through me. Wang Tao's countenance drained of color in an instant, as if all blood had been siphoned from his face. He clutched his groin, collapsing to the ground, emitting a series of heart-wrenching wails that echoed through the desolate street, sending shivers down the spine. Yet, in the face of Wang Tao's plight, I felt no empathy. On the contrary, my fury ignited further. I launched a powerful kick at him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Swiftly, I advanced and pinned his arm down with my foot, mercilessly applying pressure. The once tranquil street was shattered by his pitiful cries. Reverberating through the air, lingering long after, with a face twisted in rage, I shouted at the writhing Wang Tao, "Speak! Where is the antidote?" It seemed Wang Tao was entirely consumed by his agony, deaf to my inquiries, merely continuing to wail without any intention to respond. Witnessing this, my anger flared anew, and I pressed down harder, subjecting him to further torment. After what felt like an eternity of his agonizing cries, perhaps unable to endure the excruciating pain any longer, Wang Tao finally gasped, It's on me." Upon hearing this, I swiftly searched his person and soon indeed found a small black vial. Holding it aloft, I inquired, "Is this it?" Wang Tao nodded vigorously. I uncapped the vial, poured out a black pill, examined it closely, and without hesitation, shoved it into Wang Tao's mouth to test for poison. I quietly observed his reaction, and after a moment, noted no signs of adverse effects. Just then, a wave of dizziness washed over me, blurring my vision. Oh no! Was the poison reasserting itself? Without a moment's hesitation, I swallowed another black pill from the vial. Gritting my teeth against the dizziness, I hurried to Lu Jia's side. She lay with her eyes tightly shut, her face ashen, clearly suffering from severe poisoning as well. I gently pinched her mouth open and carefully placed another black pill inside. After completing these tasks, I could no longer support myself and collapsed onto the ground, closing my eyes to meditate, attempting to regulate the chaotic energies within and stave off the encroaching toxins. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, not far away, continued to emit weak whimpers, but at that moment, I could spare him no thought. In desperation, I tore a strip of cloth from his clothing, fashioned it into a makeshift gag, and stuffed it into his mouth, finally silencing his annoying cries. I sat there in silent meditation, and within mere minutes, the intense dizziness receded like a receding tide, vanishing completely. Simultaneously, my previously pale complexion began to regain its color, as if infused with newfound vitality and vigor. The surroundings gradually grew tranquil, enveloped in an eerie silence. However, just as I had settled into meditation for a mere few minutes, a piercing alarm blared from afar. Growing increasingly louder, shattering the stillness of the night, I couldn't help but feel a surge of delight within, muttering softly to myself, "Heh, tonight, I wonder which unfortunate thief has chosen the wrong moment to strike." Before I could finish my thought, a police car sped towards us, screeching to a halt at the entrance of Lu Jia's home. The car door was abruptly thrust open, and two police officers, a man and a woman, sprang from the vehicle. Their movements were swift and agile, each gripping a gleaming weapon that radiated an aura of authority, embodying the essence of truth. Without hesitation, they dashed towards the house, their footsteps brisk and powerful. Upon witnessing this scene, I hastily prepared to rise, intending to open the door. This would not only conserve time and energy but also facilitate the expeditious removal of the detestable Wang Tao. However, just as I had taken a few steps, Uncle Hat had already stormed into the house like a whirlwind. They immediately beheld the chaotic scene before them, and their expressions turned grave in an instant. One of the male officers, without a moment's delay, pressed the cold muzzle of his weapon against my forehead, commanding in a loud, authoritative voice, "Don't move! Raise your hands!" Faced with such a commanding order, I dared not delay. I promptly complied, raising my hands and standing still as instructed. At that moment, a chilling silver bracelet suddenly clasped around my wrist, sending a jolt of anxiety through me. I glanced around in bewilderment, and a familiar figure caught my attention. It was none other than the police sister who had always shown me kindness. At that moment, she gazed at me with a look of shock, her eyes brimming with disbelief and confusion. Seeing her reaction stirred a complex array of emotions within me, yet I mustered a faint smile and greeted her. "Sister, long time no see." The police sister did not respond to my greeting. Instead, her brow furrowed as she sternly remarked, "You poor child, you've endured so much hardship since childhood. I had hoped you would mature with age, yet you have strayed down the wrong path." Hearing her words, I quickly shook my head in protest. "Sister, you truly misunderstand. It is not as you imagine. The real villain is that Wang Tao rolling on the ground." As I spoke, I pointed towards Wang Tao, who was writhing on the floor. The stout leader at the back of the crowd, with a prominent belly and an imposing demeanor, could no longer contain himself. He glared at me with wide eyes and bellowed, "Humph! You truly are incorrigible. The evidence is irrefutable, yet you dare to quibble here. Officer, take him away." With his command, several officers swiftly stepped forward, escorting me towards the police station. Upon arrival, I was seated on a stool, my hands securely cuffed. The interrogation was conducted by two stern-faced male officers who scrutinized me intently, searching for any sign of deceit. Meanwhile, the police sister paced anxiously at the door, occasionally casting concerned and worried glances in my direction. Her sorrowful expression weighed heavily on my heart. In the face of this situation, I took a deep breath, steadied myself, and began to recount the entire sequence of events. Chapter 85. The White Tiger Group. Once I had finished speaking, the two officers before me displayed expressions of disbelief, clearly unconvinced by my account. One of them suddenly darkened his countenance, glaring at me with intense scrutiny before slamming his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? You are deceiving ghosts. Hurry up and confess the truth." Despite his harsh questioning, I felt no inclination to retreat. Sitting up straight, I replied earnestly, "Every word I have spoken is the undeniable truth. It is merely your unwillingness to believe it." As soon as I finished speaking, I tightly shut my eyes, sitting upright on the stool and refraining from uttering another word. They continued to stare at me for a while, seemingly trying to uncover some flaw in my demeanor. However, before long, one of the male officers rose silently and exited the interrogation room. I sensed a rich aura permeating the room. I began to adjust my breathing, entering a meditative state, striving to absorb and circulate this invaluable energy. Time was of the essence, and I needed to seize every moment, so before long, I fully immersed myself in my practice. Just as I was lost in this exquisite sensation, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps approached from outside the door. Shortly after, a man clad in a Zhongshan suit, with a slightly dark complexion, slowly entered the interrogation room, followed by the young officer who had just left. Upon seeing the man in the Zhongshan suit, the individual seated on the stool immediately rose, bowing respectfully and saying, "Director Gu, why have you come personally?" Hearing this, Director Gu gestured lightly to the young officer, indicating that he need not be overly formal. Then, with a piercing and profound gaze that cut through the air like lightning, he directed his attention towards me. As he approached, an invisible pressure seemed to surge towards me like a tidal wave. He advanced steadily and resolutely, step by step, and I immediately recognized that Director Gu was also a practitioner. Finally, when he stood just a short distance away, he slightly turned his head and subtly nodded towards another officer standing nearby. The officer understood immediately, swiftly stepping forward to expertly extract a key, carefully inserting it into the cold, heavy lock of my handcuffs. With a soft click, the restraints that had bound my hands for so long fell away. Instinctively, I moved my slightly numb wrists and then looked up, smiling as I extended my right hand towards Director Gu, respectfully saying, "Hello, Director Gu." Seeing this, Director Gu also smiled and shook my hand. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he turned to the group who had accompanied him and waved them off, signaling them to leave. Once everyone had departed, Director Gu returned his gaze to me and made a gesture for me to sit. I complied and slowly took a seat, while Director Gu settled into the chair directly opposite me. As soon as he was seated, he spoke first. "Young Wu, I am fully aware of the events surrounding this matter. Here, I can assure you that you have not committed any wrongdoing. On the contrary, I would like to formally apologize on behalf of those who have caused you inconvenience due to the misunderstanding. As for that Wang Tao. He will certainly face the consequences for his actions." Upon hearing Director Gu's words, I immediately rose, sincerely replying, "Director Gu, you are too kind. This incident was merely a misunderstanding." And I trust that our police will handle everything fairly and properly, so you need not feel any remorse." Observing my humble and polite demeanor, Director Gu's face broke into a satisfied smile. And he nodded gently. He then adjusted his posture slightly, leaning forward and lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Actually, young Wu, we have a specialized organization to address such exceptional situations. This organization is called the White Tiger Group, comprised of individuals meticulously selected for their extraordinary skills. They are tasked with handling threats to national stability and dealing with troublesome elements from abroad to ensure our country's safety and security, preventing any chance for these rascals to cause trouble." After hearing Director Gu's introduction, I felt a solemnity wash over me, and I nodded gravely, fully grasping the importance of the matter. Director Gu carefully unscrewed the lid of his thermos, steam rising as he took a small sip. Soothing his parched throat with a soft swallow, his previously gentle expression then turned serious, his gaze locking onto me as he earnestly inquired, "Young man, would you be interested in joining us? If you are willing, I can offer you special powers and privileges." Upon hearing this, I fell into deep contemplation, my mind racing through various thoughts as I weighed the pros and cons after a considerable pause. I slowly responded, "Director Gu, this matter is of great importance to me. Allow me to reflect on it thoroughly. I will provide you with a definite answer by tomorrow morning." Director Gu nodded slightly in agreement with my decision. He raised his hand and gently tapped the sturdy table in front of him, producing a crisp sound. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Subsequently, he exchanged contact numbers with me and gestured for me to take my leave. Thus, I strode confidently towards the door, feeling somewhat triumphant, even swaggering as I reached for the doorknob. Just as I touched it, however, a loud crash echoed, and two figures appeared before me like the wind, blocking my path. Faced with this sudden turn of events, I was initially taken aback, but I quickly regained my composure and hastened to articulate an explanation. However, before I could utter a word, Director Gu approached leisurely. His expression still adorned with that calm and composed smile, he gestured dismissively at the two individuals blocking my path and remarked coolly, "Let him go. Your attempts to obstruct him are futile." Chapter 86. A gentle fist. Upon hearing his words, the two men exhibited expressions of bewilderment, glancing between Director Gu and myself, seemingly utterly perplexed by the situation. Their eyes roamed over my figure, searching for any distinguishing feature that might reveal something extraordinary. Yet, despite their scrutiny, they ultimately found nothing remarkable, failing to discern any striking qualities or exceptional traits. Finally, having successfully extricated myself from their grasp and put some distance between us, I was pleasantly surprised when the enchanting police officer materialized from behind me, gently patting my shoulder. Her face radiated a brilliant smile, her gaze imbued with trust and kindness as she cheerfully inquired, "So, how did it go? I had a feeling you wouldn't turn out to be a bad person." The kind-hearted police officer, named Anren, had been a significant source of support for me during my childhood. Yet I had never found an opportune moment to reciprocate her kindness. Summoning my courage, I proposed, "Sister, how about I treat you to a meal this time?" However, she did not respond immediately, instead shaking her head gently and replying, "The cafeteria provides late-night meals, and I know you work hard for your money." Although I felt a twinge of disappointment at her words, I nodded in understanding. As we walked together to the cafeteria, our conversation gradually unveiled more about her circumstances. It turned out that the amiable officer Anren was not a local, having left her hometown to strive alone in this unfamiliar place. Upon learning this, I felt a surge of admiration for her. Even more astonishing was the revelation that due to her demanding job, she rarely returned home to reunite with her family, often missing significant holidays like the New Year. After our meal, I bid farewell to Officer Anren and made my way home. As I approached my doorstep, I immediately spotted the little fox quietly waiting by the entrance for my return. Once it caught sight of me, it dashed forward with excitement, affectionately rubbing against my legs, expressing its concern for my well-being. Upon entering my home, I was taken aback to find all the lights in the back room aglow. A closer look revealed my family seated quietly on the benches, each face etched with worry. The moment I stepped through the door, they seemed to snap back to reality, rising to gaze in my direction. Particularly, Iran rushed to my side, eagerly tiptoeing to plant a gentle kiss on my cheek. I felt like a startled deer, my head instinctively bowing, my cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, as vibrant as a ripened apple. At that moment, my mother's thunderous voice cut through the air. "What time is it? Why are you still out?" She stormed toward me, hands on her hips, her brows furrowed, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Faced with her inquiry, I quickly raised my head, stammering an explanation to the gathered family. After hearing my account, they seemed to relax somewhat, exchanging glances before gradually dispersing. At this juncture, only Iran and I remained. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on me, as piercing as arrows, seemingly probing into my very soul. She bit her lip and asked sternly, "You must tell me the truth. Where were you tonight? Were you out chasing after other girls?" With that, she playfully clenched her small fist and lightly struck my chest. Though her blow was gentle and lacked force, I felt a sudden jolt of pain and could not help but exclaim. "Ouch!" Iran, evidently taken aback by how lightly she had hit me, was startled by my reaction. Immediately, her face turned pale, and she flusteredly grasped my collar, anxiously saying, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Are you all right? Did you get injured?" As she spoke, she hastily began to pull back my shirt to inspect the damage. Upon seeing the bruises scattered across my body, her eyes filled with tears, shimmering like droplets of dew. Soon, large tears cascaded down her fair cheeks, landing on my arm, cool against my skin. Her voice trembled with concern as she murmured, "It's all my fault. I was too impulsive. How could I have struck so hard?" Witnessing her self-reproachful demeanor, I felt a warm wave of affection surge within me. I gently reached out to wipe away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes, reassuring her, "It's all right. These minor injuries are nothing to worry about. Don't be upset." "What on earth happened to you? How could you be so careless?" Iran inquired, her face a mask of concern, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of worry. Not wishing to conceal the truth any longer, I recounted the entire series of events in detail. Meanwhile, the little fox, having previously appeared jealous, now approached curiously, ears perked up, listening intently. Understanding that if this matter reached my grandfather's ears, it would surely cause them great distress, I turned to Iran and earnestly implored her to keep this incident from my grandfather and the others. Afterward, we chatted casually for a while longer. During our conversation, she tenderly retrieved a bottle of anti-inflammatory ointment and gently applied it to my bruises, insisting that I rest early and not overexert myself. Once she departed, I returned to my room alone. However, as I lay in bed, sleep eluded me, my mind a tumultuous whirl of thoughts spurred by Director Gu's earlier words, echoing like a haunting refrain. That night, I found myself unable to sleep at all. The little fox, sensing my restlessness, remained steadfastly by my side. A comforting presence. As time slipped by unnoticed, the first light of dawn broke through my window. Illuminating the room, I stretched out my hand, rubbing my eyes, which had reddened from a sleepless night. Just then, my phone rang with a crisp chime. Glancing at the screen, I saw it was Director Gu calling. Taking a deep breath, I answered, and his familiar steady voice resonated through the receiver. "Xiao Wu, regarding the matter we discussed yesterday, I'm curious about your thoughts. Are you interested in joining us?" Taking another deep breath, I exhaled slowly, clearing my dry throat before responding, "Director Gu, after careful consideration, I have decided to accept your invitation to join the Baihu group. However, I have a small request. I hope to continue running my feng shui shop when not on duty. This venture has been a labor of love for me, and I assure you it will not be misused for any illegal or harmful activities, so I kindly ask for your understanding." A hearty laugh erupted from my phone, unmistakably Director Gu's familiar and resonant voice. He replied, "Haha, Xiao Hao, you need not worry about that. I will not interfere with your decisions. In fact, I will fully support you. If you encounter any insurmountable problems along the way, remember to call me anytime." Hearing this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me and quickly responded, "Thank you, Director Gu. I appreciate it, and I will hang up now." Just as I was about to end the call, Director Gu's voice rang out again. "Wait a moment. Xiao Hao, do you have time this afternoon? If so, come by my office, and we can take care of the necessary paperwork. I will also provide you with more detailed information to give you a clearer understanding." Given Director Gu's insistence, I could hardly decline and readily agreed. After ending the call, I took the little fox with me to the shop. The establishment was quiet, devoid of customers, so I decided to brew a pot of fragrant tea to pass the time. Just as I had taken a few sips, savoring the taste, Lu Jia burst into the shop. Her demeanor frantic, clutching a bulging handbag as if it contained a treasure. Upon entering, her eyes darted anxiously around the room, and when she spotted me sitting there unharmed, her taut nerves seemed to relax, and her panicked expression softened. She hurried over, somewhat breathless, and asked, "Young Master Wu, are you all right?" When I groggily woke up last night, I found myself at the police station. The officers questioned me extensively before allowing me to leave. I was so worried about you, fearing you might have encountered some trouble. Gazing at Lu Jia's face, which radiated with concern, I quickly managed a smile, gently shook my head, and softly reassured her, "Sister Lu Jia, please don't worry. Look at me, brimming with vitality. I'm perfectly well. Truly, there's nothing amiss," I observed as Lu Jia carefully placed her bulging, seemingly hefty handbag on the table, nodding slightly in my direction, urging me to accept the bag without delay. Filled with curiosity, I opened it, only to be astounded by the sight before me. Stacks upon stacks of vibrant red banknotes filled the bag to the brim. A jolt of surprise coursed through me, and I hastily waved my hands in refusal, exclaiming, "Sister Lu, this is far too much." The fees I received are nowhere near this amount. However, to my utter astonishment, Lu Jia suddenly knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down her face as she trembled and said, "You are my savior. Had it not been for your assistance, I would have met with a dire fate. They say money can move mountains. Yet at times, no amount of wealth can purchase a life." Witnessing this scene, I rushed forward, swiftly supporting Lu Jia as I urged, "Sister Lu, please, rise. This is truly unnecessary. I merely did what I ought to do and am unworthy of such grand gestures." After my heartfelt entreaties, Lu Jia's overwhelming emotions finally began to subside. I then took a symbolic sum of 10,000 from the handbag, returning the remainder to her and firmly advising her to keep it safe. Just as Lu Jia was about to turn away, I suddenly remembered something and pulled out a carefully prepared talisman from my pocket, solemnly placing it in her hands. Before long, afternoon approached. I first instructed the little fox to stay at the shop and assist with the business, then set off alone to the police station. Upon arrival, I retrieved my phone and dialed Director Gu's number. A few minutes later, Ran hurriedly emerged, her previously calm demeanor suddenly displaying surprise as her gaze fixed upon me at the police station entrance. After a brief pause, she approached me swiftly, her face marked with confusion as she inquired, "Young Master Wu, what brings you here? Is it because of last night's incident?" Hearing her question, I quickly waved my hand and replied with a smile, "Sister Ran, that's not the case. I'm not here because of last night." Ran appeared somewhat taken aback, pausing for several seconds before seeming to regain her composure, hastily saying, "Oh dear, young Master Wu. I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense. If that's the case, let me take you to meet Director Gu." Together, we made our way to Director Gu's office. Along the way, I distinctly sensed that Ran was not her usual self. The easygoing smile she typically wore was absent, replaced by a serious expression that suggested considerable tension. Before long, Ran brought me to a closed door, carefully raising her hand to knock gently before softly calling out, "Director Gu, I've brought him to you." A somewhat muffled voice emerged from within the room, stating, "Let him in." This voice carried an unspoken authority that instilled a sense of reverence. With permission granted, Ran cautiously extended her hand, slowly pushing open the door. Turning back to me, she offered a gentle smile and an elegant gesture inviting me to enter. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I stepped forward with purpose into the room. Upon entering, my gaze immediately fell upon Director Gu, who sat at his desk, his expression as austere as a glacier. He merely lifted a hand slightly, indicating the chair beside him with an air of calm authority, saying, "Please, take a seat." Simultaneously, he waved his other hand toward Ran, signaling her to leave. Ran, clearly understanding his intent, nodded respectfully before slowly stepping back. When she reached the door, she glanced back to ensure there was nothing further to convey, then gently closed the door behind her. After a moment of silence, Director Gu unexpectedly retrieved a small red notebook from his desk drawer. The notebook appeared somewhat worn, yet its cover gleamed faintly. Drawing attention, he handed it to me, his gaze revealing a hint of inscrutable emotion. With a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, I accepted the little red book and carefully opened it. The first thing that caught my eye was a photograph affixed to the inside cover. And to my astonishment, it was a picture of myself. Further down, I found detailed personal information, but when my eyes scanned the position section, I was momentarily taken aback. The words team leader were prominently inscribed. A wave of exhilaration washed over me. Ha! To think I could ascend to team leader right from the start. This was indeed splendid news. Yet, amidst my joy, a flicker of doubt arose. Why was I entrusted with such a significant role so early in my career? Was there some undisclosed reason behind this? Just as I was lost in contemplation, Director Gu rose, breaking the silence as he said, "Xiao Wu, come, let us go check out the Baihu team's base." With that, he led the way out. I followed closely behind him, arriving at a factory that appeared quite dilapidated and antiquated. Director Gu gently pushed open the rusted door, and with a creak, it slowly swung open. As I peered inside, I noticed that while the space was expansive, it was largely empty. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that not a single genuine practitioner was present. At that moment, Director Gu turned to me with a smile, kindly patting my shoulder as he said, "Xiao Wu, this is the base of our Jingxing Baihu team. Such bases are established nationwide, serving the purpose of safeguarding security and stability across various regions." After hearing Director Gu's explanation, curiosity piqued within me, and I eagerly inquired, "Director Gu, where are the other team members? I would like to familiarize myself with them." I spoke with genuine seriousness and anticipation. However, Director Gu's smile suddenly turned awkward. He sheepishly scratched his head and softly explained, "Xiao Wu, to be candid, we recently launched a large-scale strike against the Hong Ling Hui cult. Alas, the battle was fierce, and we suffered devastating losses, virtually a complete rout. Those few who survived returned home to recuperate, and it's likely they won't be back until next month." With that, Director Gu waved to the few individuals remaining in the base, calling out, "Come, everyone, gather around." Upon hearing his summons, the few individuals promptly approached. Director Gu gestured toward me, introducing, "This is our newly appointed team leader." Immediately, they gathered around me, greeting in unison, "Greetings, team leader." In response to this scene, I quickly smiled and replied, as a newcomer, "I hope to receive your guidance in the days to come." Unexpectedly, just as my words settled in the air, I caught a faint mumble from the crowd. "Humph, another gilded one has arrived." I brushed off the remark and inwardly mused, "So, does that mean I am essentially my own team leader?" The thought struck me as amusing. Subsequently, to clarify the situation, I made a few inquiries before returning to the shop, shutting the door behind me and embarking on the journey home with the adorable little fox. That evening, Director Gu graciously invited me to dinner. Upon my arrival at the dining venue, I discovered not only Director Gu but also 3 other individuals present. Notably, all 3 were dressed in identical Zhongshan suits, exuding an air of authority. Upon closer inspection of their faces, I noted that each bore a prosperous countenance, indicating their likely high status. When I learned the identity of one among them, I was utterly astonished, nearly dropping my jaw in disbelief. He was none other than a high-ranking official from the capital. This revelation truly took me by surprise. The dinner continued for quite some time, and by the end, I exchanged contact information with him before turning to head home. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, I slowly awakened. After rising from my bed, an unexpected thought struck me. I should engage in a morning run to invigorate my body. After all, I had previously maintained a commendable habit of running each morning. However, since the departure of that old madman, my opportunities for such exercise had dwindled significantly due to various pressing matters. The moment I gently pushed open my door, I was taken aback by an astonishing sight. A frail, wrinkled old woman stood at my doorstep, yet her spirit appeared quite resilient. Clutching a cane, it seemed to be her only means of support. As she trembled and lifted her gaze, our eyes met, and tears cascaded from her eyes like a torrent. Immediately following was a heart-wrenching wail. "Young Master Wu, I beseech you, have mercy and save my grandson. He is inexplicably pregnant, and now he is gravely ill, hanging by a thread. Miss Anren specifically instructed me to seek your assistance, claiming that only you possess the means to save my unfortunate grandson." Chapter 89. An ominous occurrence. Upon hearing the old woman's astonishing declarations, I was rendered speechless, my mouth agape as if I could fit an egg within. A man pregnant? Such an absurdity was beyond my comprehension. Yet, amid my astonishment, a peculiar sense of foreboding stirred within me. Where there is an anomaly, there must be a demon. Before I could fully gather my thoughts, the old woman had already bent her knees, preparing to kneel and bow before me. Being still quite young, I could not bear such a grand gesture of reverence, so I hastily extended my hand to aid her, guiding her into my residence. Inside, I noticed the old woman enter, and I quickly poured her a cup of warm water, extending it to her. However, the anxious old woman showed no interest in drinking. She grasped my hands tightly, pleading fervently. Observing her pitiable state, I felt a surge of compassion and gently reassured her, "Do not be distressed, dear lady. Please, take your time and elucidate the matter at hand. What has befallen your grandson?" With a slight calming of her emotions, the old woman began to narrate her tale, word by word. It turned out that her beloved grandson had only recently graduated from university. After much effort, he had finally secured a job, albeit for just a few days. However, since his return home last week, he had undergone a complete transformation. His once clear voice had inexplicably turned into a high-pitched tone, resembling that of a delicate woman. Moreover, he had taken to applying makeup and even donned flowery dresses in public. Initially, the old woman had pondered that perhaps this was merely the fleeting trend among today's youth, and she dismissed her concerns. Yet, who could have anticipated that the situation would grow increasingly bizarre? Beginning from the day before yesterday, her grandson's belly had begun to swell ominously, resembling a balloon, and it grew larger with each passing day, almost as if he were approaching the final stages of pregnancy. As I entered the old woman's home, an unsettling chill enveloped me. Upon stepping through the threshold, I immediately beheld Qian Tao lying on the bed, his abdomen protruding painfully, his cries echoing hauntingly, as if they could penetrate walls, chilling one to the bone. His belly was grotesquely inflated, far larger than that of any typical pregnant woman. With a heart full of doubt and concern, I approached the bedside and cautiously lifted the fabric, covering his abdomen. Her movements were so delicate that I barely perceived her actions. Faced with this sudden turn of events, I did not dwell on it for long. Instead, I swiftly averted my gaze and focused intently on the condition of the road ahead. Just then, this enigmatic woman leaned in closer, whispering softly into my ear while exhaling gently. Her breath was chilling, devoid of any warmth, sending a shiver racing up my spine. Although I felt a flicker of surprise within, I endeavored to maintain my composure and continued to steer the vehicle with unwavering attention. As we approached the village entrance, she unexpectedly beckoned me to stop. Instinctively, I turned to inquire, "Sister, this is a graveyard. Why would you choose to alight here?" She offered a faint smile and replied softly, "Thank you, young man, I have arrived home. My residence lies just beyond this grove." With that, she gestured casually towards the forest. Following her indication, I caught a glimpse of a faint light flickering within the trees, strikingly notable against the darkness. Igniting my curiosity, I watched in silence as she strode resolutely into the graveyard. As her figure receded, it gradually became indistinct until it vanished from my sight entirely. Only when I could no longer discern her presence did I exhale deeply, feeling relieved as I drove away from that eerie place. Upon returning home, I sank into the sofa, my mind involuntarily replaying the extraordinary events of the evening. Suddenly, a thought struck me like a bolt of lightning. Something was amiss. The grove at the village entrance was eerily silent even during the day. Not a single bird would be seen, let alone a human silhouette. A wave of inexplicable dread washed over me. I found myself muttering, "Not a person? Could it be a ghost?" I recalled the elders in the village mentioning that the most distinctive trait of a ghost is the absence of visible feet. A chill of terror enveloped me, and I curled up in my blanket, trembling through the night. The following night, the moonlight poured like water over the tranquil village path. As I drove slowly, my thoughts lingered on the peculiar girl from the night before. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. It was her again, extending her hand to halt my vehicle. My heart raced as I came to a stop. This time, I scrutinized her ankles, eager to confirm whether my earlier observation had been a mere illusion. However, as my gaze fell upon that area, a jolt of shock coursed through me. She truly had no feet. Terror surged within me, causing my hands to tremble, yet I mustered the courage to drive on. Finally reaching the village entrance, I watched her gradually distance herself from me. Taking a deep breath, I steeled my resolve and quietly followed. She walked directly toward a solitary grave, unhesitatingly diving into it. At that moment, my courage nearly shattered. My legs felt weak, as if they had lost all strength, and I nearly collapsed to the ground. Although I recognized that this girl was undoubtedly a ghost, an overwhelming curiosity compelled me closer to the tombstone. My trembling hands brushed away the thick layer of dust, revealing lines of inscription. The details of the deceased were etched clearly: the name Lu Shiran, birth date, and date of death. She had passed away at the tender age of 25. A wave of inexplicable sympathy welled up within me. I knelt reverently before the grave, bowing 3 times, and placed the buns I had initially bought for my grandmother at the stone's foot. Having done this, I turned to leave, but suddenly, a soft female voice emanated from the grave. "Young man, I know you are a good person. However, I am about to be reincarnated and must depart. Yet, I have one favor to ask of you." Hearing these words, I halted, my heart still gripped by fear, but recalling Lu Shiran's tragic fate, I could not resist inquiring, "Sister, what is it?" "I shall help you if I can." She smiled again, her expression gentle. "I simply want to see the child I have yet to bear before I leave." I scarcely had time to contemplate before I nodded in agreement. Eagerly, I asked, "Sister, what must I do next?" She beckoned me closer, and as I approached, she extended a hand. Her long nails glimmering ominously in the dim light, in an instant, she unflinchingly sliced open her abdomen. A vivid crimson gash appeared, and the air filled with a pungent metallic scent. Yet, the most horrifying scene was yet to come. Without flinching, she plunged her hand into her opened belly and, with raw force, extracted the child within. The process was swift as lightning, leaving me no time to react. Then, suddenly, she seized the newly extracted child and thrust it into my mouth with alarming speed. Everything unfolded so unexpectedly that I could hardly grasp the gravity of the situation. I felt something soft and wet slide down my throat, settling deep within my abdomen. Almost simultaneously, I sensed my stomach beginning to swell, as if some foreign entity were taking root inside me. Chapter 91. The ghostly child. Soon after, I felt an unusual force stirring within my belly, as though an invisible hand were gently kneading my skin. As time passed, this bizarre sensation intensified, and my stomach began to visibly swell. The woman fixated her gaze upon me, and upon noticing my slightly protruding abdomen, her face radiated a mixture of joy and excitement, her voice trembling with emotion. "It worked! It finally worked!" Before I could respond, she knelt before me, her lips uttering words of gratitude. I quickly reached out to steady her, insisting she remain standing, while my face was etched with confusion. "Sister, please don't rush to thank me. What is happening? Am I in any danger?" She raised her gaze to meet mine, her eyes resolute, and spoke earnestly. "Rest assured, young man, I would not take such a risk if I could not ensure your safety. You shall face no peril." With her firm assurance, I felt a measure of relief wash over me. Shortly thereafter, her figure began to dissipate like mist into the air, vanishing from my sight in an instant. I made my way home alone, feeling parched and ravenous. Upon entering, I rushed to the kitchen, devouring food with the ferocity of a starving beast. Various dishes were consumed in a whirlwind, and only after a few hearty bites did I feel a semblance of satisfaction. I washed it down with several large glasses of cool water until my belly was stretched to its limits, before staggering to my bed and collapsing into a haze of sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, awakening me from my slumber. As I struggled to sit up, I realized my body felt utterly drained of energy, as if I had just completed a grueling marathon. Nevertheless, I gritted my teeth and forced myself to go to work. Yet, throughout the day, I was listless, my productivity plummeting. Finally, after enduring the day, I trudged home, hoping for a restful evening, only to find that the mysterious woman did not reappear. In the days that followed, my condition deteriorated further. I grew increasingly weak, and my once robust voice inexplicably transformed, becoming low and hoarse. What was more alarming was that each night, the sensation of something within me threatening to break free intensified, robbing me of sleep and leaving me in torment. In that moment, Chuntao suddenly grasped my arm with a grip as fierce as a vice, pain radiating through my body as I gasped. His face was a mask of terror and despair, eyes wide, lips trembling as he implored, "Master, please, you must save me. I truly do not wish to die." I want to live. Before he could finish, he seemed to lose his soul, toppling backward and collapsing heavily onto the bed. Alarmed, I rushed to his side, crouching down to check his pulse. Feeling his faint and erratic heartbeat, I furrowed my brow in concern. The situation appeared exceedingly dire. Yet fortunately, I had prepared in advance. I carefully retrieved a fragrant elixir from within my robes and gently placed it into his mouth. As the potion descended his throat, a warm current flowed down, gradually stabilizing the turbulent energy within him. Once his breath had calmed somewhat, my gaze slowly shifted to his prominently swollen abdomen. To my astonishment, two small handprints emerged distinctly upon the round surface of his belly. Witnessing this bizarre scene, an epiphany struck me. I was undoubtedly encountering the legendary ghostly fetus. A ghostly fetus is an unborn child that perished tragically before it could be born, harboring deep resentment due to its sorrowful fate. Once formed, its power and malevolence are beyond imagination. Should such a being come into the world, its first victim would inevitably be the host mother, as it voraciously drains her life force until she is utterly spent, ultimately tearing its way out in a cruel manner. Moreover, this entity is inherently wicked and exceedingly difficult to tame. A moment's carelessness might even lead to a backlash against its master. However, if one could successfully subdue and train it, it would become a formidable ghostly servant, a rarity of exceptional caliber, holding a status akin to that of a ghost king in the realm of spirits. Even ordinary ghosts of lesser cultivation might find themselves kneeling in submission upon encountering such a being. My heart was now engulfed in deep turmoil, a flicker of hesitation creeping in. If I were to decisively strike down this yet-to-be-formed ghostly infant, I would forfeit the chance to possess a remarkable ghostly servant. Yet if I chose to do nothing, Chan Tao would surely meet his doom. As time slipped away, my mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, after a brief yet interminable contemplation, I resolved with unwavering determination to eliminate this potential threat on the spot. While the ghostly infant had yet to enter the world, it was imperative to extinguish it at its nascent stage, to prevent future calamities and thereby accumulate a measure of karmic merit for myself. With my decision made, I hesitated no longer. I swiftly drew a wolf hair brush from my robes, carefully dipped it into bright red cinnabar, as vivid as blood. Then, summoning all my strength, I deftly inscribed a powerful ghost-repelling talisman upon Chan Tao's swollen belly. As the final stroke fell, a miraculous sight unfolded. The talisman radiated an eerie crimson glow, dazzling like a roaring flame. Simultaneously, a series of heart-wrenching, chilling wails emanated from within Chan Tao, echoing as if from the depths of the underworld, filled with unending resentment and fury. Chapter 92. Maternal concern. The elderly woman nearby was rendered pale with fright. Trembling uncontrollably at this sudden turn of events, her eyes widened in terror as she stumbled towards a corner, desperately seeking to distance herself from this horrifying scene. I swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations as potent spiritual energy surged forth from my being, coalescing upon the golden brick in my grasp. The brick glimmered with a resplendent light, akin to a radiant sun. With a commanding shout, I swung the golden brick down upon Chan Tao's abdomen with tremendous force. Instantly, a blinding light erupted where the brick met his belly, accompanied by a powerful suction that drew forth the ghostly energy within him. As the dark energy was relentlessly siphoned away, the ghostly infant within Chan Tao began to thrash violently, its diminutive form writhing as if attempting to escape this formidable force. Concurrently, a grotesque ghostly visage gradually materialized upon Chan Tao's belly, bearing fangs and claws, emitting piercing shrieks. Just as the ghostly infant seemed on the verge of being subdued by the golden brick, I was poised to retrieve the yin-yang bag from my waist to decisively capture it. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A sudden, fierce gust of cold wind swept through the room without warning, rattling the windows as if they might shatter at any moment. Following this, a voice filled with hatred and murderous intent echoed from the wind. "Who dares to harm my son? You shall have no place to bury your bones today." Before the words had fully left her lips, the chilling wind surged towards me like a ferocious beast. Faced with such a fierce assault, I dared not delay, swiftly invoking the Taoist secret technique of the golden light spell. Instantly, a golden shield rose around me, encasing me within its protective embrace. Yet, this seemingly soft attack concealed an unimaginable force. When the wind collided with the luminous barrier, a deafening crash resounded, and the robust golden light trembled precariously on the brink of collapse. At that critical moment, the white-clad female ghost finally revealed herself. She hovered in the air, exuding a dread-inducing aura. Her once beautiful visage now twisted with rage, her enchanting eyes locked onto me, brimming with infinite malice and resentment. Under her baleful gaze, I felt an icy chill creeping up my spine, causing my scalp to prickle. Her expression conveyed a desire to rend me limb from limb, with a darkened countenance and eyes gleaming with lethal intent. She lunged at me without uttering a word, her razor-sharp claws slicing through the air towards my vital points. Caught unawares by this sudden assault, I could only react instinctively, raising my bare hands to defend myself. However, her speed was astonishing and her power overwhelming. In an instant, she left deep gashes across my arm, from which wisps of dark ghostly energy emerged, corroding my flesh. In that moment, I could no longer afford to dwell on the pain of my wounds. Fury surged within me as I summoned all my strength, swinging my fist towards her with all my might. To my dismay, she evaded my strike with the agility of a slippery eel. At that instant, bereft of the golden brick's support, I felt like a toothless tiger, imposing in appearance yet utterly ineffectual. The situation grew increasingly perilous. If this continued, I would be unable to mount any defense against her overwhelming assault. Just as I approached the brink of despair, a brilliant idea struck me. Without hesitation, I dashed forward, positioning myself before Chen Tao. He lay unconscious on the ground, the golden brick still resting upon his distended belly. Without a moment's thought, I seized the brick, raising it high, my face twisted into a cunning smile as I coldly addressed the specter before me. If you dare to take another step forward, I will crush him with this brick. Your son's soul will be obliterated. Hearing my words, the female ghost halted in her tracks, frozen in place. I stared intently at her, and she glared back. Both of us filled with fury, yet neither daring to advance. My mind raced, contemplating my next move. Suddenly, to my astonishment, the ghost knelt before me without warning. Her previously fierce tone softened, trembling as she spoke. As a cultivator, you should understand the principles of cause and effect, the cyclical nature of justice. How can you commit such a vile act? Do you not fear the destruction of the heart you have tirelessly cultivated? Unfazed by her sudden reproach, I maintained my composure, my expression unyielding as I retorted coldly. Humph! Since you have long since perished and entered the realm of the dead, why do you entice innocent mortals and deceive them into bearing your child? How dare you now chastise me? The ghost was momentarily taken aback by my words, rendered speechless, and after a long pause, she could only lower her head, softly pleading. I have indeed failed to reincarnate, but I merely wish to glimpse my unborn son. After all, a mother's heart is inextricably linked to her child, and this attachment is difficult to sever. Moreover, in all the years since my passing, I have never harmed a soul. Listening to her heartfelt words, I felt an unexpected ripple of sympathy within me. Indeed, what mother does not love her child? Even as a specter, that deep maternal love remains unchanged. For their children, mothers would sacrifice everything, even their very essence. Reflecting on this, I found myself regarding the kneeling ghost before me with newfound compassion. I looked down at her, trembling slightly, and spoke coldly. If you truly trust me, I possess a way to ensure your son's safe arrival into this world. However, during this process, you must heed my every command. Any misstep, and I shall show no mercy, ensuring that both you and your son are eternally severed, never to reunite. Upon hearing my words, she slowly lifted her previously bowed head, her gaze imbued with a mixture of fear and hope as it turned towards me. I observed her lips tremble slightly as she stammered. Are you speaking the truth? With a stoic expression, I nodded, a flicker of barely perceptible light flashing in my eyes. Chapter 93. The unnamed fire. The female specter, her face alight with excitement, bowed 3 times before me, her forehead meeting the ground with a crisp sound. Noticing this, I subtly raised my hand, signaling her to rise. In that moment, she had completely shed her earlier fierce and menacing demeanor. Yet, despite her apparent transformation, my caution remained undiminished. After all, one could never ascertain whether she might launch a sudden attack. I fixed my gaze upon the ghostly figure before me and spoke in a measured tone. Do not worry. I shall securely enclose your son within this Bagua pendant. During this time, he will incur no harm. Upon hearing my words, the female ghost nodded eagerly in agreement. With her consent, I wasted no time and began to chant an incantation. As my voice resonated, the air around us seemed to grow tense, a peculiar wave of energy subtly rippling through the atmosphere. Simultaneously, I swiftly formed intricate hand seals, and faint glimmers of light flowed from my fingertips, gradually coalescing upon the Bagua pendant. Throughout the entire incantation, my attention remained unwaveringly fixed on the female ghost, meticulously observing her every movement, fearful of any misstep that might lead me into her trap. The Bagua pendant hovered quietly above Chun Tao's abdomen, radiating a mesmerizing emerald light. This luminescence shone as brilliantly as a dazzling emerald, instantly enveloping Chun Tao's entire being. At that moment, a pitch-black entity began to rise slowly from Chun Tao's abdomen, moving steadily upwards. Witnessing this, I unhesitatingly infused more spiritual energy into the yin-yang pendant. As the energy flowed, the black entity's ascent quickened noticeably. However, as it neared Chun Tao's throat, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. His already pallid complexion transformed into a ghostly white, as if all color had been drained from him in an instant. Simultaneously, the blood within him surged tumultuously like a raging tide, stirring a deep sense of concern within me. Even more troubling was the alarming rate at which Chun Tao's vitality dissipated. Akin to before my eyes, the little fox blinked its pair of lively, large eyes, lowered its head in contemplation for a brief moment, and then raised it again to speak to me earnestly. Well, first and foremost, we must wait for the day of extreme yin. Only on such days, when the is exceptionally thick, can the spells we cast exert their utmost efficacy. Next, we must seek out a healthy female goat. Once located, we shall carefully inject the into her womb. However, this is not the end of our task. We must also meticulously arrange a powerful around it. The significance of this formation cannot be overstated, as it will draw together all the surrounding. This, in turn, will greatly enhance our chances of success. At this point, the little fox abruptly paused, a flicker of concern etched upon its face. My heart tightened, and I hastily inquired, "But what is it? Please, do tell." Taking a deep breath, the little fox continued, "However, engaging in such elaborate actions may very well attract the terrifying punishment of heavenly thunder. You see, this ghostly infant is born in defiance of the celestial laws, and thus inevitably rouses the wrath of the heavens. Therefore, finding a way to withstand this divine retribution becomes the most crucial and challenging aspect of our endeavor." Upon hearing the little fox's words, my heart began to waver. On one hand, I was acutely aware of the immense risks involved. A single misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. On the other hand, if I were to abandon this endeavor without trying, not only would I betray the trust of those who rely on me, but I would also strip the poor ghost and her unborn child of their last glimmer of hope. Just as I found myself torn in indecision, the ghost, who had been quietly residing within the Bagua pendant, suddenly spoke up. "Master, please do not hesitate in your actions. Should the heavenly thunder indeed descend upon us, I shall protect the child with all my might, even at the cost of my own soul." The ghost's voice, though soft and faint, was imbued with unwavering determination and courage. After careful consideration, I resolved without hesitation. As I calculated in my mind, I discovered that tonight was indeed the night of the month when was at its most potent. Moreover, the moon was poised to become exceptionally large and bright, perfectly embodying the balance of yin and yang. As evening approached, the sun sank in the west, and the afterglow gradually faded from the sky. I began to meticulously prepare the in my yard. At that moment, I specifically sought out Ilyang and earnestly advised her to ensure that her parents spent the night at a hotel. Initially, my mother expressed confusion and dissatisfaction, chastising, "Why leave our perfectly good home for a hotel? It makes no sense." However, only my grandfather, with his keen insight, seemed to sense my unease. Before departing, he quietly approached me, leaned down, and whispered in my ear, "Child, be exceedingly cautious." As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and night quietly descended. A resplendent full moon rose slowly, hanging high in the vast night sky. The moonlight cascaded like liquid silver, casting a gentle, silvery glow over the entire courtyard. At this moment, the adorable little fox approached me with light, graceful steps, gently waving its fluffy paw, signaling me to bring the goat within the formation. Chilling winds howled, sending shivers down my spine. I tightly grasped the reins, attempting to guide the goat towards the vicinity of the. Yet, the goat seemed to sense some overwhelming dread, panting heavily, its rapid breaths echoing through the courtyard. The warm air it exhaled formed wisps of white vapor, hissing as it escaped no matter how forcefully I tugged. The obstinate goat refused to take a single step into the formation, merely pacing back and forth at the edge, as if it were aware of an unfathomable danger lurking within. The little fox urged me to hasten, its expressive eyes betraying a hint of urgency and anxiety. Faced with the goat's stubborn refusal to enter, I had no choice but to swiftly extend my arms, embracing it tightly, and securely placing it within the. At that moment, the goat, which had been calm within the formation, suddenly appeared to be immensely startled, becoming frantic and thrashing about wildly. Regardless of its desperate struggles, it could not break free from the confines of the. Chapter 95. The birth of the ghostly infant. As the radiant full moon ascended, high above in the night sky, the cool moonlight poured down like mercury, enveloping the entire. At this juncture, the goat within the formation underwent a remarkable transformation. Its once docile eyes turned a fiery red, and astonishingly, it stood upright like a human, raising its head to fix its gaze upon the coldly glowing moon above. Simultaneously, the little fox turned to me, calling out, "My husband, quickly pass me the Bagua pendant." Without hesitation, I reached for the pendant, summoning all my strength to hurl it in its direction. The little fox leaped gracefully, catching the flying pendant with its mouth before landing securely back on the ground. In an instant, an eerie, chilling energy surged from its body, enveloping it tightly. I dared not divert my attention, wholly focused on the little fox's every movement. Taking a deep breath, it exhaled a powerful stream of towards the Bagua pendant. This energy swirled like a black whirlwind, swiftly wrapping around the pendant, causing it to float upwards towards the goat's head. As it neared, the pendant's color began to shift, transforming from its original bronze hue to an eerie blackish red. Then, a more astonishing scene unfolded. A dense mass of ghostly energy erupted from the pendant, surging forth like a black torrent, completely enveloping the goat. This ghostly energy seemed to possess a life of its own, writhing and contracting until it gradually seeped into the goat's body. Its belly began to swell visibly, resembling that of a pregnant woman. Furthermore, its fur stood on end, as if it had been subjected to immense fright. At the same time, the once bright moon hanging in the night sky had inexplicably taken on a crimson hue, resembling a blood-soaked orb, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. Even before the ghostly infant made its entrance, such celestial phenomena had manifested, signifying its profound origins. Given time and careful nurturing, it would undoubtedly grow to become a sovereign among spirits. I silently reveled in my fortune to have discovered such a promising entity. However, this joy was short-lived. In the blink of an eye, the sky became shrouded in dark clouds, as lightning danced like silver serpents across the heavens, followed by deafening thunderclaps. Soon after, torrential rain poured down like a burst dam, enveloping the entire world in a curtain of rain. At this moment, the goat's belly swelled even more, as if something were about to burst forth. Finally, amidst a spine-chilling tearing sound, a pair of delicate black hands abruptly emerged from the goat's midsection. Ripping open its belly, in an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering everywhere. Accompanying this gruesome scene was an ear-piercing wail that sliced through the air, echoing ominously and sending shivers down one's spine. Just then, the voice of the ghost echoed urgently in my mind, "Benefactor, please release me. I long to see my son." Upon hearing this, I snapped back to reality, remembering that I had been so engrossed in the spectacle that I had entirely forgotten about the ghost trapped within the Bagua pendant. Hastily, I recited the incantation, freeing her from her confinement. The moment she was liberated, she dashed toward the goat with uncontainable eagerness. However, she held back her tears, turning to cast a grateful glance in my direction. Under her gaze, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, my eyes filled with regret. After all, if it weren't for my negligence, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to such dire straits. She surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, rushing toward the curled-up, wailing ghostly infant in the blink of an eye. She reached it, unhesitatingly wrapping the infant tightly in her embrace. Her already large hands now caressed the ghostly infant's entire body with unparalleled gentleness. Seeking to convey boundless warmth, the expression on her face radiated profound love, so intense that it moved the heart. Meanwhile, the thunder in the sky grew increasingly deafening, rumbling like a stampede of wild horses. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying spectacle, she exhibited no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, her gaze hardened, becoming even more resolute, as if she were an immovable mountain. For in that moment, nothing could deter a mother's profound love for her child. At that instant, I suddenly noticed dark clouds gathering ominously above my yard, with bolts of lightning converging densely in a flash. The entire sky was illuminated as brightly as day. My heart sank as I thought, "This is not good, indeed. The worst possible scenario has unfolded. The thunderbolt has truly been summoned." This serves as evidence that the wretched infant must have transgressed the celestial order to the extent that even the heavens cannot tolerate his existence. Although the current situation has escalated to a critical juncture, shrouded in an oppressive gloom that seems to envelop the entire world, it is astonishing that the gaze of that female specter remains unwavering and resolute throughout. She gracefully bends down, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, and bestows a loving kiss upon the smooth forehead of the ghostly child at that moment, as if attuned to a silent understanding. The ghostly infant appears to feel the profound affection emanating from his mother. While he lies quietly in her embrace, he slowly extends his delicate little hand, moving with the softness of a feather drifting down, and gently caresses the cold, exquisite visage of the female ghost. Suddenly, a clear and melodious cry, akin to a celestial hymn, escapes from the infant's rosy lips. "Mama!" Although this tender call may seem somewhat juvenile, the emotions it conveys are profoundly sincere and deep, as if transcending the barriers of time and space to strike at the very core of one's soul. Upon hearing this heartfelt plea, a warm smile, reminiscent of the spring sun, blossoms on the female ghost's face, which had been as pale as snow. That smile, akin to a resplendent flower in full bloom during spring, is dazzlingly beautiful, captivating all who behold it. Chapter 96. The Thunderbolt of Heaven. Subsequently, the female ghost tightly cradles the ghostly infant, each step she takes imbued with a steady strength and unwavering resolve. She strides toward me, her every move exuding determination and courage. Finally, as she reaches my side, she halts and cautiously places the adorable ghostly infant into my hands. At the same time, she gently raises her head, her eyes filled with earnestness as she gazes at me, her crimson lips parting to say, "Benefactor, I find myself with no other recourse but to entrust my child to you. I hope you will allow him to accompany you, to engage in acts of kindness, to accumulate virtue, so that he may find a good home in the future." After uttering these words, she gazes deeply at the ghostly infant once more, her eyes brimming with endless affection and reluctance, as well as profound concern for her child's future. With a heart full of reluctance, she softly instructs the infant, "My son, from this day forth, you must obediently heed the words of your benefactor, and under no circumstances allow him to suffer even the slightest harm." Mother must now take her leave. Before her words can fully dissipate, the female ghost's form suddenly shudders, and as if drawn by a formidable force, she transforms into a swirling vortex of inky darkness, rapidly ascending into the sky. At that moment, a blinding flash of lightning streaks across the heavens, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a formidable thunderbolt descends directly toward the female ghost. The ghostly infant, who had been quietly resting in my embrace, suddenly begins to thrash about as if sensing something amiss. His tiny hands reach desperately toward the direction of his departing mother, accompanied by a series of whimpering cries, as if striving to grasp the fading figure of his mother. High above, the female ghost, confronted by the oncoming thunderbolt, fearlessly raises her voice in a furious roar. With the sound of her cry, her form undergoes a remarkable transformation, condensing into an enormous black barrier in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, the oncoming thunderbolt collides violently with the black barrier, sending sparks flying and thunder reverberating. However, despite the female ghost's utmost effort in manifesting this protective barrier, The power of the thunderbolt proves overwhelmingly formidable. The surface of the black barrier quickly becomes suffused with a multitude of crackling lightning, each flicker emitting a heart-stopping radiance that relentlessly erodes the barrier. Simultaneously, the anguished wails of the female ghost echo hauntingly in the vast night sky, evoking a profound sense of sorrow as I witness the black barrier on the verge of succumbing to the thunderbolt's relentless assault. Anxiety grips my heart, and instinctively, I yearn to rush forward to assist the female ghost in withstanding this lethal strike. However, just as I take a step forward, the little fox by my side swiftly intervenes, blocking my path. It's that moment of stalemate. An unexpected scene unfolds. Above the black barrier, which had seemed on the brink of collapse, a surge of dense and terrifying ghostly energy emerges, resembling ferocious black dragons that claw and snap as they rush toward the thunderbolt. Enveloping it in an instant, in that fleeting moment, the collision of thunder and ghostly energy generates a wave of energy that sweeps through the surroundings, stirring up fierce winds. Under the influence of this immense power, the thunderbolt ultimately succumbs to the onslaught of ghostly energy, gradually dissipating into nothingness. With the thunderbolt's disappearance, the thick clouds shrouding the sky begin to disperse, revealing a radiant full moon that once again illuminates the night with its cool glow. At this moment, the female ghost, whose form had been on the verge of vanishing, suddenly kneels deeply in my direction, her face adorned with a look of relief as she softly intones, "Thank you, benefactor. Were it not for your timely assistance, I would never be able to forget this kindness." As her form begins to fade away, leaving no trace behind, I cannot help but reflect deeply. One should never lightly provoke a mother. For should anyone dare to disturb her child in the slightest, that mother will unleash boundless potential, willing to fight to the death against any intruder. With that thought lingering in my mind, my gaze gradually shifts to the ghostly infant nestled quietly in my arms. At this moment, I find myself filled with confusion and uncertainty, for I possess no experience in nurturing such a unique existence. Just then, the little fox, who had been quietly accompanying me, gently speaks up. "My dear, since we have decided to take in this little one, why not give him a lovely name? Moreover, this goat meat is exceedingly cold and which would undoubtedly serve as a significant tonic for his extremely constitution. Perhaps we should chop it up and feed it to him." Upon hearing the little fox's words, I momentarily pause in surprise, then nod in agreement. Carefully, I retrieve a sharp little knife from my possession, its blade gleaming coldly under the sunlight. With practiced precision, I slice the fresh goat meat into evenly sized portions, each cut executed with accuracy and finesse. Following that, I procure several clean bags, placing the cut goat meat into them and storing them securely in the refrigerator. Subsequently, I take out one portion of goat meat, pick up the knife once more, and cut it into small, delicate pieces. Slowly and gently, I place these morsels into the infant's slightly open mouth. To my astonishment, he swallows them without hesitation, his speed remarkable, even bypassing the act of chewing altogether. I gaze at him quietly, pondering to myself. He appears no different from an ordinary child, possessing vibrant flesh and an adorable countenance. Were it not for the chilling aura of ghostly energy emanating from him and his exceptionally cold body temperature, one might never suspect that he is, in fact, a ghostly infant. After silently observing him for quite some time, a thought suddenly flashes through my mind. After several minutes of contemplation, I finally decide to name him Wu Pingyan. This name is chosen not only for its pleasant sound, but also in the hope that he will grow up safely and securely. As a night passes, when the first rays of morning sunlight spill into the room, I am astonished to discover that Wu Pingyan has grown considerably. Not only can he now crawl with agility, but he has also become increasingly adorable. I swiftly retrieve some prepared goat meat from the refrigerator to feed him. After devouring it ravenously, the little fellow lazily lets out a satisfied belch, a sight that elicits a smile. At that moment, Yin and her companions return home. As they step through the door, their gazes are immediately drawn to Wu Pingyan in my arms. Each face is instantly adorned with expressions of disbelief, as if witnessing the most incredible spectacle imaginable. Yin, in particular, rushes toward me, her face a mask of skepticism as she questions, "Where on earth did this child come from? Could he be your illegitimate son?" Chapter 97. Shall we have a little fun? At this juncture, The little fox suddenly darts forward, interjecting loudly before anyone else can speak. Everyone, do not approach. Allow me to explain. This child is no ordinary being. He is not human, but a ghost. As soon as the little fox's words leave her lips, Yin, who had been inching closer, recoils as if struck by lightning, taking a large step back as if confronted by a fearsome monster. The others present, witnessing her reaction, also hastily retreat, maintaining a considerable distance from me and Wu Pingyan. However, amidst the panic, only my grandfather approaches fearlessly, examining Wu Pingyan from head to toe with curious and caring eyes. Wu Pingyan, with his gem-like, translucent eyes, gazes timidly at my grandfather, his tiny mouth murmuring the endearing word, "Grandpa." Upon hearing that call, a benevolent smile blossomed on my grandfather's wrinkled face. He slowly extended his hand, which resembled dry tree bark, and gently caressed Wu Pingyan's face, as cold as ice and snow. Witnessing my grandfather's calm demeanor and affectionate gesture towards Wu Pingyan gradually dispelled the deep-seated fear that had clouded my parents' faces. After a moment of hesitation, they finally began to move closer to me. Eventually, they cautiously took Wu Pingyan from my hands. Looking at this charming little being in their arms, they couldn't help but lean down and plant a gentle kiss on his delicate cheek. Thus, under my grandfather's guidance, everyone began to lower their defenses and doubts, slowly embracing and growing fond of the unexpected arrival of Wu Pingyan. Like bamboo shoots after a rain, he grew at an astonishing rate. Merely a few days had passed, and he was already able to walk steadily on the ground. This delighted those around him, all of whom cherished this adorable and lively little creature. However, as time went on, the supply of goat meat stored at home dwindled. Simultaneously, the mysterious aura within Wu Pingyan's body grew increasingly potent, as if some unknown force was awakening within him. With the school term approaching, I took her to the market to select several brand new and beautiful outfits. Time flew by, and before we knew it, the day of the new school term arrived. On that sunny morning, with a gentle breeze caressing us, I personally escorted her to school. She was adorned in a simple yet elegant floral dress, resembling a vibrant blossom blooming in spring, breathtakingly beautiful, truly an ethereal beauty. Meanwhile, I rode our old-fashioned bicycle, with her sweetly seated behind me. Along the way, we attracted the curious gazes of numerous passers-by as we paused at a traffic light. A sleek BMW sports car glided to a smooth stop beside me. The window rolled down, revealing the youthful, handsome yet somewhat frivolous face of the driver. He flashed a grin, whistled loudly at her, and with a lascivious gaze, remarked, "Hey there, beautiful, want to take a ride in my BMW?" Experience the thrill of crying in a car. It's certainly better than being on this old bicycle. Faced with such an impudent advance, she furrowed her brows and shot a fierce glare at the young man. Retorting coolly, "I have no interest, thank you." After saying this, she tightly wrapped her arms around my waist, as if to declare her position and stance to him. At that moment, the light turned green, and I stood there like a bystander, momentarily stunned. Noticing my lack of movement, she pinched my waist, prompting me to snap back to reality and pedal forward. The BMW followed closely behind, and she urged me to ride faster. Previously, I had been leisurely pedaling, but hearing her call, I exerted a bit more effort, swiftly leaving the BMW far behind. Yet, he slammed on the gas to catch up, shouting, "Hey, do you want to race?" I nodded, suggesting we meet at the next intersection, and the loser would kneel and apologize. Just as I was preparing for the challenge, the BMW shot off like a wild horse, quickly putting considerable distance between us. Witnessing this, I dared not hesitate for a moment. I summoned all my energy, my feet pounding powerfully on the pedals. As I gained speed, the wheels whirled rapidly, creating a gust of wind that sent that BMW far behind. Seconds ticked by, and when we reached the next intersection, that BMW had still not caught up. So, I leisurely waited for its arrival. After 3 or 4 minutes, I finally spotted the BMW approaching, rolling to a smooth stop at the roadside. The driver stepped out, his previous air of superiority replaced by a visage of humility and eagerness to please. Lowering his stance, he spoke in a soft, somewhat sycophantic tone, "Big brother, you are truly remarkable. I can't fathom how you managed to outrun even the car. Please, teach me." In response to his urgent inquiry, I did not reply immediately. At that moment, something unexpected occurred. He suddenly knelt before me, repeatedly calling out grandfather. Regarding his actions, I must admit I felt quite pleased. After all, individuals who can stand by their words are increasingly rare in today's society, where many are unreliable. A smile of satisfaction crept onto my lips as I said, "All right, you may rise." Just as I turned to leave, a piercing siren echoed nearby. I glanced back to see two police cars barreling towards us, their red and blue lights flashing, illuminating the street. Before the vehicles had even come to a halt, two police officers, clad in uniforms and hats, swiftly exited their cars. They approached us with agility and professionalism. One officer wasted no time in flashing his badge, blocking my path. His expression was serious, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixated on the BMW and its driver. He then addressed the BMW driver with authority. "You have been driving at an excessive speed. Immediately turn off your engine, exit the vehicle, and cooperate with our inspection." His voice was booming and authoritative, instilling a sense of respect. The other officer, stern-faced, brandished a breathalyzer, gesturing for the BMW driver to blow into it to check for alcohol consumption. The young man complied, taking a deep breath and exhaling into the device. Once the results were displayed, the officer fixed a scrutinizing gaze on the driver, inquiring, "Where is your companion?" I clearly saw two vehicles racing past. "Where is the other one?" Unexpectedly, the BMW driver pointed directly at my dilapidated bicycle, exclaiming, "It's that bicycle." Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over the officers' faces as they exchanged glances filled with skepticism. One officer furrowed his brow and retorted, "Don't make absurd claims. How could he, riding that old bicycle, possibly match your speed?" Yet, the BMW driver remained resolute, urgently insisting, "I'm telling the truth. It was him. If you don't believe me, check the traffic cameras." Seeing his unwavering conviction, one officer swiftly retrieved his phone, expertly searching for a number and dialing it. The call connected quickly, and the officer spoke urgently, "Hello, could you please check the footage from this stretch of road to see if two vehicles were speeding?" I pondered anxiously, aware that time was slipping away, and I had many errands to run before the report deadline. Without hesitation, I pulled out the crucial document given to me by Director Gu. The officer's expressions shifted to one of astonishment upon seeing my credentials, as if they had encountered a rare treasure. One officer hurriedly stepped forward, snatching the document from my hands, examining it meticulously as though it were a priceless artifact. After thorough verification, his demeanor transformed entirely. He beamed with respect, returning the document with both hands and apologetically saying, "Leader Wu, I sincerely apologize for the interruption. Please forgive us." He then turned to his colleague, urging, "Quickly, let him go." Observing this scene, I maintained my composure, calmly stating, "I will report today's events to Director Gu." With that, I mounted my bicycle, preparing to depart. Just then, the BMW driver, as if receiving a signal, hurriedly approached, pleading, "Big brother, if you leave now, what will happen to me?" Seeing his pitiful expression, I felt a tinge of sympathy and turned to the officers, nodding my head, instructing, "Let him go." Upon hearing this, the officers dared not hesitate and promptly agreed. After everything was explained, I forcefully pedaled the bicycle's pedals, and the vehicle sped towards the campus like an arrow released from its bow. Meanwhile, Iran, trailing beside me, chirped incessantly with a multitude of questions. "Wu Hao? What on earth did you just pull out? Why did those uncles appear so terrified upon seeing that document?" I refrained from divulging the full truth, merely skimming over the topic with a few casual remarks. Time passed swiftly, and before long, we arrived at the entrance of the campus. I gradually halted the bicycle, and as soon as I dismounted, I felt the gaze of numerous onlookers directed towards me. Strangely, among those looks was a peculiar undertone, as if they were filled with curiosity or suspicion about me. However, I paid little heed to this, for I had more pressing matters at hand, escorting Iran into the campus. Just as I was about to lead Iran inside, a sudden, melodious ringtone shattered the tranquility. Instinctively, I reached into my pocket, and upon checking my phone, I was taken aback to see that the caller was Director Gu. A wave of surprise washed over me. Wondering what could prompt him to call me so early, I quickly pressed the answer button, and before I could utter a word, Director Gu's anxious voice came through. "Xiao Wu, where are you right now? There's an urgent matter that needs your attention today." Upon hearing this, I hurriedly replied, "Director Gu, I am currently at the entrance of Tsinghua University. What is the matter?" It sounds rather urgent. Immediately, I heard Director Gu speak rapidly. That's perfect. Since you are near Tsinghua, a rather bizarre incident has occurred here, and we need you to investigate it. Please wait at the entrance for a moment. In just a few minutes, the president of Tsinghua will personally come to find you, and you can discuss the details with him then. Just as he finished speaking, Director Gu hastily hung up, leaving the busy tone echoing in my ears. Iran and I stood quietly at the entrance. As time ticked away, moments feeling exceptionally prolonged. Surrounding us were disdainful glances, their stares akin to sharp daggers piercing through the air. Yet, I paid little attention to these peculiar looks, instead focusing my gaze on the tightly closed school gate. Before long, an elderly man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and clad in a Zhongshan suit, hurriedly emerged from the gate. His steps appeared frantic, as if he had pressing matters to attend to. Following closely behind him were two robust middle-aged men in impeccably tailored suits, their rotund bellies contrasting sharply with the elderly gentleman before them. As the elderly man reached the entrance, the previously upright security guards immediately bowed respectfully and exclaimed in unison, "Good day, President." In response to their greeting, the elderly man merely nodded slightly, acknowledging them with utmost courtesy. He then eagerly began scanning the crowd, his gaze sweeping like radar until it finally settled on Iran and me. In the next moment, he strode towards us without hesitation, taking quick, small steps. Observing this, the crowd that had gathered around us swiftly dispersed, murmuring, "Good day, President." Chapter 99. Charred Organs. The president of Tsinghua wore a smile, gently nodding to the crowd, expressing his respect for them. In an instant, the previously noisy environment seemed to be muted, falling into a profound silence. The president approached me with measured, calm strides. Upon reaching me, he slightly bowed and greeted me with great deference. "Greetings, Team Leader Wu." I immediately responded with a friendly smile, politely inquiring, "You are too kind, President. May I ask your surname?" At this moment, the president straightened up, elegantly extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation, and replied with a smile, "My surname is Li. Team Leader Wu. Let us discuss the matter in detail in my office." With that, he led me toward his office. As we walked, President Li's gaze inadvertently fell upon Iran, who was standing beside me, and he inquired with curiosity, "Team Leader Wu, may I ask who this beautiful lady is?" I promptly responded while keeping pace with the president. "Oh, this is my fiancée. She has just been admitted to your esteemed institution, and I would appreciate your guidance for her in the future." Upon hearing my words, President Li laughed heartily, then gently patted my shoulder in reassurance, saying, "Haha, Team Leader Wu, you are being too modest. Such matters are of no trouble at all." He then turned to one of the younger individuals following us and instructed, "Xiaowang, please assist Miss Iran with all the necessary enrollment procedures." The young man named Xiaowang quickly stepped forward, first nodding politely to me, then earnestly assuring, "Rest assured, Team Leader Wu, I will take good care of Miss Iran." I slowly handed over my heavy luggage to Xiaowang, who readily accepted it without hesitation. Iran closely followed Xiaowang, but she occasionally turned back, her gaze fixed on me. I smiled and gently nodded in agreement, indicating my approval for them to leave. Subsequently, I walked alongside President Li towards his office. Once inside, President Li warmly invited me to take a seat and personally poured me a steaming cup of tea, expressing concern. "Here, have a cup of tea to soothe your throat." I accepted the cup, took a small sip, and felt a wave of warmth flow down my throat into my belly, instantly relaxing me. After regaining my composure, I decided to cut to the chase, directly asking, "President Li, I was specifically sent here by Director Gu. Could you please enlighten me on the significant event that has transpired at our school?" Upon hearing my inquiry, the light-hearted smile on President Li's face gradually faded, replaced by a grave expression. He paused for a moment, then slowly raised his head, meeting my gaze, and began recounting the heartrending tale. "Team Leader Wu, this incident traces back to a year ago. That time, a fire broke out in the female dormitory building, occurring in the dead of night when most students were still deep in slumber. The flames spread rapidly, leaving many individuals with no time to escape, resulting in a tragic loss of life. Alas, it was indeed a horrific tragedy. Fortunately, this year's enrollment numbers have increased, prompting me to arrange for renovations of the dormitory to address the accommodation issue and prepare for its reopening." President Li took a sip of the steaming tea, then set the cup down, his expression serious as he continued, "Initially, We intended only to carry out simple renovations on this old dormitory building. When the workers began attending to the external walls, everything appeared calm and uneventful. However, as the project progressed to the interior renovations, issues began to arise. At this point, President Lee involuntarily furrowed his brow, seemingly haunted by the terrifying memories of that time. He paused, took a deep breath, and continued, especially during the nights when overtime was required to meet deadlines. The workers often witnessed extremely horrifying scenes, clearly seeing many figures writhing in agony amidst the raging flames. Accompanied by blood-curdling screams, the sight was utterly chilling. Due to these terrifying experiences, the workers were left trembling with fear, unable to continue their jobs. With no other recourse, President Lee had to personally visit the renowned Ningyi Temple to seek assistance. After a sincere visit and earnest pleas, he finally managed to invite the esteemed Master Ningma to come to their aid. Upon arriving at the school, Master Ningma thoroughly examined the condition of the dormitory building. Subsequently, he decided to lead all the monks from Ningma Temple in holding a grand ceremony around the dormitory for 3 days. In the days following the ceremony, conditions indeed improved. The workers no longer witnessed the previously horrifying sights, and their once anxious hearts began to settle. However, this respite was short-lived, as even worse circumstances soon emerged. Not only did the eerie phenomena resume with increased frequency, but it also began to claim lives. The entire campus was suddenly enveloped in a chilling atmosphere of terror, leaving everyone on edge. In the dead of night, the factory was shrouded in silence, with only 2 workers laboring quietly in the workshop, tasked with completing an urgent assignment that necessitated their solitary overtime. Yet, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth the following morning, other workers began to trickle into the factory, ready to commence a new day of work. At that moment, a chilling scene unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. 2 workers who had stayed late the previous night were found dead in a dormitory. This very dormitory happened to be the initial site of the fire. What rendered the situation even more bizarre was that the 2 corpses appeared intact, devoid of any visible scars. Yet their eyes conveyed an overwhelming terror, as if they had witnessed something extraordinarily horrifying in their final moments. Soon, the police and forensic experts arrived on the scene to commence their investigation. Following a meticulous examination, the autopsy report issued by the forensic team left everyone in shock. The internal organs of the 2 workers had been charred to a crisp. Such a peculiar manner of death was truly unprecedented. Faced with this daunting predicament, a profound sense of panic and helplessness enveloped the crowd. In desperation, someone suggested summoning the monks from the nearby Ningyi Temple to perform a ritual, hoping to harness the power of Buddhism to exorcise evil and quell the disaster. Consequently, I hurried to Ningyi Temple to seek assistance. However, upon meeting the abbot, he wore a troubled expression and expressed his own inability to help. According to the abbot, although the dormitory indeed harbored unclean entities, these so-called spirits were not particularly powerful. The real issue lay in the accumulation of resentment over a prolonged period, which had formed a formidable vengeful spirit. One could say that this resentment had taken on a life of its own. As I absorbed this information, my heart grew heavier. How could one possibly dispel such long-standing resentment? After Principal Lee finished speaking, he gestured for me to have some tea, while he himself sighed in despair. I gazed into my teacup, lost in thought. Yet despite my contemplation, no solution emerged. I felt that perhaps it was still possible to make my escape. Nevertheless, the thought of fleeing in such a manner was too humiliating to bear, so I gritted my teeth and forced myself to suppress the tidal wave of fear surging within me. Resigning myself to the situation, I lifted the teacup before me and took a small sip of the warm tea, attempting to calm my nerves. Then, I intended to inquire about Iran's condition. Just as I was about to speak, a middle-aged man with an enormous belly, as if he had been carrying a child for 10 months, burst into the room in a flurry. He staggered as he entered, his body swaying precariously, as if he might topple over at any moment. Gasping for breath, he strained to articulate his words. Principal, bad news. At the construction site, there's been another death. Upon hearing this news, Principal Lee seemed electrified. Instantly springing from his comfortable chair, his eyes wide with shock as he exclaimed, "How many died?" The portly man, clearly shaken, stammered in response. "3." Each word seemed to weigh a ton, painfully difficult to utter. Meanwhile, I found myself growing increasingly disinterested, nearly dozing off. After all, this tense atmosphere held little impact on me. However, when I turned my gaze to Principal Lee, curiosity suddenly welled up within me, prompting me to ask, "Principal Lee, could you take me to the scene?" Without hesitation, Principal Lee signaled for the portly man to lead the way. Thus, I followed closely behind Principal Lee as we hurried toward the site of the incident. Upon our arrival, we found that a conspicuous cordon had already been established around the area, with a throng of students who had come to witness the commotion. It was lunchtime, and the campus was bustling with activity. I stood still, surveying the crowd around me. Suddenly, my gaze locked onto a familiar face. The wealthy second-generation individual I had encountered earlier that morning while having breakfast in his flashy sports car. At the same moment, he seemed to notice me, exclaiming uncontrollably, "Bro." The previously noisy students froze in place as if enchanted, their eyes collectively fixed in his direction. Yet, in the face of such scrutiny, he maintained an air of nonchalance. As if the attention were inconsequential, my gaze swept over the surrounding faces, and I silently rejoiced. Thankfully, Iran was not present. Had she been here, her personality would undoubtedly have prevented me from engaging in such a perilous endeavor. I slowly took a step forward, then another, gradually approaching the wealthy youth. The fact that he could remain composed and unflappable under so many eyes was indeed admirable, however, as I finally stood before him. I noticed a profound shift in his expression, and no longer did his eyes reflect calmness. Instead, they brimmed with fear and admiration. Before I could utter a word, he preemptively introduced himself. "Bro, my name is Tang Lei. What may I do for you?" From his words alone, it was evident that he was an exceptionally astute individual. Even before I had the chance to speak, he had already anticipated my intentions. With that in mind, I felt no need to beat around the bush and stated plainly, "I'm assigning you a task. Go find that girl you saw this morning, and remember, under no circumstances should you allow her to come here." No sooner had I finished speaking than Tang Lei slipped away from the crowd as if his feet had been greased, vanishing in an instant. From a distance, his voice echoed back, "Bro, don't worry. I'll ensure the task is completed flawlessly." As I re-entered the harrowing crime scene, I noticed the construction workers, their faces as pale as paper, huddled together in terror. Each individual trembled uncontrollably, as if they had witnessed something utterly horrifying. Recognizing that it would be futile to extract valuable information from these shaken souls, I approached them gently, soothing their frayed nerves, and indicated to Principal Lee that he should take them away to rest. Once the workers had departed, I took a deep breath and retrieved my phone to call Director Gu. After a few rings, his steady and authoritative voice came through. I succinctly briefed him on the situation at the scene and the limited information I had gathered. After hearing my report, Director Gu assured me that he would promptly dispatch personnel for support, though it would take some time, and the team would consist of regular staff. While awaiting their arrival, I resolved to meticulously inspect the dormitory building. I ambled around the periphery of the dormitory, leaving no corner or detail overlooked. Initially, I found nothing amiss. Everything appeared as it usually did, however, as I pushed open the slightly worn dormitory door. An overwhelming wave of suffocating malevolence surged towards me, nearly rendering me breathless. This malevolence seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, its stench not only pungent, but also akin to countless icy serpents slithering through my nostrils, burrowing deep into my very marrow, causing me to tremble uncontrollably. Who would have imagined that, at this very moment, under the bright sun and clear blue skies, the malevolence could be so dense? It was unfathomable to consider what terrifying sights would unfold when darkness fell and the night enveloped the earth. Perhaps the malevolence would intensify, thick as ink, completely submerging the dormitory. Or perhaps some unspeakable horrors would quietly emerge from the shadows, transforming this already eerie place into a genuine hell on earth. The mere thought of these possibilities made me involuntarily gasp, a chill rising from my feet, swiftly spreading throughout my body. Just then, a hurried footfall echoed, signaling the timely arrival of the personnel arranged by Director Gu. They were well trained, acting swiftly and decisively, quickly regaining control of the situation. The panicked students were methodically cleared from the area to prevent the incident from rapidly disseminating on the internet, thereby sparing the school from immeasurable negative repercussions. Meanwhile, relevant departments began to intervene, launching investigations and taking action. I, on the other hand, was already well prepared. All necessary items were neatly packed in my backpack, ready to embark on my solitary venture into the mysterious and perilous dormitory. It was worth noting that the bodies of the 3 individuals who had perished there had yet to be removed. The incident had occurred so suddenly that everyone had prioritized their own escape over retrieving their fallen companions. Now, this daunting task had fallen squarely on my shoulders. I slowly pushed open the dormitory door, and a nauseating wave of intense malevolence surged toward me like a tidal wave. I stifled my discomfort and cautiously stepped inside, my eyes widening in surprise at the sight before me. The remnants of the once raging flames had nearly vanished, as if everything had been meticulously cleaned. The entire dormitory building was shrouded in an endless darkness, with scarcely a glimmer of light to be seen. This eerie scene instantly heightened my alertness. Surely, no matter how effectively this dormitory blocked the light, it could not be entirely devoid of even the slightest illumination. The terrifying specter, once mentioned by Master Ningma, flashed through my mind. Could it be that this malevolent spirit had sensed the spiritual energy within me and had unleashed its formidable powers to seal off every possible entrance of light? After all, during daylight hours, the scorching sun could diminish the resentment clinging to the spirit, thereby affecting its cultivation. Despite the overwhelming fear coursing through me, I mustered my courage and pressed on, resolutely stepping into the depths of this inky black dormitory. The building stood 3 stories tall, and according to Principal Lee, the origin of the fire was on the 2nd floor, though the precise cause of the blaze remained shrouded in mystery. Taking a deep breath, I cautiously entered the grand hall of the ancient structure's 1st floor. Silence enveloped the space, broken only by the soft echo of my footsteps in the vast emptiness. I widened my eyes, determined not to overlook any detail, meticulously scanning every corner. Yet, it felt as if this place had been forsaken by time. Apart from dust and silence, the vacant hall contained nothing else. Nevertheless, an inexplicable tension gripped my heart tightly. I strained my ears, focusing intently on even the faintest sounds around me, while my vigilant gaze swept over every shadowy recess. At that moment, I lifted my foot, preparing to ascend the wooden staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the oppressive silence, cutting straight through to my eardrums. My body jolted violently, as if struck by lightning, and cold sweat immediately beaded on my forehead. With terror in my eyes, I stared toward the 2nd floor. Yet, the corridor above was utterly deserted, the earlier scream seemingly evaporating into thin air. Those haunting cries echoed relentlessly in my mind, disturbing my thoughts and rendering me restless. Desperate to escape this paralyzing fear, I squeezed my eyes shut and began to softly recite a calming mantra. With each repetition of the incantation, I gradually felt the agitation within me subside. When I opened my eyes again, I was astonished to find that a thick layer of white mist had enveloped the corridor, rendering it nearly impossible to discern anything beyond a meter ahead. As if I had stepped into a surreal dream, in a state of panic, I reached out to grasp the railing beside me, laboriously steadying myself as I cautiously made my way up the stairs. With each step I took, the sound of my own footsteps echoed clearly. Just a few stair treads later, I sensed shadows flitting through the mist. Their disconcerting laughter echoed, wavering in and out of proximity. Sometimes close enough to touch, other times distant as if from another world. What sent chills down my spine was the unmistakable feeling that those figures were gradually encroaching upon me, gripping the heavy gold brick tightly in my hand. My only source of solace, I hastily produced a talisman to ward off spirits, summoning all my strength to hurl it into the enveloping fog. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The talisman had barely approached the elusive figures before they vanished without a trace. I stood frozen in place, holding my breath and waiting for what felt like an eternity. Yet the eerie mist remained eerily still. As seconds ticked by, the profound silence around me quickened my heartbeat. Finally, I inhaled deeply, steeling my resolve to proceed to the 2nd floor. As I ascended the staircase, the sight that greeted me caused me to gasp in horror. The mist here was denser than on the 1st floor. Tinged with a faint crimson hue, I treaded cautiously, my gaze scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, I spotted a dormitory door, its plaque clearly displaying the number 201. Slowly extending my hand, I gently pushed the door open. The hinges creaked softly, a sound that seemed jarring in the tranquility of the environment. Upon entering the room, I found 4 bunk beds, clearly intended to accommodate 8 students. As I approached the beds, I noticed that only the skeletal frames remained, charred black and marred with rust. Frowning, I began to examine every corner of the room meticulously. At that moment, without warning, a thunderous bang erupted from the dormitory door. I whirled around to face the door that had just closed. In an instant, my eyes widened in shock. The door was covered in horrifying, blood-stained scratch marks. It was not difficult to envision the terror that had unfolded here during the devastating fire. The students must have been in a state of sheer panic, their minds incapacitated by fear and chaos, utterly at a loss for how to escape. Had they been able to flee in an orderly manner?